Chapter 291. Lin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ho Jingyu finally running away from him. The annoying guy left. And now it was time to get down to business. Gooden. Lin Hao just said 2 words. Shut up. I know. Then, Gooden retrieved Lin Hao's data. For Gooden, Lin Hao adhered to the principle of not provoking him if possible, and spent days in harmony with him. Host, Lin Hao. Level 5, 2000/62500. Title, Titan. Skills, Mind Control, 40/2500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Strength, 28. Spirit, 48. Speed, 28. Stamina, 31. Evaluation, with such high attributes, you are just a beast. The road to strengthening, 500/10,000. When Lin Hao saw his data, he couldn't even believe his eyes. Level 5. Finally level 5. Although this level 5 achievement came a little easily, it was also obtained by Lin Hao with great efforts. If he hadn't desperately searched for gold in the laboratory building and been chased by those ordinary humans, Lin Hao would not have been able to reach level 5 so easily. Obviously, the biggest benefit of reaching level 5 is his own strength. The strength that was only 23 before has increased by 5 points at once. Lin Hao couldn't believe how much damage he could cause if he turned on the strength bonus during the battle. At the same time, Lin Hao also saw the title of level 5. Lin Hao had asked Gooden before what the titles of the following levels would be. Unfortunately, Gooden rejected his request with a sentence of insufficient authority. At this moment, when Lin Hao saw his title, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Titan? Level 5 focuses on increasing strength, not physical strength. So why is the title Titan? Lin Hao, who always asks questions when he doesn't understand, asked this question. And then Gooden said, "Are you questioning me?" Lin Hao knew that if Gooden said this, it would mean that he was going to start a battle with him. No matter how good or bad the battle was, Gooden would always be the winner. So Lin Hao wisely kept his mouth shut. Lin Hao could see that his experience points were getting higher and higher. The full experience points at level 4 were more than 10,000. But at level 5 they were more than 60,000. Fortunately, the experience points given by the high-level crystal cores were also extremely high. Otherwise Lin Hao would not have gained 2,000 more experience points after the upgrade. His physical strength successfully reached the 30 mark, and his defense was no longer as fragile as paper. Every increase in data was an increase in Lin Hao's immediate combat power, which was real and could not be changed. So Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. However, when he looked down, he saw the evaluation of himself. Gooden, I just want to ask you one thing. Is that evaluation given by the system? Or did you add it yourself? This evaluation was too targeted. If it was given by the system itself, Lin Hao really didn't believe it. The system gave it to me, Gooden said. Lin Hao could only sneer at this answer, because Gooden was the system. Lin Hao was smart enough not to dwell on this issue. But what made Lin Hao feel a little regretful was that the level of the strengthening road was rising too slowly. So far, there were only 500 experience points, while the experience points required for upgrading were 10,000. After asking, Lin Hao learned that there were only 2 ways to gain experience points for the strengthening road. One was to upgrade, and the other was to devour the crystal core of the spiritual zombie. So, none of the 4 crystal cores I swallowed yesterday were spiritual? Lin Hao asked bitterly. This was an obvious answer, so Gooden refused to answer. Just when Lin Hao was still immersed in the joy of upgrading, Ho Jingyu had already brought breakfast back. Even though Lin Hao had treated him like that, he still came to Lin Hao like a sticky candy, holding a big white steamed bun and said, "Here, I got you breakfast." Lin Hao looked at Ho Jingyu in astonishment and asked speechlessly, "Why are you bringing me breakfast? Didn't I say I would go there myself?" Ho Jingyu smiled and said, "The canteen is open for only half an hour, and it takes at least a quarter of an hour to get there from here, and it has taken me 40 minutes to go back and forth. Now the canteen is closed, and I guess you may not be able to make it, so I will get you one." Lin Hao suddenly didn't know what to say. It turned out that 40 minutes had passed unknowingly while he was being narcissistic. In the doomsday when food is gold, Lin Hao didn't believe that this guy could still help others get breakfast. However, no matter what Lin Hao thought, the other party really brought him breakfast. In the doomsday, the two of them obviously didn't know each other, but someone could think of getting him a breakfast. It must be said that this is a very heartwarming thing. And Lin Hao was successfully warmed by Ho Jingyu. But I don't want to eat. You must not be full. Eat it yourself. Lin Hao's voice was no longer tough. And he gave Ho Jingyu a warm smile. Although this guy is a bit annoying. He is really a good person. And Lin Hao doesn't mind being friends with a good person. Even if he is a bit long-winded. Hurry up and take it. You didn't eat dinner yesterday. How can you live without eating? We agreed to live well. We survived such a dangerous situation outside. It would be really not worth it to starve to death in a safe place. Ho Jingyu smiled very warmly and handed the steamed bun to Lin Hao. And handed it very firmly. Lin Hao thought it was a kind of strong hand. So he took it reluctantly. Although his body can survive completely without eating. Eating something will not cause any harm to his body. The other party was kind. And Lin Hao did not want to disappoint him. Lin Hao took the steamed bun and took a bite. Although he could not taste any flavor. The soft texture of the steamed bun brought him an unimaginable tranquility. While Lin Hao was enjoying himself, he didn't see the fleeting look on Ho Jingyu's face. Lin Hao was halfway through eating his steamed bun, when suddenly a group of soldiers rushed in, followed by 2 old men. The 2 old men looked around and finally pointed at Ho Jingyu and said, "It's him. He is the one who stole my steamed bun. My grandson doesn't have enough to eat every day and is still growing. How can one steamed bun be enough? As a result, this hateful man even stole the food of the child. It's him. You guys catch him quickly." The 2 old men looked at Ho Jingyu like a bully and said angrily. Several soldiers rushed over and sneered at Ho Jingyu. "I didn't expect that a scum like you would sneak into our base. You ate 2 steamed buns and dared to rob children. 1 was not enough. But you robbed 2. How could you not be full of 4 steamed buns? Where are the steamed buns?" The next scene caught Lin Hao off guard. "Steamed buns? No. I didn't rob them at all." Ho Jingyu looked very wronged. The 2 old men hurriedly said, "How is it possible? It was you. I saw you move your hands." Ho Jingyu complained, "How is it possible? I came back after breakfast and haven't touched anything until now. How could I snatch the child's steamed bun? How shameless am I? If you don't believe me, ask the person next to me where the steamed bun in your hand came from. I just told you to go to the canteen early. Otherwise there will be no food. Where did you get the steamed bun?" Lin Hao, hack your grandma. Grandma? Chapter 292. Ho Jingyu looked at Lin Hao like a shameless person. And he was furious. He wondered why this guy was so easy to get breakfast for him. But he didn't expect that this guy was so shameless. Snatching things from children and framing him. Lin Hao looked at the half-steamed bun in his hand. Swallowed it in one gulp. And then looked at Ho Jingyu, who was ready to fight with him. Several soldiers were also confused by the scene in front of him. One of them turned around and asked uncertainly, "Auntie, who stole your steamed buns?" The 2 old ladies rubbed their eyes, looked at Lin Hao, and then at Ho Jingyu, and began to be confused. In fact, although Lin Hao and Ho Jingyu do not look alike, they are very similar in body shape. Both are thin and of similar height. Lin Hao did not believe that Ho Jingyu would snatch the steamed buns in front of adults. Sure enough, the 2 old people said, "We were a little far away at the time and could not see clearly." "Did you snatch it?" Several soldiers held guns in their hands and looked at Lin Hao in a state of alert. Lin Hao looked at Ho Jingyu again and found that Ho Jingyu was still looking at him with a serious expression. Lin Hao suddenly felt helpless. The guy who had just defined himself as a good guy stabbed him in the blink of an eye. Things are unpredictable. Lin Hao knew that it would be useless to refute this matter no matter how much he refuted it. Because he had just swallowed the steamed bun in front of him. So how could he refute it? Finally, Lin Hao said nothing and sat lazily on the seat next to him. Ho Jingyu's serious expression relaxed a little. And then he became confused. He was waiting for Lin Hao to fight with him. But Lin Hao suddenly said nothing, which made him feel uneasy. "Are you acquiescing? Even if it is the end of the world? Since we are human, we should maintain our humanity. This is not the outside world. This is the survivor's base. I dare not say that you will have enough food every day. But I think you will not starve to death. But you want to steal the food of the children?" I laughed. "Come with us," several soldiers said, and drove Lin Hao away. Until Lin Hao was taken away, he didn't say a word, just looked at Ho Jingyu with disappointment. Ho Jingyu didn't dare to look at him, and lowered his head silently. In fact, this betrayal had no killing power at all for Lin Hao. And Lin Hao didn't even have the desire to fight back. He was worried about not being able to enter the management of the base. But Ho Jingyu helped him. Boy, do you know how big a sin it is to rob other people's food here? One of the soldiers asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao said he didn't know. And he was too lazy to talk to such a person. So Lin Hao didn't say anything. Seeing Lin Hao like this, the soldier suddenly sneered again and wanted to hit Lin Hao's head with the butt of the gun. But another soldier hurriedly stopped him. Lin Hao just watched this scene coldly. The man who wanted to hit him with the butt of the gun was really lucky. If that butt of the gun hit him, Lin Hao would not be willing to suffer a loss. This butt of the gun hit Lin Hao would not mind letting him know what death is. Fortunately, these soldiers did not take action in the end. Although they kept saying something in a long-winded way, they did not swear or take action. Very good. They saved their lives. Duan Luochen left the room after daybreak. And Jinzi, Jin Beibei, and Tang Mingming lived in seclusion in Duan Luochen's room. Duan Luochen's mission was very heavy. He had to find Lin Hao quickly. Otherwise it would be a very scary thing if the base found out. Duan Luochen first came to the gate. And when he came to the gate, he was almost knocked out by the strong stench of corpses. How many zombies must be killed to have such a smell? But if Tang Mingming and Jin Beibei hadn't told him about such a big thing, would no one ever notify him? However, no matter how Duan Luochen complained in his heart, now was not the time to think about it. Duan Luochen directly found the person in charge, who was here yesterday, and asked, "Did a survivor come yesterday?" The person in charge obviously knew Duan Luochen, but he didn't know what happened between Duan Luochen and the higher-ups. After all, he was not qualified. Seeing Duan Luochen came to ask in person, the person in charge thought he was asking about Tang Mingming. The man said, "Yes, Tang Mingming and the others came back yesterday. And there was indeed a survivor before them. A man. Where's that person?" Duan Luochen felt a little guilty. He didn't want others to know about Tang Mingming's affairs. But others made Tang Mingming's affairs the focus. "I took you to the basketball hall. Captain Duan. What's the matter?" the man asked. "Nothing. You guys clean up the battlefield." Duan Luochen left. There were thousands of corpses outside. It would take them a few days to clean them up. And those corpses had to be buried. Otherwise, the spread of plague would be a disaster more serious than the corpse tide. Although the zombie tide is terrifying, at least you still have a chance to escape, no matter how small that chance is. But once the plague spreads, with the current medical level, they can only wait to bury the people. After Duan Luochen got the news about Lin Hao, he hurried to the basketball court, hoping to find Lin Hao as soon as possible. But when Duan Luochen arrived at the gymnasium, he got a shocking news. Lin Hao is new, and the people around him naturally know it. In addition, because of the steamed bun incident this morning, many people have an impression of Lin Hao. When Duan Luochen heard that Lin Hao was taken away by others because of snatching the steamed buns of the children, Duan Luochen's heart began to tremble. Others didn't know Lin Hao's identity, but he knew it. He also didn't think a zombie would steal human food. He was more willing to believe that Lin Hao had stolen the child, but gave up in the end for fear of being discovered. Which team took him away? Duan Luochen asked hurriedly. The survivors around ignored him. The survivors knew nothing about the base. And Duan Luochen was wearing casual clothes, which had no deterrent effect on the people around him. If others didn't know, they would naturally stop talking to him. Duan Luochen had no choice but to rush to the prison. As a base that accommodates 200,000 people, there are many things going on every day. And at this time, the base managers must manage it. Otherwise, once the base of 200,000 people is in turmoil, the consequences will be no different from a zombie tide. Although there are many things that are hidden that cannot be seen, at least the darkness in the open must be curbed to maintain the most basic stability of the base. So the prison was born. The effect of this prison is very powerful. It may be used to guard murderers, or it may be used to guard petty thieves. Petty thieves are basically guarded for a few hours, and a few soldiers will intimidate them and then release them. Lin Hao just stole a steamed bun, so he thought it shouldn't be a big deal. But when he came to the prison, he found that it was a big deal. Really a big deal. Chapter 293. After Lin Hao was taken to prison by these people, they randomly put him in a room. In this room, there happened to be a guy who had just killed someone and was mentally abnormal. In a base with 200,000 people, so many people are in a dense space. The probability of encountering each other is very high, and the probability of conflicts is even higher. In addition, now is the end of the world. and everyone's heart is more or less deformed. For example, the man in front of him killed another man in an argument, and after killing him, he also let it go. He is not only mentally ill, but also a pessimist. He thinks that this world may be like this, and humans may become extinct at any time in the future. Despite this, he did not commit suicide, nor did he provoke the soldiers to shoot him, because he did not dare. Despair and fear of death are not contradictory. The soldiers could only bring this guy to the base and keep him under strict supervision. After all, there are so few survivors now, and the superiors do not want to kill people casually. But these soldiers made a mistake. They locked a pessimist with a zombie with human thoughts. And this zombie was still in a rage. "Hey, how did you get in?" the man asked. "What does it have to do with you?" Lin Hao said. "Oh," the man said. The two were silent for a long time. Finally, the man continued, "Do you know who I am?" Lin Hao looked at him silently without saying anything. "I am your father." Ha ha ha. The man laughed happily, and several soldiers outside also laughed happily. To those soldiers outside, "This man has long been a psychopath. He has said to everyone that I am your father." Outsiders who don't want to cause trouble can only say that he is a psychopath. But after entering the prison, those soldiers will not tolerate him. This is why Lin Hao saw so many external injuries on this man. He was beaten countless times by these soldiers. So, this man didn't dare to say such words to these soldiers. Finally, he saw another person. So he spoke to Lin Hao. Lin Hao really didn't have any anger towards Ho Jingyu. Although Lin Hao didn't have the desire to fight with him. Anyone would be angry if they were wrongly betrayed for no reason. Lin Hao was also angry. And very angry. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Lin Hao's murderous aura immediately spread out. If this person was an ordinary person, he might be scared and run away. Unfortunately, this person is not an ordinary person. He is a psychopath. "I said I am your father." Ha ha ha. The psychopath said loudly again. The soldiers outside hurriedly said to Lin Hao, "Just beat him up. Don't kill him. He is a psychopath." Lin Hao's smile was very creepy. He was wrong from the beginning. He should not have entered this base so low-key. He should have led countless zombies and rushed in directly from the gate. Then Fan Yuetian pinched his neck and asked where the gold was. In fact, this matter is so simple. Lin Hao just doesn't want to take this risk. Because once such a large-scale attack is launched, Jean Bebe will definitely be with Lin Hao. And Lin Hao doesn't want her to encounter any danger. But at this moment, Lin Hao felt that he really couldn't help it. Because no one dared to touch his bottom line after he turned into a zombie. So, the result is doomed. The soldiers watched Lin Hao smash one hand into the chest of the mentally ill man, and then came out from the back. Lin Hao did not use any skills. He just used his 28 points of strength attribute. As a result, this 28 points of strength attribute was really no joke. He punched through a person's chest without any resistance. Suddenly, the whole prison began to be filled with the smell of blood and a faint murderous aura. This prison is very small. After all, it is still the early days of the apocalypse. Most people in the base can vaguely see hope. They think that maybe the peaceful life they had before will appear again. So not many people collapse because of this oppressive sense of doomsday. In fact, there are still many people living positively. People's mental state is still in a stable stage, which indicates that there will not be too many crimes. And most of the prisons are just for show. Since this place became a prison, 2 people have come in. One is a mental patient, and the other is Lin Hao. When Lin Hao punched the mental patient to death, the soldiers in the prison looked at Lin Hao in shock. And some people even said a word, superpower. Lin Hao sneered, "I may disappoint you. I am not a superpower." Lin Hao was too lazy to play tricks with these ordinary people. In front of absolute strength, everything was bullshit. Lin Hao kicked the iron door open calmly and walked towards the soldiers. "No, you can't do this. We haven't made any personal attacks on you. You are a superpower. You are powerful. You will definitely be appreciated by the upper echelons in the base. So don't do anything stupid." The soldiers had never seen superpowers before. But Lin Hao's move was indeed shocking. Even though they had guns in their hands, they couldn't help but feel guilty at this moment. To be honest, you are just a bunch of trash. Even if I kill you, the base will still value me. Lin Hao said this very bluntly. Several soldiers looked at each other. They knew that Lin Hao was telling the truth. "So you really want to kill us?" Several soldiers raised their guns and said to Lin Hao, "I hate being wronged. So I want to tell you that I didn't steal the steamed bun." Lin Hao said fiercely, "If you didn't steal it, then you didn't steal it. You killed the psychopath who scolded you. He was a murderer. So you can kill him. We have no grudges against each other. I suggest you don't do stupid things. We have guns in our hands." Of course, there were some soldiers who were not afraid of trouble. They raised their guns high and said to Lin Hao, "Gun?" The gun had never hindered Lin Hao. Just when Lin Hao was about to explode and kill everyone, suddenly, the door was pushed open. Duan Luochen looked at the tense scene in the room and knew that something bad was going to happen. He also smelled the smell of blood. "What are you doing?" Duan Luochen asked cautiously. Duan Luochen was naturally known to someone, and the soldiers hurriedly asked for help. "Captain Duan, this is a misunderstanding. This superpower wants to kill us." "Superpower?" Duan Luochen was confused. "So, here comes another person to die." Lin Hao didn't even look at Duan Luochen, and then walked towards the soldiers. Lin Hao was very annoyed with these soldiers. He had had enough of the sneer and ridicule he had just received from the side. He had never suffered such humiliation since he became a zombie. Duan Luochen knew that the man was Lin Hao. It was obvious that those soldiers had angered Lin Hao. But he couldn't let Lin Hao kill them. Otherwise the situation would get worse. Just as Lin Hao was about to take action, Duan Luochen hurriedly shouted, "Lin Hao, stop. They are just ordinary people." This sentence finally made Lin Hao focus on him. Chapter 294. Lin Hao looked at this person in confusion and daze. He didn't remember knowing this person. Duan Luochen pretended to be familiar with him and walked forward, holding Lin Hao's shoulder, and left the prison. The soldiers in the prison could only watch them leave without saying a word. Lin Hao was in a state of confusion. A stranger took him away without saying anything, and it seemed that this person knew him. This made Lin Hao feel insecure. "Wait a minute. Who are you?" Lin Hao didn't make any moves without knowing. When the two left the prison, Lin Hao began to question and his mental power began to move. Duan Luochen spoke. When he said his name, Lin Hao was stunned. "I am Duan Luochen." "You are Duan Luochen? You took the gold?" After being stunned, Lin Hao hurriedly started fighting. Duan Luochen stopped the barbaric Lin Hao. He looked around and found that there were no people around. Then he said, "Listen. Jean Bebe and Tang Mingming have also entered the base. I returned the gold to Jean Bebe. Now you must find a way to leave here. Otherwise you will be in danger if Yi Wentian finds you." Lin Hao looked at him calmly and asked, "Why should I believe you?" Lin Hao's words were very hurtful. Indeed, the two of them were not only strangers, but also enemies. How could Lin Hao believe him? "Believe me or not, just follow me, and you will know." Duan Luochen looked at Lin Hao with a serious look. Although Lin Hao was a little skeptical about Duan Luochen's words, since this matter concerned Jean Bebe and Jean Zi, Lin Hao had to go with him to see. At this time, in the experimental building, Yi Wentian looked at Zhou Yu, who was dying at the moment, and said with a smile, "It seems that I was not wrong about you. I was not wrong about you from the beginning. You can actually increase the power of the crystal core potion to 100%. In fact, as long as you are willing to provide me with a genetic code, plus your strength, I can even create a mutant group for you. Don't rush to answer me. Think about it yourself first." Before this, Yi Wentian had been here with Zhou Yu for nearly a night in order to obtain the genetic code in his mind. But Zhou Yu's answer was always only one: "Hack you. You will never be able to pry any secrets out of a person who wants to die." Yi Wentian obviously knew this truth, so he didn't waste time with Zhou Yu. Yi Wentian went to another room, where there was a huge display screen, which displayed various codes. These codes were the crystal nucleus gene information that had been registered. Through this information, Yi Wentian could know the traces of any mutant, such as Duan Luochen's, Tang Mingming's. From the day Duan Luochen came back, Yi Wentian knew that Tang Mingming was not dead at all. And Duan Luochen obviously knew this. But he was very sure of Yi Wentian's report, which made Yi Wentian suspicious. Yi Wentian is not a person who worries too much. But sometimes he has to worry too much. Every time he conducts human experiments, he can see that some people are really opposed to this experiment, such as Duan Luochen. Yi Wentian never trusted him from the beginning, because Duan Luochen was not his direct descendant. All his direct descendants had died in City A. Xiang was one of them, and the rest were just ordinary subordinates to Yi Wentian. When Duan Luochen came to the room, A person came to him and reported yesterday's situation, which was about Tang Mingming. Tang Mingming returned to the survivor base yesterday, and a woman came back with him. Then, the reporter described Jean Bebe's physical features. When Yu Wentian heard that this person looked very much like Jean Bebe, the spark that had disappeared in his heart shone again. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. Since Yu Wentian invented the crystal core potion, his focus has shifted to another field. That field is superpowers. Yu Wentian has seen superpowers, and more than once. But after those superpowers were deceived by him and conducted various experiments, none of them persisted. For Yu Wentian, what is rare is not the crystal core of the mutant zombies, but those superpowers, the kind of people who really began to evolve in the doomsday. Yu Wentian never thought the humans would be extinct in this doomsday, because the appearance of the superpowers gave him hope. And at the same time, it also gave him hope to start the plan he had been thinking about. Xiang said beside him, "Do you want me to catch the person now?" Yu Wentian said mysteriously, "Do you know? Before the doomsday, we were studying biochemical weapons. At that time, I was imagining how to develop a powerful humanoid weapon. After the doomsday, I developed biochemical people. But unfortunately, biochemical people are no different from robots. They have no IQ and cannot fully exert their true combat power. So I began to focus on superpowers. Superpowers are the only group I have found that can perfectly overlap with the power of the crystal core and will not suffer backlash. If my experiment can succeed, perhaps our survivor base will really become the most powerful organization in the world. At that time, the Paladin organization of the United States will not be our opponent. Do we still worry about their invasion? But the United States is also in the United Nations. And our country is also in the United Nations. Didn't we agree to help each other in the doomsday? Why did they attack us?" Xiang asked in surprise. In the past, our United Nations organization gathered together to study a meteorite with very powerful energy. Unfortunately, I don't know when the stone disappeared, and mutant zombies began to appear among the zombies, and superpowers appeared among humans. I believe that in a few years, the crystal cores of mutant zombies will become one of the most powerful energy sources. As the country with the largest population on the entire Earth, there is no doubt that our country must have the most crystal cores. Those foreigners will never give up this huge cake. Do you know why the instructions from above do not allow us to study how to solve the T-virus, but have been studying biological weapons? Because we all know that the T-virus is unsolvable and impossible to prevent. No protein cell or human tissue can resist it. Researching how to solve the T-virus is a waste of time. Yu Wentian's eyes gradually became cold. "What about us now?" Xiang asked again. "Can the group of people in Group C still be used?" Yu Wentian asked. "One is injured and can't be used, but the other 4 can." Xiang answered truthfully. "These bastards really think that they are the strongest in the base, and can challenge those level 7 mutant zombies. This time they are lucky, and have survived successfully. Go and call them up, and try to catch those people. Remember, I must keep the superpower alive. I didn't have any resources in City A before, but now I have plenty of resources. As long as this experiment succeeds, even the 2 level 7 zombies outside the base can't be our opponents." Yu Wentian finally exposed his ambition at this moment. Chapter 295. Duan Luochen brought Lin Hao to his room, and he walked carefully with every step. At some point, Duan Luochen began to feel a sense of congestion in his heart, as if someone had discovered his affairs. When the two successfully arrived at a room in the community, Duan Luochen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voices of women and children coming from inside. Bang, bang, bang. The small and rapid sound stopped the conversation in the room. After a while, a voice that Lin Hao was very familiar with came from the door. It was Jean Bebe's voice. "Duan Luochen?" Jean Bebe asked in a low voice. Duan Luochen agreed. And then the door opened. In order to prevent the situation between him and Tang Mingming yesterday from increasing the risk, Duan Luochen pushed Lin Hao in without thinking, and said as he pushed, "You two go in and look at each other. Don't be outside. It would be bad if someone finds out." After entering the room, Lin Hao was stunned. He saw Jean Zi's excited little face and Tang Mingming, who he had threatened. What Duan Luochen said was true. Jean Bebe was really here, and she had found gold. This little guy seemed to be living a comfortable life. Lin Hao even wanted to go to the laboratory building to find this guy. After staring at Jean Bebe for more than 10 seconds, Jean Bebe made a suppressed and surprised sound. and then jumped on Lin Hao. Lin Hao also hugged the woman who had confirmed his relationship with him. He still had a lot of feelings in his heart. And the biggest feeling was why he appeared here. Didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Why did you come in? Lin Hao hugged Jean Bebe. But it didn't stop him from teaching her a lesson. Jean Bebe didn't say anything. But Tang Mingming spoke instead. Do you think it's safe outside the base? The zombie tide in our city is different from that in your small city. Once the zombie tide starts, there is no way to avoid it. In the end, we could only drive into the survivor base. Tang Mingming's voice sounded like she was defending Jean Bebe. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe with some distress, and could not say a word of reprimand. It may not be so easy to enter the survivor base. Anyway, thank you. At this moment, Lin Hao had seen many things. For example, Jean Bebe's appearance and name must not be exposed in this survivor base, because there is an enemy in this base. Lin Hao also successfully learned the name of that enemy from Duan Luochen. That person is Yi Wentian. Moreover, Lin Hao also heard that Yi Wentian could even cover the sky with one hand in this survivor base. If such a person stood in front of Lin Hao, 100 of them would not be enough for him to kill. But Yi Wentian could not stand in front of Lin Hao. Yi Wentian's strength was the entire survivor base. Therefore, Jean Bebe's safe entry had a lot to do with the help of this man and woman. Although there were some unpleasant things between the two groups of survivors in City B, those unpleasant things could not be said to have disappeared at this moment. But at least they were much relieved. Anyway, thank you, Lin Hao said. Duan Luochen said, since I helped you, I hope you can help me once. Lin Hao looked at Duan Luochen with some doubts. He didn't know what Duan Luochen could need his help with. Tang Mingming can't stay in the base. And neither can you. So, you must leave. I ask you to help me take Tang Mingming to a safe place. Duan Luochen said very seriously. Tang Mingming immediately said, what about you? If you don't leave, I won't leave either. Don't think of letting me go alone. Tang Mingming was obviously unwilling. But Duan Luochen said, no. I can't leave. You know that guy has the ability to control our lives. Once our affairs are exposed, we will all die. If you leave, I can still deal with it for a while. And I must destroy their machine. The longer the machine exists, the more danger we will face. Duan Luochen has been playing this matter in his mind for an unknown period of time. Every time he thought about his life being controlled by others, he would feel a wave of twitching in his heart. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Duan Luochen didn't want to be controlled by others forever. He was a person, and he wanted freedom. Even if he had to fight zombies in danger and adventure, he was unwilling to give his soul to others and stay in this seemingly safe, but actually tormenting place. But? Tang Mingming was about to say something when she was interrupted by Duan Luochen. No buts. You better not waste any more time. Every minute wasted will increase the risk. Leave now. Don't you have a car? Mingming, use your identity to drive out directly. I will immediately find a way to get rid of the machine in the laboratory. Time is always tight. Lin Hao just saw Jean Bebe and Jean Z, but found that several people were going to flee again. In fact, Lin Hao's subconscious mind was also telling him that it seemed that he really should leave. Lin Hao's mental power is very mysterious. Whenever he is about to encounter danger, his mental power always gives him the correct premonition. Lin Hao can successfully escape from every crisis because he believes in his premonition again and again. Then let's leave now, Lin Hao said. Okay, let's leave now. The sooner the better, Duan Luochen said. After making up their minds, they started to leave. Jean Bebe drove the Hummer into the survivor base, and then subconsciously put the Hummer into the garage of the survivor base. Fortunately, the garage was not far from the gate. All they needed to do was get in the car, start the car, and drive out of the base. Then everything would be fine. To be honest, it was impossible for this lineup to not attract attention in the base. One man, two women, and a child. In order to avoid exposure, the speed of the few people was undoubtedly much faster. In order to avoid being exposed, Duan Luochen dared to hang behind the few people and watch them silently, hoping that they could leave the base quickly. However, what they didn't know was that their actions had already been exposed to some people. Lai watched several people quickly walk towards the base garage, calmly avoided Duan Luochen, and then began to report what he saw. On the other end of the intercom, a cold voice came. Since they have started to act, we should not be idle. Remember, there is a superpower and 2 mutants. Their strength is not weaker than ours. Call all the soldiers. They may be useless, but they are a deterrent together. Don't forget. We want the superpower alive. They didn't know that there was actually a level 5 mutant zombie in the car. Chapter 296. Led by Tang Mingming. The group arrived at the garage and the survivor base smoothly. The Hummer was still parked there, waiting for someone to drive it. Fortunately, the car keys were always in Jean Bei's pocket. And Jean Bei threw the car keys to Lin Hao without thinking. Will you let me drive? Lin Hao asked curiously. Yes. You must drive. We are both girls. And Jeanzi is still young. You can't let me drive. Lin Hao always thought that Jean Bei was fine. In Lin Hao's mind, he fit the image of surviving in the doomsday. However, now, he found a problem. And this problem appeared more than once. That is being too dependent on oneself. Every time Lin Hao and Jean Bei were present at the same time, Jean Bei would always abandon everything and let Lin Hao take over. Lin Hao didn't know if this was a problem. But even if it was probably a cute problem. Lin Hao took the car key neatly, opened the door of the cab, and went in first. Jean Bei and the others also hurriedly got into the car. And Duan Luochen just watched them quietly from a distance of 100 meters. But he didn't know when the elephant had come to his side. Do you think they can get away today? Xiang was half a head taller than Duan Luochen. And he was very sturdy. He seemed to be looking down on him when he stood next to Duan Luochen and talked to him. Duan Luochen's attention had been on the car. When Xiang suddenly appeared beside him, he was frightened and rushed to the side, ready to attack. Xiang knew that his strength was at most that of a 3rd-level psychic, while Xiang had the strength of a 4th-level psychic. Even though he was much more sturdy than Duan Luochen, he was no match for Duan Luochen in a one-on-one fight. But Duan Luochen wisely stopped in the end. He looked at Xiang and the person next to Xiang with a cold face, and said, You still know it. We knew it from the beginning. But because Yi Wentian had too many things to do, we didn't have time to deal with you. Now that we have freed up our hands, you don't have any chance. Among Yi Wentian's subordinates, if Xiang is considered the one who dares to call Yi Wentian by name, then the person who speaks is the second one who dares to call Yi Wentian by name. This person seems to have forgotten his own name. He only has a code name, and his code name is Jean. He has 4 team members, 3 men and 1 woman, namely wood, water, fire, and earth. Unfortunately, Earth was injured and could not participate in the mission. So Duan Luochen only saw the 3 aggressive people behind Jean. For me, you mobilized your entire C team. It's a waste of manpower. Duan Luochen sneered. Jean looked indifferent. He glanced at Duan Luochen indifferently and stated the facts indifferently. Sorry. You think too much. You don't need our C team to come forward. Their E team can handle you. Duan Luochen didn't say anything, because he knew that what Jean said was right. Duan Luochen now had only one idea, which was to delay them so that Tang Mingming and the others could escape smoothly. Are you trying to delay us? Xiang looked at Duan Luochen as if he was looking at a clown. However, at this moment, Lin Hao had already reversed his Hummer. When the car slowly backed out of the garage, it was unknown when all kinds of soldiers began to crowd around. When Lin Hao started to drive towards the gate, the soldiers had already formed a human wall at the gate. They didn't raise their guns, and everything looked so peaceful, as if they really came here for inspection. Lin Hao's car was also driving very slowly. He watched the scene in front of him quietly. Do they check like this every time you go out? Lin Hao asked Tang Mingming. They will check. But the number of people this time seems to be a bit too much? Tang Mingming looked very confused. Lin Hao subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. And then he saw a familiar face. At this moment, Xiang was pointing a gun at Duan Luochen's head, and then looked towards the Hummer. They were nearly a few hundred meters away from the Hummer. If Lin Hao was not a zombie, he would not be able to notice this scene in the rearview mirror at all. Fortunately, Lin Hao's sharp eyes. Although Lin Hao didn't know what the elephant was called, he definitely had an impression of him. Thinking back to when they were in City A, that man and Yi Wentian actually escaped with a glider on the helicopter. How could anyone not have an impression of him? Even if Lin Hao really had no impression of him, he could see Duan Luochen's situation at the moment. Obviously, all this revealed a message. They were exposed. Everyone sit down. Lin Hao suddenly instructed. Before everyone could react, the patrol soldier in front walked over with a friendly face, and the buzzing sound of the Hummer began to sound. Except for the image in the rearview mirror. Everything in front of him was an illusion, including the kind faces of the patrol soldiers, the chattering guards in front, and the survivors walking around not far away. When the car was speeding up, Lin Hao looked back at the scene in the rearview mirror again. Duan Luochen was still being pointed at with a gun, and the man pointing the gun at him was looking at the Hummer in astonishment. Lin Hao could only pray for Duan Luochen silently in his heart, hoping that he was okay. When the car reached its fastest speed, the faces of the soldiers blocking the way changed drastically. They were all people who had finally survived after the apocalypse, and they didn't want to die so early, so they couldn't help but jump to the side and open the way for the Hummer in front of them. The gate of the survivor base in City S is similar to that in City B. It is also an iron gate. The iron gate is not big, just enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. This width is also enough for the Hummer to pass. But now the iron gate is tightly closed, as if afraid that someone will walk out of the base. Lin Hao discovered when he came in last time that the gate here is usually not closed during the day, because there are sentries on the high platform. They can find out before any danger appears. And there are also several machine guns set up inside the gate. In this case, there is no need to close the gate. After all, they still have to welcome other survivors. All of this has told Lin Hao that they are exposed. But at this moment, seeing that he was about to break through the survivor's base, how could Lin Hao give up? When the accelerator was pushed to the maximum, the speed of the Hummer reached nearly 200. The iron gate in front of him looked very thick. No matter how powerful the Hummer was, it was impossible to knock a hole in the iron gate and escape. But Lin Hao didn't need to knock a hole in the iron gate. The structure of this iron gate was the same as that of City B. It was nailed to the wall with rivets. In the face of the strong impact, it was completely vulnerable. Sure enough, when the Hummer collided with the big iron gate had already broken away from the restraint of the wall and successfully fell under the Hummer. Chapter 297. The only function of the iron gate in front of them was to slightly slow down the speed of the Hummer. And then the Hummer drove away with the strong roar of the engine. Xiang and Jean finally lost their composure. Xiang ran to the door with an angry face and asked loudly, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to expose yourself casually?" The soldier in front of them seemed to have no idea where he had gone wrong, and was seen by the group. But it was useless to say anything now. Xiang had no choice but to run towards another Hummer with his members. Although Jean was much stronger than Xiang, it was strange that he actually followed Xiang, as if he was following Xiang's lead. Just like that, the two teams drove 2 Hummers and chased after them without thinking. "What's going on?" Jean Bebe grabbed the handle beside her and asked. She was scared by the impact and collision just now. "We were discovered," Lin Hao said calmly. "Discovered? How could it be possible? It doesn't look like it," Tang Mengmeng also said from behind. "I saw Duan Luochen being pointed at with a gun. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen. But the fact is that we were discovered." Lin Hao drove towards the main road without slowing down. "Brother Chen, let me go! Brother Chen will be in danger alone." Tang Mengmeng immediately quit. Lin Hao sighed and said to Jean Bebe, "Watch her and don't let her do anything stupid." Tang Mengmeng said anxiously, "It's useless. Our lives are in the hands of the base. If they want, they can take my life now. In this case, why should I run away? Let me go! I want to be with Brother Chen." "Fool! At least you are still alive now. Since you are alive, you should live well. Before catching us, you and Tian will not easily take your lives." Lin Hao analyzed rationally. "Okay. Stop yelling. We need someone who is familiar with the terrain of S City. As long as we are not caught by them, I believe you and Duan Luochen will be fine," Lin Hao said firmly. Tang Mengmeng asked uncertainly, "Really?" Jean Bebe said, "Trust him. His decisions are generally correct." Under the psychological attack of Jean Bebe and Lin Hao, Tang Mengmeng finally stopped making a fuss. The Hummer also rushed towards a certain direction of S City. Lin Hao didn't know the terrain of S City at all. He could only choose those wide main roads to drive. If they drove to the wrong place and entered a dead end, they would also be in danger because there were already 2 more pursuers in the rearview mirror. Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "Follow closely. Don't let them run away." Then he began to assemble the weapons in his hands. In Xiang's hand was a portable missile launcher, which also had a very popular name, a rocket launcher. When Xiang had almost assembled the rocket launcher, he began to stuff ammunition into it. "Sure." "Who was driving?" asked uncertainly. "Doesn't Minister you want to be alive?" What if a missile kills them? You have to believe in my skills. And do you think a military Hummer can be blown up so easily? Don't worry. I promise to let him know what a missile is. The corner of the elephant's mouth raised an evil smile. Lin Hao was now doing two things at once. He had to look at the road ahead and pay attention to the two cars in the rearview mirror that he couldn't get rid of. Lin Hao knew without guessing that these two cars must be carrying those powerful people. Now Lin Hao was alone. If Fatty and Li Yan were around, Lin Hao wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. He didn't believe that the three villains couldn't deal with these people together. But some things can only be imagined. It was indeed Lin Hao's mistake not to bring those two guys. Zombies started running towards the vehicle from time to time. To be honest, the people in the base were very responsible. Zombies started to appear when the vehicle was nearly 500 meters away from the base. That is to say, there were basically no zombies within 500 meters in front of the zombie base. I believe that the soldiers in the base must have paid a lot of price to clean up these zombies. As a large survivor base, the S-City survivor base is not without reason. At this moment, a particularly fat zombie suddenly rushed out from the front. This time, Lin Hao did not dare to hit it casually, because his car was going too fast. When the speed reached a certain level, even if it hit a bottle of mineral water, it might cause the car to overturn, because Lin Hao started to dodge from a distance. At the moment of dodging, Lin Hao saw something in the rearview mirror. That thing seemed to be flaming, and it was very fast. Before Lin Hao could react, it had already reached the back of his car. Damn! Shit! Lin Hao hurriedly turned the steering wheel, hoping to avoid the thing with a tail flame. Obviously, that thing was a missile. But when Lin Hao started to turn the steering wheel, it was too late. Even though Lin Hao's mental power was nearly 50 points and his reaction was very fast. Sometimes it was impossible to underestimate human technology. For example, if Lin Hao tried to dodge this rocket while concentrating, he would have a high chance of dodging it. But at this time, the fat zombie in front attracted Lin Hao's attention, which caused Lin Hao's reaction to be a beat slower. Just a beat slower. He could no longer dodge. Boom! There was a loud noise. The whole Hummer was overturned. With the explosive force of the missile and the original speed of the car, the speed of the Hummer did not slow down, and it rushed straight forward. The fat zombie did not react at all and rushed forward. As a result, before the zombie could do anything, he was crushed under the Hummer. After a while of crushing, the car stopped and the fat zombie disappeared. If it weren't for the layer of blood foam rubbed under the car, no one would know that there was actually a zombie under it. When the car was overturned, Lin Hao had already reacted. In the process, he unfastened the seat belt of Jean Bebe next to him, and caught Jean Z and Tang Mingming who were flying forward. If Lin Hao hadn't caught them, they would definitely hit the windshield in front. According to the degree of damage to the windshield, there was an 8-fold chance that the two people would be thrown out and fall heavily to the ground. At that time, with two injured people, it would be even more impossible for Lin Hao to escape. After Lin Hao completed these actions, the car finally stopped. Fortunately, except for Jean Z who was a little frightened, everyone else was fine. One of the two women is a superpower, and the other is a mutant. Both of them have very good physical fitness. Under Lin Hao's protection, nothing happened. Get out. Hurry up. Get out quickly. Lin Hao hurriedly walked upwards. Because the car was overturned, they could only climb out from above. Lin Hao climbed out first, and then pulled all the people in the car out. Run first. Fortunately, there was an alloy knife in the Hummer, which belonged to Lin Hao. Lin Hao held the knife and stood where he was. Chapter 298. What do you mean? Looking at Lin Hao standing there, Jean Bebe asked. You leave here first. They have a car. We can't outrun them. So someone must cover us. Lin Hao said firmly. No. If you want to stay, stay together. I, Jean Bebe, have never abandoned my friends and walked together. Jean Bebe said simply. Lin Hao came to Jean Bebe aggressively and said condescendingly, remember, your strength here can only be a burden. If I stay alone, I am sure I can escape. Don't forget why we are here. We are here to save Jean Z. We can't let him be in danger. Leave quickly. Go. Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao in a daze, and finally gritted his teeth, holding Jean Z's hand and Tang Mingming, and started running wildly. Since they were using their feet, they couldn't take the main road. Otherwise it would be no different from telling others where they were. So Jean Bebe started running towards the small road next to him. Before leaving, Jean Bebe shouted loudly, "You must come to us, or I will come to you." Lin Hao laughed, and laughed very happily. In fact, Lin Hao was lying to Jean Bebe. Although Lin Hao's strength was stronger than before he came to S City, and he had already entered the 5th level, he knew that the mutants who got out of the 2 cars could not be lower than his level, because this was the survivor base of S City, one of the largest survivor bases in China, and the mutants here could not be as weak as those in S City and B City. When Xiang saw a figure standing in front of him, he suddenly felt that the person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Finally, Xiang realized that this was the intelligent mutant zombie that City A had forced Yu Wentian to escape with him. In Yu Wentian's opinion, there are 2 types of mutant zombies. One is the ordinary mutant zombies. The ultimate bottom line of these mutant zombies is only level 2 or 3, because they have no IQ, which determines their upper limit. Another type is the intelligent zombie, or the smart mutant zombie. These zombies must have great potential, because the higher their level, the higher their IQ will be. For example, 2 level 7 zombies in City S are powerful. Their IQ is almost the same as that of ordinary people, and they can also speak human language. Unfortunately, their definition of Lin Hao was all wrong. Lin Hao was not an intelligent zombie at all. His IQ was the same as that of a normal person when he was at level 1, because Lin Hao had always kept the memory of the human before he became a zombie. "Captain, what should we do now?" Lion asked. Elephant picked up the pager and finally confirmed, "Don't worry about that guy. He is just an ordinary intelligent mutant zombie. Bypass him. The superpower is our ultimate target." So, the 2 cars wanted to rush directly in front of Lin Hao. Looking at the 2 cars rushing over, Lin Hao's expression did not fluctuate at all, and he even sneered lightly. He was laughing at the guys in the 2 cars who overestimated their abilities. Perhaps, when they came down to fight, Lin Hao might not be a match for their group, but it was impossible for them to leave without fighting with him. When the 2 cars entered the 30-meter radius around Lin Hao, they were equivalent to entering Lin Hao's attack range. At that moment, Lin Hao's mental power had already rushed out through the windshield in front of the car and entered the minds of the 2 drivers. As the driver of this car was of a lower level, Lin Hao's mental power entered without any hindrance, while the driver of the other car seemed to be much higher, making it a little more difficult for Lin Hao to enter. And the man obviously struggled. Lin Hao knew that he might not be able to control that person, but the time it took to slow him down was enough. Lin Hao controlled the driver of the car to step on the brakes first. In an instant, the car stopped in place, while the other car was still moving. At this time, Lin Hao rushed over. The strength attribute of Lin Hao, who was at level 5, reached a terrifying level of nearly 30. When the strength bonus skill was turned on, the strength attribute was close to 60. There was only a flash of afterimages, and Lin Hao turned on the speed bonus early. When Lin Hao stepped on the moving car, he punched the windshield without thinking. This windshield that could resist bullets, under Lin Hao's punch, did not resist at all, and was completely shattered. In a flash, Lin Hao's alloy knife was already swinging towards the driver, with such a fast speed that it was unstoppable. However, what Lin Hao did not expect was that the knife was finally blocked by someone. But not by the driver himself, but by someone behind the driver. At the moment when Lin Hao's alloy knife was about to chop down, an arm suddenly stretched out. The speed of the arm seemed to be faster than Lin Hao's knife, and it saved the driver's life in a moment. Lin Hao sighed. If he failed to kill this guy, the car would start again, and it would be difficult to do it at that time. As expected, as Lin Hao imagined, when the driver's consciousness drove out Lin Hao's mental power, he hurriedly shook his head, without even looking at Lin Hao, and stepped on the accelerator to continue moving forward. Facing mutants of the same level, Lin Hao could definitely use his mental power to completely destroy his opponent. But that would require all his mental power, and it would be very dangerous to have no mental power. So Lin Hao would not lose the big picture for the small. He knew where his advantages were, and he also knew where his disadvantages were. Mental power was always only used for auxiliary purposes. Is mental power really used for auxiliary purposes? Is mental control really just useless? Gooden smiled silently. Gooden didn't say anything to Lin Hao. Now Lin Hao's full attention was on this battle. Obviously, Lin Hao's powerful fighting power also surprised the people in the car. Jean asked on the pager, "Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Xiong finally pulled her down from the driver's seat, and then sat on it himself, saying to Jean on the pager, "Intelligent zombies. Catch him. This should be your specialty. Even if you can't catch him, you have to kill him. Anyway, hold him back first. No one on our side can hold him back." Xiong gave Jean the order directly, and then drove the car himself and started chasing the place where Jean Bebe and the others had escaped. Lin Hao saw that the car was actually moving, so he jumped out of the car and was about to chase. However, what Lin Hao didn't expect was that the car actually stopped, and then 4 people jumped out of it. One of them was about the same height as Lin Hao, with a handsome and cold face and a thin body. But the most eye-catching thing was not his face and body, but his right hand. His right hand was actually made of metal, and it had 5 fingers, and the palm and arm were no different from a real person. The man moved his alloy arm, and then said to Lin Hao, "Don't chase. Your opponent is us." Chapter 299. What a cheesy line. Lin Hao didn't even look at the guy, and then turned and ran. He wanted to chase the car of Xiong. If Xiong caught up with Jean Bebe's strength would not be able to deal with him at all. Give up. You can't escape no matter how fast you are. Jean raised his alloy arm and pointed it at Lin Hao, who had turned into a residual shadow at this moment. With a whoosh, a large white net instantly covered the place where Lin Hao was running. The net was moving very fast and covered a wide area. It seemed that Lin Hao had no way to dodge it. Even though his speed had reached its limit, Lin Hao did not escape and was eventually caught by the net. But Lin Hao did not pay much attention to it. It was just a net, and he could just cut it. When Lin Hao raised his knife, the net actually began to shrink, and the speed of shrinkage was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had tightly wrapped around Lin Hao's entire body. Lin Hao watched himself being shrunk into the net, but it was not over yet. The net turned into liquid and stuck to his whole body, including his hands, waist and feet. When Lin Hao wanted to walk, a huge adhesive force came from his feet. He finally took the first step, but the second step was stuck again. No matter how fast the cheetah is, it will not be able to move once it is caught in this net. Jean did not kill him with his men, but walked slowly to Lin Hao and said calmly, "Thank you for comparing me to a cheetah. By the way, how did you make your hand like that? It's pretty nice. I want to make one too." Lin Hao actually started to make jokes. "Sure. Just cut off your right hand." Jean generously shared his experience. "No. Although I have a girlfriend, she is often not around, so I am used to my 5-finger girl. By the way, is your alloy hand suitable for use? Can you control the strength? Will it cause damage to that place? Or are you using your left hand?" Lin Hao's dirty jokes came out of his mouth. When Lin Hao was joking with this Jean gag, he had already summoned Gooden thousands of times in his heart. "Gooden, can you handle it? It's very uncomfortable when this thing sticks to me," Lin Hao shouted. "1 minute. This is made of the most advanced nanomaterial on your Earth. After the liquid dries, the adhesive force can even stick to your Yangtze River bridge, so it may be a bit troublesome to clean it up." Gooden said. "Fuck. Are you saying that every step I take is like carrying the weight of a Yangtze River bridge?" Lin Hao was surprised. "I said it was dried, but it's still liquid now, so of course you can barely move," Gooden said. Sometimes, Lin Hao had to praise Gooden. He was really useful. Most of the time. Like now, if she wasn't there, it might really be dangerous. Jean didn't care about Lin Hao's joke at all, but said, "It seems that intelligent zombies like you are really smart. Not only can you talk, but also can tell jokes. Like that guy said if he couldn't subdue you, he would kill you. Now that he has subdued you, you don't have to die. Stay here well, and when we catch the superpower back, we will take you back to the base." Jean seemed to really want to leave Lin Hao where he was. He took one last look at Lin Hao and prepared to get in the car and leave, not worrying about Lin Hao escaping. In Jin's opinion, it was impossible for Lin Hao to escape, because they had also tested this kind of net on a level 7 zombie, and it really caused a lot of trouble to the level 7 zombie. So it can be said that humans are greedy and have to provoke level 7 zombies. In the end, the level 7 zombie took 30 seconds to get rid of the mucus on his body under the attack of 5 people. And then the Group C was in trouble. If they hadn't met another level 7 zombie, and a huge battle had broken out between the 2 level 7 zombies, Group C might not have had anyone come back. Just as Jean was about to get in the car with his teammates and leave, Lin Hao hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Lin Hao had to delay them. Once he let them leave, Jean Bebe would have no chance of escaping. Jean turned around curiously, wondering what Lin Hao was going to say. Lin Hao thought for a long time, and asked expectantly, "Do you want to know the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live?" "Idiot. You've read too many online articles," Jean complained, and ignored Lin Hao's shouting. Got into the car, and the car started. Lin Hao's speed and strength bonuses still had 2 minutes, and he still had more than 10 seconds to get rid of the mucus on his body. Looking at the car starting to start, Lin Hao shouted anxiously, "Hurry up! Faster!" Lin Hao never felt that more than 10 seconds was so slow at some moments. Seeing the car getting farther and farther away from him, Lin Hao could only urge Gooden hurriedly. Gooden may have known Lin Hao's anxious mood, so he didn't argue with Lin Hao, but concentrated on removing the mucus from Lin Hao's body. A cool feeling came from his head to his feet, and each time it made Lin Hao feel less restrained. When the car was 500 meters away from Lin Hao, there were still 8 seconds to remove the mucus. And when it was 1,000 meters, there were still 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. At this time, the car was already 1,200 meters away from Lin Hao. Apparently, something went wrong with their car, and it didn't reach the fastest speed. Otherwise Lin Hao might not have been able to see the taillights. Lin Hao jumped up from the ground, and suddenly found that his speed bonus only lasted for 1 minute. In this minute, Lin Hao had to catch up with him. Lin Hao started running. He really used all his strength on his 2 feet. The wind around him whistled past. This kind of wind sound could only be felt outside the car window when driving. Now, Lin Hao felt like he was a car that was already driving on the highway. Closer. Closer. 1,000 meters. Lin Hao's speed bonus only has 40 seconds left. 500 meters. Lin Hao's speed bonus has 20 seconds left. Hurry up. Hurry up. Lin Hao's idea is very simple. As long as he catches up with the car and delays them, he can give Jean Bebe more time to escape. The speed bonus time slowly passed in front of his eyes, and the car in front was getting closer and closer to him. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. When Lin Hao was 10 meters away from the car, the speed bonus skill time stopped. Damn it. Stop with me. Lin Hao suddenly raised his alloy knife and threw it towards the rear windshield of the car. The alloy knife spun in the air with the breath of death and rushed towards the car. Mu, who was driving, looked at the knife that suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror and couldn't help cursing, "Fuck. What is that?" Before Mu could react, the alloy knife with all the power of Lin Hao had broken the rear windshield and entered the car. It was still spinning in the car, carrying the residual power, and directly embedded above the rearview mirror inside the car. A burst of brake sounds rang out. Chapter 300. There were 4 people in the car. The driver was wood. The co-pilot was gold. The back of the car was water and fire. Both of them were sitting against the window. So when the knife broke through the windshield with great force, they were not unlucky enough to be hit by the knife. But the knife gave them a strong shock. Not to mention the 2 people. Even Gold, who was holding his chin and thinking about something, was shocked by the knife. When the knife embedded in the top of the rearview mirror inside the car, the driver Mu stepped on the brake decisively, then got out of the car and looked behind him. This seemed like the beginning of a nightmare. Lin Hao didn't know what method he used, so he didn't let them see him approaching the car in the rearview mirror. So Mu must get out of the car to see the situation. Unfortunately, he saw a demon. Without thinking, Lin Hao's mental power had already entered Mu's head. Mu's consciousness was naturally struggling fiercely, and in the process of struggling, he fell into a stagnation. Although Lin Hao didn't have a knife, he had sharp nails and strong strength. Even if the strength attribute dropped back to 28 again, it was enough to kill a mutant. Mutants are not mutant zombies. Mutants are like superpowers. Their defense is as fragile as paper, especially in front of mutant zombies. Lin Hao's unreasonable punch actually pierced Mu's chest directly. There was a hot thing in his chest, and it seemed to be beating. Lin Hao sneered at Mu, as if he was looking at a fish to be slaughtered. With a puff, Lin Hao crushed the hot thing. Before he died, Mu still looked at Lin Hao with incredible eyes. He couldn't believe that the guy who had obviously lost his ability to resist not only got rid of their restraints, but also caught up with him. Mu was the driver, although he didn't pay attention to the pointer on the dashboard. based on his many years of driving experience. The speed was at least 80. 80! Even a speed-type zombie couldn't catch up. He couldn't understand how this guy caught up. Moo! Gene didn't expect that it would only take a blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes, his teammate and friend was pierced through the heart by a fist. Moo was dead. Moo lay on the ground with an unwilling look. In fact, even when Lin Hao jumped on the hood of their car and smashed the windshield, Moo didn't take Lin Hao seriously. Based on experience, he knew that Lin Hao was a level 5 mutant zombie. But for them, they had killed too many level 5 zombies. So many that the 5 of them couldn't count them even if they spread out their hands. But this time, he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of a level 5 zombie that he usually looked down upon. You bastard! Gene got out of the car immediately, and his alloy arm clanged out a sharp sword that was more than 1 meter long, and then crossed the car to attack Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't forget that Gene wasn't the only one in the car. When Shui and Hua saw Mu die, their emotions were also very strong. After all, they were comrades who had been together day and night and had experienced battles again and again. In the end, their comrades died in front of them. How could they not be moved? Shui was a man, and his appearance was just like his title. Very gentle. Lin Hao was very curious. How could such a man have no beard on his face and shave frequently in the doomsday? Although Shui looked thin and even a little effeminate, he was not as weak as he looked. What Lin Hao did not expect was that his weapon was actually a Remington shotgun. Even though Lin Hao had never used a shotgun, he knew its power. The close-range power of this kind of gun was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. Before Gene approached Lin Hao, Shui had already shot at him. Lin Hao did not know if he could withstand the power of the shotgun, but he would not stand still and let the other party shoot. Although Lin Hao's speed bonus was gone, his speed attribute was about to break through 30. It couldn't be said to be very fast, but at least it was about the same level as these mutants, and even faster than these mutants. With a bang, in Lin Hao's mental image, it seemed that he saw endless bullets spraying towards him. Lin Hao subconsciously covered his face. After all, this shot would disfigure him. Although Lin Hao was not very handsome, he was also a good-looking person. He didn't want to go to Gene Bebe with a lotus face. When those endless bullets shot into Lin Hao's body, although there was no pain, it was obvious that those bullets had entered Lin Hao's body, and some even hit Lin Hao's internal organs. Lin Hao suddenly became anxious. He didn't expect that his physical strength of 30 could not defend against such a shotgun. He finally understood why these people had the courage to fight against the level 7 zombies. Their attack power was indeed very strong. Lin Hao wanted to retreat further away from these people, but before he could retreat far, a sense of danger entered Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao raised his head and immediately locked his sight on Hua, who was holding a pistol. Hua was a slightly fat guy, wearing a tight suit, and looked very kind. His pistol looked even more harmless. When Lin Hao was at level 3, he dared to let the pistol shoot at him. So when he saw Hua was using a pistol, he didn't pay much attention to him at all, until Hua raised his own pistol. When the pistol was aimed at Lin Hao, a feeling of extreme danger seemed to instantly grab Lin Hao's heart, making Lin Hao's heart sink. That feeling told Lin Hao that he must dodge. If he didn't dodge, he might die. Lin Hao wanted to save his life. He didn't want to die yet. So he lowered his head. Swoosh. As if it was the sound of fireworks. A bullet that looked extremely strange shot towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao had to thank his mental power, which saved him again. After hearing a slight explosion, Lin Hao looked back and saw that the bullet just now actually bloomed like a lotus, and was now spitting forward at a very fast speed, just like his alloy knife. Alloy knife. Lin Hao thought of his weapon. But when Lin Hao just stood up, a very thin sword had already pierced into Lin Hao's heart. At this moment, Lin Hao truly witnessed the combat coordination between this combination. The coordination between them was like raindrops, so fine that it was hard to breathe. If you don't pay attention, you may fall into their carefully designed trap. Lin Hao was stabbed, and it was his heart. But the good news is that Lin Hao is a zombie. Even if he is stabbed in the heart, it is not a big deal for him. Lin Hao lunged forward and pulled out the sword from his body. Shui's Remington aimed at Lin Hao again, ready to shoot at any time and anywhere. While his pistol seemed different from an ordinary pistol, he was actually loading bullets, and the steps of loading bullets seemed quite cumbersome. Jin's face turned red with anger, and he raised his alloy hand and the sword sticking out of the alloy hand, and attacked Lin Hao again. Chapter 301. When Jin's sword stabbed at Lin Hao again, Lin Hao didn't let him go. Lin Hao directly blocked the sword with his arm, and then kicked it hard. As a result, his arm was pierced by the sword and his skin and flesh were torn. Bang! Another gunshot. The shotgun bullet entered his body again. After only 2 shots, Lin Hao felt that his body was full of holes, as if it was hollowed out. However, the good news is that his pistol is still not fully loaded, and the shotgun also needs to be reloaded after firing twice. Lin Hao was very glad that these artificial mutants had no skills. Otherwise Lin Hao would never be as relaxed as he is now. After kicking Jin away, Lin Hao jumped onto the hood of the car. The front windshield of the car had been smashed to pieces by Lin Hao's punch. Lin Hao stretched out his hand and pulled his alloy knife out of the car. Water and Fire, who were changing magazines, began to retreat consciously. They could be said to be long-range attackers, so they would not be stupid enough to fight Lin Hao in close combat, especially when their guns were out of bullets. But how could Lin Hao let the two escape? Although Lin Hao is not a speed-type zombie, his speed is not weaker than most zombies. Lin Hao rushed towards the little fat man with a knife. The pistol in the little fat man's hand was what Lin Hao feared the most. Only one bullet from this pistol could make Lin Hao's dream of becoming the zombie king come true. "Captain!" The fat man hurriedly shouted to Jin. Jin had already climbed up after being kicked by Lin Hao. He didn't expect that this zombie was so powerful. In previous battles, Jin, Mu, and Tu would charge forward because they were all masters of close combat, while Shui would be at a medium distance. His shotgun would usually resolve the battle in advance. The little fat man Hua was always the last character because his weapon could only attack from a distance. As long as the little fat man's weapon hits the target, it means that their mission is half completed. But this time, the mutant zombies they face are not the kind that they usually face, which will rush forward and fight them desperately when they are provoked. Lin Hao knows that if he wants to win this battle, he can only kill these two people. Otherwise, he will have no hope of winning. If Mu was not killed directly by Lin Hao, if Lin Hao did not catch them off guard, no one knows who the scale of this battle will tilt towards. But now, the scale has tilted towards Lin Hao. Jin has always been clear about his mission, which is to contain the opponent and let water and fire resolve the battle. The wood that usually helps him to contain the opponent is dead, and the earth did not come, leaving him alone. In an instant, his pressure increased, especially when he found that his speed could not keep up with Lin Hao. Lin Hao pointed the blade in his hand directly at the little fat man, and the Jin family's sword was instantly unleashed. The little fat man's bullets were finally loaded, and he tried to shoot at close range. However, Lin Hao's mental strength had reached nearly 50 points, and his reaction ability was better than that of the little fat man at this distance. Before the little fat man raised the pistol in his hand, Lin Hao had already slashed at him. As a mutant with the strength of a level 5 mutant zombie, the little fat man naturally knew that it was an unwise choice to insist on shooting with a gun in this situation. So he fell back like Lin Hao, and rolled out of Lin Hao's attack range. The moment he rolled out of the attack range, the pistol in his hand had already aimed at Lin Hao and launched an attack. The shotgun over there had just finished loading ammunition, and Jin behind him hadn't arrived yet. So Lin Hao had plenty of time to face the little fat man's shot. At this moment, Lin Hao had no distractions. He watched the little fat man pull the trigger, watched the little fat man smile as he thought he had succeeded, and then swung the knife in his hand again. How strong is the alloy knife? When the force is strong enough and the speed is fast enough, it can even split the bullet in half. Lin Hao chopped it down. Then a burst of sparks flashed. The little fat man could only look at the scene in front of him in surprise. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that his bullets were actually chopped by a zombie with a knife. How is it possible? This is impossible? The little fat man even forgot to reload the bullets. He looked at Lin Hao stupidly. Lin Hao sneered. So you members of Group C have only this much experience. Anyway, Lin Hao had seen Jin Bebe chop bullets with a knife, and he didn't realize how powerful he was. Bang! Shui had finished reloading, and seeing that his teammates were threatened, he shot at Lin Hao without thinking. The shot was fired from the side of Lin Hao. Lin Hao first protected his head. However, the arm that blocked the bullet was already rotten. Lin Hao didn't care at all. He swung his knife at the fat man without thinking. The fat man was a mutant after all. Those who could become mutants must have been special forces before. Their individual combat capabilities were only strong. Seeing Lin Hao's knife coming, the fat man took out a dagger from his body and tried to block Lin Hao's knife. He didn't think that Lin Hao's knife would be very powerful. He thought he could easily resist it. Lin Hao silently calculated in his mind. Splitting the bullet was the first knife. Chopping the little fat man was the second knife. And the power of the second knife of the Jin family's tyrant knife was definitely not as abnormal as the eighth knife. But it was not something that the dagger in front of him could resist. Lin Hao overestimated himself. He didn't expect that the little fat man in front of him really used a dagger to resist his second knife. It was just that because the power of the second knife was too strong. It directly shook the dagger in the little fat man's hand away. Damn zombie. How dare you? Jin finally caught up at the most important moment, and the sharp sword in his hand stabbed towards Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao didn't care, and sneered and swung his third knife. The Jin family swords are faster and more powerful than the last. Before the little fat man even reacted, his head had been split into two halves, and brain matter and brains flowed out along the incision, looking very disgusting. This scene is not surprising at all for people who struggle in the doomsday. Lin Hao's goal had been achieved. He successfully dealt with the little fat man. He was not afraid that the little fat man would shoot at him with that strange and powerful pistol. When Lin Hao swung the third knife, he turned around and slashed his fourth knife. At this time, Jin's sword was already close to Lin Hao. Without any surprise, Lin Hao cut off Jin's sword. Shui watched the first scene anxiously and fired his second shot at the same time. Bang! This time, Lin Hao really had no defense at all and let the bullet hit his head. Fortunately, Lin Hao's skull was hard enough, and the bullets were all stuck in the skull without penetrating. At this time, Lin Hao used his fifth knife, and the force was so strong that old Jin could only watch Lin Hao's knife slashing towards his head. But he had no way to stop it. Double kill. Chapter 302. Shui could only watch the scene stupidly, watching Lin Hao chop off Jin's head. At this time, the gun in his hand had no bullets. The shotgun is powerful, but it also has a fatal disadvantage. That is, the small amount of ammunition and the long reloading time. When Shui's two bullets were used up, he found that Lin Hao was not hurt at all, and even chopped off Jin's head. Shui had a premonition of something. He guessed that he might be dead. He guessed correctly. After Lin Hao chopped off the fifth knife, he threw the knife away by the way. And this knife Lin Hao used the power of the sixth knife. The knife quickly spun in the air and flew away. The power of this knife was even greater than the one Lin Hao threw when chasing the car. Shui watched the knife flying towards him. He wanted to dodge, but found that his brain was not in sync with his reaction. Although his brain had already prompted him to take the next step. He could dodge by squatting or even throwing himself on the ground. However, before Shui could make any move, the knife had already hit Shui. Before Shui died, he found himself flying up. After the knife hit Shui, the follow-up force still did not offset it, but flew towards the wall behind him with Shui. With a bang, Shui was nailed to the wall by the knife. At this moment, there was no good meat on Lin Hao's upper body, all of which were body tissues destroyed by shotguns. However, Lin Hao didn't care at all, because he was a zombie, and his healing ability had absolutely no pressure to deal with these wounds. Lin Hao walked towards Shui, who was nailed to the wall step by step. Shui looked at Lin Hao, as if looking at the bull-headed and horse-faced monsters who came to take his life, and smiled with relief. Group C members are the strongest group of members in the Survivor base in S-City. They can be said to be powerful in the base. Everyone who sees them will show sincere admiration, because they not only help Yi Wentian kill one mutant zombie after another, but also help the base repel wave after wave of zombies. To the base, they are heroes. To Lin Hao, they are enemies. If they want to touch his woman, they deserve to die. In fact, who knows what's going on in their hearts? Shui has always known that if he continues like this, he will die sooner or later, perhaps in battle, or in the struggle for power in the base. In comparison, Shui prefers to die in battle. After all, he can rest better after death. Living in the doomsday is really tiring. The knife hit Shui's abdomen. Although the power of the knife was huge, Shui still didn't die at this moment. Lin Hao knew that it was only a matter of time before this guy died. He stepped forward, grasped the handle of the knife, and then forcibly pulled the alloy knife out of Shui's abdomen. Shui collapsed to the ground, holding his stomach in pain. He couldn't possibly survive. So let's just kill him. When Lin Hao started the car, he found that he didn't know which direction Jean Bebe fled to. But fortunately, Lin Hao knew which direction their car was heading. They were going to catch Jean Bebe, and following them would definitely be right. The car was driven away by Lin Hao, and behind Lin Hao were 4 corpses. 4 level 5 mutants were killed by Lin Hao's zombie. Shui's neck was still bleeding, and the smell of blood seemed to attract the zombies around. It took a lot of space to describe this battle, but the actual battle lasted only 2 minutes. Lin Hao killed the 4 people in 2 minutes, and the zombies attracted by the fighting noise came late. They pounced on the bodies of these mutants and started to eat them. Yi Wentian was in his laboratory, watching the video. That's right. Yi Wentian equipped himself with surveillance. In fact, installing surveillance is not a difficult task at all. A pair of skilled workers can install surveillance on a floor in 2 hours. But there was no such camera in the base. So Yi Wentian installed one in his favorite laboratory, connected to a computer in the corner of the laboratory that seemed to be turned off. When Yi Wentian returned to his laboratory to get the 6th level crystal core, he found that his crystal core had disappeared, and 3 5th level crystal cores had also disappeared. Yi Wentian was very surprised. How could his crystal core disappear? Others were absolutely prohibited from entering his room. Confused, Yi Wentian was ready to find the murderer. So he turned out the video. When he saw Lin Hao's figure appear in the video, the usually calm Yi Wentian finally showed his anger. Well, it's you again. This is the 2nd time. You ruined my plan for the 2nd time. Yi Wentian was very angry. But he was only angry. He didn't make a big fuss, didn't shirk responsibility, and didn't throw things around. These actions were completely useless to Yi Wentian. Fortunately, there is more than 1 level 6 crystal core in the base, so my experiment still has a chance. Yi Wentian quickly straightened his posture and began to focus on the next experiment. Yi Wentian's next experiment was very simple, which was to conduct a cyborg experiment on a superpower. Cyborgs were also a product of Yi Wentian's research. He used human technology to equip people with modern weapons, and then made their bodies into steel. Unfortunately, cyborgs have a huge disadvantage. That is, they have no IQ. When Yi Wentian was researching, he had to deprive the experimenter of his ability to think. Otherwise the experimenter would not be able to conduct the experiment because the process of the experiment was too painful. When mutants and cyborgs combine, Yi Wentian sees a new opportunity. The sparrows in Group F and the sharks in Group E are good examples. But Yi Wentian has been thinking about another experiment, which is what will happen if the product of the combination of cyborgs and mutants is placed on a superpower. After calculation, Yi Wentian discovered an amazing fact. If the 3 are combined, the strength of the experimenter will increase by 2 times. Creating the most powerful doomsday biochemical weapon has always been Yi Wentian's lifelong dream. This time, the opportunity comes again, and he can't give up. So he sent an E group and AC group. However, his men brought him another bad news, which was terrible. After checking the genetic information of the root crystal core, his assistant found that all the mutants in the C group, except 2 who was recovering at the base, were killed. The face of the zombie appeared in Yi Wentian's mind again. He still remembered that when he was in City A, he had watched that face up close on the helicopter. It was a face with an ordinary appearance, but very energetic. Yi Wentian knew that the future achievements of this zombie were not just the 2nd or 3rd level. Yi Wentian hated that his prediction came true, because it made him lose AAC group mutant team. Yi Wentian got angry again, but the anger was gone in a flash. He asked calmly, "What about Xiang?" "Captain Xiang's genetic information is normal, and he is alive," the assistant replied. Yi Wentian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had given many tasks to Xiang, and Xiang had completed them very well. He believed that Xiang would also complete them very well this time, and he would bring the superpower back. Chapter 303. Jean Bebe supported Tang Mingming, who was extremely weak at the moment, and looked at Xiang and the gold in Xiang's hand. Gold was pinched by Xiang's neck, and Xiang looked at Jean Bebe with ill intentions. "Struggle. Keep struggling. It doesn't matter. If you want your brother to be shot in the head by me, just keep struggling." Jean Bebe clenched the Miao Dao in her hand, looked at Tang Mingming who was already unconscious, and suddenly thought of Lin Hao. If Lin Hao was here, let my brother and her go. I will go with you. Jean Bebe laid Tang Mingming flat on the ground and said, "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me?" Xiang said, and exerted force on his hands. Woo woo. Jean Z suddenly had difficulty breathing and began to struggle. Jean Bebe felt her heart ache when she saw this scene. Don't you just want me? Because I am a superpower. I knew Yi Wentian's plan from the beginning. He wanted to use me for experiments. And this experiment was very important. I always thought that we might never meet in this life. But I didn't expect that we would meet in S City in the end. When Jean Bebe thought of the days when she was kept captive by Yi Wentian, she showed a disgusted expression. So she suddenly pointed the knife at her neck. Let my brother go, or I will commit suicide. And I will not let your experiment go on. Jean Bebe said very firmly. Xiang was still so calm. He let Jean Bebe be tough. And then stabbed Jean Z's shoulder with a dagger. Jean Z screamed in pain. But Jean Z did not cry. He did not even show a scared expression. He always believed that he was a man. And a man should be fearless. Sister, please go quickly. Don't worry about me. After being strangled by Xiang, Jean Z still said to Jean Bebe. Looking at the bleeding wound on Jean Z's shoulder, Jean Bebe finally compromised. No. I go with you. I go with you. Don't hurt him. Jean Z was Jean Bebe's only hope. She didn't want her only relative in the world to die here because of her. So she could only compromise. Sister, don't. Jean Z wanted to say something. But Xiang immediately strangled her neck again. And Jean Z said nothing again. Lion Tiger. You two go tie up those two women and put them in the car. Xiang said to the two. The two immediately stepped forward. They did not dare to delay. This was not the base. The zombie tide could happen anytime and anywhere. Once the zombie tide happened, no matter how powerful they were, they could not escape from it. Jean Bebe and the two of them tied layers of ropes around themselves. Even Tang Mingming, who was injured and unconscious at the moment, was treated like this by them. Xiang knew how much Yi Wentian was looking forward to this moment today, and how much he was looking forward to this experiment. He had to complete the task. Fortunately, the Hummer's capacity was large enough, and the few people didn't feel crowded after entering the car. Shu pointed a gun at Jean Bebe and Tang Mingming in the back seat, while Xiang pulled Jean Z to sit in the passenger seat. Jean Z also wanted to resist during this journey. Although his small body didn't have much strength, it was annoying to resist. So Xiang said sternly, if you move around, I will strip your sister's clothes. Xiang didn't finish his words, but Jean Z understood. All the men in the car, except Jean Z, laughed obscenely. The two guys guarding Jean Bebe asked, Captain, can we have some fun? Xiang turned around and said sternly, if you dare to touch these two women, I will make you lose a piece of meat. Xiang didn't want any accidents to happen again. He had to hand Jean Bebe over to Yi Wentian safely. The car started, and Xiang habitually picked up the pager next to him and started calling Jean and the others. How are you? Did you deal with that zombie? Xiang was full of joy, as if he had expected Yi Wentian's happy expression. Guess? Suddenly, a strange voice came into the elephant's ears. Although the elephant had never heard this voice, he had guessed who the owner of this voice was. Boy, you are quite powerful. You actually stole their car. Of course, the elephant did not expect that Lin Hao did not steal this car at all, but took it openly. As for the original people in the car, they were all killed by him. Hee hee. Lin Hao said two words sarcastically. And then, there was no follow-up. Boy, don't be arrogant. I caught all three humans who escaped. You lost. And you lost miserably. Xiang said slowly. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from the other end of the pager. Xiang laughed, worry. You can't catch me. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xiang saw an identical Hummer madly crashing into his car from the front. Through the windshield, Xiang could clearly see that the windshield of the car was gone. And in the driver's seat was a zombie, with a completely unrecognizable face and rotten flesh. The zombie face was very scary, especially with his blood-red and angry eyes, which made Xiang's heart skip a beat. Seeing that the car was about to hit him regardless of life and death, Xiang hurriedly said from the pager, your people are in my car. Hit them, and see what happens to them after the collision. Then Xiang said to Bao, don't hide. Hit him. Bao swallowed his saliva subconsciously and followed Xiang's command to aim at Lin Hao's car. In the end, the two cars were 20 meters apart, and Lin Hao turned away in vain. The two cars passed each other. At this time, Lin Hao's voice like a beast came from the pager. Don't do this. You will die. Really? Then let's see if you have the ability. Xiang mocked fearlessly. After a perfect drift, Lin Hao's car chased after it again. The two cars, one in front and one behind, began a fierce chase on the deserted street. Lin Hao's teeth were clenched, and he swore that if the man called Xiang fell on him, he would let him know what cruelty was. Both cars were excellent Hummers with similar top speeds. Although Lin Hao bid very hard, he could not catch up. Moreover, there were no obstacles on the street, and neither car could slow down, which meant that whoever was in front would always be in front. But the situation was not like this. Looking at Lin Hao, who was biting him hard from behind, he began to calculate. When approaching the survivor's base, his speed would definitely slow down. If that zombie rushed forward regardless of life and death, his group might not be his opponent. No, the two cars must keep a distance. Otherwise the accident would be very serious. Xiang didn't want any accidents to happen. He just wanted Yuantian's experiment to go on well. Suddenly, Xiang saw the gold in his hand. Jinzi was still pouting, looking unwilling to compromise even if he died. Didn't they say that zombie had feelings? Didn't they say that zombie valued friendship? Xiang opened the passenger door and threw the gold in without hesitation, not caring about the heart-wrenching woman behind him. Chapter 304. You bastard. Jinzi. Jean Bebe twisted her body frantically to escape the restraints. At this moment, after seeing the figure thrown out in front of him, Lin Hao decisively braked. If Lin Hao did not brake, his car would have run over it. When Lin Hao saw the figure being thrown out by the elephant, his heart was lifted, especially when he saw that under such a high-speed impact, Jinzi's small body rolled on the ground again, and then stopped. However, Lin Hao did not get out of the car immediately to check on Jinzi. He was struggling over whether he should continue to chase after him. Suddenly, the pager rang, and a sad female voice came from it. Lin Hao was very familiar with this voice. It was Jean Bebe's voice. Lin Hao. Go and say Jinzi. Don't worry about me. Go and say Jinzi. Then, the voice was cut off. Xiang directly cut off the pager. Next. It depends on what the zombie chooses. Jean Bebe struggled frantically. She wanted to pounce on Xiang and bite off a piece of meat from him. But there were people sitting on his left and right sides. The two people desperately suppressed her so that she could not move. Lin Hao took a deep breath, finally got out of the car, and hurried towards Jinzi. Looking at the zombies coming towards him, Lin Hao waved his hand and drove them away. When he came to Jinzi, he looked at the scratches on Jinzi's body. Although they didn't seem serious, Lin Hao knew that the little guy's internal organs must have been greatly damaged after being thrown out of the car in that situation just now, because the speed was too fast and the impact was too strong. When Jinzi and Shuer called him brother Lin Hao together, Lin Hao really regarded this guy as his younger brother, especially since he and Jean Bebe still had that kind of relationship. But just now, he was in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should save his girlfriend first or his brother-in-law. Under Jean Bebe's heartbreaking instructions, Lin Hao could only get out of the car and save Jinzi first. But Lin Hao knew that Jean Bebe might be in danger. Gooden. How is Jinzi? When Lin Hao summoned Gooden in his heart, his voice was trembling. The injury is very serious. If he can't get timely treatment, the chance of death is very high. Even if he gets treatment and survives by chance, he will have a root cause of the disease in the future. Fortunately, you have me who is smart and cute, and I can save him, Gooden boasted. Lin Hao finally got anxious. He opened his mouth and shouted desperately, "Then you fucking save me!" Gooden was silent for a long time. Then Gooden's cold instruction sounded. The treatment mode has started. Repairing body cell tissues. Time: 24 hours. Gooden I. Lin Hao suddenly didn't know what to say. Humph. Don't talk to me. I'm working. Gooden became arrogant. But Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Gooden was not such a stingy person. Obviously, this street is not a treatment environment. Looking at the tall building next to him, Lin Hao walked in without thinking, holding the gold. Arriving at the first floor of the highest floor, he first used his mental power to detect whether there were zombies around. After eliminating all possible dangers, Lin Hao put the gold in a clean and tidy room. Lin Hao, with mixed feelings, sat next to him and looked at the gold, motionless. Here, Xiang also successfully captured Tang Mingming and Jean Bebe back to the base. Tang Mingming was locked up with Duan Luochen. When Tang Mingming saw Duan Luochen, she asked with concern, "Brother Chen, are you okay?" Duan Luochen smiled bitterly. "What can happen to me? It's you." This time I was negligent. I didn't expect that our every move was under their noses. But I didn't know it yet. Don't blame Brother Chen for this. At least we have taken steps that they haven't taken. Tang Mingmeng was right. There were nearly hundreds of mutants among the survivors. There were only a dozen high-level mutants. And the rest were all low-level mutants. To put it nicely, they were better than soldiers. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Because ordinary soldiers don't need to go to the front line. But low-level mutants can't. With the increase of one, the decrease of the other. How many mutants are really willing to be ruled by Yi Wentian? How many people's hearts began to ripple, wanting to escape control and become a free person? Duan Luochen may be the first person to resist, but he is definitely not the last. Yi Wentian did not do anything to the two mutants. He did not take their lives because he did not have time. Jean Bebe was finally caught by him again, and he seemed very excited. Hello, beautiful lady. Long time no see. Yi Wentian smiled very kindly, just like the older brother next door, who got up early to exercise. Yi Wentian was not very old, only in his 20s, and his smile was very bright. If the two were not enemies, Jean Bebe might really become good friends with him. Humph. Jean Bebe snorted and stopped talking. This time, I won't let you escape easily. I believe that zombie won't be able to save you in time. I can't believe that you have become stronger in just a few months. Not bad. Not bad. I am increasingly looking forward to what you will become when the experiment succeeds. Yi Wentian looked at Jean Bebe with a gleam in his eyes, as if a big bad wolf was looking at a little white rabbit. Take her away, and give her an injection of anti-allergic drugs, Yi Wentian said to an assistant beside him. The assistant took Jean Bebe away, and Yi Wentian also left. He left his laboratory and walked towards his office. Yi Wentian opened the door of his office as usual, and found a fat body sitting in his office. This man was smoking his favorite cigar, puffing, and beside him was a few bottles of 1982 Lafite. This man had two small mustaches on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were bright and cunning, as if he was thinking about something all the time. Tell me, what are you going to do this time? Yi Wentian looked at this man, one of the helmsmen of the survivor base in S City. Speechlessly, Yi Wentian was able to come here from a base in a small city and immediately take over such a huge laboratory. This has something to do with Yi Wentian's strength and means, and also with the person in front of him. This person is called Ho Qingwei, and what he likes most is to enjoy life. When ordinary people fight for a bite of bread, or even take someone's life, he is sitting in his own exclusive helicopter, flying towards City A and flying towards the center. He flies to City A because Ho Qingwei likes Yi Wentian's wine, and flies to the center because this is his job. He must report the situation in City S at any time, and in detail, including how many mutant zombies have been produced today, how many mutants have been successfully tested, how many new survivors have come, and how many people have died. I heard that you caught the superpower in City A before, Ho Qingwei asked with a smile. Chapter 305. So you came here to ask me these boring questions? I don't have time to answer your boring questions now. The experiment must be accelerated. Yi Wentian had no respect for the helmsman of this base. I heard that if your experiment succeeds, it may give birth to the world's first mutant, who can evolve autonomously. Ho Qingwei asked again. No, not a mutant. She is a superpower, and has always been one. But I will make her stronger on the basis of her original strength. And at the same time, she will maintain her own evolutionary ability. Yi Wentian said seriously. I'm looking forward to it. Ho Qingwei smiled. So what's the reason for you to come to me this time? Yi Wentian asked again. Every time. Ho Qingwei's appearance could not be without reason. He might be interested in his leather seats, or he might be interested in his Cuban cigars. In short, it must be that he doesn't have it, and I have it, and he wants it. There may be a big movement in the United States. There are many superpowers in the United States who are willing to take the initiative to accept experiments. So they have already broken through the technology you mentioned, and the experiment was successful. But they have not made the specific data of this experiment public. Next, it depends on you. As long as you break through this technology, if there is a resource war in the future, we will have the capital to fight against the United States. Just like we had nuclear bombs before the end of the world, Ho Qingwei said solemnly. Is this what you want to tell me? Yi Wentian asked without any hesitation. He didn't care that his experiment had been broken through by the Americans. Yes, that's what I want to tell you. And then I take a cigar and drink a glass of wine. Do you mind? Ho Chingwei asked with a smile. I really mind. Yu Wentian didn't give him any face. By the way, how many level 6 crystal cores do you have here? Where in the capital base would they need it? Ho Chingwei wisely changed the subject. Do you think the level 6 crystal core is a piece of cabbage? This is what the members of Group C got in a desperate battle. Are there no mutants in the capital base? Can't they fight on their own? Yu Wentian's expression finally changed. There are only a few level 6 zombie crystal cores in the entire base. One was stolen by a hateful zombie. He gave one to Zhou Yu. Now there is only one left. He will never give it to Ho Chingwei because he needs it for his own experiment. Don't be like that. I'm just asking. If there's nothing, forget it, Ho Chingwei said indifferently. Yu Wentian suddenly couldn't understand this guy. He had been talking in his office in a mysterious way since the beginning, as if he meant something. But it seemed that he didn't say anything. What exactly was he going to say? Before Yu Wentian could think about this matter carefully, someone had already left here slowly with his cigar and red wine, obviously going to the top floor. It was not until Ho Chingwei left that Yu Wentian nervously came to his locker and opened it. There were several crystal cores lying quietly inside. Yu Wentian looked at the bright and rich crystal core and gently took it out. It was hard to imagine that Yu Wentian had easily placed such a precious crystal core in such a cabinet that could be opened at will. No wonder Lin Hao could easily take the crystal core from his laboratory. Looking at this 6th level crystal core, Yu Wentian finally showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. His desire was about to be filled, and his idea would be confirmed soon. If there were still scientists ranked as the most valuable by the media after the doomsday, Yu Wentian believed that he would definitely be able to occupy a place. Those topics that required more than a dozen large teams of Americans to successfully study together were about to succeed in his hands alone. Regardless of what kind of experiment Yu Wentian was researching, Lin Hao never expected that when he came with the zombie brigade to rescue Jean Bebe one day, he would face an opponent so powerful that he never wanted to face him. When the sky gradually darkened, Lin Hao's eyes never left Jean Zi's face, as if he could see the shadow of Jean Bebe on his face. Gooden, how is he? Lin Hao asked silently in his heart. After a while, Gooden said to him in his heart, his injuries may not take 24 hours to get rid of, but for the sake of insurance, my treatment mode will still be turned on for 24 hours for him. In short, don't worry. He will definitely not die. Thank you, Gooden. Lin Hao was suddenly touched. If there were people who were wholeheartedly good to him in this world, Gooden would definitely be one of them. Let's not talk about whether Gooden had any special purpose. Just to say that every time he survived a dangerous mission, Gooden was there. If it weren't for Gooden, Lin Hao might not have existed in this world. After a day and a night, Lin Hao still couldn't let go of Jean Bebe. He kept thinking about how Jean Bebe was doing and whether her life was in danger. Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself, as if it was his own responsibility that he didn't save Jean Bebe. It was not until Gooden reminded him that Jeanzi's treatment was complete that Lin Hao turned his attention to Jeanzi. Lin Hao moved Jeanzi impatiently and shouted, Jeanzi. Jeanzi. Are you feeling better? Move when you are better. Under Lin Hao's call, Jeanzi finally opened his eyes. When he slowly opened his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked extremely weak. Brother Lin Hao. Jeanzi shouted weakly. It's okay. It's okay. Don't talk. Take good care of your injuries. You will be fine. Lin Hao hurriedly said to Jeanzi. Brother Lin Hao. Where is my sister? Jeanzi asked again. Lin Hao couldn't answer this question, but Lin Hao felt that he shouldn't lie about such things. I'm sorry. I didn't save him. Lin Hao seemed very guilty. Why? Aren't you boyfriend and girlfriend? Why didn't you save my sister? Jeanzi asked weakly. This unreasonable question made Lin Hao have no idea how to answer it. He could only look at Jeanzi silently and lovingly. Gradually, I don't know if it was because Jeanzi had just recovered from his injury or because he was too weak, but he fell asleep without saying a few words. Lin Hao touched Jeanzi's forehead and suddenly found that Jeanzi's forehead was a little hot. Gooden. He seems to have a fever. Is this a sequelae? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. There must be sequelae. Whether it is for zombies or humans, there will be such sequelae. I have reduced the sequelae for humans to the minimum. That is, colds, because they are not zombies, and all the sequelae may be unbearable for them. Gooden said. Lin Hao nodded and finally decided to go out. In the apocalypse, a cold may seem like a minor illness, but if this minor illness is not treated, It may be fatal. Lin Hao was going to find some cold medicine for Jinzi. Secondly, Jinzi was a human being, and he needed food. Chapter 306. Lin Hao pulled the door hard and found that it didn't move at all, which made him feel relieved. Inside the room, Jinzi was sleeping peacefully on the bed, dreaming. On the bedside table next to Jinzi, Lin Hao also wrote a small note, telling Jinzi not to walk around if he woke up and wait for him to come back. Lin Hao knew that Jinzi was a very good person, and he would definitely listen to his message when he saw it. Before leaving, Lin Hao scanned the highest floor again, carefully checked every corner with his mental power, and made sure that there was no trace of zombies anywhere, and then slowly went downstairs and left. This place is not close to the S-City base. If they are also used to searching for supplies, they should not choose this place, unless they also have a bus like the one in B-City. So Lin Hao believes that it should be very easy to find the supplies he wants here. Lin Hao did not go to look for food first, but first found a backpack in a small shop and put it on his back, so that it would be convenient for him to accommodate. In the luxurious city of S-City, various luxurious buildings and facilities were built, including hospitals. In big cities, you never have to worry about not being able to find facilities like hospitals and banks, because their streets are full of such facilities. Lin Hao didn't even have to look for it deliberately. After walking for a while under the building, he saw a sign in front of him that said Municipal People's Hospital. Lin Hao saw that the hospital was not far away from him, and there were no pharmacies around. So he prepared to go to the hospital to get some medicine. After all, it was just an ordinary cold medicine. As long as Lin Hao wanted, he might be able to find it from inside a random household. But in addition to looking for medicine, Lin Hao also had to look for food. And there were some luxurious buildings around. Hotels, office buildings, hospitals, but no supermarkets. After Lin Hao found the medicine, he might have to go to a farther place to find food. In this case, it seems that it is okay to go a little further to find medicine. After all, the medicine in the hospital must be much better than that in the pharmacy. The hospital looks not far away, but in fact it is several thousand meters. These several thousand meters are not a distance at all for Lin Hao, because Lin Hao is a Hummer. Although this Hummer looks shabby, it is still a car after all. A car with oil. In a few minutes, Lin Hao had already arrived at the hospital entrance. Several zombies around him cast curious glances at Lin Hao. Perhaps they were curious about why their kind could drive a lifeless iron shell to walk around. These zombies were just some guys without IQ after all. They just took a look at him, then turned their eyes away and started to wander around. Their stomachs were always empty. They were very hungry, so they needed to eat. This hospital is very big and looks very luxurious. Before the apocalypse, the buildings with the most people were schools and hospitals, because there was no day when the hospital was not full. So when Lin Hao came to the hospital and saw the zombies as dense as sardines in a can, he was not too curious, and he didn't bother to look for mutant zombies around, because now Lin Hao's focus was not on himself, but on the little boy sleeping soundly in bed. He had a cold and needed cold medicine, so Lin Hao just wanted to take the cold medicine and leave quickly. That's all. The place where the hospital stores drugs is difficult to find. Their drugs are open for purchase like the pharmacy, but the place is not in the main building of the hospital. So Lin Hao gave up the main building and started looking in the buildings around the main building. Finally, when Lin Hao found the inpatient department, he found the place where drugs were sold. This place is well placed. If it is placed in the inpatient department, they can guarantee customers anytime and anywhere. The doctor will always tell you which drugs the patient needs during the ward rounds, or that some drugs have been used up and need to be paid for. Putting the pharmacy here is a lot more convenient. The number of zombies here is less than that in the main building, but less is relative, because there are still a lot of zombies. Lin Hao seemed to not see these zombies. His level of pressure could make these ordinary zombies that blocked the road subconsciously move aside to make way for him. The door of the pharmacy was open, and Lin Hao walked out without even pushing the door. But Lin Hao ignored the danger here. There are so many zombies here. How could there be no mutant zombies? Moreover, this is S-City, and those low-level mutant zombies will not show up at all. They will hide in places where others cannot find them and grow well, and then develop. Those who dare to show up are the real high-level zombies. Lin Hao still did not realize that he had begun to be watched. He just calmly looked for cold medicine, and asked Gooden from time to time which cold medicine was suitable for Jinzi. Gooden quickly gave his answer, Gene Z is already a teenager, and his physical strength can fully support any cold medicine. Moreover, he only has a minor cold, so there is no need to deliberately look for those with strong effects. Ordinary cold medicine will do. So Lin Hao took a cold medicine that he often saw in advertisements. He thought this one should be effective, although he had never used it himself. He had bought it for his classmates. After taking a few packets of cold medicine, Lin Hao was ready to leave. But when he was about to step out of the pharmacy, he seemed to feel something was wrong. The zombies outside were still running around aimlessly, as if looking for something. Some zombies suddenly heard something and started running wildly, and then led other zombies around to run wildly together. But when they arrived at their destination, they found that it was just the sound of wind blowing on the wooden door, and there was nothing at all. But these zombies didn't seem to be disappointed. They just stood there calmly, then turned around and walked around aimlessly. All this seemed so normal and peaceful in the doomsday among the zombies, and the surrounding environment was exactly the same as when he first stepped into the inpatient department. There was no difference. So you didn't find anything? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden stopped talking. No matter how Lin Hao asked her, there is something different. Lin Hao stared at the door of the inpatient department and said affirmatively. The ordinary zombies were still doing their jobs in their positions. But Lin Hao suddenly didn't dare to leave the pharmacy. He looked at the group of ordinary zombies. More like a group of actors. Disguised actors? These zombies are not ordinary zombies. Or in other words, they are ordinary zombies controlled by people. Lin Hao always felt uncomfortable. And the reason for his discomfort was that he finally discovered that he might be monitored by someone. Chapter 307. Lin Hao discovered what was wrong. Some zombies always looked at him with strange eyes, and he turned away immediately after looking at them. Those zombies seemed to be standing in a scattered manner, as if unconscious, but in fact, their positions had blocked Lin Hao's route forward, and they were obviously planning something. Lin Hao hoped that he was just worrying too much, but the sense of crisis in his mind told him that this could not be worrying too much. This was a sign that a zombie had discovered him and was ready to attack him. And it seemed that the zombie was very strong. This is the information Lin Hao gave him in his mind. But what Lin Hao found strange was that Gooden had not spoken to him until now. No matter how he called Gooden in his mind, Lin Hao was a little strange. Could it be that Gooden was angry with him again? It shouldn't be. Every time at this time, Gooden would not let down. Usually even if Lin Hao asked some questions about his safety, Gooden would answer immediately. He couldn't joke with him in this regard. But no matter how Lin Hao called, Gooden just didn't speak. And he hasn't spoken until now. Lin Hao sighed softly and took off the Aowa knife from his school bag and back. As long as the Aowa knife was in his hand, Lin Hao seemed to have confidence. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he dared to rush up and wrestle with the opponent. It was obvious that these zombies were monitoring him. But they obviously did not attack rashly. Since they did not attack rashly, Lin Hao would not be stupid enough to take the initiative. But he had already taken the knife in his hand to show his attitude. Lin Hao stepped out of the pharmacy. When he started to move, he planned to open the mental image in his mind. Then, something happened that made Lin Hao panic. Gooden, what's going on? When Lin Hao found that his mental image could not be opened, he immediately began to panic. It was like covering his eyes when he was about to fight. It was so uncomfortable that Lin Hao was not used to it. But Lin Hao forgot that he had called Gooden for a long time just now. But Gooden ignored him. Similarly, Gooden still ignored him this time. Lin Hao's forehead began to numb, as if he had seen a zombie standing somewhere, sneering and confidently watching him silently. Lin Hao is no longer a little zombie who has just entered the zombie world. After such a long time in the apocalypse, he can roughly understand some things. For example, those ordinary zombies in front of him seemed to be controlled, such as the mental power that could not be used, and a loophole that Lin Hao had not noticed just now, but suddenly discovered. There was no red cross on the door of the inpatient department. When Lin Hao just came in, he saw a red cross on the door. All of this led Lin Hao to the truth. The one monitoring him was a psychic zombie like himself. And the psychic zombie probably used some means to make him fall into an illusion. In this illusion, Gooden couldn't care about him, and he couldn't use his mental power. In any case, Lin Hao thought it would be better to leave this place of trouble first. Although the other party might make Lin Hao fall into an illusion, Lin Hao thought simply, if I leave your range, you won't be able to confuse me. Unfortunately, Lin Hao thought too simply. He walked towards the door step by step, focusing on the seemingly harmless zombies around him, but forgot to pay attention to the door in front of him. He thought there was nothing to pay attention to outside, except the sun, the road, and the devastated environment. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to the door step by step, Lin Hao finally focused on the door in front of him that he was about to step out of. As a result, the moment he looked up, the scenery in front of him suddenly distorted, and Lin Hao discovered something very terrifying. The door in front of him no longer led to the outside world full of sunshine and ruins, but to the cold lobby of the inpatient department full of ordinary zombies. How could this happen? Lin Hao stopped in fear and looked at the ordinary zombies in the room. At this moment, those ordinary zombies seemed to have changed. They no longer looked around like idiots with no IQ, but each zombie looked at Lin Hao with a very human look. Lin Hao stood at the door. Walking forward was the lobby of the inpatient department, and next to it was the pharmacy. What was behind him? Didn't he just walk out of the pharmacy and pass through the lobby to leave? Lin Hao felt goosebumps all over his body. Although he was a zombie, zombies also had goosebumps. Lin Hao forced himself not to retreat. He was worried that if he retreated, he might be among those ordinary zombies. What should I do now? Go forward? What if I really go back in if I go forward? Can I retreat? What if I retreat back to the inpatient department? Lin Hao was in a dilemma. He didn't know how to move. At this moment, Lin Hao's mind finally moved. Gooden's cold and familiar voice entered Lin Hao's ears. Gooden said firmly, "Go forward. Everything in front is fake." Lin Hao smiled. He and Gooden were definitely close comrades in arms. He knew that Gooden would never lie to him. Looking at the humanized zombies in front, Lin Hao guessed that the scenery in front might be fake. Those humanized zombies might be a motorcycle or a stone parked on the street outside. So, Lin Hao stepped into the hall again step by step. Gooden, are you sure these guys are fake? Why are their smiles so creepy? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. The closer he got to the zombies, the more Lin Hao realized that these illusions were so real. As a result, Gooden gave Lin Hao a bombshell. Who told you that these are illusions? These zombies are real. Be careful. They may be ready to attack you, Gooden said hurriedly. Lin Hao was speechless. Fuck. If they are real, then you asked me to come back. What do you mean? If I retreat, won't I escape? Go Dan sighed and said to Lin Hao, look back and see what's behind you. Lin Hao turned back subconsciously, and when he saw what was behind him, he took a breath of cold air. Where am I? Lin Hao asked Go Dan directly. From the moment you entered the pharmacy, you have already stepped into the illusion. You slowly came to the 20th floor without knowing it. And behind you is the window of the 20th floor. If you really take a step out, you will fall from the 20th floor. At that time, even if you are a zombie, you will be smashed into a meat pie, Go Dan said leisurely. Chapter 308. So, I only have one question now. Why am I on the 20th floor? And I didn't even notice anything. Secondly, why didn't you show up when I called you halfway? Lin Hao quickly grasped the key point, and ignored the strange zombies in front of him and asked Gooden. There was a hint of solemnity in Gooden's voice, and she slowly said, you may have encountered the best again. That is, an extreme zombie. And this extreme zombie may be a zombie with spiritual attributes. Do I look so unlucky? I just came out to look for medicine, but I met an extreme zombie. This zombie looks very powerful. Not only did it bring me to the 20th floor without me noticing, but it also cut off the connection between us? Lin Hao was surprised. Go Dan said, yes. This extreme spiritual zombie is indeed powerful. But he only cut us off for about 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, I successfully broke through the opponent's mental power, and learned that the opponent's attribute should be around level 5. So what is the opponent's spiritual attribute? Lin Hao asked the key point again. You may not want to know, Go Dan said jokingly. This time, Lin Hao did not indulge him. He did not ask Go Dan questions, but focused on the dozens of strange zombies in front of him. When Lin Hao came back and saw a window behind him, and saw clearly that he was on the 20th floor, the environment in front of him finally changed. It was no longer the cold hall on the first floor, but the cold hall on the 20th floor. Okay, I tell you, the spiritual attribute of the zombie with extreme attributes should be 75. This is what I detected. But the other attributes of this zombie are very poor. As long as you can find him, you can successfully kill him, Gooden said. When Lin Hao heard that the other party's spiritual attribute was actually 75, he was shocked. So this is why the other party was able to drive him to climb from the first floor to the 20th floor in 2 minutes. Lin Hao wanted to feel whether his body was exhausted. But he found that his body had no feeling at all. Except that his breathing was a little loud when he spoke just now. Lin Hao just said one sentence. And in order to express the strong complaint of that sentence, he did not say it to Gooden in his heart, but said it directly with his mouth. That sentence was, "Why am I so unlucky? What about these zombies in front of me?" Lin Hao asked Gooden again. "These guys in front of you are the product of the other party's mental control. Although they are just ordinary zombies, you have to be careful. Under the control of the other party's mental power, they can't be considered ordinary zombies," Gooden said solemnly. "I'm not asking about their IQ. I'm asking about their combat effectiveness," Lin Hao asked while picking his nose. "The physique of a first-level zombie." Gooden gave a very simple answer. "In that case, let me chop these bastards." When Lin Hao was in the illusion just now, these guys stared at him, which scared him a lot. Now that he knew they were just ordinary zombies, he was afraid that he would be embarrassed if he didn't chop them. Lin Hao chopped the alloy knife in his hand towards the first zombie, in order to prevent the other party from dodging. Lin Hao chopped at the other party's legs. He believed in his speed. Even if the other party wanted to dodge, he couldn't dodge his knife at all. He was dead. As Lin Hao said, the opponent didn't even show any sign of dodging before his legs were chopped off. Just as Lin Hao was about to chop off the opponent's head, the zombie in front of him suddenly made a move that made Lin Hao hesitate. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao stopped his knife and looked at the zombie in shock. He was actually laughing. Lin Hao never thought that an ordinary zombie would actually laugh. Gooden. What's going on?" Lin Hao asked hurriedly. Then something happened that made Lin Hao even more panicked. Gooden's voice disappeared again, leaving only Lin Hao's calls again and again. "This patient. Are you feeling unwell?" Suddenly, the ordinary zombie underground actually spoke. Lin Hao was so scared that he quickly retreated. And the knife in his hand was aimed at the zombies in front of him with such human eyes. Lin Hao was very experienced in controlling zombies, and his skill was mental control. But he never thought that someone could control an ordinary zombie to laugh and talk. Lin Hao tried it, but it was impossible. But suddenly, Lin Hao thought of something. So he began to release his mental power. Sure enough, his mental power failed again. The first time he failed was in the illusion, when Lin Hao couldn't even contact Gooden. But just now, Lin Hao found that he couldn't contact Gooden again. So Lin Hao guessed that he might have fallen into the environment again. If the other party just let ordinary zombies talk and laugh in his illusion, it might be possible. "Patient, do you need an injection?" At this moment, the guy who was just chopped by Lin Hao stood up again. But this time he was shorter than before. He took out a large syringe from somewhere and asked Lin Hao kindly with a smile. "I beat you. I beat your brother-in-law. Die for me." Lin Hao raised the knife directly and violently, and this time he chopped the zombie head fiercely. Swish! Blood spurted out from the opponent's neck, and the head flew to the side weakly. Lin Hao thought it was over. But the head that had fallen down turned around and pointed at Lin Hao, and then asked again, "Patient, do you need to take medicine? Patient, do you need to take medicine?" Just as the head asked this question, suddenly, the dozens of zombies behind him asked Lin Hao in unison. The voices were uniform, and the Mandarin was standard, no different from the broadcasting level. However, Lin Hao began to feel overwhelmed. He didn't expect that he would dare to speak after he chopped off the other party's head. But Lin Hao didn't dare to move at all. He didn't know if he would jump directly from the 20th floor if he moved casually. Next, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The zombies actually began to gradually approach Lin Hao. Each of them held a pack of medicine in his hand. And the medicine was very familiar to Lin Hao. It was a well-known cold medicine that he had looted on the first floor. "Patient, would you like to take medicine?" the zombies said as they walked, smiling and peaceful, as if they were coaxing a child who was in a bad mood and didn't want to take medicine. The group of zombies got closer and closer, and Lin Hao began to get anxious. He didn't dare to move at will, and could only hold the knife in place, hesitating. "Am I really going to die here today?" Lin Hao thought miserably. At this moment, a sharp pain came from Lin Hao's mind. Chapter 309. When Lin Hao felt the stinging pain in his head, Gooden's voice had already reached his ears. "This is the real world now. Attack with confidence. When Gooden's voice appeared, Lin Hao had completely put his mind at ease. First, he looked around. The surrounding environment had not changed. And then the zombies in front of him. The zombie whose legs he had chopped off was still on the ground, looking at him with human eyes. His head did not fall off. And it was obvious that the action of chopping off his head just now happened in the illusion. The zombies that were slowly walking towards him, except for their human eyes, had no other human movements. Their steps towards him were stiff and slow. And the words that asked him to take medicine finally disappeared. Lin Hao raised his knife angrily and rushed towards the dozens of zombies in one step. This rush was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These ordinary zombies were no match for him. After a while, these zombies were chopped to pieces by Lin Hao, some dead and some injured. During Lin Hao's battle, Gooden never stopped talking. Be careful. That extreme zombie is really extremely powerful. He just blocked your brain waves again, so I can't connect with you. But he shouldn't have noticed my existence. He should be starting to feel strange now, because I broke through his barrier again. I believe it won't be long before his mental power attacks you again. After I broke through it once, it will be much easier the second time. If you find that you can't contact me, remember, don't be impulsive. Stand still. Don't move. No matter what you see, just wait for 30 seconds, and I will contact you again in 30 seconds. Here I come. As soon as Gooden finished saying I'm coming, his voice suddenly stopped. Lin Hao tried to call Gooden, and sure enough, Gooden fell silent again. Lin Hao took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding environment as if he was facing a great enemy. It was so real, and there was no change. But Lin Hao did not dare to move at all. He just stood there with the knife raised. Suddenly, a vibration came from somewhere. Lin Hao could only barely feel it with his feet. But gradually, the vibration was getting closer and closer. Until, from the stairs in front, Lin Hao saw the zombie. It was a zombie that looked very ordinary. It was round, but not fat. Instead, it looked very strong. This type of body can be seen in every crowd and every circle of friends. Most of them are gentle and generous. They are very popular and willing to do what they can for their friends. I didn't expect that this kind of zombie actually existed. The other party looked very strong. But he was not as tall as Lin Hao. He held a wall-breaking hammer in his hand and walked towards Lin Hao step by step. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Hao always felt that every time the other party took a step, he could feel the ground shaking. Lin Hao didn't know what level the other party was, so he could only call Gooden in his heart. But Gooden didn't say anything. Obviously, Gooden hadn't broken through the mental power applied to his brain. In other words, he should still be in the other party's illusion. Maybe the zombie in front of him was also fake, and the vibration caused to him must be fake. Lin Hao looked at the fat boy who was getting closer and closer to him very calmly. The closer the other party got, the greater the vibration Lin Hao felt. But Lin Hao kept telling himself in his heart that this was fake. This was fake. Judging from the other party's posture, it must be a mutant zombie. But Gooden didn't remind him that there were mutant zombies around. So Lin Hao concluded that this guy must be a fake. He just had to listen to Gooden and not move around, and just watch the other party silently. The other party's big iron hammer looked really real, being dragged on the ground by the zombie, and then walking towards him step by step. The visual effect was overwhelming. So Lin Hao began to imagine his own strengthening path. When the copy skill of the strengthening path was effective, Lin Hao decided to look for a skill about illusion, especially when Lin Hao's level was getting higher and higher, and the zombies he faced were becoming more and more intelligent. Having an illusion skill would have a great bonus to his combat power. Lin Hao silently calculated the time in his mind. It was almost 30 seconds. Gooden said that he had broken through the zombie mental power in 30 seconds the second time, so it would not take more time this time. The time was almost up. But why did Gooden still not speak until now? At this time, the zombie finally approached Lin Hao, and he raised his big iron hammer. Lin Hao wanted to resist, but he thought of Gooden's words. No matter what happened, don't move casually, otherwise you might fall into the opponent's trap. So Lin Hao didn't move. There was a gust of wind, and the zombie hammer came down. Bang! Lin Hao only felt a sharp pain. Gooden successfully connected, and at the same time, Lin Hao was hit by the hammer and staggered. Why are you standing there stupidly and letting others hit you? Gooden asked in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao touched his head, and there was obviously a hole on it. And it was a very conspicuous hole. Very good. I ask you a question. I should not be in the environment now. Right? Lin Hao asked. Yes. You have not been in the illusion. Although the other party has invaded your mind again. He should be trying to find out why his mental power cannot stick to you. He has been stuck in a fight with me, and has not been able to use skills on you at all. Gooden looked innocent. So the zombie in front of me is real? That hammer is real. And the feeling of it hitting my head just now is also real. I just stood there stupidly and was hit by a zombie hammer. And I didn't resist at all. Right? Lin Hao asked again. Do you like to torture yourself so much? Gooden's voice became cheerful. She didn't know how long it had been since she had been so cheerful. Since Lin Hao started hanging out with those humans. She seemed to have rarely chatted with Lin Hao like this. Lin Hao smiled at himself in self-mockery. Seeing that the zombie in front of him actually raised the hammer to hit him again. Lin Hao asked the last question. What level is this guy? Level 3. When the hammer was about to hit Lin Hao stretched out a hand to hold the other party's hammer. And then sneered at the other party's obviously stunned eyes. Do you really think I'm a piece of shit? Go to hell. In anger, Lin Hao thrust his mental power into the opponent's mind like a sharp sword. And heard a puff. Lin Hao was stunned. Not only Lin Hao was stunned, but also Gooden. Lin Hao stared blankly at the zombie in front of him, whose eyes had lost their spirit. And then he loosened his hand. The zombie fell to the ground without a sound. Chapter 310. So, is this my mental power? Lin Hao asked uncertainly. Gooden was silent for a long time this time. Lin Hao thought he was dragged into the illusion by that hateful mental zombie again. Fortunately, Gooden spoke after a while. As you can see, the methods of using mental power are endless. You need to figure it out slowly. For example, the method just now was actually used when you were still a low-level zombie. But it could not cause harm to others at that time. So mental power is a mysterious thing. The brain cannot be fully developed even in our universe. Gooden's tone was full of praise. And he was obviously very satisfied with Lin Hao. Looking at the third-level mutant zombie lying on the ground in front of him. Lin Hao didn't even want to look at his attributes. Since Lin Hao's level was getting higher and higher, he had no interest in the attributes of such low-level zombies. Lin Hao took out the third-level crystal core from the zombie head and threw it into his mouth casually. And suddenly called Gooden again uncertainly. Don't worry. I will tell you in advance if that zombie attacks you. Gooden said indifferently. You didn't tell me in advance the second time. And that mental zombie looked very powerful. He even knew the tactics of false and real. He first used a false attack on me. And then used the real attack on me without my knowledge. Fortunately, this zombie is only level 3. If it was level 4, I would have been in real danger. Lin Hao was very glad that his physical strength had been improved to the point where a level 3 zombie could not easily break through. Why haven't you disappeared yet? Lin Hao suddenly wondered. Gooden said speechlessly, Do you really want me to disappear? No. I just wonder why that zombie gave up on me. Lin Hao said. Actually, it's not that the other party has given up on you. It seems that the other party should be ready to deal with you with all their strength. I will try my best to activate the defense mechanism. When the other party attacks you, I can hold on for a while longer, so that I can detect the specific location of the other party. Again, if I disappear, you must not move around casually. The other party is very powerful. Gooden said. You don't need to tell me that. I can see that the other party is very powerful. Lin Hao curled his lips. While he was not in the illusion, Lin Hao hurriedly checked his backpack. All the things in the backpack were there. The most important thing was of course Jeanzi's cold medicine. As long as this thing was not lost, nothing else mattered. After checking the things in the backpack, Lin Hao hurriedly ran to the stairs, so that he could go downstairs as much as possible during the time Gooden was there, so that he would be closer to danger. Lin Hao was not afraid of being beaten by a group of ordinary zombies. Obviously, the other party could see it. Otherwise, they would not deliberately let Lin Hao come to the 20th floor. Since ordinary zombies could not deal with Lin Hao, the other party was ready to let Lin Hao jump directly from the 20th floor. Even if a level 6 zombie jumped from the 20th floor, it would be difficult to survive. Lin Hao talked to Gooden while going downstairs. Unconsciously, Lin Hao did not realize that Gooden's voice had actually disappeared. But he thought he was still talking to Gooden. As he walked, when Lin Hao found something wrong, he called out to Gooden in his heart, Gooden, are you there? No sound. Lin Hao clearly remembered that he was talking to Gooden a second ago. Yes, he was still talking a second ago. But Lin Hao couldn't remember what Gooden said a second ago. Lin Hao's mental strength was very strong, so he easily overturned his own thoughts with a common logic. Looking at the 20th floor in front of him, Lin Hao knew that he had fallen into illusion again. Lin Hao didn't know when he stopped talking to Gooden. But Lin Hao obviously didn't notice Gooden's disappearance. And he even talked to himself for a long time, until he saw the floor sign in front of him, which had the number 20 written on it. With Lin Hao's speed, he was sure that he would be halfway there if he wanted to, which meant that he should be around the 10th floor now. But he felt that he was going downstairs all the time. And the moment he looked up, he saw the floor sign of 20. And Lin Hao was up again. Lin Hao suddenly began to worry. If the opponent's mental power was really that strong, would it be possible to control himself to cut his own neck with a knife? At that time, even if Lin Hao wanted to survive, it would be impossible. Before Lin Hao could figure out these questions, a series of clattering sounds came up the stairs. Lin Hao subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but suddenly thought of Gooden's instructions again. So he did not move, and stared at the direction of the sound. The clattering sound was still ringing. And then Lin Hao saw a man in a suit and leather shoes walking up slowly step by step. This man was sweating all over at this moment, and his suit was open. One hand held a briefcase, and the other hand hurriedly fanned his head, looking very tired and hot. The man in the suit raised his head, and when he saw Lin Hao, he smiled. He insisted on climbing the last few steps, then walked forward and took Lin Hao's hand and said, "Finally found you. Let's go." Lin Hao just sat there calmly without any movement. The man in the suit pulled Lin Hao a few times, but still couldn't pull him away. So he could only say helplessly, "Come with me. I won't hurt you. Tell me who you are first." "Wait. I still won't talk to you. I heard that those powerful mental zombies can make the other party fall into an illusion during the conversation." Lin Hao pulled back his hand, touched his nose and began to talk to himself, hoping to ignore the man in the suit in front of him and sink into his own world. The man in the suit complained, "Do you know how tired I am to climb from the first floor to the 20th floor? If you don't come with me, you should listen to what I have to say first. That's right. Your illusion was caused by me. I am a mutant zombie. A mental zombie. When I saw you at first, I had some thoughts about you. But after attacking you several times, I found that you are also a mental zombie. I can't control you completely. I know that this matter can't be resolved peacefully, since we can't do anything to each other. Let's take a step back. You come with me, and I will compensate you. After all, I climbed from the first floor to the 20th floor in person, which represents my sincerity. Right? Forget it. You call this sincerity. You deserve it. I was just going downstairs, but you made me come up again. If you were really sincere, why didn't you let me go downstairs? You go up and I go down. We can meet soon. Why do you have to climb from the first floor to the 20th floor like a dog to see me before you feel sincere?" Lin Hao looked at the man in a suit in front of him with sharp eyes and asked. Chapter 311. The man in the suit ignored Lin Hao's sharp eyes and said helplessly, "Actually, the person who controlled you to go upstairs was not me. I really wanted you to go downstairs, but someone didn't want you to meet me. Do you understand?" "What?" Lin Hao opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh my god. This is a lot of information. This person said that someone didn't want him to meet him. Does that mean that there are two mental zombies dealing with him? Just now, the man in the suit said that he wanted to deal with him. But unfortunately, he was ready to give up because of Gooden. But what about the other guy? Will that guy continue to attack me?" Lin Hao just thought deeply about this question for a second, and then he quickly pulled himself out. At the same time, Lin Hao looked at the man in the suit again with a sharp look. "How do I know if what you said is true? What if all this is directed and acted by you? Brother, you really have to believe me. In fact, there is more than one zombie in this building that can have illusions. I am one. And there is also an old immortal. I tell you, that old immortal is particularly disgusting. And he is the kind of person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. If you don't leave with me, that old immortal will definitely continue to deal with you." The man in the suit said anxiously. "Again, what can you do to convince me to believe you?" Lin Hao's goal had never changed from the beginning. No matter how exaggerated the man in the suit said, Lin Hao would not believe him, because he only believed in one person. What's going on? Here it comes again. No, This is not your mental power. The man in the suit suddenly twitched, and then began to gradually disappear in front of Lin Hao. After that, Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his head again. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was already standing on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the direction. If Lin Hao really took even one step forward with the man in the suit, he would jump down without hesitation. Couldn't find a way to leave quickly. I feel I can't bear this stimulation. If it continues, I will die here. Lin Hao complained to Gooden. Leave? You can't leave. The other party is a mutant zombie of the mental system. The crystal core will be of great help to you. You must find a way to get it. Now you get down from the rooftop first. This time, I took 1 minute. Not only did I break the other party's mental power in 30 seconds, but I also built a firewall with 30 meters. This firewall should be able to perfectly resist the attack of the mental zombie on you. Don't worry, Gooden said confidently. What if the other party directly controls me to commit suicide? Lin Hao finally couldn't stand the doubt and asked. It's impossible. Your mental attribute is not low. When danger is approaching, your body will have a particularly strong stress response. When you are controlled by others and do something harmful to yourself, your stress response will be a strong resistance. At that time, you will easily find the situation you are in. Gooden talked freely. Oh, no wonder every time I'm about to encounter danger, I always have that premonition in my heart. And every time, I can safely get through every difficulty because I believe in that premonition. Lin Hao said with sudden enlightenment. No, your premonition is just that you have anticipated what will happen next every time you commit suicide. So you feel uneasy. There are many times when you don't have that feeling before you encounter danger, because you don't commit suicide. Gooden ruthlessly exposed it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. That guy is attacking again. It seems that my firewall is still good. Okay, I will start to detect his position next. When Gooden gets serious, it is a very terrifying thing. Lin Hao seemed to see two invisible fire lines in the air starting to fight. One is Gooden's, and the other is the level 5 mutant zombie. Then, Lin Hao saw that the level 5 mutant zombie fire line was beaten to pieces by Gooden and retreated step by step. The two fire lines were invisible, but for some reason Lin Hao could see them. Perhaps it was because the fire line of the mutant zombie had connected with Lin Hao. Did you see it? Gooden's voice sounded. Lin Hao nodded, and Gooden hurriedly said, follow him and start looking. He is not far from us. Otherwise, he would not have caused such great harm to you. I should be able to delay him for about a minute. If you can find him within a minute, you can kill him. If you can't find him, then we can only leave. Why? Lin Hao asked Gooden as he came down from the balcony. Because the other party can break through my firewall within a minute. And now I can only set up this lowest level firewall for low level due to insufficient energy. So you know? Gooden said perfunctorily. What do you mean by lowest level? Lin Hao started running, following the line above his head, asking as he ran. Didn't I tell you when I was parasitic on you? Because of the space jump? Most of my energy has been consumed. Now I only have a small half of my energy. This small half of energy is used for you to check the small map and the enemy's attributes every day. It has been used for so long, and it has been almost consumed. In order to save energy, I can only make this relatively weak firewall. Gooden said it as a matter of course. Oh my god. You actually need energy to drive? Is your energy only usable and not replenishable? Tell me how to replenish it, and I will help you replenish it. Lin Hao shouted loudly in his heart. Your current task is not to ask me how to replenish energy. You still have 30 seconds, Gooden said coldly. Hearing that the other party still had 30 seconds to break through the firewall, Lin Hao couldn't help but speed up. There are more than 30 floors in the inpatient department. Lin Hao followed the line of fire and began to climb the stairs. It took only 10 seconds to run to the 30th floor, and then began to follow the line of fire and stopped in front of a high-end ward. Lin Hao smiled and said, finally arrived. Godin smiled and said, time is up. You are done. What? Hey, how do you make a system? Gooden. No matter how Lin Hao called in his heart, Gooden did not speak. It was obvious that Lin Hao fell into an illusion again. And this time the illusion must be more dangerous, because Lin Hao had come to the door of the other person's room. For the sake of safety, the other person must use all his abilities. Lin Hao could only hope that Gooden would help him break the current illusion quickly. After all, there were too few spiritual zombies to face, and Lin Hao had no idea what would happen next. There was obviously no change around him. But Lin Hao was strangely afraid to move, as if the surroundings were full of traps and swamps, and he only needed to take a wrong step to be doomed. Chapter 312. It's okay. Gooden can break through the opponent's blockade in 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Just hold on for 30 seconds, Lin Hao said to himself. Lin Hao decided to stand there for 30 seconds and wait for Gooden to break through the opponent's mental power. Now Lin Hao felt that it was unsafe to do anything. Maybe one step forward would lead to an abyss. Come in. There is no danger here. Suddenly, a particularly kind voice came over, which sounded like a pregnant voice. The voice came from the door. It was obvious that someone was calling Lin Hao to come in. Unfortunately, Lin Hao had already decided not to move or say anything before Gooden showed up. He was afraid that he would be tricked by the other party as soon as he opened his mouth. Young man, I don't know what you are afraid of, but I really don't pose any threat to you. Come in. I have something to tell you. The kind voice sounded again. Lin Hao remained unmoved. Well, if you don't want to come in, then don't come in, the kind voice said helplessly. And just as he finished speaking, the door in front of him opened. Lin Hao wanted to close his eyes, but his curiosity drove him to open his eyes in the end. When the wooden door in front of him opened, a soft light shone from the room. The light was bright, but not dazzling at all, so it felt very soft. In the light, there was an old man wearing a hospital gown. The old man sat silently in a wheelchair, looking at Lin Hao with loving eyes, as if looking at his own grandson. Young man, you shouldn't have come here, the old man said softly. This building is full of man-eating monsters. If you are discovered by those monsters, they will eat you to pieces. Those monsters are very scary, the old man said softly. At this moment, the roars of various zombies sounded around. At some point, countless zombies suddenly rushed out from the corridors on both sides. Those zombies had hideous faces and terrifying expressions, and they rushed towards Lin Hao at an extremely fast speed. When the sound came, the old man seemed to be very anxious and said to Lin Hao, "The monsters are coming. Come in quickly. Come in." The old man's face turned red with anxiety, and he seemed to be really worried about Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was indifferent. Young man, if you don't come in, the monsters will rush in, and they will eat me too. Young man, just think of me as an old man begging you. Come in quickly, and then close the door. Looking at the old man's expectant eyes, Lin Hao remained indifferent. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Those monsters will not only eat you, but also me. It would be good if you just closed the door. The old man gave up, and Lin Hao remained indifferent again. Finally, the zombies rushed over. They rushed towards Lin Hao, and then poured into the old man's room. Lin Hao just stood there stupidly, letting the zombies rush towards him, and then opened their mouths to bite him. The old man looked at Lin Hao in despair. His wheelchair was knocked down by the zombies, and his whole body was covered with blood from the zombies' bites. His eyes were full of worry, as if he was worried about Lin Hao, and seemed to be worried about himself. Finally, the long-lost tingling sensation in his head came, and Lin Hao shook his head dizzily. When he looked around again, there were no zombies, and he was still facing an unopened wooden door. Gooden's voice came, "Go in. The extreme zombie is inside." Lin Hao didn't think about it, and kicked the wooden door open without saying a word. There was no soft light inside, nor the old man sitting in a wheelchair. What came to his face was a smell, as if the furniture had been moldy for who knows how long. The room was very dark. There was a window inside, but the window was covered with curtains, so no light could come in. Lin Hao wanted to rush in, but after seeing what was inside, he slowed down and walked slowly inside. Crunching, there were all kinds of plastic bags under his feet, the kind that had been left there for who knows how long and had been stuck to the ground with unknown liquids. Then there were all kinds of medicine bottles, syringes, and worn-out clothes. Although a zombie could completely ignore these, as a zombie with humanity, Lin Hao still subconsciously fanned his nose. After actually entering the room, Lin Hao found that he actually entered a living room. This is the high-end ward, which is one bedroom and one living room. There is a living room, a bathroom, and even a sauna room outside. Before the end of the world, this will be a very clean, tidy, and luxurious place. But now, the ground is covered with various black substances of unknown origin, and the dark brown blood on the wall has been dried for an unknown period of time. Lin Hao walked to the window and looked at the curtains that were already covered with dust. He didn't even want to touch them. But for psychological reasons, Lin Hao finally waved his hand and opened the curtains. In an instant, dust filled the room. At the same time, the dazzling sunlight outside finally shone in. In the sunlight, these filth could not hide. Lin Hao looked at these filth and sighed. He was mourning for the zombie with extreme attributes. He is trying to break through another firewall I set up in the room next to him. But he won't succeed this time. Gooden laughed in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao didn't have time to listen to Gooden's boasting, but turned and walked towards the bedroom. This kind of high-end ward bedroom is a truly luxurious place. But when Lin Hao opened the bedroom door, he saw only brown all over the floor. Those were dried blood, and there were many black substances on the floor. As for those black substances, Lin Hao could no longer tell what they were. In short, these things were not only ugly in color, but also emitted a foul smell. Lin Hao endured the nausea and walked in step by step. On the oversized bed inside, he finally saw the target this time. It was an old man, exactly the same as the one that appeared in the illusion. The old man lay on the bed with his eyes closed, motionless, as if he was just sleeping peacefully, but no one knew that in the invisible spiritual world, the old man was furiously attacking the firewall in Lin Hao's mind. Didn't you say you have no energy? Why did you create another firewall? Lin Hao asked curiously. I said I have no energy and it's gone. Don't you know that what I like most is to lie? Gooden said with a smile. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't listen to this guy. Do you need to know his personal information? Gooden asked. Does he have the ability to resist? Lin Hao asked back. Obviously. No, Gooden said. Then why waste your energy? Lin Hao said. And he stepped forward and pulled out his alloy knife. Chapter 313. In fact, we have no grudges against each other. Even if I knew you were here, I would not come to trouble you. It's very simple. Because I have a lot of things to do, and my time is very tight. Isn't it better for us to pass by each other peacefully? Why do you have to make such a fuss? That suit man is you. Right? You took me to jump off the building. So shameless. I know that you just want my crystal core. But unfortunately, this wish may not come true. If you hadn't provoked me, you might have lived a long time. I feel sorry for you again. Lin Hao spoke silently to the zombie, as if he was reciting a prayer. Perhaps he was a little dry-mouthed. Lin Hao licked his lips and said to the old man, So, give us your crystal core. As he spoke, Lin Hao had already chopped it with a knife. Lin Hao knew that this guy had actually burst out with amazing strength at the last moment. Because he didn't want to die. No mutant zombie was willing to die so early. So he was madly attacking Lin Hao's mind. Unfortunately, Gooden had strengthened his firewall a lot because of his experience. Even though Lin Hao had been talking so much, this guy still couldn't break through the firewall in Lin Hao's mind. Naturally, this guy's ending was tragic. Things had come to this point. And Lin Hao certainly didn't mind having an extra level 5 crystal core to improve his strength. After chopping off the old guy's head, Lin Hao smashed the guy's head with a punch. Extreme zombies, especially extreme zombies of the spiritual system, have pitifully low attributes in other aspects. This can be seen from the fact that Lin Hao can easily smash the opponent's skull. Generally speaking, the hardest part of the human body is the skull on the forehead. And for zombies, it is naturally that place. So this place has the highest defense. Lin Hao had relied on the hardness of his forehead to resist many fatal injuries. So when he easily smashed open the guy's skull, to be honest, Lin Hao was also surprised. After opening the opponent's head, he found the bright red crystal core inside. The moment he saw the bright red crystal core, Lin Hao was intoxicated by the fragrance and swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Attributes, Lin Hao said to Gooden. Soon, Gooden adjusted Lin Hao's attributes. Host, Lin Hao. Level 5, 3500/62500. Title, Titan. Skills, Mind Control, 40/2500. Gene Family Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Strength, 28. Spirit, 50. Speed, 28. Stamina, 31. Evaluation, with such high attributes, you are just a beast. Road to Strengthening, 800/10,000. Psychic zombies are very useful to Lin Hao. He can directly increase his spiritual attributes by 2 points. This is an extra help when these 2 points are added to Lin Hao's spiritual attributes. Lin Hao's spiritual attributes directly break through 50. However, what Lin Hao did not expect was that the level 5 crystal core actually gave him 1,500 experience points. Do you think my attributes are invincible among the same level? At level 6, I can walk backwards. Lin Hao looked at his attributes and asked Gooden happily. Your attributes are indeed rare among the same level. Especially you have a few more skills than other zombies, which has increased your combat effectiveness. It seems that you are getting closer and closer to the Zombie King, Gooden exclaimed. I hope the day when I become the Zombie King will come soon, Lin Hao said with longing. When you really become the Zombie King, you will regret it. Gooden's voice was filled with a smirk. Why do you say that? Lin Hao asked curiously. However, no matter how Lin Hao asked, Gooden didn't speak, which scared Lin Hao to think that he had entered a fantasy again. Fortunately, Gooden stopped this guy's endless experiments in the end. This time, Lin Hao's visit to the hospital was very worthwhile. Not only did he find various medicine bottles for Jinzi, but he also got a level 5 spiritual crystal core, which made Lin Hao's strength increase again. Since Jinzi was injured and Jin Bebe was arrested, Lin Hao's mood has not been very good. Today, his mood has finally improved a little. Lin Hao really has to thank that guy. Without him, Lin Hao doesn't know how long he will worry. Lin Hao is happy here, but in a very ordinary small room not far from the city hospital. A bald man is silently looking at his bleeding arm. His entire arm was broken in a battle. He is a mutant zombie. According to the recovery speed of zombies, a broken arm should be able to recover quickly. But his arm has strangely not recovered yet. Next to this man stood a trembling man in a suit. If Lin Hao were here, he would be able to clearly see that this man in a suit was the one who had tempted him in the illusion just now. So Lu Dong is still dead? The mutant zombie with a broken arm asked. The man in a suit said, yes. That guy's mental strength is too strong. Not like an ordinary level 5 zombie at all. No matter how Lu Dong and I worked together to deal with him, we still couldn't kill him in the end. Moreover, we found a special magical power in his mind. And that power seemed to have been protecting that level 5 zombie. Haha. Very good. It's been a long time since such a powerful guy appeared in S City. If that guy is really level 5, we can consider letting him replace Lu Dong. What do you think? The mutant zombie with a broken arm asked the man in a suit. If Lin Hao saw the combination of these two people here, he would definitely be surprised. Because the man in a suit is actually a human. The autonomy of the level 5 zombie is very high. It seems that his IQ should be well developed. It's not easy to fool him. But I can try to persuade him. The man in the suit said with a very flattering smile. Yes. That little red flower has been getting more and more rampant recently. Boss Wang brought a group of people to deal with him. But he still escaped. The research at your human base is getting closer and closer to the end. If that Yi really succeeds in this experiment, the zombies in our S city will be in danger. Just like Boss Wang said, the zombie circle in our S city must be unified. Otherwise it may really be banned by you humans in the future. So, when can Yi Wentian be killed? The mutant zombie looked at the man in the suit viciously. That guy really can't be killed recently. The higher-ups are keeping a close eye on him. I've tried my best to rush back from the capital base, but I still can't do anything to him. Especially the guy named Ho Qingwei. He's been keeping a close eye on him recently. Based on the comparison of strength, I'm not Ho Qingwei's opponent. But Ho Qingwei is a lazy guy. He may not be willing to stay here for long. I believe he will fly back to the capital base soon. As soon as he leaves, I will do something to Yi Wentian. The man in the suit said viciously. Okay. You are the best secret agent we have planted among humans. I hope you perform well. When Boss Wang unifies the zombie circle in S City, you will definitely get some benefits. The mutant zombie with a broken arm said sullenly. Chapter 314. The man in the suit laughed happily, as if he had seen his future life. No matter what. First find a way to kill Yi Wentian quickly. Don't let him continue to experiment like this. Otherwise he might really develop weapons that threaten our zombies. Also, if possible, eliminate all the living forces in your base. The mutant zombie said the deafening words silently. The man in the suit not only did not have any disgust, but said very seriously, don't worry. The strongest mutant group in the survivor base of S City has died at the hands of that level 5 zombie. Now those guys in the base are just chickens and dogs. And it is very easy to deal with them. Do you know why it is so easy to solve your base now? Neither Boss Wang nor Little Red Flower took action. The mutant zombie asked the man in suit with a smile. Because you are all wary of each other. Neither side dares to act casually. The man in suit thought he answered a question smartly. But he was greeted with the disdainful eyes of the mutant zombie. Wrong. Very wrong. Because we don't even bother to destroy the survivor base. Your broken base is too weak. We don't even have the desire to destroy it. Boss Wong's target is Little Red Flower. And Little Red Flower's target is Boss Wong. Therefore, no one cares about the base. Which allows you to develop harmoniously until now. The mutant zombie said this arrogantly. And the suit man choked and didn't know what to say. However, what the suit man and the mutant zombie didn't expect was that it wouldn't be long before the human superpowers would usher in a big outbreak. And their levels would increase faster and faster. At that time, the world would be dominated by mutant zombies and superpowers. The suit man is a living example. He himself is a superpower. But his level is not high. Only level 3. But he has an amazing ability. Clone. His clones are not only physical, but also spiritual. He can go anywhere with his spiritual clone. But this spiritual clone can do anything on the physical level, which is very scary. In other words, this guy's clone can hit you with a brick in the real world. And if it can't beat you, it can get into your mind and disgust you. What a powerful skill. I'm almost leaving. If I leave for too long, people in the base will get suspicious. You know, humans. There are always discordant people in the team. And those people often like to look at people with a magnifying glass. The man in the suit said this very politely. He wanted to leave. The mutant zombie nodded casually. Then go ahead. If there is anything threatening us zombies in the base, remember to notify us at any time. By the way, give me the location of the level 5 zombie. Okay. But I have to look for it first to see where it is. I will notify you when I find it. After the man in the suit finished speaking, his figure gradually faded and disappeared in the small room. The mutant zombie looked at the man in the suit with some envy as he gradually disappeared. Obviously, he also liked this ability. Unfortunately, God is unfair. He can't give you what you want. Many things need to be fought for by yourself to really get them. Lin Hao returned to the Hummer with the cold medicine and began to look around. Fortunately, supermarkets are still very easy to find. Although the doomsday is getting more and more cruel, and the number of people is getting smaller and smaller. Everything is relative. The survivors have experienced the darkest period and finally adapted slowly. Not only have they adapted, but their immunity is also getting stronger and stronger. The food may be a little spoiled, but it does not affect their eating at all. But Lin Hao is not in a hurry. Jinzi will not starve to death if he doesn't eat for a while. After a while of selection, he found some chocolate and Snickers that can replenish energy. And then found some puff food that tastes quite good. With these things, Lin Hao started to rush back. Not all plots are bloody. Nor are all plots so heartbreaking. Some things are actually very plain. Lin Hao drove back to the place where Jinzi rested. Jinzi was lying in the room very obediently. He took the medicine and food that Lin Hao brought back and fell asleep again. Lin Hao looked at Jinzi who fell asleep again. But he couldn't sleep because he was a zombie and couldn't sleep at all. Moreover, it had been almost 48 hours since Jean Bebe was captured by them. What did Jean Bebe endure in these 48 hours? Lin Hao was going crazy thinking about this. But he didn't dare to leave casually, let alone abandon Jinzi here. Because he promised Jean Bebe. Looking at the gradually darkening sky outside, and looking at the sleeping Jinzi, Lin Hao felt that he should take action once. He couldn't do nothing. Otherwise he would be driven crazy. So are you going to attack the survivor base now? Gooden asked in Lin Hao's mind. What else? Are you going to leave Bebe alone in there without help? Lin Hao said. But it's obviously impossible for you to break in alone with your strength. You know, there are not only low-level mutants in that base, but also many biochemical people who have no emotions, no pain, no IQ, and only know how to kill. You may be able to deal with one biochemical person. But what about 10 or 20? This is a mission without any suspense. Gooden said incessantly. So what? You are here watching the gold in the middle of the night? Lin Hao questioned. Gooden seemed to have guessed that Lin Hao might be angry again. He was prepared and was not affected by Lin Hao's emotions. Instead, he said lightly, you should take a nap. Sleep? I'm a zombie. How can I sleep? Lin Hao said speechlessly. Then, Lin Hao paid the price for this sentence. Soon, Lin Hao felt surrounded by a drowsy feeling. Fuck. Gooden. You bastard. These were the last 7 words Lin Hao said before he fell asleep. And then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Gooden sighed and said, You are a living being after all. Even machines need to rest. Not to mention living beings. Only better rest can support a large number of battles. In S City, there will be no shortage of battles for you. Just as Gooden was about to remain silent, suddenly, a glowing figure floated in from the window. When this figure appeared, Gooden wanted to wake Lin Hao from his coma immediately. But after testing, Gooden found that this guy seemed to cause no harm to Lin Hao at all. And looking at this guy, it seems that he has some purpose for Lin Hao. And that purpose is definitely not to deal with Lin Hao. In this case, Gooden did not wake Lin Hao up. She wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. Chapter 315. The avatar of the man in suit was glowing, and it floated in from the window, looking very mysterious. In fact, these were just weak mental skills in Gooden's eyes. By enhancing his mental power, the brain waves could be formed outside the brain. And a formed brain wave can make any action on the physical level, and can also attack people on the mental level. When the brain wave has the desire to attack, Gooden can easily detect it. So he is not afraid that the man in front of him will cause any harm to Lin Hao, but instead begins to wonder what this man wants to do to Lin Hao. The man in the suit looked at Lin Hao with some curiosity, and said to himself, How powerful are you? You can actually fight all the members of Group C alone? If I had the skills of Yu Wentian, I would really like to open your brain to see if your crystal core is bigger than others. As he finished talking to himself, the whole body of the man in the suit gradually began to change into a mist. And then slowly, he went into Lin Hao's ear. Gooden knew that this was the brain wave returning to its most primitive form, and he was going to connect with Lin Hao's spirit. As for what would happen if someone else's brain waves were connected to Lin Hao's spirit, Gooden didn't know. The brain was still the most advanced place, so he couldn't know. But she was in Lin Hao's mind. Even if the brain waves of the man in the suit had a little bit of malice, Gooden would immediately wipe it out. In Lin Hao's brain, Gooden was God. At this moment, Lin Hao was swimming in his dream. He dreamed of his mother and his sister. His sister even threw herself on him, and acted like a spoiled child. Then his sister suddenly ran away in fear because she found out that she was a zombie. The scene changed. He saw Jean Bebe being dragged away by the group, and then suffering unimaginable torture in the base. Lin Hao was very angry. He wanted to pick up the alloy knife and rush to save Jean Bebe, but found that his knife had disappeared. It was obvious that Lin Hao was having a nightmare. Just when Lin Hao was about to explode, the man in a suit appeared beside Lin Hao. Don't worry, young man. You are in a dream now. Everything you see is fake, and all the scenery in front of you is also fake. The man in the suit said to Lin Hao. In a dream? I am in a dream. The moment this thought appeared in Lin Hao's mind, the whole scene in front of him collapsed, and everything came to a pure white world like milk. Who are you? Lin Hao asked. That's a pity. You are so forgetful at such a young age. Forget it. Anyway, we are not discussing who I am. I am asking if you are willing to join the zombie circle of S City? The man in the suit asked. The zombie circle in S City? What are you talking about? Who are you? Lin Hao's sharp eyes looked at the man in the suit again, and this sharp look always made the man in the suit tremble with fear. It doesn't matter. If you don't know who I am, then don't worry. I just came to give you a message. Someone may come to recruit you tomorrow. I hope you can think about this matter carefully. If there is nothing else, I will leave by myself. The man in the suit smiled flatteringly, and then disappeared in a flash. That person said I was dreaming? When he thought of himself dreaming again, Lin Hao's self-consciousness finally returned to his mind. And then he opened his eyes instantly. Everything was back, including the control of his body and his mental power. Lin Hao felt it was ridiculous. Really ridiculous. He hadn't dreamed or slept for such a long time, but he was already starting to get used to it. Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, looking at the sky outside, which was gradually turning pale, and Jean Z, who was still sleeping on the bed. I just had a strange dream. In a completely white space, there was a man in a suit. Oh, I remember that I met that man in a suit in the fantasy world yesterday. I dreamed of that man in a suit. He actually asked me if I wanted to join the zombie circle in S City. Lin Hao said self-deprecatingly. What did you say? Gooden asked. I didn't say anything. He left after we chatted for a few words. I didn't even react. This is really a strange dream. Do you think that guy came to discuss me in my dream? Lin Hao asked. No. What you saw in your dream was real. The man in the suit entered your mind, and then entered your dream along with your mental power, Gooden said silently. Lin Hao was silent when he heard the news, because he didn't expect that there was such a thing in the world. After that, Lin Hao was furious. So you knew about this? You knew about it, but you didn't tell me. And you let the other party enter my mind? Lin Hao questioned Gooden. Yeah. Anyway, the other party has no intention of hurting you, Gooden said, as a matter of course. What if the other party wants to kill me? Damn. Your system is really unreliable. Other systems don't say that they help the host in everything, but at least they will notify the host when they encounter danger. You are so good. You let others enter my mind without saying a word. Lin Hao complained about his anxiety. Okay. Stop hesitating like a woman. Are you in trouble? Are you dead? Gooden also didn't give Lin Hao a good tone. What's wrong? Just then, a weak voice sounded, and it seemed that Jinzi woke up. Lin Hao kept that ferocious expression, which made Jinzi feel strange and scared. Anyone who just woke up and opened his eyes and saw the first person looking at him with that ferocious expression would be scared. Looking at Jinzi's star-like eyes, these eyes were the same as Jin Bei's, shining and dazzling. Lin Hao's ferocious expression disappeared immediately. With a smile, really as if he was talking to his little brother. It's okay. You go to sleep. I'm not sleepy anymore, Jinzi said speechlessly. He had been sleeping for such a long time. It was impossible for him to sleep in this situation. Can you move? Lin Hao asked Jinzi. I feel fine. My chest still hurts a little, Jinzi said. It will definitely hurt a little after the wound has just recovered. It will be fine after getting used to it, Gooden said in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao looked at Jinzi and said distressfully, Okay. If you can't move, don't move casually. Just lie down. The food is all around you. Tell me what you want to eat, and I go out and find it for you. I don't want to eat anything. I just want to know how my sister is doing, Jinzi said in a low voice. Lin Hao also stopped talking for a moment, just sitting on the sofa, staring at the ground silently. At this time, Gooden suddenly said, Don't say I didn't remind you. High-level crystal core energy was detected downstairs, and it seems that the other party is coming for you. Chapter 316. Hearing Gooden's warning, Lin Hao hurriedly stood up, opened the curtain beside him, and looked down. When Lin Hao saw the scene below, he felt his scalp begin to numb. He hurriedly pulled the curtain again, and then said to Jinzi, Remember, don't make any movement before I come back. Any movement. Understand? Jinzi nodded very sensibly. His sister believed in Lin Hao, and he felt that he should believe in Lin Hao too. Lin Hao opened the door, locked it tightly, and walked down. Just now, Lin Hao saw a shocking scene below. A mutant zombie who seemed to be the leader stood in the front, followed by hundreds of ordinary zombies. They looked aggressive and didn't know what they were going to do. Lin Hao tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened and went downstairs, then walked out of the door and walked to the side as if he didn't see them. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see that I have been waiting for you here for a long time? The mutant zombie with a broken arm said directly to Lin Hao. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't dodge this time. Gooden. Data. Lin Hao had already said to Gooden before turning around. When Lin Hao turned around, Gooden had already retrieved the data of the guy in front of him. Name, Qin Liang. Level, level 6. Title, Commander. Skill, Iron Fist. Strength, 55. Spirit, 30. Speed, 30. Stamina, 35. Evaluation, normal attributes. So his attributes are normal. And mine are beast? Lin Hao looked at this attribute speechlessly, and then compared it with his own attributes. What is the probability that I can defeat him? Lin Hao asked Gooden again. Your strength and speed attributes can be maintained for about 5 minutes when the skill is activated. After activation, the values of these two attributes are both 56 points. The possibility of defeating him is very high, but the possibility of killing him is not high. Gooden analyzed the current situation in great detail, and then slowly said to Lin Hao, That means I have the ability to defeat him, and I don't have to be afraid of him. Right? Lin Hao asked again. That's right, Gooden said directly. Boy, I'm calling you. Didn't you hear me? Qin Liang came to Lin Hao very angrily, and said condescendingly. Qin Liang is a very tall man, and with his flat hair, He looks exactly like a Westerner who likes to shave his head. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? I think you should know why I'm bothering you. The bald man then asked angrily. Should I know? Why? Lin Hao asked honestly. Qin Liang said fiercely. You are still pretending to be ignorant. You killed my subordinate Lu Dong. Oh, you said that old man is called Lu Dong? Lin Hao suddenly realized. Sure enough. I knew it was you. Qin Liang said confidently. In that case, you should know why I came here. Now, I will give you two options. One is to pay for Lu Dong's life. After all, you killed him. There is another one, which is to take over his position as my subordinate. So you choose one. Qin Liang was full of confidence. He thought that this attack was very appropriate, showing both his strong side and his generous side. If it were him, he would definitely be convinced by his words. However, Lin Hao looked into his eyes and suddenly asked a particularly interesting question. Do you know what you were doing yesterday? Lin Hao asked. Qin Liang didn't react for a while and asked in confusion, What did I do yesterday? I was recovering from my injuries yesterday. Didn't you see my injuries? Qin Liang pointed at the arm that was missing. That arm had no signs of growth. But Qin Liang did not seem to be in a hurry at all, as if he knew that his arm would definitely grow back. Very good. Then think about it. What were you doing a week ago? Lin Hao continued to ask. Boy, are you kidding me? Now I'm asking you. Tell me now. Are you willing to join us? Qin Liang said angrily. And Lin Hao didn't fall into the routine he had set, which made Qin Liang feel very embarrassed. Okay. I agree to join you. This is a good thing for me. Why don't you agree? Lin Hao asked back. This question made Qin Liang stunned again. He didn't expect Lin Hao to agree so readily. Okay. Now I agree to you. I am your little brother. If I have questions, you should answer them. Now, tell me, what were you doing a week ago? Lin Hao asked gently and carefully, as if he was a psychologist facing a sensitive child. Qin Liang would not be so obedient and fall into Lin Hao's trap. He asked back, Why should I answer you? As long as you answer my questions, you will know something very magical. Lin Hao laughed, like a little fox laughing at the crow holding a piece of meat in the tree. I was helping our boss fight those zombies a week ago. Qin Liang thought for a while before speaking carefully. What about a month ago? Lin Hao laughed even more sinisterly. Unfortunately, Qin Liang's thoughts had completely followed Lin Hao's at this time, so he didn't care about the evil smile on Lin Hao's mouth. Qin Liang was thinking, and he thought for a long time. A month ago, Qin Liang was level 5, and his IQ had fully developed, so he had complete memories at that time. After thinking for a long time, he said, I can't tell the specific time and events a month ago, but I can roughly remember that it was the day when I fought a zombie. He was as strong as me. The battle was quite intense, and I was finally level 6. Very good. You have a good memory. I like to talk to bosses with good memory. The second to last question is, 3 months ago, on a random day, do you remember what you were doing? Lin Hao laughed even more happily, because he had seen Qin Liang's expression begin to twist. Qin Liang said uncertainly, I met many humans while shopping and fighting. Some of them I can't remember, because it was too long ago. If anyone is suddenly asked what you were doing 3 months ago, I'm afraid no one can answer it. Even if you were asked what you were doing a week, you probably can't answer it. So it's normal that Qin Liang can't answer this question completely. Lin Hao guessed that this guy was probably at the level of level 3 3 months ago. And level 3 zombies are almost the same as normal zombies, except that they can't speak fluently. So, Lin Hao threw out the last question. A heavy question. What were you doing 6 months ago? It is now the 8th month of the apocalypse, and half a year will have passed soon. But Lin Hao believes that this guy must have been in a second-level zombie state 6 months ago. In that state, he was completely chaotic and had no IQ, so he couldn't answer it at all. Sure enough, Qin Liang fell into thought, and he began to think about what he was doing 6 months ago. Chapter 317. What was I doing 6 months ago? What was I doing 6 months ago? Qin Liang silently repeated this sentence. At this moment, Qin Liang actually looked a little silly, which made Lin Hao feel incredible. Do you know what language we use to talk? Lin Hao then asked with a smirk. Language? What language? What we say? Chinese. Right? Qin Liang said uncertainly. Ever since seeing the fat man buy both and clinking glasses when drinking, Lin Hao has been guessing that although some mutant zombies may have forgotten their memories before becoming zombies, some subconscious that has been engraved into their bones should not be forgotten. Even though he had been destroyed by the zombies' crystal cores and had no memory of his past life, his IQ gradually improved, and he could still say what he used to say, and he could do some of the little movements he used to do. But when you ask these zombies who have no memory of their past, do you think they can answer? Obviously. Qin Liang looked rough, but he was actually a careful person. When Lin Hao laid these questions in front of him one by one, he finally began to look bitter. It should be innate. Qin Liang gave an uncertain answer. Really? Do you know English? Innate? This excuse is pretty good. So, I have forgotten what I was doing 6 months ago. And I have also forgotten how I learned to speak. Right? Qin Liang asked Lin Hao bitterly. Don't worry about how you learned to speak. And don't worry about what you were doing 6 months ago. Tell me some of the things you remember most vividly a year ago. Lin Hao touched his nose and said, 1 year ago. 1 year ago. Qin Liang began to be silent, and his eyes began to become dull. He stared blankly ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Hao subconsciously touched the alloy knife on his waist. This was a level 6 zombie. If he could succeed in one strike, a level 6 crystal core would be of great help to him. Lin Hao was really anxious. He was wondering whether he should do it. Obviously, even Gooden couldn't say anything about this matter. He could only rely on Lin Hao's own judgment. Qin Liang still stood in front of him blankly, thinking about what he might have done a year ago. At the same time, some subconscious fragments began to appear in his mind. Qin Liang, who had forgotten the pain, actually covered his head at this moment, because he suddenly thought of something very long ago. So long ago that it seemed like a dream. At this moment, seeing Qin Liang in such pain, Lin Hao knew his time had come. This was a level 6 zombie, and he could not control himself. The alloy knife in his hand immediately slashed at Qin Liang very quickly like a dragon emerging from the sea. Lin Hao thought he was safe this time. Even when he raised the knife, Qin Liang had not reacted yet. He was still recalling the memory fragments in his mind and wanted to connect them together. But no matter how he tried, the memory fragments could not be connected. There was only a little child in the memory fragments, and the child was chanting A. O. E. Suddenly, the wild consciousness from the zombies reminded him that he was about to face danger. Qin Liang raised his head in surprise, and then looked at Lin Hao, who was crazy at the moment. In shock, he subconsciously stretched out his right hand to block Lin Hao's knife. But when he raised his hand, he found that his right hand was only a piece of his arm. From this angle, he could not defend against Lin Hao's knife at all. In desperation, he could only raise his arm high. Fortunately, more than 30 points of physical strength gave Qin Liang a very strong defense. And Lin Hao's first move of the Jin family overlord sword finally only embedded in Qin Liang's arm. After Qin Liang reacted, he said angrily, "Boy, you dare to attack me." Qin Liang didn't even think about it, and the skill Iron Fist was activated. Suddenly, his remaining left hand began to metallize, and then he punched towards Lin Hao at an extremely fast speed. Lin Hao admitted that this guy's fist speed was indeed very fast. Even if Lin Hao turned on the speed bonus, he didn't think his fist was faster than this guy. But this guy had a flaw, and his flaw was also very simple. That is, he only had one fist left. No matter how fast a fist is, how fast can he be? Lin Hao just turned on his strength bonus. But at this moment, he was able to calmly dodge Qin Liang's fist. After Qin Liang's fist swung, the knife in Lin Hao's hand would immediately strike back like a venomous snake that would take revenge for any flaws. Gradually, the battle between the two of them was actually that Lin Hao began to gain the upper hand. Qin Liang guessed that Lin Hao might be very difficult to deal with, which was why he brought so many younger brothers with him. One to fill the scene, and the other in case Lin Hao did not agree to join his side. He could only let Lin Hao become a part of the crystal core in his head. But Qin Liang's combat power must have decreased a lot because of the loss of his right arm. So he brought so many ordinary zombies, hoping that they could help him in the battle. Qin Liang never expected that these zombies would really help him. When Lin Hao was about to chop his head with another knife, Qin Liang rolled on the ground shamelessly, then waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Come on! Bite him to death." Why can Qin Liang become a level 6 zombie? Because he is smart enough and knows how to judge the situation. He knows that he can never be Lin Hao's opponent in his current state. He has already discovered that Lin Hao is very strong and incredibly strong during the fight just now. But the man in the suit clearly told him that Lin Hao is a spiritual zombie. How can he be so strong in physical fitness? Could it be that the man in the suit was lying to him? This made Qin Liang think about this aspect. Especially when he saw Lin Hao chopping zombies, like chopping melons and vegetables. Qin Liang knew that he might have no chance today. So he turned around and ran, not caring about the hundreds of zombies behind him. When Qin Liang left, Qin Liang's mental pressure also left the minds of these hundreds of zombies. When these hundreds of zombies regained their freedom, they would naturally not be stupid enough to continue fighting with Lin Hao. They also cherished their lives. But Qin Liang left. Lin Hao was still there. And Lin Hao also lacked his own men. So Lin Hao used his level of pressure to control these zombies without thinking. As long as his pressure was imprinted in their minds, these zombies would not be controlled by other mutant zombies again unless Lin Hao lifted the pressure in their minds. Looking at the hundreds of zombies in front of him, who were once again controlled by Lin Hao's pressure, Lin Hao was in a good mood. Because he suddenly found that since he reached level 5, although his mental control skills had not been upgraded, his mental power could already cover a radius of 100 meters. And the hundreds of zombies in front of him also successfully became Lin Hao's followers. With these zombies, even if Qin Liang came to the door again, Lin Hao would not be so passive. Chapter 318. Qin Liang left Lin Hao's territory with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and walked towards his own territory. As he walked, he began to recall Lin Hao's questions. Those questions were like a magic sound, and they kept echoing in Qin Liang's mind. When Qin Liang returned to his own territory, his subordinates, several level 5 zombies, and level 4 zombies began to approach him. "Boss, where is the new member?" a zombie asked. These zombies seemed not to be able to read people's expressions. They could not see Qin Liang's gray face at the moment. So they asked Qin Liang directly. But when Qin Liang saw these zombies, he thought of Lin Hao's question again. Qin Liang did not keep them in suspense, but asked them directly, "Do you still have memories of half a year ago? Can you remember what you did half a year ago? Even one thing that you remember vividly will do." Qin Liang did not seem to want to ask a question, but more like he was desperate and wanted to get some hope from others. However, sometimes some things are so desperate. Several zombies shook their heads and said, "I don't know. I can't remember it. Who can still remember what happened half a year ago?" Obviously, these zombies don't get the real point of this problem. Qin Liang ignored his subordinates and began to find a place to sit down casually, immersed in his memories. His memories were full of scattered fragments, including babies learning to speak, beautiful women, and kind-looking old people. Qin Liang began to be afraid. He was a zombie. He was a cannibal. How could there be humans in his memories? No, this was not scientific. So Qin Liang continued to recall what happened half a year ago, or a year ago, or even a few years ago. No matter how Qin Liang pieced together those memory fragments, he could never put together a complete story. When a savage finally began to have self-awareness, and finally began to learn to think, he might think about what convenient way to open the walnut in his hand without damaging the flesh inside, and then began to think about what is better than walnuts. When one day, he stood on the boulder, looking at the magnificent scenery below the boulder, looking at the lush mountains and forests, looking at the sun and moon above his head. Would he have such a question? Where did all these things come from? Where does the sun come from? Where does the forest come from? Where does the moon come from? When these questions began to escalate, they came to themselves, such as, where do I come from? Who am I? The savage began to be afraid. Since he learned to think, he felt afraid for the first time. The reason for his fear was that he didn't know where he came from. The frightened savage began to ask other savages. But the other savages could only look at him with "What are you doing?" to express their ignorance. Obviously, they can communicate with each other. Even if they don't use language to communicate, they should be able to understand what they say and their own questions. But why aren't they afraid? Isn't this thing worth being afraid of? We don't even know why we exist. Isn't this thing worth being afraid of? The savage asked other savages. But all he got was bored and disdainful looks. So the savage shut up and started thinking for himself. He was thinking about why he existed and who he was. So, who am I? Qin Liang looked up at the sky. A cloud passed by, and it was about to rain. Zombies don't care whether it rains or not. For them, what does it matter whether it rains or not? Ordinary zombies think about how to fill their stomachs, while mutant zombies think about the enemy's crystal core or their own crystal core. Jean Leon looked at his men. Each of them looked at each other coldly like ice, then quarreled with each other, and then looked at each other with sharp eyes. If he hadn't been the boss, his men would have fought long ago. If there hadn't been Boss Wang, would I have fought with that guy too? Jean Leon laughed at himself. When his men began to disperse, the man in the suit appeared in front of Jean Leon again. You're here? Jean Leon glanced at the man in the suit, then turned his head weakly to continue thinking about his own problems. I'm here. How is it? Did you recruit that zombie? That zombie is very powerful. If you can't recruit it, you can't let that group of zombies recruit it even if you kill it, the man in the suit said viciously. I've tried, but I haven't fought him. That guy is really powerful. I'm not his opponent right now, Jean Leon said with some boredom. Although the man in the suit felt that Jean Liang's condition was a little strange, he didn't think too much about it. After all, Jean Leon was a zombie, and he was a human. How could he know what a zombie was thinking? However, after hearing what Jean Leon said, the man in the suit couldn't help but open his mouth and said in surprise, You said you are not his opponent? Yes. Is it strange? My skills are related to my hands, but now I only have my left hand. Jean Leon looked very disappointed. What are you going to do? That level 5 zombie must be dealt with. Otherwise he will threaten the survivor base. You know the survivor base is very important now, and it can't be destroyed easily. The man in the suit was a little anxious. Obviously he knew Lin Hao's true identity. Okay. I know. I will send my 4 men down there. Let them go together. They are at the same level as that guy and can definitely deal with him, Jean Leon said perfunctorily. The man in the suit came here to ask him about Lin Hao's problem. Now that the problem was solved, the man in the suit was ready to leave. As a result, Jean Leon suddenly stopped him before he left. What were you doing yesterday? Jean Leon suddenly asked. The man in the suit was asked without a clue, and answered casually, Didn't I help you deal with that level 5 zombie yesterday? What can I do? Then what were you doing a week ago? Jean Leon asked again. Although the man in the suit didn't know what Jean Leon wanted to do, he still said bluntly, I was at the base. And I was at the base that day. What about 3 months ago? The base was breached by zombies, and I was building the base. What about 6 months ago? At that time, the base had just been built, and I was managing daily affairs, the man in the suit said, stroking his mustache. What about a year ago? You don't need to go into too much detail. Just tell me one thing that impressed you. Any one thing? Jean Leon asked eagerly with hope. The man in the suit obviously began to recall. A year ago, I was still the secretary of S City at that time, and I was so high-spirited at that time. Unfortunately, the end of the world came 8 months ago, and the zombie virus turned people into man-eating monsters. So why are you asking these questions? Jean Leon said calmly, Nothing. Just curiosity. Nothing else. You can leave. The man in the suit left, leaving Jean Leon alone as a zombie. A shock zombie. Chapter 319. Since Jean Leon came with a large group of zombies, Lin Hao began to pay attention to the surroundings. The bored Jean Z could only lie on the bed because he could not help at all. Jean Z might feel that he was useless, so he seemed very depressed. Lin Hao comforted him and chatted with him, and then focused on the zombies he controlled below. Mental pressure and mental control are two different concepts. Mental pressure is a natural feature of high-level zombies. With this, ordinary zombies can be commanded to help. At this time, the mental pressure of other high-level zombies cannot be inserted. These zombies can only be controlled by the first zombie, and mental control is Lin Hao's special skill. After Lin Hao's unremitting practice, he finally increased the number of zombies he can control to 20. Note that the control here refers to complete control, just like controlling oneself. Now, Lin Hao is using nerve control to control a small zombie below, and uses this zombie to start sentry. Sure enough, not long after, a pressure approached, which was a pressure of nearly level 4 zombies. Now, even if Lin Hao does not have Gooden, he can roughly see the opponent's level. As long as the opponent's level is not as high as his own, he can basically see it. The level 4 zombie is a whole level lower than Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao is in the body of an ordinary zombie at this moment, he can see the opponent's level at a glance. Lin Hao quietly opened the curtains upstairs and took a look at the zombie silently. And then Gooden's mental panel was already called up. Name, Lu Xiaoning. Level 4. Title, Mother. Skills, Hardness. Strength, 28. Spirit, 20. Speed, 20. Physical, 40. Rating, Hard as Iron. When Lin Hao saw this zombie, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that this zombie was actually a defensive zombie. For defensive zombies, Lin Hao was really speechless. Even though he was invincible at the same level, he had no way to deal with defensive zombies. At this moment, when Lin Hao saw a level 4 defensive zombie appear in front of him again, Lin Hao suddenly had some thoughts. He wanted to try how powerful a level 4 defensive zombie was. Lin Hao still remembered the battle with Pangan when he was level 3. Obviously, they were both one level apart. It was easy for him to beat Qin Liang at level 5. But he was almost killed instantly by Pangan at level 3. Now, he finally saw a level 4 defensive zombie again. And Lin Hao was very excited. He controlled the ordinary zombie and watched from a distance as the zombie began to approach. So he suddenly controlled 20 ordinary zombies to rush towards the level 4 defensive zombie. Lu Xiaoning was very unlucky. He was very comfortable as the king of the mountain. But suddenly, he was called by his boss. Who is his boss? His boss is Dou Wahai, a level 5 speed zombie who controls him. And his boss's boss is Qin Liang. It is said that the boss's boss was defeated by a level 5 zombie. And he actually asked himself and others to help him get back. When Lu Xiaoning heard the news, he was surprised and shocked. Not only him, but his boss was also shocked. I heard that a younger brother was bullied and brought his boss to find a fight. But I have never heard of a boss being bullied and asking his younger brother to help him find a fight. If Qin Liang was in front of him, he would definitely complain, "Are you sure you are a boss like this?" In fact, Lu Xiaoning could only think about it in his heart and why. If Qin Liang was really by his side, he would not dare to say so. Unless he was desperate. As a level 4 zombie, he is in an awkward position. When the mutant zombies reach level 5, the crystal cores of zombies below level 4 are of little use to them. When they reach level 6, the bonus of level 4 crystal cores to level 6 zombies is even less. Just like Lin Hao at level 4 holding a level 2 crystal core. So, to be honest, a level 4 zombie like him is quite powerful. But if he is really slapped to death by a big boss, absolutely no zombie will care. If he dies, he dies. The crystal cores are like snacks given to real big bosses, and real big bosses may not want them. Therefore, Lu Xiaoning is very clear about his position. He is just a scout, to see how powerful the zombie who defeated his boss is, and then let the bosses study how to deal with this level 5 zombie. After that, he basically has nothing to do, and he can go back to his own territory and be a monkey. Lu Xiaoning walks in a twisting way. If he has a gong and a mallet in his hand, he can really sing a line. The king asked me to come, but the style is wrong. Lu Xiaoning walks more carefully. The fact that he can survive the apocalypse as a high-level zombie is not unrelated to having a good brain. The other party was a zombie who could defeat his boss's boss. If he was discovered, wouldn't he be eaten alive by the other party? So when he approached the building where Lin Hao was, he began to observe carefully and slowly approached. To be honest, Lu Xiaoning was able to survive for so long in the Doomsday. In addition to his wretched personality, it must be due to his strong defense. I saw him hunch his whole body up, and he had no doubt that if there was a hole next to him, he would jump down without hesitation. However, even though he was so low-key, Lu Xiaoning still left an unexpected situation. When he found nearly 20 ordinary zombies rushing towards him, he was scared at first. He was worried that the reason these ordinary zombies rushed towards him was because Lin Hao appeared. He wanted to turn around and run, but the pressure in his mind told him not to run. Go fight and test the bottom of the level 5 zombie. Lu Xiaoning could only sigh helplessly. Since their boss had said not to let him run, he would definitely not be able to run. Once he really ran, he might not be far from death. If he stayed and fought, he might be able to hold on with his body's defense. Once Lu Xiaoning had let go of his thoughts, he began to move forward. Never underestimate the combat power of a defensive mutant zombie. Their combat power is often like that of a restricted center on a basketball court. They can dominate the game, and a strong defensive zombie can even influence the outcome of a battle. Lu Xiaoning waved his fists, and his strong and powerful fists hit the ordinary zombies on the head. Lu Xiaoning could see that these guys were ordinary zombies. So he didn't care at all. He thought that this punch would definitely take the life of an ordinary zombie. But another unexpected thing happened. The ordinary zombie in front of him actually smiled, bent down, and hugged Lu Xiaoning's thighs. And at the same time, the zombie had dodged Lu Xiaoning's punch. Not only one ordinary zombie, but most of the ordinary zombies began to consciously avoid Lu Xiaoning's attack. Lu Xiaoning watched helplessly as he was lifted up from the ground by a group of ordinary zombies. At this moment, he almost despaired. Chapter 320. The feeling of having no place to use your strength is really hopeless. Xiao Xiang looked at Dou Wenhai with some amusement. Where did you find this level 4 idiot? Are you sure his fighting ability is still strong? Dou Wenhai said bluntly. You are afraid that even if you are one level higher than him, you may not be his opponent. I have fought with that guy. His strength is really strong. But unfortunately, he is a little timid, and can hardly achieve anything great. Dou Wenhai's face was also full of helplessness. He knew how amazing the strength of his subordinate was. He wanted to train him well. But unfortunately, his subordinate was too cowardly, and was now lifted up by a few ordinary zombies. Xiao Xiang said, forget it. A level 4 crystal core is still a crystal core. It's a waste not to eat it. If you don't want it, I take it. Faced with Xiao Xiang's blunt words, Dou Wenhai was very uncomfortable. If he had the chance, he felt that he would definitely take this guy's crystal core out of his brain. But now the three of them must not fight among themselves, because they came here with a unified goal. If they fail to complete the boss's task, they will all be scolded when they go back. So what should we do now? Should we go out to help your men? Gong Zihong, who had been standing next to the three people without saying much, asked. Dou Wenhai said, take another look. Those zombies are ordinary zombies. They won't cause any harm to him. Just as Dou Wenhai said, these zombies are ordinary zombies. After a panic, Lu Xiaoning finally reacted. He hurriedly broke his fist from the hands of these ordinary zombies, and then hit them hard with his fists. Sure enough, in just a few seconds, several ordinary zombies were knocked limp by his fists. And Lu Xiaoning's feet were also kicking hard. Even if these ordinary zombies were controlled by Lin Hao himself, he couldn't have skillfully controlled 20 zombies to dodge at will. After all, some zombies were accidentally beaten by Lu Xiaoning. When Lu Xiaoning finally got down to earth, he also found that these ordinary zombies seemed nothing to be afraid of. So he began to attack these zombies in anger. After Lin Hao's mental power was selected, he simply chose a zombie that looked stronger, and then released the control of the other zombies. When the zombies saw Lu Xiaoning, the great killer, they scattered one by one, leaving only the zombie controlled by Lin Hao standing there. Asshole. An ordinary zombie actually looked down on me? Why do you think you can? Lu Xiaoning yelled and rushed forward, then swung his fist at the ordinary zombie. Lin Hao was already trying his best to resist, but he found that his physical fitness and reaction were completely unable to withstand Lu Xiaoning's fist. With just one punch, Lin Hao was already beaten to the side of the road by Lu Xiaoning. And this was when Lin Hao was consciously dodging. Fortunately, the zombies can't feel pain. Judging from the extent of the fall, it must be a serious one. Fuck. When did you ordinary zombies become so arrogant? Fuck you. Lu Xiaoning walked towards Lin Hao while swearing. The zombie controlled by Lin Hao was too weird. His attention was completely attracted by this weird ordinary zombie. So he decided to beat this guy to be not so weird. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. The main reason was that the zombies just now scattered, leaving only the one in front of him. And Lu Xiaoning could only put all his resentment on this zombie. Lin Hao would not be stupid enough to let him hit him. After seeing Lu Xiaoning approaching, Lin Hao casually picked up a brick and threw it at Lu Xiaoning. Lin Hao's action aroused Lu Xiaoning's anger. Although Lu Xiaoning was fine after being hit by the brick, he, a level 4 zombie, was actually attacked by an ordinary zombie with a brick. And there were 3 big guys behind him silently watching him. This was a very shameful thing in itself. So he was very angry. At the same time, Xiao Xiang, one of the big guys behind Lu Xiaoning, said, forget it. Wait until this matter is settled and quickly kill this idiot for me. It's too stupid. An ordinary zombie would dodge his attack, hit him with a brick, and even cooperate to lift him up from the ground. But he didn't notice anything? Even a pig can see that there is something wrong with this matter. Right? Dou Wenhai stopped talking. He was also thinking whether it was useful to focus on training this guy. It would not be a big deal if someone with such an IQ could use him as a gun in the future. What if the muzzle of the gun hit him? But the angry Lu Xiaoning had no awareness of this at the moment. He only knew that the ordinary zombie in front of him had lost his face. And the bosses behind him were watching. He had to get this face back. So he had to kill the ordinary zombie in front of him. Lin Hao saw Lu Xiaoning gradually approaching. So he hurriedly got up and ran. But Lin Hao's body was just an ordinary zombie body. Not to mention that all the attributes were completely defeated. There was no comparison with Lu Xiaoning at all. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Xiaoning had successfully caught up with Lin Hao. When Lu Xiaoning was about to catch Lin Hao with one hand, Lin Hao suddenly stopped and turned around, running in the opposite direction. Lu Xiaoning screamed in anger and quickly caught up with him. Now Lin Hao began to experiment with a certain idea in his mind. Ordinary zombies are supposed to have the same physical fitness as normal humans. Then, Lin Hao wanted to try if he was an ordinary person and could escape from a level 4 defensive zombie. However, the result of the experiment was cruel. Lin Hao had a very calm mentality. For him, a level 4 zombie was nothing. Even if he was in the body of an ordinary zombie, he would not be afraid of a level 4 zombie. So, when Lu Xiaoning caught up with him again, he was able to calmly dodge left and right, and was able to try every means to escape from Lu Xiaoning's hands. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Hao was forced to escape behind a sycamore tree. Lu Xiaoning naturally chased after him reluctantly. In the more than 10 minutes that Lin Hao had been playing with him, he had already had an irreconcilable hatred with Lin Hao. When he found that Lin Hao wanted to hide behind the sycamore tree and play hide-and-seek with him, Lu Xiaoning didn't think twice and punched the tree hard. Seeing that this sycamore tree, which was so big that one person could not hug it, was actually knocked down by Lu Xiaoning alive. Lin Hao was still surprised for a moment. At this moment of surprise, Lu Xiaoning's fist hit Lin Hao again. Lin Hao had already made a move in his mind. But unfortunately, his body could not keep up, and he could only watch the fist hit his head. In an instant, an explosion sounded, and blood and brain matter began to scatter around. Lin Hao rubbed his head. The feeling just now was too real, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He also understood how difficult it was for ordinary people to escape from the hands of mutant zombies. He couldn't escape even in such a calm situation, let alone those panicked ordinary people. Lin Hao stood up from the sofa, touched Jinzi's little head, and then started to go downstairs. Chapter 321. Lu Xiaoning never realized that his performance had entered the blacklist of several big men, and he was even complacent that he had finally regained his face. Xiao Ziang looked at Dou Wahai, and Dou Wahai nodded and said, "Okay. Okay. Stop talking. I understand. The 3 level 5 zombies are still waiting here silently, waiting for the real boss to appear. Lu Xiaoning is still showing off in front of the ordinary zombie that he shot in the head, showing his strength. But the more he behaves like this, the more Dou Wahai shakes his head." Xiao Ziang has been laughing secretly, including Gong Zihong, who rarely talks, is also laughing. It appeared Xiao Ziang suddenly said, "Xiao Ziang is a spiritual zombie. Yes, this will be the second spiritual zombie of the same level that Lin Hao has met." Xiao Ziang, who is more sensitive, felt a very strong spiritual fluctuation after Lin Hao stepped into the first floor. He knew that the person appeared at the 10 o'clock direction, about 30 meters away. High-level energy fluctuations were detected. There are 3 zombies in total, and the level of the 3 zombies is 5. Gooden said silently in Lin Hao's heart. "What is the chance of defeating them?" Lin Hao asked again. "Less than 5 levels." Gooden gave his own calculation results very scientifically. "So there is hope?" Lin Hao asked suddenly. "What do you want to do? Why take the risk?" Gooden was very puzzled. "Do you know how much I want to become stronger now? I must become stronger. And I must become stronger in a short time. Otherwise, how can I save Jean Bebe?" Lin Hao said firmly, facing the tough Lin Hao. Gooden didn't know what to say, and finally could only say, "I will give you the greatest help. Don't die. Those are 3 level 5 zombies. Don't worry. I'm fearless." Lin Hao wanted to laugh loudly, so he laughed. When Lu Xiaoning heard the laughter, he felt strange. Who is this? Can't he see that I just solved a very difficult zombie? Can't he see that I'm very powerful? Smiling at me at this time. When Lu Xiaoning turned his head, he saw Lin Hao, and the pressure of his level was very obvious. Lu Xiaoning knew that Lin Hao's level was higher than his, but he couldn't retreat, because his boss told him that his fighting ability was actually very strong. So strong that he could fight against level 5 zombies. But he was too cowardly. He didn't dare to retreat. If he ran away now, he wouldn't be able to leave S City alive today. So at this moment, even though he knew his level was lower than Lin Hao's, he was ready to fight. He always had dreams. What if he won? He had a good attitude. But unfortunately, he was a little overconfident. Because he couldn't be Lin Hao's opponent. Especially since he didn't know Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was already familiar with him. Lin Hao took out his alloy knife and began to gather strength. After Lin Hao learned the Jin family's tyrant knife, he found that he might be inseparable from this skill in his life. This skill seemed to be tailor-made for him, and was invincible. Lin Hao knew how strong the defensive zombies were. But he didn't know how powerful the Jin family sword would be when his power bonus was turned on. So, Lin Hao was ready to give it a try. Jin family sword first style. Lin Hao began to approach Lu Xiaoning. At this moment, Lin Hao's actions not only made Lu Xiaoning feel a little strange, but also made those level 5 zombies hiding on the side feel strange. What is that guy doing? Why is he swinging a sword so far away from Lu Xiaoning? Douahai asked. Douahai knew that Xiao Xiang was a mental zombie. And the target they were going to deal with was also a mental zombie. So Douahai felt that Xiao Xiang should know what Lin Hao was doing. But he found that Xiao Xiang was also confused. Wait and see. Is this guy a psychopath? Xiao Xiang muttered to himself strangely. Is this guy really a psychopath? Lu Xiaoning thought happily. If this guy is really a psychopath, then Lu Xiaoning will be full of confidence in himself. It's just dealing with a psychopath. Isn't it that difficult? Psycho. Watch my fist. Lu Xiaoning, with his confidence swollen, rushed towards Lin Hao with his fist raised. Lin Hao silently calculated the distance. The opponent's speed was too slow, and he would definitely make it in time. Lin Hao silently calculated the second knife, the third knife, the fourth knife. Slow is only relative. In fact, Lu Xiaoning's speed is not slow. But for Lin Hao, he is too slow. Lu Xiaoning looked at Lin Hao, who was calm at the moment. In his opinion, Lin Hao's calm expression was actually the same as being confused. He thought Lin Hao was afraid. So he swung his fist in a very arrogant manner. When Lu Xiaoning swung his fist, Lin Hao's Jinjiao Ba Dao finally swung the seventh sword. The eighth sword. Let me see how powerful you are, Lin Hao said silently. Lin Hao did not activate the strength bonus. He thought that it was not necessary to deal with this level 4 zombie. He knew that there would be 3 more difficult opponents next. And his strength bonus needed a cooling time. So he could not use it casually. When Lin Hao was about to swing the 8th knife, his legs were bent into a horse stance. And the power of his waist drove the power of his 2 arms as he twisted. And he chopped towards Lu Xiaoning like a force to split Mount Hua. The speed of this knife was too fast. And the power was too strong. When Lu Xiaoning felt something was wrong, it was too late. After all, he was a stage ahead of Lin Hao in attributes. And it was impossible for him to dodge this knife. Lu Xiaoning could only watch Lin Hao's knife slashing towards his head. But he did not move. His only movement was that his pupils suddenly widened. And that was a look of fear and despair. With a slash of his sword, Lin Hao slashed Lu Xiaoning's head fiercely. And then the sword continued to move downwards, until it came out from between Lu Xiaoning's legs. And Lu Xiaoning was actually cut in half by this sword. Looking at the body cut in half, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his sword was not rusty after all. And his strength was not too weak after all. But when Lin Hao completed his action, the 3 zombies, who were watching Lin Hao swinging his sword from behind, were frightened. Douahai asked leisurely, "Are you sure this guy is a spiritual zombie?" Xiao Xiang said leisurely, "Are you sure that Lu Xiaoning can fight against a level 5 zombie?" Gong Zihong said, "Okay. Don't be surprised. Even if he is powerful, he is still a human being. He must have some special abilities. Otherwise Lu Xiaoning would not be killed by him instantly. But if the 3 of us work together, no matter what abilities he has, he can't be our opponent. Go ahead and bring his crystal core back to show the boss." Chapter 322. Lin Hao quietly felt his power gradually calm down. Before he could pick up Lu Xiaoning's crystal core, suddenly, a gust of wind came. At the same time, Gooden also started to play in real time in Lin Hao's mind. Name, Xiao Xiang. Level 5. Title, Titan. Skill, Control. Strength, 25. Spirit, 45. Speed, 20. Stamina, 25. Evaluation, able to control any object. The first zombie to attack you from behind is called Xiao Ziang, with the skill of control. At this moment, he is controlling a very sharp alloy dagger to shoot at the back of his head, and the speed should be 1.2 times the speed of sound. Lin Hao was not in a hurry. With his reaction speed, he could even block a bullet, not to mention a dagger flying at him. Although the power of the dagger was obviously stronger than the bullet in the mental image, Lin Hao was still very calm, because he had a reason to be calm. He wanted to become stronger, so he would not let these 3 level 5 zombies go. Lin Hao tilted his head and dodged at the last moment. During this time, Gooden began to weigh the pros and cons with him. Xiao Ziang's spiritual attribute is 5 points less than yours, and his other physical attributes are no match for you. But he is someone you must always pay attention to, because he can attack you at any time and anywhere where you can't see him. Just as Gooden finished speaking, there was a gust of wind, and a sense of danger came from behind his head. Lin Hao rolled forward without thinking and dodged, not caring at all how indecent this posture was. At the same time, Gooden began to play the information of this guy in his mind. Name, Do Wan Hai. Level, level 5. Title, Titan. Skill, Gale. Strength, 35. Spirit, 30. Speed, 43. Stamina, 25. Evaluation, a relatively balanced guy in all aspects. As the evaluation says, this is a speed-type mutant zombie, but his speed attribute is not that outstanding. Only 43. 35 strength is destined to cause less damage to you than that of spiritual power. Pay attention to his skills. This is the same skill as Jin Bebe, which can make him have the speed of wind. At the fastest, it can achieve the effect of your speed bonus, Gooden said carefully. Although the opponent looked very weak, Lin Hao did not dare to be indifferent, because the opponent was not one person, but 3 people. Do Wan Hai and Xiao Ziang's first attack did not work, but the two did not change much, but continued to attack Lin Hao in an orderly manner. After Lin Hao dodged the opponent's 2 attacks, he turned around and saw the 2 figures of the opponent clearly. Lin Hao had absolute trust in Gooden. Gooden said that the opponent was 3 people, and the opponent must be 3 people, although he didn't know why there were only 2 zombies in front of him, one close and one far away. Lin Hao had already begun to guard against the 3rd zombie. Hit your mental power on the ears. The 3rd zombie may be more complicated. I read you the attributes. Just focus on these 2 zombies, Gooden said in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao naturally didn't dare to look at Gooden. He could only rely on Gooden to say that the other party was a zombie of the same level as Lin Hao. How big was Lin Hao's heart to dare to be distracted during the battle? Name, Gong Zihan level, level 5 title, Titan skill, mental call strength, 20 spirit, 38 speed, 20 stamina, 40 rating, weird defensive zombie. It's still as the evaluation says. This is a defensive zombie, but he has mutated, because his skills are not related to his outstanding attribute points. His skill is mental call. It is very dangerous to be distracted during the battle. You must be prepared for this guy to suddenly appear and release this skill on you. Gooden told Lin Hao the detailed information of the 3 zombies. Lin Hao's mental image had been open for a long time, but there were still 2 zombies in the mental image. It was not until Gooden opened his own small map that Lin Hao saw the small dot 30 meters away. Gooden continued, the opponent's strategy is very mature. First, use the mental zombie and a speed zombie to pin you down. When you can't get away, the opponent's 3rd zombie will use this auxiliary skill. Finally, these 2 zombies will kill you. I have told you all the adjustments that should be made. It's up to you next. Come on. Don't die. I know you don't trust me. In your heart, I have always been a zombie who lives a carefree life. Even though I got an enviable system, I was still careless. I admit that before this, I had no ambition at all, and becoming the zombie king was just a slogan. But now, I want to tell you that I want to become the zombie king. I want to be the most powerful zombie. So the 3 of them can't be my opponents, because I am fearless. Lin Hao clenched the alloy knife, looked at the dagger flying from the side, and then looked at Do Wan Hai, who was attacking from the front. He didn't even look at the dagger and rushed towards Do Wan Hai. According to Do Wan Hai's idea, he would put pressure on Lin Hao by getting close to him, and then let Xiao Ziang attack from the side. It would be best if the battle could be resolved in one go. If the battle became tense, Gong Zihan would suddenly appear to help them. This was an idea that would not go wrong no matter how you looked at it. So Do Wan Hai was very relieved. He was relieved to fight Lin Hao in close combat, because no one could ignore the flying dagger. Anyone could see that the dagger was as powerful as any rocket. If you are lucky, you can dodge a rocket and get hurt at most. However, you cannot defend against a dagger that goes faster than the speed of sound and is meant to penetrate your brain. As long as the dagger penetrates your brain, you will have no chance of survival. Therefore, Douhai thought that Lin Hao would focus on the dagger. But he was wrong. Lin Hao did the opposite. Not only did he not focus on the dagger, but he launched a suicidal attack on Douhai. Would Lin Hao really take the risk? He was not stupid. He knew the power of the dagger. The dagger was very threatening. But the threat of Douhai in front of him was small. Xiaoxiang Lin Hao could not attack. But Douhai in front of him could attack. No one knew that Lin Hao actually had 4 skills. And no one could have thought that he had 4 skills. His speed was still 28 speeds. In Douhai's opinion, he could beat Lin Hao by 2 streets anytime and anywhere. Looking at the dagger that was about to hit the back of Lin Hao's head, Douhai did not retreat but advanced, desperately rushing towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at Douhai, who was doing his best, and smiled. Douhai was fooled. The speed bonus and strength bonus were opened by Lin Hao at the moment when Douhai was doing his best. Chapter 323. Douhai also fought his way up from a level 1 ordinary zombie, so his combat experience was no less than Lin Hao's. According to his experience, with Lin Hao's current speed, the dagger behind him would have arrived before he could reach it. Douhai had seen the power of Lin Hao's knife, but he was not afraid at all, because he was sure that the dagger would hit Lin Hao before he did. But suddenly, Douhai began to panic, and for no apparent reason, because he saw that Lin Hao's speed suddenly increased. And that sudden increase in speed actually threw away the dagger behind him in a short time. Obviously, Xiaoxiang, who was controlling the dagger, did not expect such a thing to happen. He did not even have time to react, and could only watch Lin Hao rushing towards Douhai. Douhai was caught off guard and hastily made a defensive reaction. But it was useless. For Lin Hao, when the Jin family tyrant knife was opened, there was no one in front of him who could defend against his knife. Douhai only had time to raise his arm, so his arm was cut off by Lin Hao. Lin Hao was in a dominant position and was about to cut out the second knife of the Jin family tyrant knife. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had lit a string of firecrackers next to his ears, crackling and exploding in his ears. Without thinking, Lin Hao first retracted his mental image, drove out everything in his mind, and as if subconsciously, pulled back his knife and slashed behind him. With a clang, the dagger that was aimed at the back of his head was instantly blown away. But at the same time, Lin Hao gave up the attack on Douhai in front of him. Seeing that there was a chance to escape, Douhai naturally would not give up and hurriedly began to retreat. After Lin Hao blew the dagger away, he looked to the side. Sure enough, a zombie who looked very indifferent stood beside him, barely closing his open mouth. The spiritual cry was actually emitted from the mouth. And Lin Hao also learned something new. He knew Gong Zihang's attributes, and his speed attribute was terrible. Xiaoxiang's dagger was shattered by Lin Hao, and Douhai began to flee. At this moment, Lin Hao, who had activated the speed bonus and strength bonus, ran towards Gong Zihang without thinking. When Gong Zihang saw Lin Hao rushing towards him, he was terrified at that moment. Even when he first faced Qin Liang, he was not so terrified. Normally, after being hit by his skill, the person would be stunned for 30 to 50 seconds, even if not for a minute. But how long was Lin Hao stunned just now? 1 second? As a level 5 zombie, Gong Zihang's reaction ability must be good, so he started to run away. Unfortunately, he would experience the feeling of being stunned for 30 to 50 seconds next. Lin Hao retracted his mental power image and immediately shot his mental power at Gong Zihang like an arrow, with a speed no less than Xiaoxiang's dagger. At this time, Xiaoxiang regained control of the dagger, and Douhai, who had lost an arm, had already escaped. No one could save Gong Zihang. His fate was doomed. Swish. The knife fell. Another good head fell to the ground, and another crystal core was harvested. However, Lin Hao was not satisfied. There were still 2 crystal cores waiting for him. Douhai didn't feel strange at all when he saw Gong Zihang's head being chopped off by Lin Hao. He asked Xiaoxiang loudly, "What's going on? Isn't this guy a mental zombie? Why did he suddenly become faster just now?" That speed is faster than mine. Xiao Xiang looked at the dead Gong Zihong and said solemnly, "We may have met a tough guy. What should we do now?" Douhai asked. Lin Hao didn't care what they did. He just started to walk towards the two people with a knife. "Let's go back to the base. Go back to the base to find the boss. And solve him together with the boss. Don't worry about what the boss thinks of us. Life is the most important thing," Xiao Xiang said as he pointed the dagger at Lin Hao and attacked twice again. Then began to flee. Xiao Xiang's last two attacks had no pattern at all, and looked like a blind man's cue, which was really blind. After being casually dodged by Lin Hao, Xiao Xiang knew that they had to escape from here, unless they wanted to die here. Xiao Xiang was the think tank among the three, and his judgment was very accurate. When Xiao Xiang saw Gong Zihong die in front of him, and died so neatly, he already understood something. Lin Hao was still not in a hurry. He never felt that this matter needed to be particularly urgent. He was sure to kill the two guys who escaped. But there were too many ordinary zombies around. So he had to take out the crystal core. First, Lu Xiaoning's level 4 crystal core. Lin Hao swallowed it without even looking at it. And then Gong Zihong's level 5 crystal core. Lin Hao swallowed it without even looking at it. Lin Hao's speed bonus time was running out. And looking at the two figures gradually disappearing in the mental image, he quickly chased after them. Xiao Xiang is a spiritual zombie. Douhai is quite fast, but he has to accommodate Xiao Xiang. Xiao Xiang determines the upper limit of their speed. For Lin Hao, it is not difficult to catch up with them. However, in the end, Lin Hao still failed to catch up with them, because the speed bonus time was over. The two sides could only look at each other from a distance of dozens of meters. Lin Hao chased with an alloy knife, like a gangster, and the two zombies in front became ordinary people who were hunted down. The two zombies were helpless when they saw that they could not get rid of Lin Hao. Xiao Xiang could only use his mental power to control his dagger to fly towards him from time to time. However, every time he controlled it, his mental power would be delayed. Although Lin Hao's speed was slowed down, their own speed also gradually slowed down. "No. I feel that my head is getting more and more uncomfortable. If this goes on, we will definitely be caught up by him." Xiao Xiang began to think about it. He had to find a way to survive. At least the two of them would not be able to survive in their current state. "So what can you do?" Douhai said as he ran. Xiao Xiang suddenly stopped. He stared at Douhai and said seriously, "I know that the relationship between the three of us is not that good. Especially when the boss is not around. We often quarrel. But this time, I beg you to agree to me," Douhai said anxiously. "Okay. Run. That guy is catching up." "No. I won't run. If we continue like this, both of us will be caught up. Just now, the three of us were together and made a huge mistake, underestimating the enemy. If we had been prepared from the beginning, Gong Zihong would not have been killed instantly, and you would not have lost an arm. So what do you want to say?" Douhai said anxiously. The two sides were only a few dozen meters apart. Even if Lin Hao lost his speed bonus, it would only take a blink of an eye to cover these few dozen meters. Xiao Xiang said seriously, "You run first. I will hold him back." Chapter 324. "Are you serious?" Douhai said in surprise. "Of course I am serious. I don't have your speed and can't escape at all." "Okay. Don't waste time here. I stopped that guy. Run quickly. Just inform the boss of this news as soon as possible, and it will be considered saving me," Xiao Xiang said in a tragic tone. "Hold on." Douhai said only 3 words and disappeared. Xiao Xiang looked at Douhai who had disappeared, and felt that he had done something wrong. Lin Hao looked at Xiao Xiang suspiciously. He was very surprised. Wasn't this guy running away? Why did he suddenly stop? But when Lin Hao saw that only Xiao Xiang was left, he had guessed something. One went to report the news, and one stayed to delay. "Can you really delay me?" Lin Hao looked coldly at Xiao Xiang, who looked solemn, and the alloy knife in his hand began to rotate. Xiao Xiang looked serious and didn't say a word. He knew that his first priority now was not to fight Lin Hao to the death, but to find a way to delay Lin Hao. In Xiao Xiang's opinion, the main reason for the defeat in the previous battle was that he underestimated the enemy. What if he took the enemy seriously? Xiao Xiang thought very well. He thought that as long as he took it seriously, even if he was not Lin Hao's opponent, he could at least delay for a while. After all, he was at the same level as Lin Hao. Lin Hao just looked at Xiao Xiang with disdain. Of course, This disdain was only on his expression. He knew that no matter what kind of battle, even if the opponent was weak, it should be taken seriously. So even though his expression was very disdainful, he took this battle very seriously in his heart. Xiao Ziying and Lin Hao were about 10 meters apart. Lin Hao calculated the distance. Although his speed attribute was much faster than Xiao Ziying's, without the bonus of speed skills, he could not break through the 10-meter range and fight Xiao Ziying in close combat. Aren't you a zombie with spiritual attributes? Then I will defeat you spiritually. Lin Hao thought silently. When the dagger next to Xiao Ziying began to fly, Lin Hao knew that it was time for the two to compete with each other in spiritual power. Xiao Ziying was very cautious, and squinted his eyes at Lin Hao, as if he could concentrate more. When the dagger flew up, Xiao Ziying gathered all his mental power on the dagger in front of him. With a whoosh, the dagger flew towards Lin Hao like an arrow. Lin Hao looked at the flying dagger, and was secretly happy. It was a good thing. Lin Hao used his mental power to experiment with many strange ways. He once used his mental power to try to lift the cans on the ground. Unfortunately, he didn't control his mental power very well at that time, and his mental attributes were too weak at that time. When Lin Hao saw Xiao Ziying's skill, he had an idea. He wondered if he could use his mental power to control the objects on the ground. Now was the best time for Lin Hao to verify his idea. He looked at the dagger flying towards him, but he did not dodge. He watched the dagger flying towards him, but his mental power was already swarming out. Those mental powers flew out of his mind like spider silk and began to entangle the advancing dagger. Xiao Ziying was concentrating on controlling the dagger, not realizing the danger was coming. When he felt Lin Hao's mental power, it was too late. Xiao Ziying's mental power was wrapped around the dagger. Although his mental power was thin, each strand of it emitted light, allowing his mental power to better control the dagger. But when the dagger was about to fly to Lin Hao, a very powerful mental power flew from Lin Hao's direction. When Xiao Ziying felt this mental power, he knew that it was bad. Unlike Xiao Ziying's bad mood, when Lin Hao's mental power probed the dagger, he seemed to understand something. It turned out that this was the reason why his mental power could not control objects. Under Lin Hao's mental power observation, it can be clearly seen that this dagger is entangled by countless mental powers, like thin threads. And it seems that Xiao Ziying should have deliberately divided the mental power so finely. Each mental power wrapped around the holding point of the dagger. When those holding points are completely covered, it can easily hold up a heavy dagger, and can control the dagger to fly up and down, and even speed up and slow down. When Lin Hao finished reading all the key points of mind control, Gooden in his mind suddenly vibrated. In Lin Hao's memory, Gooden only vibrated once, when Lin Hao was learning the Jin family's sword. Sure enough, after the vibration, it was Gooden's cold voice. Congratulations to the host for understanding the new skill control. Since then, Lin Hao finally understood something. In fact, the use of Gooden is not limited to his obvious use. Gooden still has many undeveloped uses, but these uses need Lin Hao to develop them himself. When he had finished learning Jin Jabadeo, he remembered that Gooden had also reminded him in this way. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Hao was focused on the latest skill he had learned, Jin Jabadeo, and did not notice Gooden's reminder at all. Lin Hao looked at Xiao Ziying, whose face changed drastically. If the two were not opposites, if Xiao Ziying did not want Lin Hao's life, Lin Hao really wanted to thank him. Without him, he would not have been able to comprehend such a powerful skill. And at the same time, he would not have been able to realize that Gooden's usage was not limited to these. However, if Xiao Ziying wanted to kill him, Lin Hao couldn't be polite to him. However, seeing that he had helped him, Lin Hao decided to kill him quickly. Soon, Xiao Ziying felt something was wrong. When Lin Hao's mental power collided with his mental power on the dagger strangely stopped in place, neither landing nor rising into the air, just floating quietly. However, in an invisible place, Lin Hao's mental power was trying to slowly but firmly devour the original mental power on the dagger. The original mental power was Xiao Ziying's. Mind control is Xiao Ziying's most powerful skill, and this skill can often play a miraculous role in battle. Even though he saw that Lin Hao's mental power was widely used, he didn't think that Lin Hao could compete with him for control of the dagger. However, the truth was so cruel. When he felt that his mental power was gradually being eaten away by Lin Hao, at this moment, Xiao Ziying felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 325. Finally, when Lin Hao devoured the last trace of Xiao Xiang's spiritual power on the dagger. The dagger completely belonged to Lin Hao. Then let me try how powerful this skill of manipulating objects is, Lin Hao said with a sly smile. Then, the tip of the dagger turned upside down and pointed at Xiao Xiang. Lin Hao divided his spiritual power into extremely thin threads, which slowly held the key point of the dagger. Soon, the dagger began to be controlled like Lin Hao's arm. Xiao Xiang watched helplessly as the tip of the dagger that belonged to him was pointed at him, and despair began to appear in his eyes. With Xiao Xiang's mental power, Lin Hao could feel the threat, not to mention when Lin Hao's powerful mental power began to control the dagger. Xiao Xiang looked at the dagger silently, but did not dare to move at all, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake. So, I give you a quick death, Lin Hao said silently. So, the dagger shot toward Xiao Xiang like a bullet. Xiao Xiang's other attribute points were so weak that he could not resist Lin Hao's knife at all. Xiao Xiang could only watch the dagger go towards his head. He only had time to open his mouth before he fell to the ground. Another level 5 zombie died in Lin Hao's hands. But Lin Hao no longer felt the excitement he had before. Every time he got a crystal core, it was equivalent to becoming stronger. If it was the previous Lin Hao, he would definitely show off to Gooden now. But Lin Hao didn't do that at this moment. After swallowing the crystal core, Lin Hao began to check his attributes. Host, Lin Hao. Level 5, 6000/62500. Title, Titan. Skills, Mind Control, 60/2500. Gene Family Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Manipulate items. Strength, 28. Spirit, 50. Speed, 28. Stamina, 31. Evaluation, with such high attributes, you are just a beast. Path to Strengthening, 1000/10,000. 2 level 5 crystal cores. 1 level 4 crystal core. Plus I successfully comprehended a skill. But I only got 2,500 experience points, and 200 experience points from the Path to Strengthening. Not enough. Far from enough. My level is still too low. Too far from level 6. I must take action. Take action on that level 6 zombie. Lin Hao thought silently in his heart. You are playing with fire. Gooden warned in Lin Hao's mind. I am playing with fire. I just want to reach level 6 quickly and save Bebe. If it's too late, I'm afraid it will be too late. Lin Hao clenched his fist silently. All physical signs are normal. Metal gear can be implanted and crystal core energy can be implanted. Yu Wentian looked at the instructions displayed on a machine and couldn't help but smile. This is the only experiment of a superpower in the country. Now, it is in my hands. Is this God's will for our city to start to reach the peak in the doomsday? At this moment, a man in a suit quietly walked into the laboratory from outside the door, looking at Yu Wentian with an unfathomable look in his eyes. Old Lu, how did you find time to come here? Yu Wentian looked at Lu Qingqing curiously. Oh, I came to see your experimental results. How is that guy Lao Ho doing recently? Lu Qingqing looked at Lin Hao and asked secretly. That fat guy. Who knows what that guy is doing? If he wants to stay here, he can stay here. Who cares about him? In the entire base, even other senior executives did not dare to call Ho Qingwei a fat bastard. But Yu Wentian dared to do so, which was enough to show how deep the relationship between the two was. I heard that there were 3 guys who betrayed. What happened to those 3 guys? Lu Qingqing asked. A researcher. After I controlled the genes in his body, he was locked in the room. He cannot be killed. He is very useful. There are also 2 mutants, who were thrown into the corpse well by me. Yu Wentian did not even look at Lu Qingqing. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and he began to prepare for the experiment. You seem to be very busy. I leave first. Lu Qingqing was frustrated and prepared to leave. Yu Wentian was not polite at all. Okay. Close the door when you leave. This experiment cannot afford to fail. The survivor base is not as clean as it looks. First of all, human experiments are a very dirty point. Some really smart survivors have actually discovered it. But what can they do after they discovered it? They can't resist. They don't even dare to say it out. Once they say it out, they will incite the survivors in the base. And they will always be the ones who get out of the way and suffer. In the base, there is still a chance to survive, even if they know that there are human experiments threatening them. But if they leave the base, they may not survive even a day. Therefore, the survivors who know the inside story can only shut their mouths and pray that human experiments will not happen to them. If human experiments are a dirty point, then the corpse well is the second dirty point. There are so many people in the base, but the area is so small, especially in the doomsday. There are many pessimists and many disobedient people. In order to leave a good impression in the hearts of the survivors, they dare not do anything to those pessimists and disobedient people. Until night falls, the mutant soldiers will quietly come to the place where these people sleep, pull him out of the room, and throw these people into the corpse well with thunder. These people will not even leave a corpse. Everything is so perfect. Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming's experimental value has long been gone. Since they are not obedient, throw them into the corpse well. The corpse well is called a well, but in fact the internal space is not small, as big as a football field. The two were not directly wiped out by Yi Wentian using the crystal core gene. At least they were the first batch of mutants in S City. Yi Wentian gave them enough respect and let them disappear in this way. The corpse well seems to be very large, but in fact there are more zombies in it. When the two were thrown in, the zombies around them rushed towards them, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Both of them were mutants, powerful, and not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus. But in fact, they had never been injured by zombies in countless battles, because the fighting method they adhered to was always the decapitation plan. Finding the target to be killed, then approaching, and then killing. Although the two had faced the zombie tide, because Duan Luochen was familiar with the helicopter pilot, and they had 2 helicopters every time they went on a mission. They could escape the zombie tide calmly every time. But today, it seemed impossible. Duan Luochen found an angle and pushed Tang Mingming in. Then he stood at the angle, hugged Tang Mingming, and made sure that Tang Mingming would not be attacked by any zombies. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tang Mingming with soft eyes. Chapter 326. As the first to eat crabs, we didn't taste the deliciousness of crabs, but we tasted the claws of crabs. Duan Luochen didn't care about the ordinary zombies attacking behind him. For Duan Luochen, these ordinary zombies didn't even have the qualifications to break through his body defense. But they were too many and persistent. Both of them had wounds scratched by zombies. Duan Luochen had more. Tang Mingming smiled bitterly and said, "What if we didn't take the lead? In fact, maybe our Group D is still playing landlord in the room, and I am watching from the side and making fun of your poor card skills. You know, I have been in the United States for a while. Do you know what I admire most about their country? I admire their freedom the most. In their country, everyone is an independent individual. No one can control anyone's freedom. Not to mention that this base controls our lives." Duan Luochen shook his head and said firmly, "Someone will always jump out in this kind of situation. And it doesn't have to be you." Tang Mingming looked at Duan Luochen stupidly. He had been following Duan Luochen since he was a child. The relationship between the two was more than just ordinary relatives. Even Tang Mingming himself didn't know what he liked about Duan Luochen, and why he liked to follow him wholeheartedly since he was a child. Yes, someone will always jump out in this kind of situation. Why can't it be me? Duan Luochen smiled bitterly. But he didn't regret it. His only regret was that he shouldn't have asked Tang Mingming back. You obviously like freedom. So why do you want to apply for a military academy? Isn't obedience the most important thing for a soldier? Tang Mingming asked in confusion. No, that's different. I want to be a soldier who defends my country, even if I have to sacrifice my freedom for it. But I don't like being an executioner in a survivor base. Not to mention that our lives are controlled by them. Mingming, this is different, Duan Luochen said to Tang Mingming affectionately. The two were already very weak, but they kept talking, because they didn't know when they might stop talking. Are you tired? Tang Mingming asked Duan Luochen. No, I can still kill for a while. Duan Luochen smiled casually, raised the knife in his hand, turned around again, and chopped the zombies frantically. But there were too many zombies, and the two of them couldn't chop them all, even if they took turns. The sun outside could not be seen in the corpse well, but in the eyes of the two, it seemed that a long time had passed. Suddenly, Duan Luochen's eyes began to turn blood red, and his body seemed to be changing to an incredible degree. Tang Mingming, who was fighting zombies at the front, did not see Duan Luochen's change. The two were powerful mutants. After finding this angle, they thought of a way to survive. One of them rested in the angle, and the other stood in front of the angle to fight the zombies. When the resting person recovered, he would take turns with the person in front. They didn't know how long they successfully delayed with this method. But in the end, things still developed in the most undesirable direction. I feel so uncomfortable. Duan Luochen touched his chest and felt a burning sensation. At this moment, Tang Mingming could not hold on any longer. She knew that Duan Luochen would definitely replace her if he found out that she could not hold on any longer. However, Tang Mingming held on for a long time and found that Duan Luochen was still motionless. She could not help but look back. This look almost made Tang Mingming's heart rise. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Tang Mingming stopped slashing at the zombies. Just like Duan Luochen at the beginning, she stood in front of the corner and let the zombies behind her attack her. Duan Luochen was curled up on the ground at this moment, and his whole body seemed to be in great pain. If Gooden and Lin Hao saw this scene here, they would definitely be surprised. This is the rhythm of becoming a superpower. Lin Hao had contact with Duan Luochen, but because Duan Luochen was already a mutant at that time, the physique of the mutant completely suppressed his physique that could have made him a superpower. And even Gooden didn't see it. The first and only condition to become a superpower is to be infected by the zombie virus. Unfortunately, although Duan Luochen became a mutant, the genes of the crystal core and his human genes were separated in two different places, and they did not complete the fusion at all. They could not complete the fusion. Otherwise humans would become zombies. Although the two genes cannot overlap, mutants still have one advantage. That is, being scratched by zombies outside the body can be immune to the zombie virus. But when this mutant has the physique of a superpower, the moment he is scratched by a zombie, his body is destined to begin to change. It has to be said that this is good news. But it is also bad news. If Duan Luochen was scratched by a zombie in the previous battle, he would not have to be his own executioner under Yuan Tian. Once he becomes a superpower, the original genes of his body will become abnormally powerful. And this part of the genes will unreasonably devour the part of Duan Luochen's body that belongs to the mutant. Unfortunately, this is also bad news. Because he started to evolve here, Tang Mingming must not let these zombies disturb him. Tang Mingming didn't know how Duan Luochen was doing, but she knew that her brother Chen was suffering at the moment. In this case, she should resist these zombies for Duan Luochen, just like Duan Luochen resisted for her. If I am destined to die, please let me die first. Otherwise I will be heartbroken. Tang Mingming stared at Duan Luochen silently, and couldn't help but say. Tang Mingming didn't know how long she had resisted. Her back had been attacked by the zombies, and she was unconscious. She could clearly feel that her back was beginning to lose tissue. The zombies had broken through her defense. Blood kept flowing out of Tang Mingming's back. If Tang Mingming hadn't become a mutant, if she was just an ordinary person, she might not have to endure such pain now. She would have become a zombie and ended it all. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I can't hold on any longer. Tang Mingming finally fell down. The moment she fell down, Duan Luochen in front of her was also exposed. Those overly curious zombies began to abandon Tang Mingming and rushed towards Duan Luochen. Suddenly, Duan Luochen opened his eyes suddenly and stood up. His sharp eyes were shining, and he let out a suppressed roar, then bowed slightly, not looking at the zombies rushing towards him at all. Ah! Duan Luochen screamed, and his voice seemed to never stop. Puff! A pair of wings suddenly opened behind him. The wings were silver, and even in the dark corpse well, they shone with dazzling brilliance. The wings moved slightly, and a gust of wind swept the zombies around. Those zombies were immediately blown away, and their whole bodies left the ground and flew away. At the same time, Tang Mingming, who was lying on the ground, appeared in front of them. Duan Luochen didn't even care about his wings. He suddenly ran towards Tang Mingming. Mingming. Chapter 327. The gale was fierce, and the silver wings full of metallic texture were waving. The gale swirled around the two people, blocking the zombies outside. Duan Luochen was relieved to ensure that those guys could not break through the gale. However, Duan Luochen's first goal was not to find out why he had wings, but what happened to the girl who stopped the zombies for him. Obviously, Tang Mingming was miserable. After all, these zombies had many heads, and each of them had a claw or a bite. Tang Mingming was actually about to give up. When Duan Luochen went to check, he found that Tang Mingming only had one breath left, but she was still breathing. But now she was unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Don't worry, Mingming. I won't let you die. As long as I'm here, you be fine, Duan Luochen said firmly. And then the wings behind him waved. Duan Luochen held Tang Mingming like an angel and flew into the sky. Flew out of the narrow corpse well. And flew out of the darkness. The sky was sunny. Doctor. Duan Luochen's crystal core gene disappeared. But Tang Mingming's is still there. A white coat came to Yi Wentian and reported. Yi Wentian looked at Jean Bebe in the nutrition chamber and smiled. It's quite persistent. Only one died in 2 days. Don't worry about the woman. She will die sooner or later in the corpse well. Now our focus should not be on the 2 mutants, who are bound to die. The white coat beside him nodded. And then immersed himself in the experiment on Jean Bebe with Yi Wentian. Airplanes gave people the hope of flying. But those who really wanted to fly always felt that something was missing. So they began to use gliders. An ancient and exciting thing. But when gliders could not satisfy everyone's excitement, back clothes came out. This clothing really satisfied people's desire for excitement. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of flying tool it is still just a tool. These tools are full of dangers and uncertainties, which further restrict people's dreams of flying. Perhaps it is for this reason that the end of the world has come. And evolution has come. The end of the world has given humans a more powerful energy source than before. The crystal core. And also gave birth to more powerful technology than before. Most importantly, some people among humans have evolved. And that is the superpower. In the past 6 months, various superpowers have begun to appear. They have begun to shine. And at the same time, more ordinary people have watched them. People envy superpowers. And they are also jealous of superpowers. So Yi Wentian developed mutants. If a person who can become a mutant by himself is already a level 4 mutant before, then what level should he be when he evolves into a mutant again? Duan Luochen didn't know what level he was now. And he didn't have any idea about it. What he wanted now was to put Tang Mingming in a safe place. And he wanted Tang Mingming to survive safely. So, Duan Luochen didn't even realize that he was in the air at this moment. And he waved his silver wings. Silver always represents a cold color. So Duan Luochen looked very cold. Even though the sun was blazing. Suddenly, a cry sounded from the sky. Duan Luochen looked forward curiously. And saw a very huge hawk flying towards him. It stands to reason that there would be no eagles in a place like S City. But after the apocalypse, when the environment of all places became almost the same, these animals also began to set foot in the city. There were mutant beasts among the land animals. And naturally there were also mutant beasts in the sky. For example, the 3rd level mutant zombie hawk that Duan Luochen was facing at the moment was huge in size. With 2 powerful claws that could even grab a car and fly into the sky. Its beak was so sharp that it seemed that it could even peck through steel plates at will. Duan Luochen waved his wings and began to slowly descend. He didn't seem to want to have any conflicts with this guy, because he had someone he cared about in his hands. And he didn't want to let the person he cared about have even the slightest accident. But sometimes, the more you fear accidents, the more accidents will happen to you. The goshawk found Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen had become a superpower at this moment. And most of his aura was hidden. The level 3 goshawk felt that this power was similar to his own. And flew towards Duan Luochen without thinking. In the mutant beast's mind, when you meet an opponent, you have to go up and fight. And only by fighting can you become stronger. Duan Luochen squinted his eyes, and looked at the goshawk flying towards him. And simply stopped flapping his wings. Because at this time Duan Luochen realized that he was actually already thousands of meters high in the sky. As he stopped flapping his wings, Duan Luochen held Tang Mingming, and fell to the ground at the speed of free fall until he saw a tall building. He flapped his wings and glided steadily towards the tall building. Landing on the tall building, slowly putting Tang Mingming in a safe place. And then took off again. The hawk had been following Duan Luochen closely without relaxing. When he saw Duan Luochen rise again, his small brain didn't think about why. And he rushed directly towards Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen waved his silver wings. And in the sun, he really looked like an angel. He flapped his wings casually. And several silver feathers flew out of his wings. Those feathers flashed cold light in the sun like the wings. And flew towards the goshawk. The goshawk cried proudly, not liking these silver feathers at all. And actually wanted to rush over. As a result, something he didn't expect happened. Just look at those feathers. They really pierced into his body like sharp swords. And then flew out from the other end of his body. The silver feathers had turned blood red. And one of the feathers went into the goshawk's mouth. There was no doubt that the goshawk was killed instantly. The goshawk's huge body fell from the sky. Duan Luochen chased after it without thinking and caught up with the goshawk that was about to fall. With a casual flap of his wings, the goshawk's skull was cut open, and a third-level crystal core was exposed from the goshawk's brain. Duan Luochen took out the crystal core without thinking and held it in his hand. When Duan Luochen returned to the high-rise building to look for Tang Mingming again, he found something strange. Tang Mingming was gone. The moment Duan Luochen lost sight of Tang Mingming, his mind went blank, and panic ensued. Where had Tang Mingming gone? Although he had not conducted any search of the building, the view from the rooftop was unobstructed. There were clearly no zombies. So how could Tang Mingming disappear? Duan Luochen was about to spread his wings and frantically search around, when suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, "Hello. You are not a zombie. Are you?" Chapter 328. After Lin Hao swallowed Xiao Xiang's crystal core without any hesitation, he seemed to feel something, sneered, and then began to dodge to the side. When Lin Hao dodged, the mental power in his mind also flew out, and at the same time, his own level of pressure also flew out. When fighting with Xiao Xiang just now, the two did not make much noise, and most of the zombies around were not scared away by the two, which was a very important thing, because the zombies around did not flee. Lin Hao could use his pressure to control these zombies. Soon, not far ahead, the level 6 zombie Qin Liang, who had been bullied by him, appeared there, along with more than 100 ordinary zombies, and the level 5 zombie Do Wenhai who had just escaped. After just learning the skill of manipulating objects, Lin Hao began to doubt his mental control skill again. Logically speaking, this skill seemed to be very useless, because controlling ordinary zombies could be done by using level pressure, and using mental control would waste extra mental energy. Why did such a skill exist? Lin Hao wanted to ask Gooden what was going on, but Gooden could only describe objective facts, and he had to discover some things himself. When Lin Hao learned how to use mental power to control objects, he felt as if his mind had suddenly opened the door to a new world. His previous thoughts seemed so narrow to him now. Maybe I should try the real power of this skill, Lin Hao thought silently. After dealing with the 4th level zombie just now, Lin Hao had a deeper understanding of this skill. It turned out that mental control. Only by real control can the power of this skill be truly exerted. Instead of simply taking away the consciousness of the zombie and letting him be like a walking corpse by his side. What's the use of that? Lin Hao used his coercion to control nearly 60 ordinary zombies, and then gave these 60 ordinary zombies an order, which was to rush up and bite Qin Liang and the others. Zombies controlled by coercion have a disadvantage. Although they cannot disobey the orders of the controller, they are still themselves. Their IQ, movements, and EQ are the same as before. In this case, they can only become cannon fodder in small-scale operations, except for the human wave tactics. However, Lin Hao felt that he might be able to change their fate of becoming cannon fodder. Lin Hao carefully selected from the 60 zombies, giving priority to those who were taller than 1.9 meters, had obvious muscles, and no physical defects. Such people looked hard to find, but in fact they were not hard to find at all. It didn't take long for Lin Hao to find 20 who met his requirements. So Lin Hao used his mental control skills on these 20 zombies without thinking. Coincidentally, these 20 zombies were all indirectly controlled by Lin Hao with his mental power in the supermarket. After controlling them, Lin Hao felt that he should find some weapons for them. So the fruit knives, kitchen knives, and daggers in the supermarket became their first choice. These 20 zombies became Lin Hao's elite group. These 20 zombies holding weapons and completely becoming Lin Hao were mixed in the 40 ordinary zombie teams. They seemed to be as stupid as ordinary zombies, but in fact, there was a hint of sharpness hidden in the corners of their eyes. Qin Liang and Do Wenhai led about 100 ordinary zombies. They had exhausted their strength to chase here, but when they arrived, there was nothing here, only Xiao Xiang's body with a broken head. Qin Liang looked at a certain place fiercely, as if Lin Hao was there. He shouted at that place, "Damn spiritual zombie. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise I will definitely grind you to ashes and cut you into pieces." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound was heard. Nearly dozens of zombies rushed over from all directions. As a level 6 zombie, Qin Liang could naturally see that these guys rushing over were ordinary zombies. He waved his hand carelessly, and the hundreds of zombies behind him also rushed out. Lin Hao hid in the dark and watched the scene. 20 of the 60 zombies were particularly strong and were controlled by Lin Hao with his mental control skills. These 20 zombies were no longer ordinary zombies. They were all Lin Hao. What will happen when 20 Lin Haos who know the Jin family's swordsmanship rush into a camp full of ordinary zombies? The answer is nothing happened. 20 Lin Haos quietly hid in this battle, and gradually moved the battle circle closer to Qin Liang and Dou Wenhai. Qin Liang and Dou Wenhai were both angry, and didn't realize that they had been targeted by 20 ordinary zombies. After Qin Liang got angry, he thought about Lin Hao's philosophical questions, such as who he was, and whether he was himself. Dou Wenhai angrily cursed, "I think we were all deceived. That guy is not a spiritual zombie at all. He is obviously a speed type." Qin Liang said, "We were indeed deceived. But that guy is not a speed type. He is obviously a power type zombie. His knife is very heavy. I can't bear it." Just as the two were discussing what type of zombie Lin Hao was, the 20 zombies controlled by Lin Hao immediately chopped the zombies around them, like cutting melons and vegetables, and then rushed towards Dou Wenhai at lightning speed. That's right. Lin Hao's first target was Dou Wenhai, because Dou Wenhai was a level 5 zombie, and his defense was definitely weaker than Qin Liang's. The zombies controlled by Lin Hao were all ordinary zombies, and even if they tried their best, they might not be able to break Qin Liang's defense. So Lin Hao could only try to attack Dou Wenhai, a speed-type zombie. At first, when Dou Wenhai and Qin Liang saw these 20 ordinary zombies rushing over with weapons, they didn't feel anything, because these ordinary zombies were still mixed with other zombies, until they gradually left the battle group. Qin Liang began to feel strange. What's going on? What does that guy want to do by controlling these 20 ordinary zombies? Does he think he can defeat us with these 20 zombies? This is too much. Dou Wenhai, deal with these guys. Qin Liang didn't know that because of his order, Lin Hao had the opportunity to test the power of his skills for no reason. Dou Wenhai was also very angry. He didn't expect that Lin Hao would actually use ordinary zombies to attack them. What an arrogant disregard. Dou Wenhai looked at these 20 zombies with knives, as if he was looking at Lin Hao himself. In fact, Dou Wenhai was right. These zombies with knives were really Lin Hao himself. Dou Wenhai was fighting with 20 Lin Haos, even if these Lin Haos were only level 1 zombies. Chapter 329. These 20 zombies were selected by Lin Hao himself. Each of them is as tall as a model, and each of them has excellent physical fitness before the apocalypse. However, after the apocalypse, these guys have become the lowest existence in the apocalypse. At this moment, these zombies are controlled by Lin Hao. Are they really still the lowest existence? Anyway, Dou Wenhai has no idea. His only idea is to use his fists to completely smash the heads of these tall zombies in front of him to add bricks and tiles to his dignity that has already been shattered on the ground. Dou Wenhai aimed at a cleaver zombie approaching him and punched him without thinking. However, something he didn't expect happened. This happened to Lu Xiaoning before, but unfortunately none of them noticed it. When the cleaver zombie saw Dou Wenhai's fist, it seemed like a natural reaction, and actually dodged Dou Wenhai's fist by turning sideways. It was this dodging that gave Lin Hao an opportunity. He controlled the bodies of these 20 ordinary zombies, and each of them waved their own weapons, and began to perform the Jin family's tyrant sword. Even if it was just the first move, the power should not be underestimated. To be honest, when the ordinary zombie dodged Dou Wenhai's attack, Dou Wenhai was confused. He didn't know what happened. He felt that there was something wrong with his cognition. An ordinary zombie actually dodged his punch. Dou Wenhai is a level 5 zombie. Although he is not as powerful as Qin Liang, his punch is impossible for ordinary zombies to dodge. No matter whether this ordinary zombie has intelligence or not, it is impossible to dodge it. This is the leading physical fitness. Because of his superior physical fitness, Dou Wenhai felt that the opponent had no chance to dodge. But the ordinary zombies did dodge his punches. Dou Wenhai began to lose focus. Like Qin Liang, one of his arms had been cut off by Lin Hao, and now only one was left. After the punch and the distraction, there was no doubt that this was a very dangerous omen. Even if he was facing only 20 ordinary zombies, even if there are many ants, an elephant can be killed. When Lin Hao found that this guy was distracted, he used the kitchen knife in his hand to use the Jin family's tyrant knife without thinking, and slashed at Dou Wenhai's neck fiercely. This knife was destined to be thrilling. Lin Hao knew that he could not kill Dou Wenhai with one knife, but this knife successfully scared Dou Wenhai out of his wits. As Lin Hao expected, this knife did not cause Dou Wenhai serious injury, but it really left a cut on his neck. The cut was like a rotten dam, and blood was gushing out crazily. This knife just happened to hit the artery on the neck. If it was an ordinary person, he might really die. But Do Wenhai was a level 5 mutant zombie. This kind of injury, let alone Do Wenhai, even ordinary little zombies would not bother to pay attention to such an injury. As long as they waited for a while and let the blood flow out, the wound would heal naturally. Such a minor injury shouldn't have scared Do Wenhai so much. But he was really scared, because he saw a familiar shadow in the eyes of the ordinary zombie. The shadow seemed like a demon, slowly gnawing at his soul. It was Lin Hao's shadow. Do Wenhai was scared and wanted to run away. But how could Lin Hao let him run away? Without thinking, Lin Hao grabbed the other's neck and tripped Do Wenhai to the ground. Yes, Do Wenhai was very fast, and had strength many times greater than that of ordinary zombies. But his weight was not beyond that of normal people. Even an ordinary zombie could easily trip Do Wenhai when he was not on guard. What happened next might be quite scary. Do Wenhai's physical strength attribute did not exceed 30. He was just an ordinary speed-type zombie. If an ordinary zombie stabbed with a dagger, it might not be able to break Do Wenhai's defense. But what if this ordinary zombie was Lin Hao himself? Lin Hao focused all his attention on the zombies with daggers. The ones with kitchen knives looked tough. But in fact, kitchen knives were useless, and did not do as much damage as daggers. The other zombies were controlled by Lin Hao to press down Do Wenhai. And then Lin Hao controlled the zombie with the dagger to approach Do Wenhai. The dagger and the knife are not the same weapon, but they are all weapons. He has mastered all kinds of force techniques. So he used the dagger to borrow the force method of the Jin Jiabadeo and stabbed Do Wenhai's head with all his strength. Lin Hao thought that he might create a legend in the zombie world, using 20 ordinary zombies to kill the 5th level mutant zombie. Unfortunately, sometimes the legend seems to be very close, just one kick away. But this kick can never go in. Those who are lucky enough to kick it out become legends. But most of them are unfortunately kicked down by the defenders. Lin Hao looked like he was about to create a legend, and even added a layer of force to the dagger in his hand. But in the end Lin Hao still flew out. In the air, he looked up in a strange way, and saw a zombie with a broken arm with a furious face. He punched all the zombies surrounding Do Wenhai out one by one. Lin Hao could only sigh in the end. He had never expected this guy to rescue his men. Or rather, Lin Hao had not expected him to react so quickly. When Lin Hao retracted his mental power into his mind, he had already opened his eyes, and then stepped out with his Allen knife. In this case, he had to do it himself, as ordinary zombies were still too weak. Qin Liang looked at Do Wenhai, who was lying on the ground in a daze, and angrily cursed, "You useless thing. You almost became a laughing stock in the zombie world. You were pinned to the ground by a few ordinary zombies, and almost killed. It's really shameful." Do Wenhai wanted to say something, but found that Qin Liang's eyes were not right. Do Wenhai seemed to have guessed something, and hurriedly stood up and looked in the direction where Qin Liang was looking, and found a thin, ordinary-looking mutant zombie with a long knife in his hand walking towards the two of them. Do Wenhai knew who that person was without thinking, and Qin Liang had personally fought with Lin Hao. So the identity of the person who came was undoubtedly Lin Hao. If I waited for 2 days, if I didn't come to provoke this guy, maybe everything would be different. Qin Liang suddenly sighed and said to Do Wenhai. Do Wenhai deeply agreed that if he waited for 2 days, Qin Liang's arm would definitely be restored to its original state. If they hadn't provoked Lin Hao in the first place, they might not be so embarrassed now. It's a pity that there is no if. Chapter 330. Or, let's run away, Do Wenhai suggested carefully. I can't leave. If Boss Wang knew that I ran away because of a level 5 zombie, I would die even more miserably, Qin Liang said with a bitter face. Then can I run away? Do Wenhai said to Qin Liang cautiously. I will kill you first. Qin Liang looked at Do Wenhai fiercely. Trust me. Don't run away. The two of us might be able to fight the guy together, no matter how powerful he is. He is just a level 5 zombie, while we are level 6 plus level 5. If we run away, Boss One will not let us go, Qin Liang said in a tragic tone. Do Wenhai did not resist Qin Liang even in this situation. Not because Qin Liang was good at controlling his subordinates, but because there was a boss above them who had absolute power. Wang, the 7th level zombie, one of the absolutely dominant zombies in S City. Qin Liang and Do Wenhai seemed to have gotten used to living under the shadow of that zombie. Even the great fear between life and death could make the two do what that person wanted. The battle between ordinary zombies ended. And what was unexpected was that Lin Hao's side actually laughed at the end. The other side had more than 100 ordinary zombies, while Lin Hao's side had only 60. In the end, there were only 3 ordinary zombies left on Lin Hao's side. These 3 zombies fought to the end, and killed the last zombie of the other side. Lin Hao looked at the 3 zombies with some appreciation, and then relieved the pressure from the 3. When the 3 zombies regained their freedom, they immediately fled from the place that was about to form the center of the storm without thinking. Lin Hao walked forward silently. Every step he took was a psychological oppression for Qin Liang and Dou Wenhai. This kind of oppression could easily make people lose themselves. But because they had a stronger source of oppression in their heads, they did not panic when facing Lin Hao. More importantly, they were lucky because Lin Hao was at the same level as Dou Wenhai, even one level lower than Qin Liang. The two did not think they were not Lin Hao's opponent. Because of this little bit of lucky psychological activity, the two successfully fell into the abyss. "Can I ask you a question?" Qin Liang suddenly asked when Lin Hao was getting closer and closer to the two of them. "I usually don't answer questions from people who are about to die. Or zombies," Lin Hao said coldly. "My question is very simple. I just need you to say whether I was a human before or not." Qin Liang asked slowly and listened carefully. He hoped to get a question he wanted. But the correct answer to this question was never the answer he wanted to hear. "I don't know whether you were a human or an animal before. If you are asking about species, I can tell you that you were a human before," Lin Hao said casually. After hearing this answer, Qin Liang looked as if it was just as he expected, and then his expression began to fade. However, Dou Wenhai said in surprise, "We were human before. How is it possible? Aren't we zombies? We should be born to be opposed to humans, right?" Qin Liang sighed, shook his right hand, and then said to Lin Hao, "Come on. Let's see if you, the rising star, are my opponent. If you win, my crystal core is yours. If you lose, I'm sorry." Lin Hao didn't pay any attention to what Qin Liang said. He just rushed forward with a knife. Qin Liang saw Lin Hao rushing up, and without thinking, he followed Lin Hao and rushed forward. At the moment when Qin Liang was about to leave, he said to Dou Wenhai, "Run. The two of us are no match for them." When Dou Wenhai heard what Qin Liang said to him, he was a little bit unbelievable. But Qin Liang's Mandarin was very good, with clear pronunciation, so he shouldn't be unable to understand. Qin Liang's words probably meant that he should run away and leave here quickly. And then he went forward to delay Lin Hao. Dou Wenhai suddenly looked at Qin Liang with gratitude. He didn't know that the boss, who was always serious with them, was actually such a warm person. He was willing to sacrifice himself to help others. At this moment, Dou Wenhai's memory was full of cold zombies. And finally a bucket of warm water was poured into it. The degree of the warm water might not be enough, but it tried to warm the whole bucket of water. Dou Wenhai had a dilemma. As Qin Liang said, even if both of them stayed, they might not be Lin Hao's opponents. At that time, both of them might die in Lin Hao's hands. But if one of them delayed and the other ran away, one of them would definitely survive. Just like Xiao Xing and Dou Wenhai just now. Dou Wenhai couldn't believe it. When did he get so lucky? Xiao Xing, who was hostile to him, was willing to delay the devil and let him run first. Now even the boss did the same thing, sacrificing himself to let him run first. Dou Wenhai could only watch the boss rushing up, and silently said in his heart, "When I become stronger, I will definitely avenge you, boss, and Xiao Xing." So, Dou Wenhai turned around and ran. Next, a dramatic scene happened. Seeing that Qin Liang and Lin Hao were about to collide with each other, Qin Liang actually stopped and said to Lin Hao, "I am level 6. And that guy is level 5. Who do you want to chase?" So, Qin Liang changed direction and sprinted madly. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that Qin Liang's speed was faster than that speed-type zombie Dou Wenhai. Lin Hao stood there coldly. Was he being fooled? Or was it the plan of these two people? Qin Liang was right in one sentence. He was level 6. And his combat power was definitely much higher than Dou Wenhai. And it seemed that the guy's speed was faster than Dou Wenhai's. So when Qin Liang left, Lin Hao quickly made a decision to chase Dou Wenhai first. Qin Liang is a level 6 mutant zombie. As long as they are in S City, they will meet such zombies sooner or later. Dou Wenhai was still holding his heart, which was warm and comfortable, because of Qin Liang's behavior. Do and Hai completely ignored the situation behind him. He began to feel sad. Sad about his boss's selflessness and his own incompetence. But he didn't know that his boss had already sold him out. When Do and Hai heard the sound of the wind, he subconsciously looked back. When he saw Lin Hao rushing towards him at full speed, Do and Hai was shocked. Really shocked. Because this meant that Lin Hao defeated Qin Liang in a very short time, and then started chasing him. The boss is level 6. How could this guy kill his boss in seconds? Thinking of this, Do and Hai used all his strength, opened a gust of wind, and immediately ran forward as fast as the wind. Lin Hao looked at the guy who was about to leave his sight and sneered. It's a speed contest. Even if you are a speed-type zombie. Lin Hao looked at the speed bonus in the skill bar, silently recited it, and the familiar lightness came to his feet again. Obviously, the skill cooldown time was over. Chapter 331. When the speed bonus was turned on, Lin Hao's speed began to surge. From that moment on, Lin Hao knew that Do and Hai would never escape. It was simple. His skill only lasted for 10 seconds, but his speed bonus lasted for 5 minutes. Moreover, the top speeds of the two were similar. Do and Hai could not get rid of Lin Hao. Sure enough, after 10 seconds, Do and Hai slowed down. He turned his head and looked back guiltily. This look almost scared him. Then, he no longer felt afraid. Because when he looked back, he saw nothing but an endless light that filled his retina. Soon, the light flashed away. And in front of his eyes, there was only that light. That eternal light. Lin Hao cut the guy's skull with a knife. Looked at the crystal core leaking out of his brain. Lin Hao reached out, took it out, and put it into his mouth. Even at this time, Do and Hai's body did not fall down. Still standing there stupidly, just like when he was alive. At this time, Lin Hao found that his speed bonus only took 20 seconds. Looking at the 6th level zombie running away not far away, Lin Hao hurriedly chased after it. Do and Hai didn't know until his death that he was actually tricked by his boss. After his death, he was still feeling sorry for his boss, and worshipping his boss. A gust of wind blew by, and there was a sound of falling to the ground. Who are you? Have you seen the unconscious girl on the roof? Duan Luochen looked at the nearly 20-year-old girl in front of him and asked in a questioning voice. However, the girl didn't seem to be scared by Duan Luochen. She covered her mouth in surprise, then slowly approached Duan Luochen, and finally stopped a few meters away. With a pious look, he said to Duan Luochen in a daze, "You are an angel. You must be an angel. Right? Did God let you come to the world to save the world? Otherwise, how could you have such beautiful wings? I'm not an angel. I'm a rock. Buddha let me save the world. So, did you see the unconscious girl just now?" Duan Luochen stared at the girl in front of him seriously. The girl was choked by Duan Luochen, but she was not afraid. Instead, she said happily, "No matter what, you must be a god. I rescued the injured girl just now. She is in the room now. Do you want to come in and take a look?" The girl invited cautiously, as if she was afraid that Duan Luochen would not agree. How could Duan Luochen not agree? Tang Mingming was his second life. "Let's go. Take me there quickly," Duan Luochen said anxiously. The girl hesitated suddenly, pointed at the wings behind Duan Luochen and said, "Are you going with your wings?" Duan Luochen also looked at his wings in a strange way. And then he seemed to react, covering his mouth and shouting, "Fuck! Fuck! Where did I get my wings? Fuck! What the hell? What's going on?" The girl looked at Duan Luochen speechlessly. And even Duan Luochen was a little speechless to herself. So the previous memories began to flood into Duan Luochen's mind one by one. From the corpse well, to the battle with the goshawk in the sky just now. Duan Luochen didn't even react that he was flying. Until now, he reacted. Not only did he have more wings, but he could actually fly. Duan Luochen first calmed himself down and slowly searched for clues in his memories. Finally, he determined one thing. He might have become a superpower. Do superpowers have wings? Duan Luochen began to recall in his mind again. Jin Beibei, Jiang Panpan, Lin Tian. Those people's skills seemed normal. Why did he have wings? It must be said that reflex arc is a good thing. But some people's reflex arc is outrageous. Duan Luochen shook his head and forced himself to accept his new identity first, regardless of what benefits his wings brought him. Anyway, he has been a mutant for so long, so he still cares about superpowers. He only wants one thing now. That is to quickly go and see if Tang Mingming is okay. Duan Luochen touched his wings. They were very soft. It was hard to believe that it was these soft feathers that defeated the hawk that just soared in the sky. Duan Luochen tried to focus on the wings behind him, and then silently chanted to retract. Retract? And gradually, the wings actually retracted into the body. Duan Luochen was now shirtless, with well-proportioned muscles and a healthy appearance. And he fascinated the girl in front of him. Duan Luochen finally said a little embarrassedly, can you take me to see my partner? Okay. Follow me, said the girl. The girl was very smart. She actually placed their living place on such a high commercial building. There was a large chain supermarket downstairs. Although it was very high, and it was troublesome to go up and down the stairs. It was even more troublesome for zombies to go up and down the stairs. They only needed to escape to the stairs. As long as there were no zombies blocking them from above, they could return to the upstairs safely. Coming down from the top floor, they came to a room. The girl knocked on the door twice gently. And Sue? The door was opened. Another girl face appeared inside. Both girls looked good, each with their own merits, and they looked like they were just 18 years old. There was also a famous university near here before the end of the world. So it was obvious that these two girls were college students. The girl who opened the door saw that this girl brought another man. Although she looked a little reluctant, she didn't say much and let the man in. At the entrance of the hall of the room, Tang Mingming was lying alone on a white bed sheet, and another girl was taking care of him. Mingming, how are you? Duan Luochen seemed to be confused when he saw Tang Mingming, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Don't touch him. His wound is very serious, and he lost a lot of blood. I don't know if he can survive today, the girl who had been taking care of Tang Mingming said. Duan Luochen heard the girl say this, and hurriedly let go of Tang Mingming. Looking at this girl and the two girls standing, he said gratefully, Really? Thank you so much. The girl who met Duan Luochen on the top floor at the beginning said, It's okay. It's normal for humans to help each other. My name is Lingling. The one next to me is Huan. And the one who takes care of your companion is Lele. You can just call us like that. Lingling said very friendly. Duan Luochen naturally knew that they used pseudonyms. In fact, the names didn't matter. If Duan Luochen really wanted to do something, what could they do with their own pseudonyms? To be honest, these three girls were still a little naive. They knew at a glance that they had been hiding here since the beginning of the Doomsday and had never experienced the Doomsday. They pulled Tang Mingming in as soon as they saw her. Tang Mingming's wounds looked very complicated. Not like scratches or bites from zombies, but with such large wounds and such a large amount of bleeding. They didn't have any doubts. What if this was really caused by zombies? Although the actions of the three girls made Duan Luochen feel very naive, he was also grateful at the same time, because Tang Mingming's wounds had been bandaged at this moment, and it didn't look as bad as it did at the beginning. Chapter 332. How did she get this injury? The area is so large, and the amount of blood loss is so large. If an ordinary person had no signs of life by now, it would be a miracle that she can hold on, Lele said with some emotion. Duan Luochen didn't know what to say, so he could only look at Lele with gratitude and nodded continuously. Huan obviously disliked Duan Luochen, and said to Lingling in a very loud voice, We don't have much food left, and we will have to risk going to the supermarket downstairs to find it later. And don't forget our goal. I know, but we are weak girls, and more boys might be safer for us, Lingling retorted. Really? What if this boy is the same as those cowards in school? Do you expect me to protect him? Huan seemed a little irritable, obviously thinking of some bad memories. No. Believe me, he is very powerful, Lingling retorted hastily. Okay. Do you know him? You said you picked up these two people from the roof. How did you pick them up? Who would be so stupid as to run to the rooftop? And we live right next to the stairs. And every day the three of us keep an eye on each other. How could we not notice someone going up the stairs to the rooftop? Then how did they get to the rooftop? Huan asked all the questions very calmly, and right in front of Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen shook his head. This girl was still naive. If she wasn't, she shouldn't have asked these questions in front of him. If he got angry, and the three of them were just ordinary girls, the result would be imaginable. Duan Luochen was not angry. He even appreciated Huan's behavior. In the Doomsday, Huan's behavior was the right one. After Lele helped Tang Mingming control her injuries, she stopped caring about her. There was really no need to care about her, because all she could do was bandage. There was no medical equipment here, not even saline solution, and even the most basic disinfection could not be done. Well, I will find a way to get food myself, and I won't take up your resources. But what other goals do you have? It's safe here, Duan Luochen asked in confusion. He tried to make his voice soft and slender, so that he didn't sound threatening or offensive. However, Huan still ignored him. Lingling had seen Duan Luochen's ability, so she was really confident in him. At the same time, she also placed all her hopes on Duan Luochen, because she wanted Duan Luochen to help them leave here. Our goal is to go to the survivor base. After all, it's not only dangerous for the 3 girls to live in this doomsday, but also lonely without any friends. We don't want to live this kind of life in fear anymore. Lingling looked at Duan Luochen and said excitedly. When Duan Luochen heard that their goal was to go to the survivor base, he didn't want to say anything. Duan Luochen really wanted to tell them what the survivor base was like. But thinking of his identity, even if he told them the truth, would they really believe it? So Duan Luochen rationally kept his mouth shut and let them look forward to the beautiful life in the survivor base. Huan looked at Lingling coldly, then looked at Duan Luochen coldly, and said, "The man? Your woman will be in the care of our Lele. Now we have to go down to find food. Since you are a man, you should help us. Let's go." Lingling was surprised and said, "What's the situation? What time is it now? And our food?" Lingling was glared at by Huan before she finished speaking. And immediately, Lingling stopped talking. Duan Luochen also saw what the other party wanted to do. The other party obviously didn't want him to consume their resources like this, and also wanted to see if he had any ability. So he prepared to go out to search for supplies temporarily. Duan Luochen looked at Huan. From what they said, Duan Luochen felt that this girl seemed to be the leader among the 3 girls. Every time Huan finished speaking, Lingling would shut up and follow Huan's lead. "Okay, I promise you, I will go out with you to find food. But you must take good care of my partner," Duan Luochen said to them seriously. "Don't worry. Lele is a medical student. If even she can't handle this matter, then your partner really can't be saved." But looking at Lele's expression, it means that your partner is still very likely to be alive. Lingling comforted. "Thank you for your blessing," Duan Luochen said. Huan might feel uncomfortable watching the conversation between the two, so she picked up a long object, opened the door, and walked out first. Lingling looked at Lele and said, "Then we will go out first. You have to take good care of this lady and wait for us to come back." Lele smiled and said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Duan Luochen's eyesight is good, especially after becoming a mutant and then a superpower. The crystal core energy has transformed his body into a very powerful physique, so he can see what Huan, the girl, is holding in his hand at a glance. If Duan Luochen guessed correctly, it should be a javelin." Duan Luochen thought it was strange. Why would a girl like him carry a javelin? The 3 of them started to slowly go downstairs. Halfway down, Lingling covered her stomach and said, Huan, I need to go to the toilet. Can you help me check?" Huan kicked the toilet door open without saying a word and checked each cubicle one by one, then let Lingling into the toilet. When the toilet door was closed, only Duan Luochen and Huan were left outside. Huan didn't think much of Duan Luochen, so the 2 of them were bound to be awkward together. At least Duan Luochen thought so, but Huan didn't think so. When the toilet door was closed, Huan kicked, and the tip of the javelin in his hand was aimed at Duan Luochen. Then came Huan's ferocious expression. "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to care who you are. I hope you don't have other purposes to approach us. Otherwise, I will let you know that there are many magical existences in this world." After saying this, the tip of the spear went 1 centimeter towards Duan Luochen's neck again. Duan Luochen looked at Huan coldly, controlling the desire that was about to be released behind him, and said, "As long as my partner is fine, I will leave your team immediately." "What do you mean?" Huan asked. "What do you really want me to mean?" Duan Luochen asked back. "If you really have a clear conscience, my team welcomes you to join. I just don't want you to have other purposes." Huan retracted his spear tip and said, Chapter 333. No matter if I have a clear conscience, I will not join you, because our goals are different." Duan Luochen stared at Huan's eyes and said silently, Huan Huan didn't understand why Duan Luochen stared at her like this, and she felt a little uneasy. What do you mean? Huan Huan asked in confusion. Literally. Our goals are different. You want to join the survivor base, and I want to destroy the survivor base. If you really want to join the survivor base, then you are my enemy, so I will not join you. Duan Luochen said word by word. Huan Huan looked at Duan Luochen in surprise. Are you crazy? Why did you destroy the survivor's base? Because I just escaped from there. Duan Luochen said slowly, with an expression of boundless desolation. However, before Duan Luochen wanted to say anything, the door of the toilet was opened, and Lingling came out with a happy face, and said naively, Let's go. Let's go find food. Duan Luochen looked at Lingling's innocent expression, and suddenly didn't want to say anything anymore. Obviously, Huan Huan had no desire to ask further. So the three of them, each with their own thoughts, continued to go downstairs. Going downstairs is always easier than going upstairs. And before long, they had arrived at the supermarket on the first floor. Undoubtedly, there were many zombies wandering in the supermarket on the first floor. No one knew where these zombies came from, or where they were going. They were like ghosts, wandering here day and night. When the three of them arrived on the first floor, they inevitably attracted the zombies around them. Duan Luochen found an iron railing from somewhere and held it in his hand, while Huan Huan held her javelin. Looking at the zombies attracted, the two girls were not as panicked as expected, which was normal. After all, they had lived in the apocalypse for such a long time. If they were still panicked when they met zombies now, Duan Luochen would wonder how they survived until now. Huan Huan looked at the zombies rushing towards this side without any hurry. She stepped to the front and sent out the javelin in her hand with a very beautiful and standard bow step. The javelin pierced the zombie eye socket fiercely. When the javelin was pulled out, the zombie was already lying on the ground. Duan Luochen looked at this tough girl and exclaimed, Not easy. You have some skills to survive for so long in the apocalypse. Huan Huan looked at Duan Luochen proudly, and then looked at Lingling proudly. Lingling clapped her hands and said loudly, Huan Huan is so awesome. Duan Luochen frowned and said to Lingling, Why are you so loud? Don't you know there are zombies all around? Lingling immediately looked at Huan Huan like a child who had done something wrong and pouted. Huan Huan immediately said to Duan Luochen, We are usually like this. You don't need to worry about it. Hee hee. Huan Huan is the best. Lingling said as she stepped forward and held Huan Huan's arm. Duan Luochen frowned again, and the idea just now began to loosen in his heart. This Lingling didn't look like someone who could live so long. She looked too simple. However, Duan Luochen didn't want to study the things between them so much. Anyway, when Tang Mingming's injury healed, Duan Luochen was going to take Tang Mingming away. As city was so big, he was not without a place to go. He wanted to find someone to go to. Or a zombie. Like supermarkets around the world. There was not much food left here. The day when food was reduced the fastest was actually the day when the apocalypse began. On that day, when the apocalypse began, most people were thinking not only of escaping, but also of hoarding food. At that time, everyone had forgotten the principles and ethics of society. In their opinion, as long as there was food and they could survive, it was the best. So on the day of the apocalypse, the food in the supermarket was reduced by at least half, because everyone was desperately scrambling for it. After that, the zombies started to break out, and the scattered survivors also began to look for food. After more than half a year, there was not much food left in the supermarket. But fortunately, a few people were lucky and still found some edible things, such as pickles. Although pickles are hard to swallow without steamed buns and rice. It is the end of the world now, and it is good to have something to eat. Who cares whether it tastes good or not? In fact, pickles were also in short supply at the beginning of the doomsday. After all, it is a food with a long storage period. But there are many pickles on the pickle shelf here that have not been taken away. Although I don't know why. It just happened to be cheap for these people. Looking at the two women, Duan Luochen knew that this was not their first time to get this kind of food. Otherwise, they would not be so familiar with it. Lingling looked at the pickles and said worriedly, The pickles are almost gone. We have almost searched all the supermarkets. Do you think we should go out to find something to eat? Lingling said this to Huan Huan. Huan Huan thought for a while and said, Okay. We can't just sit there and eat. Otherwise we will starve to death sooner or later. Duan Luochen didn't care. He just needed to follow these people and do what he should do. The way to leave this supermarket is very simple. Just walk out of the door. But the way to leave the door is not simple. Because there are many zombies gathered in the supermarket hall. For Duan Luochen, these zombies are nothing. But for the two women, these zombies are more troublesome. Ling Ling looked at these zombies and said with a headache, if we don't attract these zombies away, we may not be able to leave. We must find someone to attract them. Huan, please. Well, man, take good care of my Ling Ling. If I find out that my Ling Ling has any accident, I will only ask you. So, Huan walked towards the zombies with her javelin. During this process, Duan Luochen just looked at Ling Ling coldly without saying anything. The method to attract these zombies is very simple. Just make some noise to attract their attention. Huan picked up a can and threw it hard on the ground. Suddenly, the quiet supermarket seemed to explode. And the zombies rushed towards Huan frantically. Huan ran towards the stairs without thinking. She wanted to go up from there, and then come down from the other end to meet the two. Ling Ling looked at Duan Luochen and said, why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and run. Duan Luochen looked at Ling Ling deeply, then ran out closely behind Ling Ling. There were still some slow-reacting zombies standing in the hall, and not following most of the actions. Ling Ling herself ran quite fast. After seeing these zombies, she hid behind Duan Luochen without thinking. Duan Luochen didn't care about anything. He didn't even use the weapon in his hand. He just kicked these zombies away with a punch and a kick. And then the two ran out of the supermarket quickly. Chapter 334. Under Duan Luochen's leadership, the two of them easily escaped outside the supermarket. There were also many zombies on the street outside. In order to prevent being surrounded and beaten by those zombies, Duan Luochen hurriedly took Ling Ling to hide behind a bus and waited for Huan to come out of the supermarket. Ling Ling looked at Duan Luochen and said with some amusement, don't you have wings? Or take me to fly and send me to the survivor base. Duan Luochen didn't even look at Ling Ling, but just stared at the entrance of the supermarket. Angel, why are you ignoring me? Ling Ling pulled Duan Luochen's little finger and swung it. They took you away. Where are your friends? Duan Luochen asked unhappily. You can fly back and take them away. Ling Ling said it lightly, as if the survivor's base was not far ahead of him. Duan Luochen didn't say anything. And Sue? Huan rushed out of the supermarket. She was injured, and after coming out, she looked around for a while, saw Ling Ling waving, and hurriedly ran towards Ling Ling. Are you injured? Duan Luochen asked with some concern. It's okay if I'm injured. I'm different from ordinary people. I won't turn into a zombie if I'm injured. And I'm very strong. So I warn you again. Don't have any other intentions. Otherwise I will make you look bad. Huan said proudly to Duan Luochen. I knew Huan was the best. Ling Ling stepped forward and stroked Huan's head, just like stroking her own cat. But Huan looked very happy. Duan Luochen looked as if he had expected this. Huan turned out to be a superpower. No wonder she was so powerful. Let's go. I know there's a supermarket nearby. Not far away. After Ling Ling finished speaking to the two of them, she led the way. Duan Luochen still followed the two women silently, not knowing what he was thinking. When Lin Hao's speed bonus was turned on, his speed attribute was close to 60. And a speed type 6th level zombie might not be as fast as Lin Hao, let alone a strength type Qin Liang. Lin Hao knew that if Qin Liang had both arms intact and really fought him to death, he would definitely not be his opponent. But Qin Liang was now missing an arm, and one less powerful output point. For Lin Hao, this was an opportunity. An opportunity to get a level 6 crystal core. As long as he killed Qin Liang, a level 6 crystal core would definitely add a lot of experience points to him. Lin Hao didn't know how much experience points a level 6 crystal core could add. But Good knew that for a level like Lin Hao, if he had a level 6 crystal core, he would at least have 5,000 experience points. If the opponent's level 6 crystal core was about to be saturated, the experience points could even reach tens of thousands. This is why he pursued Qin Liang so hard. Because his crystal core is valuable. Qin Liang had already disappeared in his mental image, and was not even in Gooden's small map. But Lin Hao was fast. As long as he found the direction Qin Liang had just escaped, he would be able to catch up with Qin Liang 100%. Sure enough, it took less than 10 seconds for Lin Hao to find Qin Liang in Gooden's small map, and approach Qin Liang along the small map. Gradually, Qin Liang appeared in his mental image. As long as the prey appears in the mental image, Lin Hao will not allow the other party to escape. Turning the Owlin knife in his hand, Lin Hao's speed increased again, and he ran towards Qin Liang frantically. Qin Liang relaxed. He thought that if Lin Hao went to chase Do Wenhai would be able to delay for a while. Do Wenhai also thought so. So he died in Lin Hao's hands. When Qin Liang's speed gradually slowed down, suddenly, he felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Qin Liang subconsciously looked back and was immediately shocked. He thought he had shaken off Lin Hao, but he found that Lin Hao was holding a knife behind him, looking like he was sharpening the knife. What's going on? How can this guy be so fast? How can he catch up with me? Qin Liang asked himself 3 questions, but he couldn't get the answer from himself. Qin Liang wanted to run, but after comparing his speed with Lin Hao's, he stopped dejectedly. He knew that a fierce battle might be inevitable. Run. Keep running. I see how far you can run. Lin Hao saw Qin Liang stopped, so he also stopped and mocked Qin Liang. I want to ask you a question, Qin Liang said. You just asked it, so I refuse to answer it, Lin Hao said coldly. No. 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 This shouldn't be a question. I just want to know if you are a spiritual zombie. Your speed is faster than Do Wenhai, and your strength is not worse than mine. You can even kill Xiao Ziang. What kind of zombie are you? Qin Liang asked helplessly. For this kind of question, I think you should go down and ask the King of Hell. He may be able to agree to it. By the way, do you know who the King of Hell is? Lin Hao asked with a bit of amusement. Qin Liang fell silent again, because he felt that this name seemed very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Don't think about it. You will know when you die and ask him in person. Lin Hao waved the alloy knife in his hand and rushed towards Qin Liang quickly. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? I'm a level 6 power zombie. Do you think you can be my opponent? Qin Liang said fiercely. Lin Hao no longer had the interest to argue with this guy, because he found that his speed bonus skill effect only lasted for 3 minutes. He wanted to quickly deal with this guy within these 3 minutes, and then go back to take care of Jin Zi. Jin Jiaba Dao began to gather momentum, and Lin Hao walked towards Qin Liang while waving the alloy knife. Qin Liang had no idea that Lin Hao was gathering momentum. Seeing Lin Hao waving the knife fearlessly, he didn't know what Lin Hao wanted to do, so he could only wait silently in the same place. Qin Liang hated it. He hated why he had to listen to Boss Wang and come forward to deal with the pervert with flowers on his head. He didn't expect that the man with flowers on his head was so powerful that he cut off one of his arms. And this arm has not grown back until now. If his arm was still there, he would not be so passive in this battle, and he would not be beaten to pieces by Lin Hao, and his men would not die one by one in Lin Hao's hands. He knew that Lin Hao had swallowed the crystal cores of all his men, but he didn't know what level Lin Hao had reached now. But seeing the reason why Lin Hao was fighting so hard, Qin Liang seemed to have guessed it. If he was not about to upgrade, how could Lin Hao fight so hard? In fact, Qin Liang guessed wrong. Lin Hao was still far from upgrading, but he had to upgrade because he had his own mission to complete. And the only thing that supported him to complete his mission was combat power. And there was only one way to improve combat power. So, hand over your crystal core. When Lin Hao swung the knife to the 7th style, he turned on his power bonus and rushed towards Qin Liang in one step. The knife shone with a dazzling light and slashed at Qin Liang's head. Chapter 335. The blade was so dazzling that Qin Liang had to close his eyes. However, he had to resist the power of the blade, so he was forced to stretch out his only remaining hand. But after Qin Liang stretched out his hand, he felt something was wrong, because he only had one hand left. If he could resist the blade, it would be fine. If he couldn't, what should he do? Reality did not give Qin Liang too many choices. In the end, he could only stretch out his hand and subconsciously lean back. However, it was because of this leaning back that he saved his life but lost his dignity. Lin Hao underestimated his own damage. He didn't expect that it would be as easy to chop a level 6 zombie with this knife as chopping melons and vegetables. Looking at the opponent's arm falling to the ground, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He had already won this battle. Qin Liang looked at his empty arms. Apart from retreating, he could not think of any other way. He wanted to run away, but his speed was not comparable to Lin Hao's. He wanted to fight with Lin Hao, but how could he fight with Lin Hao without an arm? Qin Liang thought of his life a day ago. A day ago, how could he look down on a level 5 zombie? All level 5 zombies were scum in his eyes. But he never expected that today he would die in the hands of a level 5 zombie. He was an iron fist. But without a hand? What was the difference between him and a toothless tiger? Swish. Another knife. He couldn't resist it at all. And couldn't dodge it at all. Because he didn't have the speed of Lin Hao. When his only arm was chopped off by Lin Hao. This battle was destined to have no suspense. Even if he was a level 6 zombie, and Lin Hao was only level 5. This battle was a matter of luck, and not luck for Lin Hao. Even if ordinary level 5 zombies saw a level 6 zombie without arms, they would not dare to fight Qin Liang. But Lin Hao dared. Looking at the opponent's flying head. Before the head landed, Lin Hao used a whirlwind knife technique to cut the head in half in the air like cutting a watermelon. And grabbed the crystal core that wanted to fly away. Lin Hao swallowed it into his stomach without even looking at it. He was so arrogant. Call out the attribute panel. I want to see my attributes. Looking at Qin Liang's body on the ground, Lin Hao said directly to Gooden without any thoughts. Host, Lin Hao. Level 5, 10,000/62500. Title, Titan. Skills, Mind Control, 80/2500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Manipulation of items. Strength, 28. Spirit, 50. Speed, 28. Stamina, 31. Evaluation, with such high attributes, you are just a beast. Road to Strengthening, 1,000/10,000. Lin Hao silently looked at his attribute panel. A level 6 crystal core only brought him 4,000 experience points. This experience point seemed a lot. But if you think about it carefully, Lin Hao needs to kill more than 10 zombies, like Qin Liang, to truly upgrade. Fortunately, he is not in B City now. Otherwise, even if B City and S City are put together, it is not certain that so many level 6 zombies can be found. I don't know if there will be in the future, but there is definitely not now. The only overlord of B City is Chu Xiaoxiao. And Chu Xiaoxiao is only level 6. When Lin Hao was at level 4, he was like a mouse seeing a cat when facing Chu Xiaoxiao. Lin Hao believed that if he saw her now, he would be sure to defeat Chu Xiaoxiao. But unfortunately, he and Chu Xiaoxiao were no longer enemies. Gooden, do you think there are so many level 6 zombies in S City? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. According to my computer calculations, based on the population density of your S City, the number of zombies that have appeared recently, and the area, although there are not many level 6 zombies in S City, there are definitely quite a few. So you don't have to worry about upgrading. And I suggest that you should find a level 5 zombie to deal with. It's still just luck that you defeated Qin Liang. He has lost his edge. So you can take advantage of him. If his arms were still intact, and he was determined to fight, you would never be his opponent. Gooden's words were merciless. But Lin Hao knew that Gooden said this for his own good, so that he wouldn't take any more risks. Lin Hao sighed. According to his previous personality, he wouldn't have taken any risks even if Gooden threatened him with self-destruction. But now, for Jean Bebe, he had to take risks. He had to get stronger quickly to save Jean Bebe. Today is almost over before I know it. I don't know how Jean Z is doing in the room alone. I don't know if the food is enough for him. Let's find some food for Jean Z first. Lin Hao silently said. Gooden, can you help me check if there is a supermarket nearby? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Sorry. This system does not have such boring functions. Please find it yourself. Gooden said angrily, as if he was insulted. It's just a supermarket. It's not a problem for you. Stingy. After solving Qin Liang, Lin Hao felt that his depressed mood was better. So he joked with Gooden. What did you say? Gooden asked in surprise. Lin Hao remembered the fear that Gooden had once dominated him. So he closed his mouth very rationally. For Lin Hao, finding a supermarket was a very simple matter, because he had mental imaging, which could detect all buildings and objects within a radius of 30 meters. I thought I would find my destination soon. But after walking a few steps, suddenly, several agitated zombies appeared in front of me. Lin Hao didn't think there was anything wrong at first. After all, he often saw such agitated zombies, so it was not surprising. What was strange was what happened next. Those zombies seemed to be chasing two targets. Two people. One was a man, with his upper body naked. The man had a standard figure, and his muscles glowed with health in the sun. Behind him was a woman, who was bright and charming. You could tell at a glance that she was a very popular woman. At this moment, the two began to run in panic. But the strange thing was that the man didn't seem to care about the woman behind him. But the woman followed the man stubbornly. Behind them were tens of thousands of zombies. At this moment, Lin Hao really understood what a real zombie tide was. A real zombie tide must have the momentum of a vast ocean and the momentum of a tide of all nations. Even if these zombies were composed of ordinary zombies that were very weak. It was these ordinary zombies that made Lin Hao feel palpitations. The two ran hard, one in front and one behind, and the direction happened to be Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao didn't want to care, but when he saw the man's appearance, he was a little surprised. How did this guy escape? Chapter 336. Why don't you fly? Take me flying. Don't you see the zombies are catching up? Lingling shouted to Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen just ignored her and ran forward with his head down. Although he was running very fast, he was not panicking. And he obviously didn't care much about the zombies behind him. But the woman behind Duan Luochen kept shouting at Duan Luochen in a terrified manner, looking at the zombie tide approaching behind her. Lingling finally couldn't control herself, and her physical potential finally burst out between life and death. She took a step forward and grabbed Duan Luochen's arm, and pulled it tightly. Duan Luochen looked at the woman helplessly, and could only drag him away. Here. Here. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Duan Luochen's ears. He turned around and found a familiar figure sitting on the steps of a bank, looking at him with a playful smile. Duan Luochen said with some surprise, Lin Hao, why are you here? Lin Hao smiled and said, why can't I be here? But you? You escaped from the base? The moment Duan Luochen saw Lin Hao, he knew that he didn't need to run away, and those zombies could not pose a threat to them. Seeing Duan Luochen actually stopped, Lingling screamed, the zombies are catching up. Let's find a safe place, Duan Luochen said, looking at the zombies behind him. A safe place? For Lin Hao, any place without a level 6 mutant zombie is a safe place. As for the endless ordinary zombies behind him, Lin Hao just moved his eyes towards them, and the pressure of the level covered them. The thousands of zombies were diverted by Lin Hao's glare and flowed towards the street next to them. It's safe now. Tell me how you escaped. How is Jean Bebe? When Lin Hao saw Duan Luochen, the first person he thought of was Jean Bebe. Duan Luochen was relieved when he saw that the zombies behind him were really not rushing towards him. The two seemed to completely ignore Lingling beside them. Duan Luochen sighed and said, I don't know. I also escaped at the risk of my life. Duan Luochen was very honest, without any sign of perfunctory. Lin Hao could see it, so he didn't ask any more questions. Lingling let go of Duan Luochen's arm, staring blankly at the scene in front of her, and then staring blankly at Lin Hao. She couldn't understand why those horrible corpses ran away obediently after being glared at by the man in front of her. What kind of magical power is this? So, Lingling's heart was stirred again. Wow! You are so powerful. These corpses dispersed after you glared at them. Are you a god? Lingling asked with her innocent big eyes. Lin Hao glanced at Lingling. From the first moment he saw this woman, he felt that this woman exuded hypocrisy all over her body. But Lin Hao didn't know what the relationship between this woman and Duan Luochen was. So he didn't say anything, just looked at Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen took a step away, showing that the relationship between him and Lingling was not as close as he imagined. However, Lingling, who was very close to Duan Luochen, didn't even look at Duan Luochen at this moment, but just blinked her eyes like stars and looked at Lin Hao, as if Lin Hao was his idol whom he had envied for a long time. When Duan Luochen saw Lingling's eyes, he couldn't help but say, okay, stop pretending. I didn't expect you to be such a person. It's disgusting. Duan Luochen's words were very impolite. Anyone who heard such words would feel uncomfortable. But Lingling didn't. She turned her head and looked at Duan Luochen in confusion and said, What's wrong? Angel? Did I make you angry? Act. Keep acting. The first time I saw you, I thought you were the most innocent of the three girls. Now I can see that you are not the most innocent. You are the most scheming one. This zombie tide was deliberately created by you. You just want me to use my ability to pull you away from this city full of zombies. You are really scheming, Duan Luochen said to Lingling with contempt. Angel brother, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Lingling still blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. Can you stop looking at me like that? Really? I'm disgusted. You are really scheming. You let Huan stay alone to attract the zombies, so as to give you and me a chance to escape. In this way, I can only save you. Unfortunately, you are not hiding well enough and are full of flaws. But what puzzles me is, aren't you and Huan very close? You let her face such a huge zombie tied alone. Have you ever thought about her? What if she can't escape? Duan Luochen pointed at the zombie tide that still hadn't dispersed in front of him and asked. Lingling's eyes finally changed. The innocence slowly disappeared from the corners of her eyes. Her eyebrows and eyes showed disdain. After seeing you, I knew that Huan was definitely not as strong as you. Now is the end of the world. I need to find a strong person to rely on in order to survive. I have to do this. Just for your own survival. You gave up the friend who has protected you for so long? Duan Luochen asked in disbelief. Then what can I do? You should have seen that Huan is a person with special abilities. She can survive well in the doomsday. As for me, I am just an ordinary person. When we found that the supermarket on the first floor was about to be eaten up by us, I began to be afraid. I know how dangerous the outside world is. Huan alone could not protect me and Lele. So I was afraid. And coincidentally, you appeared at this time. You are so strong and can fly. You gave me hope to leave this city. I can only cling to you. Lingling's tone was not moved at all. And she was just calm and redundant. So you threw me away without a second thought when you saw someone stronger. Duan Luochen pointed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his hands hurriedly. This has nothing to do with me. Don't bring me into your quarrel. I am innocent. Lin Hao, take care of this woman. I'm going to save someone. Duan Luochen gave up the argument with Lingling, turned around, and took a few steps. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and two metal-like wings suddenly bloomed from his back. Duan Luochen took a few steps and flew into the sky. Oh my god! Gooden, what's going on? Lin Hao pointed at Duan Luochen in surprise. A superpower. He is a superpower. Gooden said succinctly. Isn't he a mutant? How could he be a superpower? Lin Hao was surprised, because he already had the physique to become a superpower before he became a mutant. But unfortunately, he was transformed into a mutant before he became a superpower. It's a simple logical problem. Well, Lin Hao was despised again. Data? Data? Let me see that guy's data. Lin Hao said anxiously. Name, Duan Luochen. Level 4. Title, Gold. Skill, Winged Arrow. Strength, 25. Spirit, 15. Speed, 38. Stamina, 20. Evaluation, no evaluation for humans. Chapter 337. Looking at Duan Luochen's data, Lin Hao was a little surprised. It seems that this guy must have just become a superpower not long ago. Right? How is it possible that he jumped to level 4 all of a sudden? Lin Hao asked curiously. Because he has accumulated a lot of crystal core energy in his body. He naturally evolved to level 4 after becoming a superpower. Gooden said. I see. In fact, I have always had a question. You said that our mutant zombies can upgrade through each other's crystal cores. So can superpowers upgrade through crystal cores? Lin Hao asked curiously. You can't upgrade directly through the crystal core, because the body of the superpower is not much different from the body genes of the Earthlings. Their bodies have not been completely transformed, which is different from zombies. There is only one way for them to upgrade. That is to evolve through the T-virus floating in the air. This process is slow, and it is definitely not as fast as the evolution of you zombies. But this ensures the health and strength of their bodies, and their low competitiveness. Gooden said in a serious tone. Lin Hao sighed with some disappointment. It seems that my plan to help them upgrade is going to be shelved. Lin Hao has always believed that psychics can also upgrade through crystal cores. But he has never asked Gooden this question. However, after seeing Duan Luochen, he suddenly thought of this question. So he asked it again. However, crystal cores are not completely useless for humans, because there is a strong T-virus hidden in the crystal core. If you carry the crystal core with you, you can also increase your evolution speed. The guy just now had a 3rd-level mutant beast crystal core, Gooden said. Hearing that Duan Luochen had a 3rd-level crystal core, Lin Hao immediately lost interest. After all, they didn't know each other very well. And what happened to Duan Luochen had nothing to do with Lin Hao. They could only be regarded as fellow travelers in terms of strategy. Big brother, what's your name? Suddenly, a soft and steaky voice came into Lin Hao's ears. The moment Lin Hao heard this voice, goosebumps all over his body rose up. Lin Hao hurriedly looked at the owner of the voice with an expression, as if he was looking at a pile of shit. Don't talk to me like this. Otherwise I'm afraid I will eat you. Then, Lin Hao showed his teeth and red eyes that were obviously different from those of ordinary people, and released the murderous aura hidden in his body. Ling, who wanted to get close to Lin Hao, felt the murderous aura on Lin Hao and hurriedly retreated, saying in disbelief, "You are a zombie? No, that's not right. Zombies should not be able to speak, and they can be like humans. How is it possible? Even if Ling is scheming, she is still just an ordinary person, and it is impossible for her to come into contact with advanced zombies such as mutant zombies. If she did, she would not appear in front of Lin Hao." When he felt the horror of Lin Hao, he hurriedly used a powerful psychological suggestion to tell himself that the other party was not a zombie, but just a very powerful person, because zombies can't speak and have no intelligence. She didn't know that Lin Hao had just killed 5 zombies that could speak and had the same intelligence as normal people. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky. Lin Hao subconsciously looked up and saw a birdman with silver wings falling from the sky. The birdman was holding a woman in his hand. The woman was holding a javelin and looked at the birdman holding her in disbelief. After Duan Luochen landed, Huan jumped off him and looked at him in disbelief. "How is it possible? How can you fly?" Duan Luochen looked at the woman helplessly and chose to ignore her. It was obvious that this question had come out of the woman's mouth more than once. "Huan, you are finally here. I thought something happened to you." Ling saw Huan jump off Duan Luochen and rushed forward to hug Huan in a hypocritical manner. Of course, she was hypocritical to Lin Hao and Duan Luochen. In Huan's view, Ling really cared about him. There is no doubt that Ling's acting skills are quite good. At the beginning, Duan Luochen was also fooled by her little white rabbit-like eyes. If Lin Hao's spiritual attribute was not so high, he might also be confused by this woman. But the reality is so cruel. No matter how little white rabbit you look, you may be a big bad wolf in your heart. Because everyone wants to survive, especially women. An ordinary woman with no ability can only rely on her brain. So even though Ling made the two feel a little disgusted, they did not expose Ling in front of Huan. First of all, there was no need. Duan Luochen felt that he would not be involved with them at all. What happened to them had nothing to do with him. As for Lin Hao, a zombie, why should he care about what these people thought? Humph. You are trustworthy and take good care of my Ling. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go with a javelin in my hand, Huan said with a face full of indignation. Lin Hao stared at this scene blankly. Is this the legendary being sold and still helping others count money? There are still such stupid people in the Doomsday. How did this woman survive until now? Shouldn't the protagonist's halo belong to her? Facing Lin Hao's inner complaints, Gooden didn't know how to respond. In fact, Huan's survival is related to Ling, because Ling is smart. And very smart. If it weren't for her, Huan would not have died many times in every dangerous situation. This is why Huan cares about Ling. Ling needs Huan's protection, so he must find ways to keep Huan alive. But when Ling saw Duan Luochen and Lin Hao, she suddenly found that someone had a thicker thigh than Huan. Ling is a smart woman, and also a pragmatic woman. She knows how to make choices and choose someone who can truly maximize her interests. Therefore, she decisively abandoned Huan, who had always protected her, and chose Duan Luochen and Lin Hao. Unfortunately, these two men were a little too calm. No matter how she flirted, they were not fooled. In fact, it was not that Lin Hao and Duan Luochen were not fooled, but that these two people had experienced too many things. Some things did not even need to be thought about. Just a glance, and you would know what the other person was thinking. Huan and Ling are both college students. They have not yet entered the society, but the Doomsday has already begun to explode. Huan seems to be strong and seems to have the final say. But in fact she is the most innocent person. I remember that Ling's favorite thing to do was to use Huan as a gun. After the Doomsday, when Huan's special ability was exposed, Ling could not get away from him even more. The method to deal with Huan is too simple. Praise, pat on the head, and a random compliment can make her extremely happy. Chapter 338. Sure enough, Ling stretched out her hand. Ling's hand was very clean. She took her clean hand and touched Huan's head, saying, "My Huan is the best. Keep up the good work in the future." The more Lin Hao looked at this woman, the more disgusted he felt. If the previous her could only be said to be smart, now she is more than just smart. Because of her hands. Those hands are too clean. Whose hands have you seen so clean in the doomsday? Lin Hao and Duan Luochen's clothes were covered with blood and colors, as if they had been washed in water mixed with various colors. The same thing happened to the girl named Huan Huan. Her hands were not only dirty, but also full of various wounds and calluses. In just half a year, the palms of a girl holding a javelin were covered with calluses. One can imagine how many battles this woman has experienced, and how thrilling those battles were. Huan Huan smiled at Ling Ling with a satisfied look on her face, and then looked at Duan Luochen. Since you can fly, join us. Let's go to the survivor base together. It's safe there. Duan Luochen sneered and said, I said, I won't be with you, because my goal is to destroy the survivor's base. Don't think about winning me over. It's impossible. I'm talking about you. Huan Huan wanted to say something to Duan Luochen, but Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt. Okay. You two stop arguing. Two girls, you stay here for a while. I have something to say to Duan Luochen. Lin Hao advised kindly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Huan Huan choked. Who are you? How can our conversation bother you? Ling Ling stood aside without saying a word. She did not speak for Huan Huan or Lin Hao. Her idea was simple. She hoped that Huan Huan could leave a bad impression in the minds of Lin Hao and Duan Luochen, so that she would have more opportunities. Ling Ling had a lot of little thoughts. So many that even Lin Hao could not imagine. Although Lin Hao was indeed a little annoyed with Huan Huan, he could see that Huan Huan did not have any ill will towards him. So he just glanced at Huan Huan and pulled Duan Luochen aside. Where are you now? Lin Hao asked. In a commercial building not far from here. I am with 3 girls. Meng Meng is injured and her injuries are very serious, so we can only stay there. Duan Luochen said. Can they be transferred? Can they be transferred from there to my place? There is a hospital quite close to my place. And I have a car. Lin Hao said. Transfer is no problem. After all, we will be safer together. We don't need a car. I can fly. Duan Luochen flapped his 2 wings and said proudly. Lin Hao smiled, patted Duan Luochen on the shoulder and said, You can fly. But can those 4 girls fly? Take the car and take them all to my place. Next, I want to discuss something with you. Duan Luochen knew what Lin Hao wanted to discuss with him. He felt that he had no regrets. So Duan Luochen said, I have no regrets. Lin Hao looked at Duan Luochen and said gratefully, Thank you so much. Actually, you don't have to go. I have to go. Ming Ming and I's gene lock is still stored with him. As long as the gene lock exists. Ming Ming and I will be in danger for 1 more day. So I must go and destroy the machine that stores our gene lock. Duan Luochen said firmly. The 2 men reached a consensus on this issue. So, Lin Hao brought Duan Luochen, Ling Ling who didn't know what to think, and Huan Huan who looked unhappy, to the high-rise building where he and Jinzi were based. The broken Hummer was lying quietly in front of the building, motionless. Lin Hao went upstairs to check on Jinzi first, and found that Jinzi was bored and looking at the scenery below through the window. What's up? Do you feel better? Lin Hao asked. Jinzi said, Yes. I feel better. When will we go to save my sister? Jinzi was always concerned about this one question. When to save her sister? Lin Hao said to Jinzi confidently, Don't worry. It will be soon. I found a helper. Really? Brother Lin Hao. Can you take me with you when you go to rescue your sister? I can help you. Jinzi hurriedly stepped forward and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head and said, Definitely not. Because I will definitely bring a group of zombies with me at that time. There are a lot of zombies. I dare not let you mix in the group of zombies. Otherwise, if I rescue your sister will kill me first. Oh, okay. Then when are we going to rescue your sister? Jinzi asked hurriedly. I don't know the exact time, but it will be soon. You have to trust me. Jinzi. Lin Hao looked at Jinzi with a firm look. I believe you, Brother Lin Hao. Jinzi nodded. Okay. Then you wait here for me. I go get our helpers. Do you have enough food? Do you need me to get you some more? Lin Hao asked. No. I'm not hungry. Brother Lin Hao. Please come back soon. Jinzi looked at Lin Hao reluctantly. Yes. I'll be back soon. After a simple conversation. When Lin Hao came down from upstairs, Duan Luochen asked curiously. Who is up there? Is it that little guy Jinzi? If not him, then who is it? That guy was also seriously injured, and was thrown out of the car by those damn mutants. Lin Hao was particularly angry when he thought of this. Which one? What does he look like? Duan Luochen asked. A bald man. Very strong. And kind. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. And I've fought with that guy in City A. Lin Hao said viciously. It should be an elephant. That guy's group is one level lower than mine. His strength is not strong. But he is particularly favored by Yi Wentian. Although their individual strength is not high. The 5 of them are still quite scary when they work together. Get on the handlebars. I will tell you about the base in the car, so that we can prepare for the battle. Duan Luochen said. Several people got on the car. Lingling, who had been listening silently beside them, did not speak. Huan asked curiously, what are you talking about? The car started to move. It was Lin Hao who was driving. Duan Luochen turned around and looked at the 2 women in the back seat. He said seriously, now I will tell you why I want to destroy the survivor base. That base is a laboratory established in the name of the country. Everyone in the base is their test subject. They will not use these test subjects to experiment on how to solve the zombie virus, but use these experimenters to experiment on how to use the zombie virus to create powerful biochemical weapons. Duan Luochen pulled out Lin Hao's alloy knife and slashed it hard on his arm. The force was so strong that the blade went straight into the bone. And the 2 women screamed in shock. Chapter 339. What are you doing? Huan and Lingling looked at Duan Luochen in shock, as if they were looking at a madman. Duan Luochen drew back the knife, and blood immediately flowed all over the car. Lin Hao said helplessly, this car is dirty enough, and you still come up to pollute it. Duan Luochen ignored Lin Hao and said to the 2, I am one of the products of their experiments. I am a mutant. A mutant created alive using zombie crystal cores. The survival rate of mutants in experiments is very low. So I am lucky. I survived. Therefore, I got powerful strength, powerful healing ability, powerful wisdom, and all kinds of things. But it's useless. My life is in their hands. As long as they want. I will die in front of you anytime and anywhere. Duan Luochen raised his arm again, and the wound on his arm began to heal gradually in the shocked eyes of the 2 women. Huan couldn't help but cover her mouth, and said in shock, so the survivor base is so dark. Lingling, let's not go there. Okay? Lingling was not shocked, but looked at Duan Luochen's wound with fanatical eyes. And I don't know what she was thinking. Lingling, I'm talking to you? Huan pouted. Obviously didn't like the feeling of being ignored. Oh. Okay. Then we won't go. We listen to you. Lingling said to Huan with a smile, and gradually hid the inexplicable meaning in the corner of her eyes. A car is an excellent means of transportation. As long as you want, you can drive it to anywhere, provided you refuel it. In the doomsday, when Lin Hao started the car, they were destined not to be disturbed by any brain-dead zombies. After hearing the movement of the car, those zombies originally ran over excitedly, but found a much stronger pressure than themselves, and could only run away again in shame. The car drove all the way back to the commercial building. Under Lin Hao's observation of the mental power, they did not encounter a zombie tide, and there were no mutant zombies around. Duan Luochen carefully carried Tang Mengmeng in a princess hug, and then spread his wings and flew down from the upper floor. If Tang Mengmeng was awake now, he would be very happy. Lin Hao said to Duan Luochen with a smile. No girl can ignore the romance of a boy carrying her down from a high altitude. It's a pity that she hasn't woken up yet. After being bandaged, Tang Mengmeng's penis was obviously thicker, but it did not affect the graceful figure of this girl at all. Girls with military backgrounds have such good figures. Duan Luochen slowly put Tang Mengmeng on the co-pilot seat, and then carefully fastened their seat belts. Everything was ready, and the 3 girls finally got off. Lin Hao took a serious look at the 3 people for the first time. The code names of the 3 people were easy to remember, since they were unwilling to reveal their names. Then they would not reveal them. Anyway, the name was just a code name. Among the 3, Lin Hao originally thought that Lingling should be the most beautiful. Lingling was indeed beautiful, with fair skin and beautiful appearance. She looked different from other women in the apocalypse. Other women were survivors, but she was a coquettish bitch. But when Lele came down, Lin Hao was wrong. It turned out that the real coquettish bitch was here. Lele had wavy hair, God knows how this woman could keep the wavy hair in the apocalypse. But she did. What's more, he was even cleaner than Lingling. The three women stood together, and they were divided into two very obvious factions. Lei and Lingling were both dressed brightly and beautifully, and were spotless, while Huan's clothes looked much more worn out, and many places were stained with stains. What touched Lin Hao the most was her hands. She looked pretty good, but she had such rough hands. She did the hardest and most tiring work every day, but she still talked and laughed with the two parasite-like companions. Lei looked down and said with emotion, "I haven't been down here for a long time, and this place has become even more worn out." Lingling said with a triumphant smile, "I've worked so hard. I come down with Huan every day to look for food. Look, my shoes are all dirty. I say it 3 times. If you don't get in the car, I drive." Lin Hao said to the three women. The three women hurriedly shut their mouths and got in the car. However, Huan didn't say much until now. She just smiled at the two of them, looking so innocent. Lin Hao sighed, and when he saw the three women get in the car, he started the car and drove towards his high-rise building. In front of the survivor base, a very sturdy man stood quietly at the door and looked at the survivor base. This man was very strong. Although he was wearing clothes, his explosive muscles could be seen through his clothes. Although the man looked very strong, he didn't seem to be very tall, only about 1.6 meters. The man said to the man in a suit beside him, "Are you sure your laboratory has completed the experiment?" The man in the suit said timidly, "Yes, I am sure. It was completed in front of me." "So you haven't completed the task given to you yet? Didn't I ask you to kill the scientist named Yi Wentian?" The man looked very unhappy. He turned his face, which looked like it was carved by a knife, and asked the man in the suit. Lu Qingqing said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to kill him, but I can't get close to him at all. His laboratory is always guarded by mutants. And his boss, the one named Ho Qingwei, has not left yet. He is also always paying attention to Yi Wentian. I can't get close to him at all." "Don't say so much. Useless people like to quibble, but in the end, they still get what they want. In this city, besides Little Red Flower, it seems that I will have another opponent," the sturdy man said somewhat desolately. The sturdy man is one of the 2 most powerful zombies in City. The 7th level zombie Wang Hao. Since Wang Hao became a 7th level zombie, he has been thinking that the final enemy they zombies will face will always be humans, because humans are selfish, and they will not allow creatures that feed on them to exist on this earth. The war between humans and zombies has started sporadically since the first day of the apocalypse. But Wang Hao has a hunch that sooner or later, humans and zombies will really go to war, because their idea is to eliminate all zombies. And at this time, if the zombie circle in City is not unified, they will hardly be the opponent of humans. As a zombie, Wang Hao naturally couldn't let this idea of human beings take root. So he had an insider, Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing was a 3rd level superpower. He had hatred towards the survivor base. He didn't know the reason. He only knew that this person could barely be used by him. But now it seemed that this person's use was not as great as imagined. "Boss Wang, how about?" Lu Qingqing wanted to make up for something. And then Wang Hao just waved his hand and walked away, obviously not wanting to listen to Lu Qingqing's nonsense. Chapter 340. Survivor Base. The top floor of the experimental building. The top floor here is a circular conference room. Not large in area, but full of sunshine. Although it is already evening, through the glass cover above the head, one can still see the beautiful sunset. At this moment, 8 people are sitting on the oval square table in the conference room. There is no doubt that these 8 people are all important people in the management of the survivor base in City. Among these 8 people, there are Yi Wentian, Ho Qingwei, and even Lu Qingqing. However, what is strange is that these 8 people are sitting quietly in their seats at this moment, not saying a word, and quietly looking at someone. As everyone looked over, it was Lu Qingqing's seat. Everyone at the round table looked at Lu Qingqing with a weird expression, not saying a word. What is Lu Qingqing doing at this moment? At this moment, Lu Qingqing is lying on his recliner, with his eyes closed, and sweat all over his forehead, as if he is experiencing something very painful. Ho Qingwei finally couldn't help whispering, "Is this method feasible? Look at Lao Lu. Don't go back and make yourself sick." Yi Wentian said, "I checked his energy, and it's very sufficient. Don't worry. It's okay. It depends on whether he can hold on." Hearing Yi Wentian's words, Ho Qingwei, who had already become anxious, closed his mouth again and waited silently on the table. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Qingqing finally jumped up. His buttocks left his chair, and he fell on the table in front of him. The person next to him, who was obviously a member of the management team, hurried forward to check what happened to Lu Qingqing, and the others also looked at Lu Qingqing with concern. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing climbed up from the table not long after. He looked at the people present, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and finally said, "There may be bad news. You should be mentally prepared." Ho Qingwei said anxiously, "Okay. What did you hear? Tell me quickly. I'm so anxious." Lu Qingqing snorted and said, "This news is not good. Wang Hao has decided to attack our survivor base in advance. Now let's discuss how to protect our survivor base." "Are you sure you told Wang Hao what I said?" Yi Wetian asked. "Yes. I said that your experiment is completed." I didn't expect that this sentence seemed to provoke him, and made him want to launch an attack in advance, Lu Qingqing said with some regret. As soon as Lu Qingqing finished speaking, someone said, "The most important thing is to quickly deploy defensive measures. Otherwise, when the level 7 zombie really comes to our door, we don't even have any defensive measures. What should we do?" As soon as this person finished speaking, the people around him fell into an active discussion. It is obvious that the manager of this survivor base is not one person, but a team. When the base is in danger, everyone will gather together and start brainstorming. Ho Qingwei knocked on the table, and the scene finally quieted down a little. Ho Qingwei took out a cigar. Yi Wetian was angry when he saw the cigar. It was his last Cuban. There was a crisp sound of lighters. Others who had cigarettes saw Ho Qingwei smoking and took out their cigarettes and started to smoke. However, Yi Wetian did not bring any cigarettes. "Lung cancer will take away you old smokers sooner or later." Yi Wetian cursed with good intentions. The smoker smiled at Yi Wetian in a friendly manner, and then looked at Ho Qingwei. It was obvious that the fat man's knock on the table just now meant that he had something to say. Sure enough, after taking a puff of cigarette, Ho Qingwei didn't even spit out and said, "First of all, Lao Lu has worked hard. This infernal affairs must be very tiring. If it weren't for him, we would definitely not be able to control the largest zombie army in S City." As Ho Qingwei spoke, smoke came out of his mouth with each word he spoke. Lu Qingqing waved his hand. "It's nothing. I am the only one who has this ability. I am honored to be able to do something for the survivor's base. If the base is gone, we will have no safe place. It's all for ourselves." Ho Qingwei took another puff of cigarette and said, "Defense measures must be taken, and they must be very strict. Yi Wetian will pass on this matter later and let those mutants do it. Lao Wang, organize your army and let them be on standby at any time." Yi Wetian and a management staff member, who was named, nodded. "We can only use our wits to deal with this matter. Although we have a cyborg army, our cyborg army is hidden too deep. Even we ourselves are not sure how powerful they are, and whether they are a match for Wang Hao's zombie army. Therefore, we must not fight them head-on unless it is absolutely necessary. But if they come to attack us, what can we do to stop them?" someone asked. Ho Qingwei took another puff of his cigarette and said with a smile, "This S City is not just Wang Hao's zombie. If he dares to attack our base, there must be someone who wants to reap the benefits. Although we are not the fishermen, we must not be the clam. When the fishermen come, we can spread our wings and fly away from the battle circle." Ho Qingwei puffed on his cigarette, not caring that the ash had grown long. His two small mustaches moved up and down, and his eyes were shining. He looked like a little mouse who had found a way to steal oil. However, this little mouse did something that even a tiger could not do. He almost killed the two most powerful zombies in S City. Unfortunately, if it weren't for Lin Hao, Ho Qingwei might really be able to take back the entire S City with his survivor base. If I remember correctly, you should have contacted a group of people, right? No one knows how Ho Qingwei smoked a cigar into a butt in just 3 or 2 puffs. But he did it. Lu Qingqing knew that the person Ho Qingwei was asking about must be him. Seeing Ho Qingwei's wise eyes, Lu Qingqing could only nod with a cold sweat and said, "Yes. I have contacted the group of people." Ho Qingwei smiled and said, "This kind of thing is nothing. As long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of our base, I won't care about you. I hope you will always remember this. By the way, in order to prevent the group of people from not receiving information, I hope you can notify them and tell them that Wang Hao will attack the survivor's base in the near future. Let them pay more attention. This scene can't be played without a fisherman. Lu Qingqing wiped his sweat and said, "Don't worry. I will tell them." Ho Qingwei and Yu Wentian looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Chapter 341. When the meeting was over, Lu Qingqing was sent back to his room like a rare animal, and many soldiers surrounded him for protection, which was called protection, but was actually surveillance. It seems that you are really smart. You can actually see that Lu Qingqing is not honest, Ho Qingwei said to Yu Wentian with a smile. This is a very simple logic problem. A mutant has the idea of breaking away from us to gain his own freedom. He even risked his life for this. What's more, a person who has become a superpower, how could he be willing to use his ability only to make wedding clothes for others? So you guess that guy would not only listen to us and pretend to be friendly with Wang Hao zombies, but he might even go to find those people for his own retreat? Ho Qingwei laughed. This possibility is too great. First of all, our control over him, in addition to allowing him 3 meals a day and freedom in the base, basically limits his ability to release himself at any time. What's more, he is one of the 8 managers. How can a capable person in a management position be willing to be controlled by others? It is only a matter of time before he has thoughts. Duan Luochen is willing to sacrifice his life for freedom. So why can't he do something for his own personal gain when he is in power? Yu Wentian analyzed calmly. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing for us? Ho Qingwei asked. It is not certain whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. But our purpose is clear. That is, we cannot betray. Lu Qingqing is too cunning and too treacherous. If the zombies are not innocent, how could they believe that he would really come to kill me? Yu Wentian touched his chin and said, That's right. He is still useful now. He can monitor the 2 large zombie core in S-City. Only he can do it when the zombies in the entire S-City are eliminated. It will not be too late to kill him. Ho Qingwei took out another cigarette from his pocket. Yu Wentian jumped up and rushed towards Ho Qingwei when he saw it. You have cigarettes, but you don't give me one and smoke it by yourself. You are so selfish. It is hard to imagine that even though Yu Wentian was making trouble with Ho Qingwei never got angry. In the final analysis, Yu Wentian is a young man in his 20s. These experiments and data have made him, who was originally innocent and energetic, gradually become calm. Because he is becoming more and more calm, he has become the current Yu Wentian. But young people are young people after all, and they will always accidentally reveal their own personality when they are not paying attention. The little guy is so cute. Ling Ling wanted to touch Jinzi's little head, but Jinzi's sharp eyes made her not put her hand on it. Lin Hao looked at this scene with some amusement. In his opinion, how could Jinzi be touched casually? The little man who had been tempered by the Doomsday was no weaker than the adults in the Doomsday. Lei Lei and Huan Huan only dared to watch this cold little boy from a distance. Seeing that Ling Ling was in trouble, they did not dare to go up and provoke Jinzi casually. Fortunately, the room was not small. After the 3 girls chose a room and went in, they never came out. I don't know what they were discussing in the room. It's a good thing that they didn't come out. Otherwise, they were not familiar with Lin Hao and Duan Luochen, and it would be very embarrassing to chat without knowing what to talk about. Tang Mingming had been put on the bed in another room, still unconscious. But after Gooden's test, it was found that the other party should not be in danger of life. After all, Tang Mingming was also a mutant before, and the healing ability in her body was also very strong. Some injuries that would kill ordinary people were nothing to them. Let's talk. After all, you should be the one who knows the survivor base best. Lin Hao looked at Duan Luochen and said. The two did not chat in front of Jinzi, but came to the rooftop, enjoying the night breeze. This is also the time when ordinary zombies are most active. If it was 2 months ago, you could definitely hear all kinds of zombie sounds, and the sounds of humans running around on the rooftop in the middle of the night. But now, all the sounds are less, and there are not many humans. So the zombies are quiet. Those living humans are not stupid enough to go out at night, which is too dangerous. Humans are always smart. There is no doubt about that. After more than half a year of exploration, humans have learned the schedule of zombies. They are most tired when the sun is at its peak. And every night, whether there is a moon or not, they will transform into moonlit werewolves, regardless of wind or rain. Today's weather is very good, with bright moon and sparse stars. I believe tomorrow will also be a good day. But such weather did not bring good mood to the two. The most terrifying thing about the survivor base is not their apparent strength, because they have no strength on the surface. The most powerful C group mutants can only use 4 now, one of whom is seriously injured in the brain, so it is not healed until now. As for the E group members, there is nothing to be afraid of. Although the 5 of them are amazingly powerful together, I can deal with them now. These advanced mutant members are their rare strength after all. They also have many ordinary mutant members, such as the second level ones. The second level mutant members are the most. Such mutant members have become the backbone of their soldiers. About a few thousand. Think about it. Thousands of level 2 mutants are equivalent to thousands of level 2 mutant zombies. This is a very terrifying force and number. Haven't you noticed that it is difficult to see those low-level mutant zombies in the entire S-City? All those mutant zombies will be captured and turned into mutants. This is their real terrifying power, Duan Luochen said. After hearing Duan Luochen's words, Lin Hao also felt a little confused. He never thought that the number of mutants on the other side was so terrifying. The entire S-City is so big. There must be more level 2 and 3 mutant zombies. The base's goal is to convert all these mutant zombies into mutant humans. If they succeed, even if there is an 8-level zombie in S-City, it can't be the opponent of the base. This is why the 2 zombie gangs in S-City dare not fight each other. Once they fight, the humans in the base will wait for an opportunity to attack them. And they dare not touch the survivor base casually, because they will definitely be injured. The 2 zombie gangs can't unite. They don't trust each other in their bones. S-City has always maintained a 3-way balance of power. But each of the 3 parties wants to destroy the other 2 parties to dominate themselves, Duan Luochen said. Of course, no matter what they think, our goal is not as big as theirs. We only have 2 goals. One is to rescue your girlfriend, and the other is to destroy the computer with Mai and Mingming's gene locks. Invisibly. Our mission is much safer. The first question now is, when do we go out? Duan Luochen said again. Chapter 342. Lin Hao was a little surprised by this question. He didn't expect Duan Luochen to analyze so precisely. It was obvious that this guy had this idea for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have analyzed it so carefully. You are right. We are not going to fight them head-on. Our goal is to save people and destroy their gene-lock computers. And you don't have to think about the members of Group C. I have already killed them. Now their bodies have been eaten by zombies. If we want to take action, we must find an opportunity. An opportunity when the base is in chaos. Lin Hao squatted at the edge of the tall building, looking into the distance, not afraid of falling, and said so calmly. Duan Luochen was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that the arrogant Group C would be challenged by Lin Hao alone. But he didn't question Lin Hao, but continued to listen to Lin Hao. How do you think we should seize this opportunity? Lin Hao looked at Duan Luochen and asked. Lin Hao was an outsider after all, and he didn't know anything about S-City. He didn't know that there were 2 zombie legions in S-City. Nor did he know that the strength of the survivor base in S-City was so terrifying. He didn't know everything. The only person he could ask now was Duan Luochen in front of him. It's hard to create chaos, but there are always opportunities. Recently, the base has been in close contact with a level 7 zombie in S-City, which will cause the other party to be suspicious. I think that opportunity is not far away. But we still can't wait. Even if that opportunity is not far away, we must find a way to make them all come out, Duan Luochen said affirmatively. The 2 discussed for a long time, but they didn't find out how to create bastards in the survivor base. However, in the survivor base, all kinds of defense measures have been built. The soldiers around them ventured out for patrols, and found that the number of zombies around them began to increase. It seems that a dark cloud is really coming. The city is about to be destroyed. Are they really ready to start? The speaker was a gentle-looking man wearing an ordinary shirt and trousers. Such clothes seemed a bit out of place in the coming autumn, especially at night. But he was a mutant zombie, and a very powerful 7th-level mutant zombie. This identity gave him a physical fitness that was destined to transcend the world. This man had short hair and seemed very young. Before the apocalypse, if he said he was a college student, no one would doubt his identity. He has star-like eyes, a hooked nose, and thin lips. If it weren't for the typical black hair and black eyes, he would be easily mistaken for a Westerner. His star-like eyes were very bright, as if they could capture people's hearts, making the man in the suit who was speaking in front of him nod guiltily. I hope you don't lie to me. The man's voice was very soft, but every word could ensure that the man in the suit could hear it clearly. The man in the suit nodded guiltily and said, Don't worry. I didn't lie to you. Everything is true. This is what Wang Hao said in person. To launch an attack on the survivor base in a short time. Because the base's advanced superpower plan has been successfully researched. I believe it won't be long before that powerful superpower will be born. So Wang Hao wants to destroy that superpower quickly. The man opposite the man in the suit chuckled and said, Really? You humans always like to be like this. Arrogant and conceited. How powerful can a high-level superpower be? The man seemed a little disdainful and shook his head. The man was handsome and had a great figure. Whether it was the aesthetics of zombies or humans. The word handsome guy would come out involuntarily when seeing this man. However, this man was also very strange. Strangely, on the top of his head, in the middle of the thick black hair, there was a green root rising straight up. And above the root, bright red flowers bloomed. The man in the suit was also curious about the little red flower. But he didn't dare to ask. Because the person who asked him this question, whether a human or a zombie, was already dead. And there was nothing left. Do you have anything else to say? The man asked. I don't have anything else to say. But I still want to remind you that these words were deliberately revealed to you by those humans, hoping that you can make trouble when Wang Hao attacks. And this survivor base will become the one who fishes. The man in the suit said without blushing. Don't worry. I can only be the fisherman. No matter it is a bird or a clam. It is impossible for them to escape from my palm. The man seemed to have endless confidence and said, If you have nothing to do, just go. I need to think about something. The man said. The man in the suit left, and no one saw the contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. The man in the suit left, but he did not return to the base. Instead, he went directly to the other end of the city, which was the territory of another level 7 zombie, Wang Hao. When the short and strong Wang Hao saw the man in the suit again, he was obviously unhappy. He frowned and asked the man in the suit, Why are you here again? Didn't I say I don't want to see you again? Boss Wang, I'm here to tell you something. And this news is very important. I think you need to hear it, Lu Qingqing said with a flattering smile. What other news can you give me besides the progress of the high-level psychics experiment? Wang Hao looked unconvinced. Aren't you always unsure about how to deal with the survivor base? I heard this news in the base. The base has begun to deploy defense measures everywhere. I heard that the little red flower may attack the survivor base. Lu Qingqing said in an exaggerated way. How is it possible? Xiao Honghua is so smart. How can he not figure out what I can figure out? Isn't he afraid that when he takes his people to attack the survivor base, I will send people to attack him? Wang Hao said in disbelief. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, I've told you the message. If you don't believe me, you can go to the survivor base to see if there are defensive measures in place there. I risked my life to deliver the letter to you. I believe the battle will start soon. And it's up to you to decide how to do it. I'm leaving first. The man in the suit said this and stood still. In a toilet cubicle in the survivor base. Lu Qingqing came out of the cubicle with cold sweat on his forehead. Xiang had been watching this guy outside in the name of protection. Seeing this guy coming out with cold sweat on his forehead, Xiang asked with concern, What's wrong? Mr. Lu? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Nothing. Just a little stomachache. And can't defecate. Maybe I caught a cold. Just go back and rest. Lu Qingqing said silently. Lu Qingqing's room was also in a community not far from the laboratory building. And his room was a very luxurious 100 square meter house. In the doomsday. In this crowded space with hundreds of thousands of people. Being able to live in a 100 square meter place alone represented a person's rights. Xiang did not go into the room to look at Lu Qingqing in the end. Yi Wentian was not afraid that he would use his abilities in the room casually. Because the room was already equipped with instruments to detect abnormal energy. They all thought they could absolutely control Lu Qingqing. But they didn't know that Lu Qingqing knew everything in the room. Lu Qingqing came to the window. Looked at the brightly lit laboratory building. Slowly grinned. Smiled gently. Then stretched and walked towards his bedroom. Chapter 343. Boss, do you think that guy is trustworthy? A fat man beside Wang Hao asked. No matter whether he is trustworthy or not. Let's gather the personnel first. Go. Call Qin Liang to me and ask him to call his men. Wang Hao said. Qin Liang is Wang Hao's subordinate. A level 6 zombie. The fat man beside Qin Liang is called Tian Lin. Also a level 6 zombie. The two trump cards beside Wang Hao are these two level 6 zombies. Although there are only two of them. The network of relationships among their subordinates is huge and complicated. For example, Qin Liang has 4 level 5 zombies under his command. And each level 5 zombie has at least 5 level 4 zombies under his command. And each level 5 zombie has at least 20 level 3 zombies under his command. And each level 3 zombie has at least hundreds of level 2 zombies under his command. These are what Duan Luochen told Lin Hao. When Lin Hao heard these data, he explained that it was incredible. It was indeed a little incredible. But that was the fact. S city is S city. This is neither a city nor B city. A city and B city are too small. With a population of less than 1 million. After the apocalypse, it would be very good if the total number of level 2 and level 3 zombies in the entire city could reach 1,000. But S city is different. S city is a big city with tens of millions of people. With such a large population, there will naturally be a lot of zombies after the apocalypse. That must be a terrifying number. With this terrifying number, isn't it not so incredible when listening to the data above? So the number of mutant zombies is still very small. Wang Hao understands this truth and basically doesn't let his men kill each other. If they want to upgrade, they can be aggressive. But they should kill others, not their own people. Wang Hao's method did gather a lot of manpower for his team. But what he didn't know was that one of his greatest manpower was killed by Lin Hao, including 5 level 4 zombies, 4 level 5 zombies, and 1 level 6 zombie. This was definitely a big deal. And Wang Hao couldn't have failed to know about it immediately. But he didn't know until this moment, when he saw Tian Lin's bitter face, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? What happened?" Faced with his boss's question, Tian Lin had to say, "My men got the news that today, Qin Liang led 3 level 5 zombies to deal with a level 5 zombie. But they were all killed by that level 5 zombie. The other side was just a level 5 zombie." Tian Lin said, as if he had seen the incident himself. And the fat on his face began to tremble with fear. What? Qin Liang was killed? Or was he killed by a level 5 zombie? Wang Hao was furious. Tian Lin's body trembled and said, "Yes. He was killed by a level 5 zombie. What about Qin Liang's men? He has nearly 1,000 mutant zombies under his command. We can't lose them." Wang Hao asked fearfully. "Don't worry, boss. I have asked my men to take over Qin Liang's men." Tian Lin smiled flatteringly. Wang Hao just glanced at Tian Lin and said, "That level 5 zombie looked strange. It was able to kill Qin Liang, even though Qin Liang lost an arm. But you know how powerful his 4 men are. 2 of them are mental. One is speed, and the other is a weird one. When the 4 of them are combined, even you may not be their opponent." In the end, the 4 of them plus Qin Liang were all killed in one pot. Tian Lin knew that the boss had misunderstood. The 4 people he mentioned were 3 level 5 zombies, and 1 level 4 zombie. However, his subordinates also said that the zombie in the psychiatric department of the Municipal People's Hospital was also killed by Lin Hao. So in the final analysis, Qin Liang's department was indeed all killed by Lin Hao. So what Wang Hao said was not unreasonable. Tian Lin was very smart and did not refute. Then what about that level 5 zombie? Tian Lin showed a fierce look. He killed so many of my subordinates. If he was allowed to live, wouldn't it be a loss of my prestige? We must deal with him. But not now. At least wait until the recent turmoil is over. We can't be affected by any changes. We must ensure that the current personnel are safe," Wang Hao said with a broad perspective. Tian Lin did not forget to flatter him. "Boss is still farsighted. So let's listen to you. Let the level 5 zombie jump around first. And when this matter is over, we will deal with him." Lin Hao did not know that he had been targeted by a level 7 zombie. Even if he knew, he would not be afraid. But excited? He wanted to know how powerful a level 7 zombie was. After all, he had never seen what a level 7 zombie looked like. Lin Hao and Duan Luochen discussed for a long time on the rooftop facing the moon, and finally decided on an idea. Since no one was going to create chaos, they would go. There are many ways to create a riot. And for Lin Hao, there is a very simple and convenient way, which is to attract the zombies to create a riot. According to Duan Luochen, if the number of zombies attracted is enough, maybe those scheming level 7 zombies can really be blown out of the deep pool of S City. When they are blown out, everything will be easy. Lin Hao believed that as long as they showed up, the whole S City would start to be in chaos. When S City started to be in chaos, it might be much easier for them to enter the base to rescue people. Then shall we act tomorrow? Duan Luochen asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao was already impatient. If Gooden hadn't been talking about how powerful the survivor base was, he might have acted on his own a long time ago. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to quickly upgrade to level 6 in S City, so that his strength would be stronger, and he would be more confident in rescuing Jean Bebe. But after hearing what Duan Luochen said, Lin Hao felt that there was no need to wait until he reached level 6. Opportunities always flash by, and Lin Hao is always good at seizing these flashing opportunities. When the two went downstairs, they met a woman at the door of the room. Lin Hao and Duan Luochen looked at the woman curiously. "Why are you here? It's so late. Why don't you rest?" Duan Luochen asked curiously. Huan said a little embarrassedly, "I just heard your conversation. I don't know if what you said is true, so I want to ask. Can you take me with you on the day of your action?" "No. That would be a very dangerous thing. You can't risk your life just to verify this kind of thing," Duan Luochen said very coldly. After saying this, Duan Luochen wanted to bypass him and enter the room. But Huan blocked Duan Luochen outside the door with a stubborn look on his face. Lin Hao was a little curious about what the man and woman wanted to say, so he did nothing and just leaned against the wall quietly, watching this big show. "It's a pity that there are no potato chips and beer," Lin Hao said with regret. Chapter 344. What do you want to do? What do you think you can do there with your strength? You can't do anything except die. Duan Luochen looked at Huan and said coldly. At this time, Lin Hao found out that Huan was also a superpower, so he used the function of Gooden to check the attributes of this honest girl. Name, Qin Huan. Level, level 2. Title, bronze. Skill, accurate throwing. Strength, 28. Spirit, 15. Speed, 20. Stamina, 20. Evaluation, no evaluation for humans. Seeing this attribute, Lin Hao was surprised. He didn't expect that this girl attributes were quite good. If she developed and upgraded well, she would be a very powerful superpower. I have to go, Huan said very firmly. Duan Luochen said impatiently, Reason? Give me a reason. Otherwise why should I take you there? I think my father should be there. I want to go there to find my father, Qin Huan said. What did your father do before? Duan Luochen asked. He was an employee of the TV building. He was an electrician. He was at work when the doomsday broke out. As long as he didn't become a zombie, then the chances of him being alive now are very high. I want to go find him. Huan's toughness turned into pleading. It turned out that this girl was not as tough as she seemed. When Lin Hao heard that this girl wanted to find his father, especially when he saw his last name, he was shocked. Lin Hao did not forget the level 6 zombie he killed during the day. After all, it was one level higher than his own, and he remembered it clearly. Moreover, the zombie seemed to be called Qin Liang, the same last name as Qin Huan. If Huan had not said the following words, Lin Hao really thought that the one he killed might be his father. Fortunately, Huan said that his father was an electrician working in the TV building, which is the extremely tall building with 400 or 500 floors. Unfortunately, that building is no longer a TV building, but a laboratory of the survivor base. Or more appropriately, a magic cave. If he really worked there, the possibility of Huan's father surviving is indeed very high. Duan Luochen looked at Huan with his eyes fixed. Are you really going? Huan nodded very seriously and said, Yes. I really want to go. If you don't take me with you that day, I will go by myself. Do you think you can scare me with this? Duan Luochen was very indifferent. I don't care anyway. This woman actually started to play dirty. Lin Hao looked at her with a smile and said, Okay. Okay. You have to trust Duan Luochen. He will take you there. Right. Old Duan. Duan Luochen looked at Lin Hao speechlessly. Are you sure when we became so familiar with each other? Lin Hao laughed and bypassed Huan to open the door of the room, but found that there were actually 2 eavesdroppers inside the door. Lingling and Lei obviously didn't react. They looked at Lin Hao awkwardly and then smiled. I think about it. Duan Luochen finally let out a sigh of relief. In fact, there was no need for Duan Luochen to take her with him. First of all, this kind of thing was quite dangerous. Moreover, they were not familiar with Duan Luochen after all. Duan Luochen could have refused, but he didn't. I don't know if he was moved by Huan's words. Lin Hao looked at the 2 women in front of him who had not left, and asked curiously, Why? Do you want to go too? Lei hurriedly said, No. No. I won't go. I just want to live well. As long as I can live. I don't care where I am. Lingling pondered for a long time. He looked at Huan and finally gritted his teeth and said, I want to go too. I am worried about Huan being alone. I want to go with him. When Lingling said this, Lin Hao and Duan Luochen were surprised and looked at Lingling strangely. As far as they knew, Lingling should not be such a person. How could she risk her life for Huan? But looking at Lingling's expression, it was indeed the kind of expression of determination. Not pretending. Could people really change their nature? Lin Hao thought with some curiosity. Lingling. Thank you. Huan seemed very touched. Don't say that. We are sisters after all. Lingling stepped forward and touched Huan's head, smiling. In the end, Duan Luochen did not respond whether he took them with him. And Lin Hao felt bored and went into the room to chat with Jinzi. Jinzi had slept for a day or two, and he couldn't sleep tonight. He opened his eyes and asked Lin Hao, Brother Lin Hao, are you going to save my sister tomorrow? Yes. I can't wait. I'm really worried about your sister. Lin Hao said to Jinzi seriously while sitting on the sofa. Can I see my sister tomorrow? Jinzi asked innocently. I will definitely let you see your sister tomorrow. I swear. Lin Hao said firmly. Jinzi closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that the big brother in front of him was so reassuring. He said that he could rescue his sister. And his sister would definitely be rescued. It seemed good to have such a person as his brother-in-law. Even if he was a zombie? Soon, Jinzi fell into a sweet dream. But Lin Hao did not sleep. He was waiting for someone. When Jinzi slowly began to snore, the man finally appeared. The man was wearing a suit and was very neatly dressed. Here you are. Lin Hao used his mental power to talk to the other party. So I told you not to lie to me and cooperate with me. I can help you succeed. It seems that my method should work. Lin Hao smiled. Yes, your method worked. To be honest, I didn't expect there are zombies as smart as you in the world. I can't tell you much. There is a machine in my room that detects abnormal energy. I am taking a walk now. If I don't hurry back, I will fall. Once I fall, people will notice me. So, when will you take action? Lu Qingqing asked anxiously. Lin Hao looked at Lu Qingqing and said with a smile, Tomorrow. I will take action tomorrow. So where is the position I want? Laboratory 404 on the 44th floor. So, can you give me back my mental power? Recently, I feel sweating when I use my abilities. If you don't give me your mental power, I will die. Lu Qingqing said weakly. Okay. I give it to you. Actually, I have to thank you too. Without you, I may still have to wait a long time for my actions on the base. Tomorrow I will enter the survivor base and hope you can help me. Lin Hao said. Lu Qingqing felt that his mental power really returned to his body and said reluctantly, Why should I help you? Don't you want to own the entire base? Lin Hao said casually. But it was this casual sentence that made Lu Qingqing's ambition burn. Chapter 345. Lu Qingqing understood that everything he did was for himself, so that he could get rid of the shackles of certain people. But his plan was always missing a final step. So he saw Lin Hao. The moment he saw Lin Hao, he understood Lin Hao's identity. He knew how powerful Lin Hao was, especially after Lin Hao killed Lu Dong, the level 5 spiritual zombie. Lu Qingqing told Lin Hao a small part of his plan. It was obvious that he was fooling Lin Hao in some places. But he could fool Lin Hao. But he couldn't fool Gooden. Gooden directly locked at least half of his spiritual power, forcing Lu Qingqing to tell the truth. Therefore, Lu Qingqing later fooled the three parties. Lin Hao didn't know the camp of S City, so he just told the general plan. As for how to implement this plan, it depends on Lu Qingqing himself. Obviously, Lu Qingqing perfectly implemented Lin Hao's general plan. Next, it depends on when Lin Hao will take action. Lu Qingqing is still a human being. Even if he evolves into a superpower, he is still a human being. So he doesn't want the survivor base to fall. This battle may fail, but the survivor base cannot fall, because the capital cannot let such a large survivor base fall. Lu Qingqing is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Ho Qingwei to leave. As for Lin Hao, he reluctantly prepares to help Lin Hao on the grounds that Lin Hao has helped him. After all, Lin Hao's strength is indeed strong, and he is very smart. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be able to think of such a method. So when Lin Hao said that there was a way for him to become the person in charge of the base. Lu Qingqing was inevitably moved. I will wait for you at the door of the laboratory tomorrow. Lu Qingqing left the place and left directly. Looking at the place where Lu Qingqing disappeared, Lin Hao began to be serious. Lu Qingqing's words could definitely be believed, because he didn't dare to lie. Once Lu Qingqing lied, Gooden would be able to detect it. It was because Lu Qingqing's words were too true. Exactly the same as what Duan Luochen said. That Lin Hao began to worry. Lin Hao underestimated the strength of the survivor base. However, no matter how underestimated the strength of the base was, for Lin Hao, he would participate in the chaos tomorrow. And he might even be the initiator of the chaos. No words were spoken that night. And the next day came quietly. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had closed his eyes and rested until now. It was time to do something. Looking at Jin Zi sleeping soundly on the bed, Lin Hao carefully closed the curtains. I don't know why Jin Zi has been very sleepy recently. I heard from Gooden that it was because the body's self-healing system started to start. After all, although the injury was healed by Gooden last time, it was not treated by Jin Zi's own self-healing system. When Gooden's treatment left Jin Zi's body, the healing cells, as the host of the body, naturally had to be responsible for their own master. So Jin Zi began to be sleepy. Lin Hao did not alarm Jin Zi, Duan Luochen, or anyone else, and just left the room by himself. This was a tacit understanding between him and Duan Luochen. And Duan Luochen did not need to show up for the early stage. But when Lin Hao opened the door, someone suddenly blocked in front of Lin Hao. Seeing this person, Lin Hao felt a little curious. He wondered why it was her. What do you want to see me for? Lin Hao asked curiously. Nothing. I just want to ask if you can take me to the survivor base? Lingling asked. Lin Hao said with a smile, aren't you going to go with Huan Huan? Aren't you worried about her? Why do you want me to take you there now? And you heard the conversation between Duan Luochen and I yesterday. The survivor base is not safe. Very unsafe. And it might be destroyed. Do you understand? Then I can go too. Even if I can only stay in human society for 1 day. Even 1 hour. I will be satisfied. I don't want to stay in a city full of zombies and depression anymore. Lingling's long hair covered her eyes, making it hard to see clearly. But these plain words gave people a sense of firmness. I have always known that you are not ordinary people. And Lian Huanhuan is not an ordinary person either. You are people who can shine in the doomsday. But I am just an ordinary person. All I want is a safe and stable life. Lingling raised her head abruptly, with tears in the corners of her eyes, making people feel pity for her. This is what you said. Anyway, I am only responsible for taking you to the place. Don't bother me when the time comes. Lin Hao said to Lingling seriously and solemnly. Lingling nodded and said, don't worry. I will definitely not drag you down. As long as you take me to the survivor base, I will do anything for you. Lingling seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Hao to agree to her request. I don't need you to do anything. Just don't bother me and follow me. No matter what you see, don't shout. And you have to follow me closely. Otherwise you will be at your own risk if there is any danger. Lin Hao was not exaggerating. He still remembered that the reason why the girl went to the survivor base yesterday was because of Huan Huan. She said she was worried about Huan Huan. Lin Hao thought he had changed his personality. But it seemed that he hadn't. Lin Hao didn't know what Lingling was thinking. Even though she shed sincere tears when she talked to Lin Hao just now, Lin Hao knew she was lying. For some things, Lin Hao only needed to take a look to know whether the other party was telling the truth. Although it was just a hunch, Lin Hao believed in his hunch. After all, such a high spiritual attribute was not for him to play with. After leaving his base, the first thing Lin Hao had to do was to attract the zombies. With Lin Hao's skills, he could gather 100 zombies without even thinking about it. But these 100 zombies were obviously not enough. These 100 zombies were not enough for the ordinary people with guns in the base. Fortunately, attracting the zombies was very convenient. Looking at the hundreds of zombies around, Lin Hao got on the dilapidated Hummer. Lingling sat in the co-pilot without his permission. In fact, when the zombies just appeared around, Lingling had already rushed to the co-pilot, and he kept beckoning Lin Hao to come up, saying that there were zombies around. Unfortunately, Lin Hao ignored her and just did his own thing. Then, something happened that Lingling could not have imagined. There were indeed more and more zombies around. But the strange thing was that those zombies stood in a neat row like the soldiers in the military parade. And no one crossed the line. Seeing that there were almost enough zombies around, Lin Hao started to sit in the driver's seat, turned up the engine of the Hummer to the maximum, and then started to wander around at the slowest speed. Chapter 346. Who are you? Ling looked at Lin Hao in fear, as if she was in a thief's car. Just as you thought, Lin Hao said coldly. So you are really a zombie? How is it possible? How can a zombie be as impossible as you? Stop the car and let me get off. Ling shouted anxiously. Don't forget what I told you. Don't move around me. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Lin Hao's casual words dispelled Ling's desire to rush out of the car. The engine noise of the Hummer was already very loud, and Lin Hao deliberately slowed down to let the noise spread far away. Before long, there was no telling how many zombies were attracted to the back of the Hummer. But the crazy zombies did not dare to attack the car. More than 100 zombies controlled by Lin Hao surrounded the car with coercion, and other zombies could not get in. In addition, Lin Hao was a level 5 zombie, and the ordinary zombies around him could already feel the breath of the high-level zombies from a distance. So they did not dare to move rashly. But they had no IQ, and the movement of the Hummer attracted them. So they could only be attracted by Lin Hao and follow the Hummer closely. Gradually, the number of zombies behind him has reached a terrifying level. Lin Hao drove towards the survivor base. Still not very fast. Just enough to let the zombies behind him catch up slowly. When getting closer and closer to the survivor base, Lin Hao stopped the car and looked at Ling who dared not move beside him, and said, Don't you want to go to the survivor base? Now the opportunity has come. And you can't refuse this opportunity. Ling said tremblingly, I won't go. Can you take me back? It's impossible. If I take you back, my plan won't work. So I have to thank you because you are the last link to my plan's success. Lin Hao smiled coldly. Ling knew that she might not be able to escape. So she had to bite the bullet and asked, So, what should I do? Ling also held out hope, because she could see the outline of the survivor's base not far ahead. It's very simple. You can drive, right? Lin Hao asked. Many people like to learn to drive in college. Although Ling has no practical experience, it is still very easy to get the car moving. I guess so, Ling said tactfully. The next thing is very simple. Drive this car and rush forward madly until you reach the gate of the survivor base. As long as you are a normal person, they will accept you in. You are a smart person. You should know what to say after entering, Lin Hao said in a threatening tone. In fact, Lin Hao didn't need to do this. If Ling really told Lin Hao and his friends about their affairs after entering the survivor base, she would be the first to suffer. As a smart woman, she knew how to protect herself. These zombies can't catch up with us, right? Ling asked uncertainly. Don't worry. They can't catch up with you, Lin Hao said confidently. So, Lin Hao got out of the car and Ling came to the driver's seat. I didn't expect that I, who was so smart all my life, would be used as a gun by a zombie in the end. Ling sighed. Isn't this a win-win situation? You successfully entered the survivor base. And I also realized my plan. This is what you said. Regardless of whether the base will fall or not, you just want to experience human society again. Even if it's only for an hour. Lin Hao smiled. Can I take it back? Ling no longer looked like a little white rabbit when she first faced Lin Hao, but was very calm and ready to bargain with Lin Hao. What do you think? Lin Hao looked at Ling with deep eyes. Ling knew that she was really on the pirate ship. Now Ling could no longer refuse Lin Hao, because there were zombies all around. And as long as Lin Hao wanted, he could kill Ling in a minute. Ling naturally didn't want to die. So when Lin Hao got out of the car, Ling calmly closed the door, then stepped on the accelerator frantically. And the Hummer ran towards the survivor's base like a gust of wind. At this moment, Lin Hao concealed his pressure. When the zombies around him could no longer feel Lin Hao's pressure, they looked at the vehicle running ahead and chased it like a cat seeing a running mouse. However, no matter how fast the zombies were, they could not catch up with a Hummer running at full power. After all, there were not many perverts like Lin Hao. Even though the emotions of these zombies had been aroused to the limit, they could only watch the Hummer in front of them in vain. But zombies are creatures that don't know how to give up. Even if they can only crawl on the ground, they will still go to the target. So the patrolman on the high platform of the survivor base saw a group of zombies rushing here early. Alarm! Alarm. Red alarm. The patrolman on the high platform pressed the red alarm without thinking. In fact, Lin Hao couldn't gather many zombies at all. After all, how loud can the engine of a car be? It seems that there are only 4 or 5,000 zombies. At the beginning, the zombie tide of nearly 10,000 was only an orange alarm. But this was an order from above. The order from above told him that as long as there was a zombie tide, no matter what level, a red alarm should be issued directly. The soldiers are conscientious. Since you said you want a red alert, I will give you a red alert. When the alarm sounded, Lu Qinqing, who was lying in the room reading a book, smiled and did not move. Yu Weitian and Ho Qingwei began to work at full capacity. How is the experiment going? Ho Qingwei asked Yu Weitian. It's almost done. It won't take long for a brand new and powerful humanoid weapon to be produced, Yu Weitian said confidently. Can you do it without watching? Ho Qingwei asked doubtfully. Don't worry. I let Xiang watch over it. He's the person I trust the most. Nothing will happen. Yu Weitian and Ho Qingwei came to the first floor of the laboratory, and then took another elevator, which led to the underground. Boss, someone is really attacking the survivor base. Tianlin hurried to Wang Hao's side and said to Wang Hao, Are you serious? How could it be so fast? Wang Hao said in surprise. Really? Boss, although there are only a few thousand zombies, this is always the style of that guy. He always likes to send these low-level ordinary zombies first, Tianlin said in surprise. Ha ha. It seems that our chance has come. Hurry up. Everyone go out. Take all our mutant zombies and ordinary zombies. Today, I will let that guy know how powerful we are, Wang Hao said firmly. Chapter 347. When the young man came to the survivor base wearing a simple shirt and underpants, he suddenly found something wrong. Why is it only this scale? It's too small. Yuan looked at the zombies in front of the survivor base and said in disbelief. A mutant zombie next to Yuan came forward and asked, Boss, what should we do now? Yuan pondered for a long time before saying, Let's take a look first. We haven't seen Wang Hao and his group yet. Let's not show up yet. By the way, are all our people here? The mutant zombie next to him said. Don't worry, boss. They are all here. This time we are completely invading the nest. Thousands of mutant zombies and tens of thousands of ordinary zombies are all here. Yuan nodded and said, This survivor base really shouldn't exist. When Wang Hao and I first reached level 7, we each controlled the entire S city. We didn't take this survivor base seriously. However, after a long time, we found that most of our level 2 and level 3 zombies died. And even a lot of level 4 zombies died. You know, Wang Hao and I have nearly 30,000 people under our command. But what about now? Many of them were killed by that group of hateful humans. They even developed mutants. It's really hateful. As Yuan moved, the little red flower above Yuan was shaking, as if agreeing with Yuan's statement. 0. I rely on you for today's battle with Wang Hao. Yuan touched the little red flower on his head and said softly. The alarm of the survivor base was still ringing. The soldiers at the gate were fully armed and stood at the door with guns, aiming at the zombies that were about to approach the base. The one directing the battle at the door was one of the base management staff. His words were authoritative now. This man looked at the thousands of zombies outside with some solemnity. He knew that they should be the subordinates of Wang Hao's group, but only a few thousand of them seemed not Wang Hao's style. The manager began to feel uneasy. But no matter how uneasy he was, the zombie tide was right in front of him. And he had to make a decision. Just like before. First fire a few missiles at these zombies, and let them taste our power, the manager said. Just then, a soldier hurried to the man and said, Chief, there is a military Hummer outside. It looks like it belongs to our base. The car is heading towards us now. The man hurried to the gate and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw a crooked car driving towards the base. The logo on the car was very conspicuous. It was the special logo of their base. Forget about him. Launch the missile first. If he can survive, it's his luck. We can't waste this opportunity to seize the initiative. The manager spoke. Ling Ling was very anxious now, because the car had a flat tire because it had hit something while driving. After the flat tire, the car was very difficult to control. But even if it was difficult to control, she couldn't stop the car, because there was a seemingly endless tide of corpses behind her. She could only step on the accelerator again and rushed towards the survivor base frantically. At this moment, a burst of explosions suddenly came, which made Ling Ling, who had never seen a missile, a little confused. Fortunately, the missile landed a little far from the car, so the vehicle was not overturned. But even so, Ling Ling only felt her ears begin to buzz. She was tortured by a splitting headache and almost let go of the accelerator and steering wheel. But she couldn't. She knew that once she let go of the steering wheel and the accelerator, she would face death. Ah! Broken car. You fucking hurry up. Stepping on the accelerator again and again. Watching the car gradually slow down, Ling Ling's heart began to collapse. At the same time, she was also madly cursing Lin Hao. And in her heart, she greeted all of Lin Hao's ancestors. However, she could only step on the accelerator. If she didn't step on the accelerator, she would die. Bang! Another explosion. This time, because the missile was too close to the Hummer, the residual force finally flipped the Hummer sideways. Ling Ling was directly shocked by the residual force and vomited blood. The glass next to her was also shattered by the residual force and pierced into Ling Ling's body like a hidden weapon. The wound was very painful and bleeding. In this situation, girls usually lie on the ground weakly waiting for rescue, or give up directly. But Ling Ling didn't. She knew that it was the end of the world now, and it was impossible for anyone to come to save her at the risk of the zombie tide. The only one who could save her was herself. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little grateful to Lin Hao, because the car Lin Hao gave her did not have a windshield. Ling Ling did not need to expend physical energy to flip out from the top. She only needed to drill out from the windshield. But although Lin Hao's punch smashed the windshield, it was obvious that the glass was not broken thoroughly enough, and some edges and corners were still on it. Ling Ling, who was already busy with her own affairs, would not care about those edges and corners. She drilled out without thinking. And then, those edges and corners caused her body to have several more wounds. But Ling Ling said nothing, and did not complain. Instead, she stood up and ran towards the gate of the base. The gate of the base was right in front of her, and she did not want to give up. The tide of corpses behind her was getting closer and closer to her. Suddenly, another missile blew Ling Ling to the ground. This time, there was no vehicle to protect her, and the residual power of the missile was directly transmitted into her weak body. Suddenly, Ling Ling felt a fishy smell in her mouth, and liquid flowed out of her nose. Ling Ling couldn't help but wipe her eyes. She felt that she was crying because of the shock, but she found that it was not tears, but blood. Hope was right in front of her, but Ling Ling didn't care. She stood up again and ran towards the survivor's base stubbornly. Finally, a kind soldier found her. Those soldiers hurriedly opened the gate of the base and sent a team to meet her. When Ling Ling saw this group of people coming to meet her, she finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her head began to feel dizzy. But she didn't dare to fall over. She was afraid that if she fell over, those people would think she was dead and give up on her. So Ling Ling still insisted on standing, waiting for those people to hold her shoulders. And she was relieved. "Commander, it's a female survivor," the soldier reported. "Female survivor? See if she has the virus. If not, follow the normal procedures." The commander didn't even look at Ling Ling, and waved his hand. Ling Ling didn't care about these. Her plan had already achieved the first step. She even waded through the zombie tide. What else could stump her? The manager looked at the Hummer and the zombies outside in a strange way. It was logical that the two zombies were really attacking the base. So how could there be so few zombies? Could it be that they were attracted by the woman driving? But no matter how loud a car makes, how could it attract thousands of zombies? Just when the leader was daydreaming, suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Chief, we found a very neat team of zombies a few thousand meters away from the survivor's base. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of them." Chapter 348. When the manager heard that there were tens of thousands of zombies coming, he was excited and climbed up the platform himself. Then took the soldier's telescope and looked forward. He saw a clue. Behind the thousands of zombies in front of the base, a large group suddenly appeared. The group was still organized by zombies, led by a sturdy man about 1.6 meters tall. Although the man was short, he had a strong momentum. As one of the largest survivor bases, there were still things like unmanned cameras. So these management personnel had long known what Wang Hao and Yuan looked like. "It's Wang Hao. This guy is really here. Quick! Notify Ho Qingwei and ask him to release the troops." The man shouted loudly. Wang Hao is a level 7 zombie with amazing strength. But he is a guy with low IQ. When he saw that there were only a few thousand zombies attacking the city, and there were not many left after the base was blown up, Wang Hao didn't even think about it, and rushed to the base with his men. Wang Hao has about 10,000 men, which seems to be no different from the zombie tide of a few thousand people just now. But when you really know the level of those people under Wang Hao, you won't think so. High-level zombies are still rare. Wang Hao has 2 level 6 zombies, but only 1 is left. However, Wang Hao has 8 level 5 zombies. 4 of them belong to Qin Liang, who were killed by Lin Hao, and 4 belong to Tian Lin. There are about 50 level 4 zombies. From level 4 to level 6 zombies. They are considered high-level zombies, and they are all Wang Hao's top forces. From level 4 and below, the number has increased exponentially. For example, there are more than 300 level 3 zombies, which are controlled by more than 50 level 4 zombies. Level 2 zombies are controlled by more than 300 level 3 zombies. So there are the most level 2 zombies. More than 2,000. Then what other zombies can be controlled by level 2 zombies? The answer is simple. Ordinary zombies. There are only about 2,000 mutant zombies with real levels under Wang Hao. The reason why he can mobilize more than 10,000 people is that there are still 8,000 ordinary zombies. These 8,000 ordinary zombies are controlled by the nearly 2,000 level 2 zombies. Lin Hao stood in the distance, silently watching this lineup, and suddenly realized that he finally knew what a real boss should do. It turned out that this traditional grading system was used. But now is obviously not the time for him to experiment with what his boss did. Now he should think about how to sneak into the survivor's base. The noise made by Wang Hao's more than 10,000 zombies was too loud, and finally attracted other ordinary zombies in the city. The number of zombies is still increasing, and some zombies are out of Wang Hao's control. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, even if these ordinary zombies are controlled, the effect is not as great as the mutant zombies. For Wang Hao, he just needs to control his own living forces. Level 2 zombies have no IQ, let alone the ordinary zombies controlled by level 2 zombies. When the level 2 zombies saw the movement at the gate of the base, they began to rush forward curiously. But all the level 2 zombies started to move. When these level 2 zombies started to move, the ordinary zombies following them would naturally not be lonely. They followed their boss, and also rushed towards the survivor's base. Although Wang Hao felt something was wrong, he didn't think what was wrong. He just felt that his men had started to attack the base, and they shouldn't be idle. Tian Lin, keep an eye on the survivor's base at all times. If they release the cyborg and mutant troops, tell me at any time, Wang Hao said to Tian Lin. The number of people brought by Yuan was far less than that of Wang Hao, although Yuan also brought out all his forces. Their total force was only 5,000 people. It was hard to imagine that a team of only 5,000 zombies could hold back a team of nearly 10,000 zombies. Yuan certainly did not rely on his own men, but on himself, his own strong personal ability. Therefore, Yuan's subordinates are different from Wang Hao's subordinates. Yuan's subordinates are 100% convinced by Yuan. However, Wang Hao did not even know about the death of Qin Liang, one of his subordinates. At the first time, it can be seen that his WeChat is not very big. Boss, when are we going to attack? Yuan's subordinates asked Yuan. Yuan smiled lightly and said, why are you in such a hurry? Take your time and see how Wang Hao can fight with the base. The more fiercely they fight, the more advantageous it will be for us. Yuan kept a clear mind at all times. He knew when to attack in his best interest, so he controlled the violence and rampage in the zombie genes. But Wang Hao couldn't control it. When he saw this passionate scene, his previous thoughts were completely abandoned. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his mind: hack him. Fortunately, he didn't send all his high-level zombies out madly. Those who rushed out were some second-level zombies and ordinary zombies. These insignificant cannon fodders were used to consume the base's sound power. After that, their main forces would attack, and the effect would be much better than their swarm attack. Quick! All weapons, all people, charge forward. Don't even think about running away. Once the zombies rush in, none of you can escape. Everyone will die. So what you have to do now is to fight to the death to stop these zombies outside. And don't stop the missiles. Fire them at the center of the zombie tide. The manager shouted loudly at the front line. And he also held a gun in his hand, as if he would step into the battlefield at any time. The conspiracy of the management and the conspiracy of the zombie army's high-level officials seemed to have no effect on these ordinary people. Their only idea was to live well. Once their lives were threatened, they would defend their sovereignty with all their might. Therefore, the base was not so easy to seize. Wang Hao and Yuan always ignored a kind of creature. That is, people. Humans are weak, but they are resilient, persistent, and smart. So even if the zombies are strong, humans have not been extinct from this planet. This is the reason. Do you think we have won this battle? Ho Qingwei looked at the nearly 1,000 biochemicals in front of him. Yu Wentian smiled and said, I don't know if we can win, but we will never fall. Look, the strength of each biochemical is the same as that of a third-level zombie. I have nearly 1,000 biochemicals and 1,000 second-level mutants here. Whether it is Wang Hao or Yuan, they are not as many as our second-level zombies. This time, I must make them come and go, and let them all leave their crystal cores to me. Chapter 349. Lu Qingqing calmly got up from his room, washed and dressed, looked at the wall clock, and shook his head helplessly. He reached out to take down the wall clock and took out the battery behind it. It was obvious that the battery was dead. This wall clock needed batteries to operate, but Lu Qingqing didn't know where to find new batteries. The time on the wall clock pointed to 3:30, and the sun had not risen for long. This wall clock was not accurate, but Lu Qingqing never threw away the wall clock. Even if the time was inaccurate, he could estimate it himself. Looking at the morning light outside, Lu Qingqing adjusted the time to 6 o'clock. Looking at the 6 o'clock that was motionless, Lu Qingqing smiled and hung the wall clock back on the wall, as if he was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Lu Qingqing picked up a piece of dry bread and then got some water. The water was sent directly after filtering. There was no electricity, so there was no equipment to boil water. But humans are never creatures that can be restricted by something. Even people before the end of the world knew that the only way to get boiling water is to boil water is through kettles. Lu Qingqing took about 300 milliliters of water, put it in an iron container, and then lit the alcohol lamp. Being so close to the laboratory, perhaps the most abundant material is the alcohol lamp in his hand. After hanging the iron container on the burning flame, Lu Qingqing never looked at it again. Lu Qingqing took a piece of bread and a knife, then cut the dry bread into 7 or 8 cubes, stuck one with a fork, put it into his mouth and began to chew with great effort. This was Lu Qingqing's breakfast. This dry bread reminded Lu Qingqing of the time he used to use a high-heat microwave to bake the steamed buns that he didn't finish last night. To be safe, Lu Qingqing set the timer to about 2 minutes. When the steamed bun was taken out, Lu Qingqing regretted it. If the weight of this steamed bun was a little heavier, it might be a bit exaggerated to use a brick, and it would definitely cause a bump on the head. He remembered that day. Just like today, he took a knife and cut the hard steamed bun into pieces, then sprinkled some salt on it. The steamed bun slices tasted as delicious as baked buns. But when he treated the hard bread in this way, he did not get a delicious slice of bread like baked buns. The bread entered his mouth with a slightly sour taste. He began to open and close his teeth with some difficulty, and then tried to secrete more saliva, hoping to soften the hateful bread pieces. It took him nearly 3 minutes to swallow a piece of bread. When he swallowed the third piece of bread, the iron container in front of him began to emit boiling water vapor. Looking at the water vapor, Lu Qingqing smiled happily. Then he poured the bread into the container without hesitation. The bread floated in the boiling water, and soon it was soaked, softened, and slowly merged with the water. Lu Qingqing rubbed his hands, looking at the extremely cheap food in front of him, and actually had a faint expectation. A few minutes later, when the water began to boil, Lu Qingqing blew out the jumping flame on the alcohol lamp. The liquid inside the iron container began to turn yellow and became very strong, gradually emitting a faint fragrance. Lu Qingqing took the iron container down, and then hurriedly put it on the table while scratching his head, looking at his hands. Fortunately, he was not burned, and he was even more fortunate that he did not spill this bowl of precious food. The liquid in the container has now turned from yellow to brown, and the fragrance has become more intense. It seems that people who don't know it still think it is a cup of instant coffee. In fact, it is just air-dried bread that is about to expire with boiled water. Lu Qingqing took a sip and found that the taste was good, but it was a bit hot. He didn't dare to drink too fast. And just like that, a cup of delicious liquid was almost finished by him. Bang, bang, bang. These were the sounds of missiles and bullets. These sounds would always get into Lu Qingqing's ears tirelessly, even though Lu Qingqing actually hated these sounds. But what could he do? He couldn't stop it. And he couldn't stop it. He looked at the time on the wall clock, and it still pointed to 6 o'clock. Lu Qingqing estimated that at least an hour had passed since he boiled water, drank coffee, and then sat at the table in a daze. So Lu Qingqing went forward and took down the wall clock again, and pointed the hour hand to 7. In fact, this behavior is one of the quirks in the Doomsday. But Lu Qingqing's quirks high quirks. When Lu Qingqing turned the hands, he did not turn the hour hand directly, but used the minute hand to turn a full circle. When he saw the hour hand reach 7, he stopped the action in his hand. Looking at his masterpiece, Lu Qingqing felt very satisfied. So he adjusted his tie and collar in front of the mirror. Suits are always one of Lu Qingqing's favorite clothes. He is like Yi Wentian, who always wears a white coat. Ho Qingwei always wears casual clothes. And Lao Wang, who is holding a rifle and yelling at his leader at the gate of the base, always wears camouflage clothes. Like these people, Lu Qingqing always wears a suit, and it seems that there is nothing different. Lu Qingqing walked downstairs and just touched the fresh air outside. He couldn't help yawning. The air that should have been fresh was filled with the smell of gunpowder, blood, and life and death. Lu Qingqing was used to these smells, but he had just gone out and suddenly felt these smells. He was already sensitive to colds and couldn't help sneezing. Lu Qingqing began to walk towards the building. This former TV building, now a laboratory building, became Lu Qingqing's current office. Colleagues were busy around him, as if they had something urgent to do. But Lu Qingqing was walking leisurely, not feeling anxious at all. He came to his office and turned on the computer. The computer finally displayed the real time, which told Lu Qingqing that it was already 9:15 in the morning. Lu Qingqing shook his head and opened the self-made chat window. This chat window has always been on the computer, and you can see it as long as you turn on the computer. This was built by software engineers specifically for the laboratory building after the apocalypse. This software can only chat with people in the building. It seems a bit imprecise to say chat, because this window is for the management to issue orders anytime and anywhere. At this moment, a conspicuous order was printed in front of Lu Qingqing. The ID of the information was 3 words. Yi Wentian, let Lao Li lead out his mutant troops, and let the 1,000 people rush out to fight the zombies first. Otherwise the base will fall. Those zombies have advanced to only 100 meters away from the base gate. If the mutant troops hold on for 3 minutes, I can activate all the biochemicals to join the battlefield. Lao Li, got it. The mutants have rushed to the battlefield. Lu Qingqing nodded. The war has entered a white-hot stage, and it is time for him to carry out his plan. He is going to a laboratory and wait for someone. Chapter 350. After surviving the apocalypse until now, Lin Hao finally knew what a real zombie tide was. So, this was a real zombie tide. Looking at the endless zombies in front of him, with no end in sight, it turned out that this was what war was like. Lin Hao had seen a zombie tide of several thousand people before, and this one of 10,000 people was about the same. It turned out that when the distance was close, there was actually no difference between a few thousand people and 10,000 people. They were all so magnificent, so shocking, and so exciting. Lin Hao hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, because what he needed now was not excitement, but absolute calmness. Next, he had to find a way to sneak into the survivors' base. Looking at the zombie tide that was getting louder and louder, the sound of bombs and gunfire in the distance, the noise of humans and the roar of zombies mixed together, Lin Hao knew that he should act. Lin Hao was a zombie, and it seemed very easy for a zombie to blend into the zombie tide. But for Lin Hao now, it is not easy, because not far away is the 7th level zombie Wang Hao. If Lin Hao accidentally exposes himself, he thinks Wang Hao will not let go of this murderer who has killed several high-level mutant zombies. So Lin Hao must not be seen by Wang Hao, which requires Lin Hao to reduce his mental power to the minimum, and then quietly blend in the zombie tide. Fortunately, there are too many zombies around, so many that Lin Hao has no time to react, and has been swept by the zombie tide to the front line. So you're still going with me? Why don't you go find out where your sister is now? Duan Luochen asked Huan Huan. Huan Huan hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded firmly. I must go. This should be my only chance to find my father. If I find him, I will rescue my father from the base. As for Ling Ling, she is very smart. Anyway, she won't do stupid things casually. so there is no need to worry. Okay. Then come with me. I take you in. Duan Luochen spread his wings and held Huanhuan's armpits. Huanhuan was a little uncomfortable at first. In fact, it was not only Huanhuan who was uncomfortable. Duan Luochen himself was also a little uncomfortable. But seeing the movement from the base in front, Duan Luochen knew that Lin Hao must be trying to find a way to enter the survivor base. And he had to hurry over to meet up with Lin Hao. So, Duan Luochen resisted the uncomfortable feeling and took Huanhuan with his wings flapping. The feeling of flying in the air was very refreshing, because the base had not experienced being attacked by flying mutant beasts. So there were no anti-aircraft missiles or anything like that. Even if there were anti-aircraft missiles, it would be impossible to hit the agile Duan Luochen. Those zombies had no experience in fighting enemies in the air. So neither Wang Hao nor Yuan cared that there was a level 4 mutant flying with a human above their heads. However, in order to prevent himself from being discovered, Duan Luochen raised his flying altitude to the highest. His ability to increase altitude, even if he reached the same height as the TV building, it would be fine. So in the end, Duan Luochen brought Huanhuan directly to the roof of the TV building. Okay. I bring you in. You go find your father. But let me make it clear first. You only have 1 day. After 1 day, I will come here to pick you up. Be safe. Don't panic. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. And then try to leave this building. Anyway, your father will definitely not be in this building. Duan Luochen said silently. Huanhuan had never expected Duan Luochen to talk to him like this. So you will come to pick me up at this time the next day? Huanhuan asked in surprise. If I am not dead, Duan Luochen said. And then he jumped down, feeling the comfort of free fall, until he was about to see the ground. He suddenly spread his wings and flew up. Until this time, no one found this flying superpower. When Duan Luochen had arrived at the survivor's base, Lin Hao was still looking for opportunities at the gate of the base. He never thought that these humans actually had such courage. Looking at the zombies getting closer and closer to the base, Lin Hao could even see the desperate eyes of those humans at the gate of the base. Zombies are not human beings. They have no feelings. To them, the humans in front of them are their best food. That is food. As for bullets and death, that is not what they should think about at all. They only have one thing to think about. That is how to put those people into their mouths. The closer the distance, the crazier these zombies become. Bullets can no longer stop them. Missiles are obviously not suitable for this distance. Moreover, in the environment of Doomsday, how many missiles can the base have? Then, something unexpected happened to Lin Hao. The gate of the base was opened, and then a group of men holding alloy knives stepped out of the base step by step. According to Gooden's analysis, these people were mutants, with a strength of 2 levels, and there were 1,000 of them. When Lin Hao saw these mutants, he was undoubtedly shocked. He didn't expect that the strength of this survivor base was hidden so deeply. When more than 1,000 mutants desperately blocked the base, the corpse tide was finally contained 100 meters in front of the base. The knives in the hands of those mutants were waving wildly, fearless of life and death. Level 2 mutants are the most numerous and common mutants. Level 3 mutants are rare. Moreover, the upgrade of mutants is not autonomous, like that of superpowers and mutant zombies. Their upgrade requires the help of technology and requires another crystal core experiment, which carries the risk of death. Therefore, when Xiang became a level 3 mutant, he was included in Group E. These level 2 mutants are members of Group F. When there is such a disaster in the survivor base, they will come out to bear it. When there is nothing happening in the base, they will go out in teams of 5 to hunt mutant zombies. Their lives are dangerous, boring and depressing. When these depressed mutants suddenly encounter an opportunity to release, the ordinary zombies will definitely be suppressed by them. Because human potential is always terrible. Wang Hao was led away unconsciously. He came here to fight against Yuan. But somehow, he became the one attacking the base. Wang Hao saw the mutant troops going out, and smiled coldly. Okay. Let those second-level guys stop hiding behind ordinary zombies. Although they have no IQ, I believe they must have a natural aversion to these mutants, because their disappeared counterparts were all hunted by these mutants. Now, it's time to let these mutants taste death. Chapter 351. With Wang Hao's order, the second-level zombies hiding behind the ordinary zombies, as if they had heard the command flag, began to rush forward without regard for their lives, crossing over the ordinary zombies. Finally, the cruel side was revealed. Lin Hao didn't know how many second-level zombies Wang Hao had under his command, but he could clearly see that the number of second-level mutants was less than that of second-level zombies. In terms of quantity, mutants could never be a match for mutant zombies. The battlefield is always a meat grinder. No matter what kind of battlefield it is, no matter who the two sides are, the mutants holding knives did not retreat a step, and started fighting with the mutant zombies that rushed to the front. In Lin Hao's opinion, the mutants should soon be suppressed by the mutant zombies that are twice their number. But what is shocking is that these mutants, with mutual unity and wisdom, actually fought the mutant zombies to a standstill, and the mutants still did not give in. While admiring him, Lin Hao began to have a headache. According to the time, Duan Luochen might have already entered the base. After all, that guy could fly. But how could he get in? The battle circle of both sides always maintained a distance of 100 to 50 meters in front of the base. If Lin Hao really broke through these mutants, he would be conspicuous, and the guns of those human soldiers would definitely be aimed at him at the first time. Lin Hao had been hiding behind the mutant zombies, looking at the mutant zombies lying on the ground. And in the spirit of diligence and thrift, he began to dig out the crystal cores from their heads and swallow them into his stomach. There were too many people, so Lin Hao had to bend down every time he took a step. And every time he bent down, he could gain something. Although the crystal core experience value of the second-level zombies did not increase much, it accumulated little by little. But this was obviously not what Lin Hao wanted. He did not come here to pick up leaks. He wanted to enter the survivor base. Finally, as he walked, Lin Hao found himself gradually approaching the center of the battle circle. 2 or 3 mutants took knives and slashed at Lin Hao without reservation. Lin Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with such powerful people. He directly turned his mental power into arrows and rushed towards the heads of those mutants. However, the 3 mutants fell down as a matter of course. This was a small episode. So small that no one cared about it. After all, there were tens of thousands of people fighting. And there were not only mutant zombies, but also ordinary zombies. And then mutants. Lin Hao was like a drop of water in the ocean, and no one could care about it. But when Lin Hao saw the clothes on the mutants, he suddenly had an idea. Do it when you think of it. Anyway, no one can see it. Lin Hao dragged a mutant's body behind him, hid among the ordinary zombies, then took off his clothes and began to put the mutant's clothes on himself. Then, Lin Hao took the same alloy knife as them, faced the ordinary zombies and mutant zombies, and began to retreat. Mutants could not tell the difference between Lin Hao and zombies, but zombies could. Even though Lin Hao was wearing their clothes, no zombies came forward to attack him. Lin Hao retreated very easily. And soon, he heard someone shouting, "Help!" Lin Hao turned around and saw a mutant being forced to retreat by a mutant zombie. And he had no teammates around him. And he was about to die. As the saying goes, act the whole part. Without saying anything, Lin Hao stepped forward and slashed with his sword, helping the mutant out of the siege. Obviously, the mutant looked at Lin Hao with a strange look in his eyes. It was gratitude mixed with admiration. If they were not on the battlefield, he would have pulled Lin Hao to bow down. After Lin Hao helped the man out of the siege, he naturally followed him, and the two began to launch an inhumane attack on the mutant zombies. The man finally couldn't help but praise in the midst of his busy schedule, "Not bad, brother. Your strength is probably almost level 3. Lin Hao smiled shyly, then chopped off another zombie head and said, "This won't work. I think we're going to kneel down. There are too many zombies." The man subconsciously said, "Hold on. There are still a few minutes left. Hold on for a few more minutes. When the superiors release the cyborgs, we can retreat." When Lin Hao heard this, he realized that there was indeed a chance. So, in order to act realistically, Lin Hao worked harder to use the alloy knife to deal with the mutant zombies around him. This effort attracted the attention of the people around him. The knife in Lin Hao's hand was like the sharpest weapon in the world. With one strike, a mutant zombie would fall. Gradually, there was a small space around Lin Hao, because the zombies would not actively attack him. In addition, under his own active attack, he accidentally released his own pressure. Soon, the zombies around him began to consciously avoid Lin Hao. But if these zombies avoided him, Lin Hao's identity might be exposed. Fortunately, he still had skills. He used mental control to control more than a dozen ordinary zombies to pounce on him. This time, Lin Hao would not be so brave. He pretended to be exhausted and struggled. He was about to die. The other mutants around hurried forward to help Lin Hao fight the enemy. Just kidding. It would be a pity if this kind of combat power died here. Many captains of the second-level mutants began to have thoughts about Lin Hao. After all, war is an activity with casualties on both sides. In fact, most of their team members have died. When they go back to check, many teams will be short of people. If they had Lin Hao, a powerful killer, to their team, they will be much safer when they go on missions in the future. Therefore, Lin Hao took advantage of the situation and came to a safer place in the back under the cover of these mutants. Humans are always smarter than these low-level zombies. They are divided into 3 echelons. The first echelon attacks forward. The second echelon relieves the mutants who are slightly injured and tired. And the third echelon is those who are seriously injured. The people in the third echelon have been taken back by medical soldiers one after another. When he saw the third echelon, Lin Hao's mind flashed again. And there was a way to get in. Lin Hao looked around and was surrounded by mutants who were paying attention to the battle. Their expressions were excited, ready to join the first echelon at any time. Anyway, no one paid attention to Lin Hao. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, used his sharp claws to cut a big gash on his stomach, and then pretended not to know and looked at his wound in surprise, and finally fell to the ground. Oh my God! Buddy, are you okay? Why are you working so hard? Luckily, we are mutants. Otherwise you would have turned into a corpse now. Come on. Where are the medical soldiers? Soon, a kind medical soldier came forward to lift Lin Hao and moved him to the base. Chapter 352. Quick! Make way. The abdominal laceration. Bandage it quickly. The soldier carrying him shouted loudly. After arriving at the base, all the soldiers saluted Lin Hao, including Lao Wang, one of the managers of the management. Lin Hao didn't have time to be polite with these people now. He also needed the medical soldiers to bandage him quickly. And they must not sew him up for nothing. Otherwise, what would he do if he found that his wound healed automatically during the suturing process? In order to prevent this embarrassment, Lin Hao hurriedly said, just bandage it casually. Go help others quickly. I won't die from this injury. Don't forget that I'm a mutant. The medic obviously knew this. And after helping Lin Hao bandage it quickly and skillfully, he said to Lin Hao, don't move. I take a look at you later. Your injury is too much for even a mutant to bear. Lin Hao hurriedly nodded, just hoping that this nagging guy would leave quickly. Then, the chatterbox left. Lin Hao looked around. All of them were the same guys as him. They sat on the ground, motionless, saying nothing, as if it was the end of the world. Indeed, it was the end of the world. Lin Hao quietly stood up, and a mutant next to him asked curiously, where are you going? Didn't the medic tell you not to move? I have to pee urgently. Go to the toilet, Lin Hao said casually. Just then, a warning sounded. But what surprised Lin Hao was that this alarm sound seemed different from the ones he heard before. The alarm sounds he heard before were all harsh and sharp. But this time, the alarm sound was a bit round and full, which made people less irritated. Soon, Lin Hao knew what the alarm was for. With a swish, the gates of the base in front of him were all opened. Then, Lin Hao saw that the ground not far ahead was gradually cracking. There was a staircase in the crack, and the staircase led directly to the ground. Because Lin Hao was at a relatively high place, he could clearly see that the staircase led to the depths of the dark. In the depths, orderly footsteps began to appear gradually. 1 step, 2 steps, and gradually, within the sight, Lin Hao saw the scene. A humanoid figure slowly started to walk up the stairs from underground. Those people looked exactly like ordinary people, but they didn't have any breath of life. In their left hands, they had a familiar alloy knife, and in their right hands, they had a simple Gatling gun barrel. When Lin Hao saw this guy, the memory deep in his mind began to emerge. He still remembered the guy he met in City A, in Yuantian's building. At that time, Lin Hao should have been around level 2, and he had no power to fight back against the guy. If it weren't for Bai Bofin's help, Lin Hao might have really died there. From some people, Lin Hao learned that this kind of people are called biochemical people. However, what terrified Lin Hao was that there were not just 1 or 2 biochemical people. A square formation appeared on the stairs, with 10 people horizontally and 10 people vertically. One square formation was 100 biochemical people. And then Lin Hao watched 10 such square formations appear. Is this the real power of the base? Lin Hao couldn't help but murmur. The mutant next to him obviously heard what Lin Hao said, And he couldn't help but sneered, yes. This is the real power of our base. Look at those biochemical people. Each of them was alive before. Basically, they died during the mutant experiment. And then, they were transformed into this inhuman appearance. Many of them were deliberately killed by the base. After they killed those people with poison gas, they used their corpses to create mutants. They are a bunch of bastards. If I were not a mutant, I would rather leave this base and survive outside. I would be willing to feed zombies even if I was fed. This person obviously had no desire to talk to Lin Hao in depth. He just complained. And after that, he closed his mouth and fell asleep on the side. Lin Hao sighed. Why did he have such a bad relationship with this survivor base? Isn't this the reason? In fact, Lin Hao didn't care about them at all. What Lin Hao cared about was his friends and relatives. When his friends and relatives encountered such danger, Lin Hao naturally couldn't stand by and watch indifferently. If he hadn't met Shuer, Lin Hao might still be in a corner of City A, barely promoted to level 2. However, he met Bai Bofin and lived with Bai Bofin. Those biohumans seemed to be controlled by a computer program. They walked forward step by step in an orderly manner without any sense of disobedience. When these biohumans left the base, they put down their hands, flew up quickly, and rushed towards the zombies. At this time, they began to separate and fight independently. The mutants began to retreat. At the beginning of this battle, they all relied on these fearless mutants. Without them, I am afraid that the base would be in danger now. Now that the biohumans have appeared, the mutants' mission has been completed. They dragged their tired steps and entered the base. Lin Hao found the lost god. He knew that his attention should not be on these guys now. He needed to do his own things. Suddenly, the mutant who closed his eyes opened his eyes again, looked at Lin Hao strangely and said, "Don't you want to go to the toilet?" "Oh, I go now." Lin Hao stood up hurriedly, ignoring the fanatical gazes, and left quickly. Yu Weitian and Ho Qingwei came to the gate of the base. All the management personnel, except Lu Chenchen, came. They all wanted to see how powerful the biochemical troops they had developed were. Wang Hao laughed and said, "Brothers, it's time for us to go up and let these humans know that these biochemicals are just a pile of scrap metal." So, Wang Hao took the lead, and the more than 100 real elite zombies began to fight. Yuan touched the little red flower on his head and smiled. "See, Wang Hao has taken action. And next, it's time for us to take action. I know that big fool. No, the little fool can't keep his cool. He lost his mind when he saw these biochemical people. When the humans in the base released the mutants with special powers that they have researched. Maybe I don't even need to take action. Wang Hao may not be able to hold on. So, boss, should we take action now?" The mutant zombie beside Yuan asked. "Nonsense. Of course we can't take action now. Those biochemical people are powerful. But they can't be Wang Hao's opponents. Let's wait and see until the base releases their real trump card." Yuan touched his chin and said. However, in front of the door of their trump card research room, Lu Chenchen had quietly stood here, as if waiting for someone. Chapter 353. No matter how bloody and cruel the battlefield was, it didn't matter to Lin Hao. He hoped that the war could continue. The longer and more intense it was, the better. If possible, he wanted to destroy this hateful survivor base. Fortunately, Lin Hao was very familiar with this place before leaving. At least, he still remembered the location of the laboratory building. Everyone on the road was in a hurry, and the survivors who had just joined were in a panic. They were afraid that the base would be breached by the zombie tide. In their impression, they thought it was just an ordinary zombie tide. They didn't know about biochemical people, mutants, or even mutant zombies. They have always lived in their own world. They always believe that this world will eventually get better, and the country will save them. For such survivors, even the rational survivors next to them dare not break their dreams. Because this dream is what everyone has imagined. Among these people, there was a woman with wounds all over her body, bandaged and very sorry, lying quietly on the ground, watching the worried people coming and going around. And a natural feeling of superiority came to her for some reason. This woman is Lingling. After risking her life and finally entering the survivor base, her eyes began to shine. No one knew why she entered the survivor base. Only she knew. She certainly didn't come in for the illusory sense of security, as she said. When Lingling saw that Huan had that kind of strange power, she became jealous. She once thought about how to kill Huan. Huan was a brainless guy to her. It was just a very easy thing to kill her in this doomsday. And she actually did it. But unfortunately, she was saved by Duan Luochen. When Lingling heard about the existence of mutants from Duan Luochen and Lin Hao's conversation, Lingling's mind started to work. Because she also wanted to be like Lingling. Not afraid of zombie attacks and able to survive in a group of zombies. She didn't want to live in a group with this ordinary person's physique that could turn into a zombie at any time. She never liked to live in a group. When Lin Hao walked past her, she saw Lin Hao. And Lin Hao also saw her. However, the two of them acted as if they didn't know each other. And didn't even look at each other. The war at the gate of the base really entered a white-hot stage. Because of the addition of cyborgs. Although the number of second-level mutant zombies was greater than that of cyborgs. The physique of cyborgs was comparable to that of steel bodies after all. And their combat effectiveness was strong. They were not afraid of life and death. And with the help of computer programs, they could even work as a team. More importantly, they were guys who could fight against third-level mutant zombies. So they were naturally not afraid of so many second-level mutant zombies. What Wang Hao and Yuan feared most was the biochemical troops in the base. Which was why they didn't dare to cause trouble to the base for so long. They had tried to find them once before. But there were only 500 biochemicals in the base at that time. And the battle was earth-shattering. All the biochemicals in the base were destroyed by the zombies. But the zombies had no desire to fight. Because there were members of Group C at that time. And those members of Group C could easily contain Wang Hao, who was still at level 6. Even now, Wang Hao and Yuan's 3-level zombies add up to only more than 600. How can they fight against these 1,000 biochemical people? But when Yuan and Wang Hao both reach level 7, it will be different. The strength of the two of them plus the strength of their subordinates may not be their opponents. Unfortunately, the two do not trust each other and are destined to be unable to join forces. At this moment, Yuan was watching this scene silently from a distance. When he saw Wang Hao actually led his men to charge at the biochemical people, Yuan couldn't help but grin. Sometimes, some things are just a matter of thought. Lin Hao didn't know what the war outside the field was like. At this moment, Lin Hao had already arrived at the door of the laboratory building with his alloy knife. Although there was no manager in the laboratory building, the guards were still watching here diligently. But it happened that Lin Hao was wearing the armed uniform of the mutant. And the guards recognized this uniform. Although they didn't know Lin Hao. The clothes they wore were exactly the same as Lin Hao's. So when Lin Hao walked into the laboratory building naturally, these people did not stop him, but showed respect. Because Lin Hao had signs of fighting. It was obvious that he had just retreated from the gate of the base. Lin Hao smiled at them, and went upstairs calmly. He did not take the elevator. This was a habit. Walking up the stairs gives you an inexplicable sense of security. But not the elevator. 404. 44th floor. I hate tall buildings. If Lin Hao had not used the speed bonus for the sake of safety, he might have been upstairs now. Looking at the number of floors getting closer and closer, Lin Hao just wanted to stop and rest when he heard a voice in his ears. Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned around and saw Duan Luochen, who had changed into a white coat. Why are you so slow? Duan Luochen couldn't help complaining. You think I want to? The base is not so easy to get into. What's wrong? How's the location detection? Lin Hao asked. Still need to detect? Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid. I went to check for safety. At this moment, Lu Qinqing was waiting for us at the door of the laboratory on the 44th floor. And my target was also on the 44th floor. The computer that recorded Mai and Mingming's gene locks was not far from the place that controlled Jean Beibe's laboratory. Duan Luochen said calmly. What do you think we should do first? Duan Luochen knew more about this place than Lin Hao. So Lin Hao naturally didn't mind asking him more questions. Save the people first. And then destroy the computer after rescuing them. Duan Luochen said directly. Okay. Do as you say. And get ready to act. Lin Hao took the alloy knife in his hand and shook it. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous. When the two came to the 44th floor, Lu Qinqing was waiting for them there. You are really amazing. You entered the base without alerting anyone. And you are unscathed. Lu Qinqing looked at the two with some admiration. I didn't ask you to come here to talk nonsense to us. In this process, you must help us rescue people. Remember? It is safe. Lin Hao said very seriously. Don't worry. Although I am not proficient in those instruments, I can still operate them. Lu Qinqing patted his chest and said, but there is one thing. You must kill all those who found us. I don't want to be identified as a traitor when I look back. You don't need to tell me. Everyone in this laboratory must die here, Lin Hao said angrily. Chapter 354. Xiang and his E-team members are all here. But his E-team members are playing cards while he is studying something with a group of white coats. We can't delete the memory right now because the technology is not up to it. But we can hide her memory, a white coat said. Hidden? Xiang asked. The memory is being hidden. When it is hidden, the experimental subject can be fully used, the white coat said. Has the 6th level crystal core energy been absorbed? Xiang asked again. It has been absorbed. It is confirmed that the current level of the experimental subject is a 6th level superpower. The physical attributes have been greatly improved compared to before. The special function of the experimental subject is speed-related. The experimental subject itself has very powerful martial arts. The comprehensive combat score is above 80 points. The comprehensive combat power of the 7th level zombies, such as Wang Hao and Yuan, is only about 70 points. The white coat said while holding the data. That means even though the experimental subject is only level 6, its strength has surpassed those level 7 mutant zombies? Xiang asked in shock. It can't be said to be surpassed. After all, the opponent's physical fitness is there. But it should be no problem to tie. And the experimental subject itself is not used alone. Her existence is too precious. According to Dr. Ye's method, equip the experimental subject with a biochemical as an auxiliary. It should be no problem to kill the level 7 zombies. Of course, this is all theoretical. How it works in actual combat, we still have to wait until we enter the battlefield to find out. The white coat said. What about the vital signs? Xiang asked the usual question. The vital signs are normal. The breathing is stable. And there are no obvious injuries on the body. The white coat replied. As Yi Wentian's closest and most trusted person, Xiang is naturally not just a captain of Group E. He is also a top scientist from the Institute. In fact, scientists are the name given to the outside world. All researchers in the Institute are scientists to the outside world. And Xiang is the most outstanding among those scientists. How long can the memory be hidden? Xiang asked. According to the time, it's about an hour. According to the combat power of the cyborgs, they can directly delay Wang Hao and Yuan, 2 level 7 zombies, for more than 5 hours outside the base. The man in the white coat pointed at his data and said, This is the power of real high-level zombies. Especially when the level reaches the terrifying level of level 7. Sometimes, the number is no longer a problem. Even if Wang Hao faces 1,000 cyborgs alone, he may not be the opponent of these 1,000 people. But he can definitely kill more than half of them, and then leave in style. These cyborgs cannot stop him. So the base wanted to add a main combat force to these biochemical people. And Yi Wentian first thought of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was the first real 6th level mutant in the base. But unfortunately, he had betrayed the base. And he had a lot of powerful strength. But he didn't know how to use it at all. It can be seen from the fact that Xiang led the team to easily subdue him, that Zhou Yu's combat ability was too poor. At this moment, Jean Bei's successful experiment gave Yi Wentian hope again. Xiang wanted to complete this experiment and help Yi Wentian realize his dream. Okay, you guys, don't just sit there and do nothing. Go out and check what's going on. There's a lot of fighting going on outside. But you're playing poker, Xiang scolded. Don't worry, boss. All the troops have been dispatched. What can happen to our laboratory? Unless our opponents can fly, nothing will happen to us, Lai said with a smile. Although Lai's statement was correct in theory, Xiang didn't know why he always felt a little uneasy. Just go out and check it out when I tell you to. Don't just sit here and do nothing, Xiang said sternly. The others were still very obedient. Seeing Xiang's sternness, they immediately put away their cards and prepared to go out for patrol. Leopard was the fastest among the others. He walked to the door first and was about to open it to go out. But suddenly there was a knock at the door. Leopard's body stiffened for a moment, obviously frightened. When he realized it was a knock at the door, he cursed himself for being useless. The useless scene of Leopard was seen by his teammates behind him. Hyena and Lion laughed happily, and even the calm tiger couldn't help but curl his lips. Leopard turned around and glared at his teammates, then suddenly opened the door of the laboratory. However, he didn't know that this pull would separate them forever. This was not the door of the laboratory, but the door of hell. Leopard only had time to see a flash of knife light before he lost consciousness. Xiang was looking at the data in his hand, and accidentally looked up. but saw his teammate's head suddenly flew into the sky. Xiang was terrified, and hurriedly took the weapon in his hand, and sounded the alarm of the entire laboratory. Xiang rushed over in a rage. He wanted to see who was so bold as to kill his teammates. But when he saw the two people at the door, he was stunned. He never thought it was them. Lin Hao took the alloy knife, and stepped over the corpses on the ground. As Lin Hao walked into the laboratory step by step, Xiang was forced by the momentum, and actually retreated step by step with his teammates. "Long time no see, buddy," Lin Hao said with a smile. And that smile was as bright as a summer flower. But in Xiang's eyes, it seemed like he was looking at a demon in the abyss. Xiang didn't say anything. The hyena behind him couldn't help but tremble and said, "Duan Luochen, aren't you in the corpse well? How can you still be alive? Can I leave this group of people to me?" Duan Luochen suddenly stepped forward and asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao seemed to see his favorite toy being borrowed by someone. He sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, I give it to you." Xiang looked at the two people's indifferent look, and suddenly a nameless anger rose. "Are you looking down on us? Duan Luochen, don't think you are awesome just because you are a level 4 mutant. You want to fight 5 or 4 of us alone. Do you think it's possible?" Duan Luochen did not speak, but followed Lin Hao's steps, and walked towards the 4 people step by step. Lin Hao began to kill. He saw Jean Bebe, who was lying in an instrument. Her beautiful eyebrows were wrinkled together. I don't know if she thought of something bad, but Lin Hao's heart was broken. So, when Lin Hao saw the dozen white coats in front of him, who were stunned and at a loss, his eyes instantly turned red. "You all deserve to die." So, the alloy knife in Lin Hao's hand flew, and the alloy knife flew towards the first white coat. The white coat didn't even make a sound, and was cut into 2 halves by Lin Hao's knife. Chapter 355. I've always wanted to ask you a question. What is your relationship with Yi Wentian? Why didn't Yi Wentian punish you when you made a mistake? I'm also a member of Group D. Obviously 1 level higher than you. But that guy threw me into the corpse well without even asking. Duan Luochen said this very calmly, like a calm lake. What gave you the arrogance? Don't forget, you're just a mutant. Do you think you can fight the 4 of us just because you're 1 level higher than us? Joke. I will break your nonsense dream right away. Xiang did not answer Duan Luochen's question, but said it in a timid way. No matter whether Xiang and the other 4 were Duan Luochen's opponents, Lin Hao was always by Duan Luochen's side, with the alloy knife ready to be unsheathed at any time. Duan Luochen laughed silently, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the Doomsday era. Do you know what is the most terrifying thing about a person? Duan Luochen asked with pretentious kindness. Xiang did not answer the question, but just looked at Duan Luochen quietly. Ignorance. Absolute ignorance is the most terrifying. Just like you now, and the idiots around you. Duan Luochen changed the subject and cursed heartily. Duan Luochen, if you have the guts, don't let that zombie help us in our fight. The elephant roared. Lin Hao, don't help casually, or I be angry. Duan Luochen said to Lin Hao, I don't have time to care about you. I haven't killed all these white coats yet. The alloy knife in Lin Hao's hand was bleeding, and the blood dripped drop by drop on the bright and clean floor, as eye-catching as the enchanting flowers blooming on the floor. But what attracted the attention of Xiang and his men was not the flowers blooming underground, but Duan Luochen, who was bending over in front of them. What is he doing? Xiang couldn't help asking. Then, they knew what Duan Luochen was doing. When Duan Luochen fully displayed his wings, Xiang and his men were stunned. They seemed to be unable to believe it. How could a person grow wings? It must be fake. However, the fact was right in front of them. Duan Luochen did grow a pair of wings. The wings were silver, and looked like they were made of alloy. They were extremely strong. Duan Luochen sneered at Xiang and the other 4. I'm the only one. I won't let that zombie attack. Xiang didn't know the depth, so he didn't dare to attack at will. So he could only take out his pistol and shoot at Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen's 2 wings closed in front of him, and a crackling sound was heard. None of the bullets of the few people penetrated Duan Luochen's wings, until the sound of bullets stopped. Duan Luochen suddenly rushed forward with his wings, even though he didn't see how fast his footsteps moved. Duan Luochen's speed was frighteningly fast. His wings could not only fly, but also be used as a power fan to rush forward. Lin Hao was shocked by this speed, which might be comparable to when he turned on the speed bonus. Lin Hao killed all the white coats in the laboratory. In Lin Hao's opinion, Those who dared to participate in such an experiment were already damned. Seeing that he was fine, Lin Hao came to the hatch where Jean Bebe was. Jean Bebe was still like a sleeping beauty with a worried look on her face. Frowning, but without any movement. Lying quietly inside. Hold on in there. I rescue you later, Lin Hao said gently. Jean Bebe was trapped in a space like a nutrient warehouse, which seemed to be fixed. Lin Hao tried it, and it was possible to open it under violent circumstances. But seeing so many signs of chemical hazards on it, Lin Hao didn't dare to do it. He was afraid that this would cause the beauty inside to be injured. This was the real reason why Lin Hao asked Lu Qingqing to take over, so that Lu Qingqing could open the hatch safely. Duan Luochen came to the elephant at a high speed, smiled coldly, and the wings behind him were like the sharpest knife in the world, slashing at the elephant forcefully. The elephant subconsciously used his alloy knife to block his chest, and a sound of metal collision was heard. It can be imagined that if the wings were successfully hit by Duan Luochen, the elephant would be seriously injured even if it was not dead. Looking at the rapidly retreating elephant, Duan Luochen rushed forward without thinking. Seeing their boss being attacked like this, the other members of Group D naturally could not sit idly by. The most calm Tiger launched the most violent attack, and the remaining two followed behind Tiger to assist, and rushed over Duan Luochen together. The few people thought that the experimental building should be safe, except for Xiang, who brought a pistol and an alloy knife for safety. None of the others brought weapons. This was a very dangerous thing for them. They were used to using weapons and firearms in battle, but at this moment, they could only use their fists and legs to attack a mutant with wings. The others didn't see it clearly, but Xiang saw it clearly. Duan Luochen was obviously not an ordinary mutant. His speed and strength increased too quickly. Xiang felt it. He knew that he was no longer Duan Luochen's opponent. It was possible that even if they joined together, they might not be Duan Luochen's opponent. However, Xiang did not tell his teammates about this. He watched Duan Luochen fighting with his three teammates, while Lin Hao next to him just looked at the woman in the nutrition cabin. Xiang began to think of a way out. His teammates could die, but he couldn't. Hyena and Lion followed Tiger. They finally picked up the military boxing they had practiced as soldiers. Every punch and kick was quite powerful, but it was useless. Duan Luochen was also a soldier before, so he naturally practiced military boxing. He was not afraid of these people's punches and kicks. Duan Luochen dodged the punches and kicks from the men very easily, without even swinging his fists. The wings behind him moved flexibly with his body like his arms. After a while, the three men were covered with wounds from Duan Luochen's wings. The tiger avoided Duan Luochen's fatal blow and subconsciously exposed the hyena behind him. Duan Luochen didn't care at all. Whoever he killed was not the same as killing him. So, the men could only watch the hyena die in front of him. When the hyena's head flew up, they could even see the unwilling look in his eyes, which seemed to be telling something. The lion was finally frightened by Duan Luochen. He looked at Duan Luochen silently, and had already begun to retreat. Boss, we can't be this guy's opponent. Let's retreat. The lion turned back to look at the elephant and was shocked. There was no one behind him. That's why he was shocked. Their most responsible boss, the boss who convinced the most people, actually fled in the face of the battle. The lion was stunned for a moment, and just this moment of daze made him lose his life. The alloy knife in Duan Luochen's hand chopped the lion's head mercilessly. Chapter 356. Are you done? I've been standing outside for so long. Lu Qingqing finally couldn't stand the loneliness and walked in. Tiger looked at Duan Luochen, the dead lion and hyena, and the disappeared elephant. He was already desperate and finally saw a familiar face. Tiger shouted to Lu Qingqing as if he had seen a relative. Chief, go out and contact Dr. Yi. There is an enemy invasion. Lu Qingqing looked at Tiger, scratched his ears and said, why are you so slow? Hurry up and solve the last one. Don't let him escape. Lu Qingqing said casually, as if he didn't care that who would run away. Who looked at Lu Qingqing with great surprise. He didn't expect that one of the top management was actually in the same group with Duan Luochen and Lin Hao. You betrayed our base? Who asked. Lu Qingqing didn't even look at him and walked towards Lin Hao. Come on. I help you get this woman out. Okay. Isn't it better to let you die with a clear mind? Duan Luochen smiled, who finally let go of his reserve and turned to run. Fortunately, this room didn't have only one exit. If Xiang could run away, he could run away too. Can he really run away? Duan Luochen was confident that all the members of Group E could not outrun him. So he made a very stupid decision. Perhaps if he fought Duan Luochen head-on, he would only have a 1% chance of escaping. But he turned around and ran away. And he didn't even have a 1/1000 chance. Because Duan Luochen was a speed-type mutant. And he was a level 4 mutant. Who, a level 3 power-type mutant, could not be Duan Luochen's opponent at all. In just a moment. Who was holding on to hope, could only watch his head and body struggle. And he didn't even have the chance to despair. And he died not far away. Yi Wentian was watching the battle at the gate of the base. And was also waiting for the moment when his experimental subject could be used. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Yi Wentian took out his 9-key phone, which was already so old, and looked at the number on it. It was Xiang. Yi Wentian was a little surprised. Shouldn't Xiang be watching the experimental subject in the laboratory now? Why would he call him casually? Yi Wentian answered the phone. What's wrong? Lin Hao and Duan Luochen broke in. They killed everyone in the laboratory. The experimental subject is still in the laboratory. Xiang briefly described the current situation. When Yi Wentian heard the news, he was stunned. How is it possible? The battle in front of the base was so fierce. How did they get in? Yi Wentian shouted loudly. Ho Qingwei next to him said strangely, What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Yi Wentian ignored Ho Qingwei and continued to listen to Xiang's narration. Duan Luochen is not dead. His gene lock on the computer has failed. The reason is that Duan Luochen has become a superpower and can fly, Xiang said with some disbelief. Even though Xiang saw it with his own eyes. When he thought of Duan Luochen's wings, he still couldn't believe that Duan Luochen could actually fly. Yi Wentian obviously didn't believe it either. But he knew one thing. Xiang wouldn't lie to him. How is the experimental subject? Yi Wentian said cautiously. Half of the memory is hidden. The memory is not completely hidden. But the memory we created is also filled in half. Xiang said. Let her wake up. With her strength. As long as she doesn't awaken the hidden memory at a critical moment, she may be able to be used by us temporarily. Moreover, as long as the experimental subject can kill Duan Luochen and that damn zombie, we can completely refill and hide her memory for her. Yi Wentian sighed. I understand. As if he had hung up the phone. What happened? Seeing Yi Wentian put down the phone, Ho Qingwei asked anxiously. Something may have gone wrong with the experimental subject. I hope everything will be done in time. Yi Wentian held the phone tightly to hide the fire boiling in his heart. He had thought about this experiment so many times and practiced it so many times, hoping that there would be no mistakes when the experiment was actually carried out. When the experiment was actually carried out, there were indeed no mistakes. When Yi Wentian thought that he could really succeed, reality suddenly gave him a big hammer. He knew that he should go all out and eliminate Lin Hao first. Unexpectedly, something went wrong at the last moment. It should be operated like this. Lu Qingqing pressed the start button with some uncertainty. If you mess this up, I won't let you even have the chance to betray the base. And I will make you a martyr of the base. Lin Hao said angrily while holding the aloe knife. Why are you so angry? Young man? She is right there. And this is just ordinary experimental equipment. And it is impossible to install a self-destruct system. You are worried about nothing. Lu Qingqing seemed to have imagined his future life in the base. And he actually made a joke to Lin Hao in a very natural way. Finally, under Lin Hao's aggressive gaze, the nutrition chamber where Jean Bebe was locked up slowly opened. Lin Hao immediately jumped to the door and looked at Jean Bebe with expectation. But after waiting for a long time, Jean Bebe did not wake up. Why didn't she wake up? Lin Hao looked at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing also came to the door and said curiously, It shouldn't be. All programs have been closed. And the experimental subject has entered normal mode. It is impossible for her not to wake up. Otherwise you can tap twice. Lin Hao looked at Lu Qingqing with contempt. Then stepped forward and slapped Jean Bebe's face. Lu Qingqing and Duan Luochen immediately looked at Lin Hao with bewildered eyes. Lin Hao asked in confusion, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you ask me to slap you? I asked you to pat his shoulder. Not to slap her. Brother. Lu Qingqing was drunk. Why didn't he expect this stupid zombie to be so honest? Woo. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Lin Hao quickly focused his attention on Jean Bebe and said happily, Awake. Really awake. If I get slapped while I'm asleep, I wake up. And I make the person who slaps me pay. Duan Luochen said gloomily. Lin Hao ignored what others said, and just looked at Jean Bebe quietly. Jean Bebe slowly opened her eyes, looking a little confused. Then she sat up, covered her face, and slowly said, "Someone hit me just now. Didn't they?" "No. What's wrong with you? How could anyone dare to hit you?" Lin Hao said calmly. Lu Qingqing and Duan Luochen looked at each other silently. Neither of them dared to say anything. "Really? Why do I feel pain on my face? Where is this? Who are you? Where is Dad?" Jean Bebe looked around in confusion, then looked at Lin Hao in confusion. And then she covered her head and whispered in pain. Chapter 357. "I'm going to do my work first. You take care of her," Duan Luochen said. "Can you handle it alone?" Lin Hao asked. "Don't worry. Their fighting force has been pulled to the front line. Who can stop me without even one mutant?" Duan Luochen left. He wanted to completely destroy the computer with their gene lock. In fact, Duan Luochen didn't know that his gene lock had already disappeared on the computer. Only Tang Mingming and other mutants were left on the computer. Although this is a good thing for Duan Luochen. Where is Tang Mingming's gene lock? Even if the gene locks of both of them are not on that computer, Duan Luochen will destroy that broken computer. That computer brought a huge shackle to his doomsday life. That shackle has been with him until today. Today, it must be cut off. Fortunately, Duan Luochen is very fast. And the laboratory is not far from here. There is a sign on it, which says Mutant Management Office. What a dazzling word. Duan Luochen woke up from his dream many times because of his identity. This slave-like identity has been imprisoning him. Today, he will break through the imprisonment and really fly. After a violent bang, the door was broken, and Duan Luochen walked into the management room. Many people in the management room stared at Duan Luochen with two wings on his back as he walked into the room. Of course, they could only watch stupidly, because they were just ordinary people, and had no ability to resist. Duan Luochen obviously knew this. And seeing that these people did not resist, he did not kill them. Duan Luochen was no longer in the same class as these ordinary people at this moment. Killing them was no different from stepping on a nest of ants. But if you see a nest of ants on the ground, would you step on them casually? That's something only naughty children are willing to do. Duan Luochen is not a naughty child. He is an adult, and has been an adult for many years. So he did not do anything to these ants. Looking at the computer in front of him, Duan Luochen had seen these computers from a distance when he came to the laboratory building. These computers are always guarded by some people. They don't let mutants approach casually. And Yuan-Tian also strictly prohibits them from approaching. Even if it's an elephant. Duan Luochen has imagined countless times that it would be great if he could enter this room and destroy the computers and data inside. But Duan Luochen didn't dare. Maybe he has this ability, but he is not proficient in computers. He doesn't know if Yuan-Tian has a backup or other means to restore the damaged data inside. Today, he forgot about these things. All he wanted was to destroy these computers. Because I'm afraid you have backups. I destroy all the computers on your floor. I'm afraid you can't recover them. So I kick all the hard drives to pieces and see how you can recover them. Duan Luochen said as he waved his wings. He didn't use the alloy knife because he suddenly found that his wings were more useful than the alloy knife. He used his wings as a knife and swung them down. The computers in front of him immediately became shattered. At this time, Duan Luochen began to face his own strength. It turned out that his strength was so strong. Looking at the broken parts on the ground, Duan Luochen stepped on them again and again, as if he was not satisfied. After stepping on them, he even felt a little unbelievable. This sharp blade that had been hanging on his head for such a long time was crushed by him so easily. Is it really that simple and easy? A sense of unreality filled Duan Luochen's cerebral cortex. But everything was real. He really solved the sharp sword that had been hanging on his head. From then on, it was no longer others who decided his life, but himself. The ordinary people in the room watched this scene quietly. They were far away from Duan Luochen. The wings could easily split the computer, and they thought that the wings could easily split them as well. No one in the room spoke, and they didn't even dare to make a sound. They were afraid that their movement would attract Duan Luochen, the evil spirit. One of them swallowed his saliva, but he felt that his voice was too loud. So he closed his eyes, and was frightened for a long time. Until the people around him said, "Let's go." "Don't close your eyes." This person slowly opened his eyes. It turned out that Duan Luochen was really gone. In a certain place on a certain floor. This room is specially for those who are disobedient to live. There are various torture instruments in it. If Duan Luochen saw this room, he would definitely recognize it at the first time, because he was also imprisoned here. This room is usually guarded by someone, and today is also guarded. The people guarding this room are two ordinary people who look very relaxed, because they are guarding a mutant, and a mutant whose crystal core energy is sealed. This mutant is no different from an ordinary person. He cannot use the crystal core energy, but is loaded with a modified body, which will make the body more and more tired. Now the physique of this mutant is not even as good as that of an ordinary person. Therefore, ordinary people are always the ones who guard these mutants, because mutants are not needed. Two ordinary people took out a Hongtishan cigarette, which was the cheapest one, and the whole cigarette looked extremely worn out, crooked, and broken in some places. It was obvious that this cigarette had been stuffed into someone's pocket for a long time without the protection of a cigarette box. But just such a cigarette that ordinary people don't like. The two guards held it in their hands very preciously, as if it was a delicacy that they had finally found in the doomsday. Two people were playing a children's game. Rock, paper, scissors. Finally, one soldier won, and he said happily, "Then I go first." "You do it. Come on," the second soldier said reluctantly. The first soldier took out a plastic windproof lighter, and slowly, as if holding the most precious thing in the world, put the cigarette into his mouth. Click. The lighter sounded. A small flame rose up. The soldier slowly put the small flame on the cigarette, and then intoxicatedly took a deep breath. The second soldier saw the scene, as if he was extremely anxious. After the first soldier spit out the second-hand smoke, he anxiously said, "Give it to me. It's my turn." The second soldier took the cigarette, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the nicotine in his lungs. "Do you feel good?" someone suddenly asked. The second soldier thought it was the first soldier who asked, and said without thinking, "If you cross the river now, I will think that is the best cigarette in the world." After the second soldier answered this question, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He had been working with the first soldier for a long time, and the first soldier's voice was not like this at all. The second soldier turned around in surprise, and then saw a dark figure holding a head in his hand, which was the head of the first soldier. Chapter 358. Zhou Yu looked at the two heads on the ground, then picked up the red pagoda mountain in the mouth of one of the heads, put it in his mouth, and took a sip of it intoxicatedly. Zhou Yu rarely smokes, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to smoke. Who hasn't been absurd during adolescence? Smoking and drinking seem to be something you must learn. Otherwise the friends around you will laugh at you. So, Zhou Yu learned it. But he only tried it lightly, and his body was not contaminated with nicotine. Zhou Yu thought he might be dead, although he was already a powerful 6th level mutant, the most powerful mutant in the base. Unfortunately, his ability didn't seem to be as magical as he imagined. He was just a little stronger, jumped a little higher, and jumped a little farther. That's all. Although his strength was incredible at this moment, it could be seen from the fact that he could easily pull the opponent's head off his neck. I don't know if it was the taste of nicotine that stimulated him, but it actually made his weak body recover. Not only that, that strange power appeared in his body again, helping him to recover his limbs and his body. Of course, Zhou Yu is a scientist, and naturally a person who talks about science. He knows no less about mutants than Yu Wentian. Otherwise, he would not have developed this kind of medicine that exerts 100% of the power of the crystal core. Therefore, according to Zhou Yu's opinion, someone must have destroyed the computer that recorded the crystal core gene lock. The gene was not controlled by the computer, and the natural power returned to him. Zhou Yu looked at his hands, and the red pagoda mountain in his hands, and smiled. The explosion was too loud, especially since it was continuous. Even though Zhou Yu was here, he could clearly hear the explosion from outside the base. Naturally, he thought that the base might have been attacked. Zhou Yu didn't know who attacked, but that person obviously saved him invisibly, and gave him the ability to escape from here. Who is so bold? As the chief scientist of this base, Zhou Yu naturally knows things that many people don't know, such as the true strength of the base. According to his estimation, even if all the mutant zombies in S-City come together to attack this base, they may not be able to take down the base. As a result, someone dares to cause trouble inside the base. Zhou Yu has been here for such a long time, and he has let go of some things. The death of his wife and daughter is irreversible, so the next thing is revenge. But revenge is obviously not something that can be done in a short time. He needs time. Time to improve his ability. The crystal core gave Zhou Yu a very powerful transformation. After the transformation, Zhou Yu's 5 senses were very strong. He could hear the sound of fighting not far away. I am Jin Beibei. I am a superpower from the survivor base in S City. I want to kill the zombie in front of me who broke into the base. Jin Beibei kept repeating the relevant instructions in her mind. That is, the guy in front of her is a zombie. And she herself is the guardian of the base. She should help the base eliminate the zombie in front of her. So, just eliminate it. Jin Beibei stopped mumbling. She loosened her hands on her head, turned around and looked at Lin Hao, who was concerned at the moment. Lin Hao looked at Jin Beibei in surprise. Beibei, are you okay? Are you a zombie? Jin Beibei asked. Just to make sure. I am a zombie? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me? Lin Hao said anxiously. Then you are here to destroy the survivor's base? Jin Beibei asked again. Jin Beibei is a person with self-awareness. She is not a mutant or a cyborg. She is a real person. However, her values and memories have been tampered with. But she still has self-awareness in her heart. She has self-judgment and knows how to do some things. Therefore, she asked 2 reasons to kill Lin Hao. Unfortunately, Lin Hao's answers were all correct. Then go to hell. Jin Beibei's expression of doubt suddenly changed to a murderous one. Jin Beibei just casually swung her fist. Lin Hao didn't expect Jin Beibei to attack him, so he didn't defend himself. Even if he was wary, he didn't think how powerful Jin Beibei's seemingly light punch could be. He was wrong. And soon, he paid for his mistake. Lin Hao watched this light punch hit his chest. He didn't fly out as he imagined, but the truth was even more brutal than flying out. Lin Hao watched Jin Beibei's fist penetrate his chest and then enter his body. Fortunately, Jin Beibei's fist was aimed at Lin Hao's right chest. Otherwise his heart might have been blown up by Jin Beibei's punch. Even for zombies, this kind of penetrating injury is a very serious matter. Although Lin Hao did not feel pain, the momentary weakness made Lin Hao a little unbelievable. He could not believe that Jin Beibei would attack him. And what was even more unbelievable was that the power of Jin Beibei's punch was so strong. Beibei, you? Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Jin Beibei's foot had already bent into a very beautiful arc and kicked towards Lin Hao's chest again. This time, Lin Hao flew away. Warning. Warning. The host is seriously injured. The host is seriously injured. Gooden's voice kept ringing in Lin Hao's heart. I know I'm seriously injured without you saying it. Lin Hao said helplessly. Jin Beibei is not someone you can deal with now. Evacuate quickly. Gooden said hurriedly. How strong is he? Can he be as strong as a level 6 zombie? Lin Hao asked. Lin Hao thought that the reason he was injured and couldn't beat Jin Beibei was that he was not prepared. And it was impossible for him to attack Jin Beibei, which was the reason for his failure. But when Gooden brought up Jin Beibei's attribute panel, Lin Hao was surprised. Name, Jin Beibei. Level 6. Title, Diamond. Skill, Gale. Strength, 35. Spirit, 30. Speed, 60. Stamina, 40. Evaluation, Human. No evaluation. Do you still think you are her opponent now? Gooden ruthlessly mocked Lin Hao. Her attribute is unreasonable. Isn't it scientific? Lin Hao couldn't help questioning. Humans are unscientific. She is not a zombie. It is impossible for her to slowly increase her power. Moreover, her body has absorbed the power of the advanced crystal core, in addition to her own power. This powerful attribute is normal. In short, even if you use all your skills, you may not be her opponent, Gooden said very quickly. However, no matter what Gooden said, Lin Hao didn't want to leave. Jin Beibei had already picked up her alloy knife and turned on the skill Gale. When Gale was combined with a speed attribute of 60, the speed was really faster than the wind. Lin Hao's cerebral cortex immediately felt extremely dangerous. In a hurry, Lin Hao shouted loudly, Beibei, do you really want to kill me? Chapter 359. Beibei, are you really going to kill me? Lin Hao shouted at the disappeared figure. Sure enough, after Lin Hao shouted like a pig killing, a figure appeared in front of him. That person was Jin Beibei. Jin Beibei's knife was already pointed at Lin Hao, and she was about to chop him down. But in the end, she seemed to remember something and couldn't chop him down. Jin Beibei, have you forgotten who I am? Lin Hao shouted again. City A. That hotel. Close. C cup. Lin Hao continued to shout. It's obviously D. Jean Bebe suddenly replied. You remembered? Bebe. You remembered? Lin Hao was surprised. Shut up. Who are you? Jean Bebe pointed a knife at Lin Hao to prevent him from attacking her. And then she covered her head. For some reason, Jean Bebe always felt a pain in her head, as if something was trying to get out of her brain. Lin Hao. Are you done? Duan Luochen and Lu Qingqing slowly walked in from outside. But they saw such a bloody scene. Lin Hao was holding his chest at this moment, and bright red blood was flowing out of his body. Zombies' blood is red. And zombies are also living things. Lin Hao. What's wrong with you? Duan Luochen walked towards Lin Hao with some concern. But Lu Qingqing felt that something was wrong. So he slowly left the room and disappeared in the middle of the floor. Don't come over. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped Duan Luochen. But it was a pity that he was a step too late. Jean Bebe seemed to have found a point where she could vent her anger, and rushed towards Duan Luochen without thinking. Although Duan Luochen and Jean Bebe were not familiar with each other, they knew each other. Especially when Jean Bebe and Lin Hao personally brought Tang Mingming back. Duan Luochen had always been friendly to them. Seeing that Jean Bebe was about to chop him with a knife in his hand without reason, Duan Luochen was frightened and hurriedly retreated. Fortunately, Jean Bebe's skills had been used, and Duan Luochen was also very fast this time, and he narrowly avoided Jean Bebe's knife. Duan Luochen yelled at Jean Bebe, Are you crazy? What's going on? Duan Luochen felt a very scary feeling when Jean Bebe attacked him. If he didn't dodge the attack, even his wings wouldn't be able to defend against it. Especially now. Jean Bebe's aura was too scary. Just like when he was a level 2 mutant and met a level 5 mutant zombie. What's wrong with this woman? Seeing that Jean Bebe didn't chase him, Duan Luochen asked hurriedly. She seems to have lost her memory. Don't move. Let me do it. After Lin Hao said to Duan Luochen, he looked at Jean Bebe again. Jean Bebe said to Lin Hao vigilantly, Don't come over. I get a headache when you get close to me. Then I won't get close to you. Just listen slowly. Lin Hao said. No. Don't say anything. I only know that you are a zombie, and you are here to destroy our survivor base. Jean Bebe shook her head vigorously, and her hair was everywhere, like a vicious female devil. Go to hell. Jean Bebe rushed towards Lin Hao again, waving the ally knife. Lin Hao looked at this scene helplessly. The weapon in his hand had been thrown to the ground. Even if he had a weapon, he could not be the opponent of Jean Bebe, who was so strong at the moment. Looking at Jean Bebe's knife swinging at him, the speed was too fast. Lin Hao thought he could not dodge it. He smiled bitterly with some despair. He never thought that he would die for a woman, and the woman he cared about. Although Lin Hao thought he couldn't dodge, he had to dodge. This was a fighting attitude. If he didn't have this attitude, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died in the previous battles. But something incredible happened. Just when Lin Hao felt that his head was about to be separated from his body, he was still trying hard to dodge. But suddenly, the knife that Jean Bebe swung over actually trembled and was a beat slower. Just this one beat slower. Lin Hao actually dodged it easily. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe in disbelief. But the next moment, Jean Bebe's next knife had already swung over. The speed of this knife was still so fast that it seemed impossible to dodge it. But at the critical moment, Jean Bebe shook again, giving Lin Hao enough time to dodge. Lin Hao's eyes became brighter and brighter, which clearly showed that Jean Bebe didn't want to kill him. In fact, Jean Bebe was also very distressed. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill the zombie in front of her, but every time that knife was about to hit Lin Hao, she would suddenly feel endless loss and sadness in her heart. As if after this knife went down, she herself didn't want to live. And every time this feeling appeared, Jean Bebe couldn't help but slow down a beat. Jean Bebe stopped attacking and took a deep breath. This time, she decided to let go of the helpless feeling in her heart. She had to kill the zombie in front of her. This was an unspeakable sense of responsibility. So Jean Bebe swung the knife again. She had already made up her mind. This time, she had to kill Lin Hao. However, before the knife fell, Lin Hao suddenly said, Do you remember Jeanzi? When the word Jeanzi appeared, Jean Bebe was suddenly stunned. Hiding the memory was only half done, and filling the memory was only a little bit filled. Jean Bebe's previous memories were still there, such as her father and her lovely brother. Gold? Yes, Where is the gold? Where is the gold? Jean Bebe suddenly put away the knife. Love and family affection are always shackles that cannot be cut off. And they are also the only shackles that people are willing to put on. Such as Lin Hao and Jean Bebe. Such as Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming. Such as Jean Bebe and gold. At this moment, Lin Hao blinked at Duan Luochen frantically. Duan Luochen was not a cunning old man. But he was also a smart and clever man. When he saw Lin Hao blinking, he knew what Lin Hao meant. So at the moment when Jean Bebe was in a daze, Duan Luochen suddenly rushed over and chopped Jean Bebe's neck with a knife. Jean Bebe turned around angrily and looked at Duan Luochen, who looked embarrassed. Why did you attack me? Duan Luochen didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Jean Bebe's defense ability to be so strong. He didn't make Jean Bebe unconscious even after his full-strength attack. Looking for death. Jean Bebe naturally didn't want to be beaten by others casually. She had a hot temper. Since others hit her, she would hit back. A muffled bang. Jean Bebe lay in Lin Hao's arms. Finally got rid of this woman. Duan Luochen touched his red palm. And Lin Hao also touched his red palm. Just when Jean Bebe was about to attack Duan Luochen, Lin Hao unexpectedly rushed forward and made a hand knife move with the same power bonus. He was very reluctant, but had to go all out to chop at Jean Bebe's neck. Finally, he chopped Jean Bebe unconscious. Chapter 360. Are you okay? Duan Luochen asked kindly. It was only at this time that Lin Hao began to pay attention to the fact that he had an injury. But he didn't feel anything after a glance. Although the injury was indeed a bit serious. He was a zombie, which meant that it would not take long for him to recover. Don't worry about it. Let's leave first. Lin Hao put Jean Bebe on his back and said to Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen said nothing, led the way, and started to leave with Lin Hao. At this moment, Xiang, who had been hiding not far away, dared to stick his head out and took a cautious look. Ding-ling-ling. Yuantian's phone rang again. Without a doubt, it must be Xiang who opened it. At the same time, Yuantian was mentally prepared. At this time, Xiang called him, and there could only be two messages. One good news and one bad news. Hello, Yuantian said softly. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the phone spoke even softer and softer, as if afraid of being discovered by others, saying, the experimental subject failed. Reason? Yuantian asked routinely. Whenever he heard the word failure, Yuantian would always ask the reason. But in fact, there are many things that have no reason, such as the battle between Jean Bebe and Lin Hao. When Yuantian heard that Jean Bebe's memory was not completely hidden, and the memory filling was only a little bit, he already had a hunch. Xiang said in a somewhat stammering way, the reason is unknown. The experimental subject is in a coma. There is another thing. Duan Luochen destroyed the mutant management room, and all kinds of equipment cannot be used. This time Yuantian was really a little panicked. He subconsciously looked back at the mutants watching the battle and said cautiously, Are you sure it is completely useless? I am very sure of this, Xiang said firmly. Okay. I understand. Don't tell anyone about this, especially the other mutants in the base. I will send 200 biochemical people over. You use the second level command to control these biochemical people. Be sure to leave the zombie and Duan Luochen behind, especially the experimental subject. Be careful, Yuantian said. I understand, Xiang said, and hung up the phone. What happened? Ho Qingwei asked curiously. Nothing. Just something happened over there. I may have to send 200 biochemical people over, Yuantian said silently. The tone is wrong. It seems that something really happened. If Yuantian and Xiang are a pair of very tacit partners, then Ho Qingwei and Yuantian are close friends. Ho Qingwei can tell what happened to Yuantian in a glance. Anyway, you should think it through. Ho Qingwei pointed to the battlefield, where the level 7 zombie Wang Hao was killing crazily, and one biohuman after another was destroyed in his hands. It was a pity that only the level 7 zombie Wang Hao could kill so easily. And then, there were those level 6 zombies. And the level 5 zombies were a little weak. The biohumans were input with precise programs by artificial intelligence, and they could easily deal with those powerful mutant zombies, such as level 4, level 5, and level 6. In a teamwork mode, Tian Lin was always trembling in the battle, because he was surrounded by more than a dozen biochemical people. Those biochemical people had a clear plan of advance and retreat, and their attacks were reasonable. Each move was powerful, and could not be ignored. Tianlin was just an ordinary speed-type zombie. Being entangled in such a melee was fatal to speed-type zombies, because their advantages could not be fully utilized. Tianlin was lucky, and he finally escaped the encirclement of these biochemical people. When those level 5 and 4 zombies were trapped in the encirclement, it was basically difficult for them to survive, except for defensive zombies. Obviously, the battlefield is beneficial to the base. So when Ho Qingwei heard that Yi Wentian was going to transfer back 200 biochemical people, he did not object. Don't worry. The elephant will be very handy with these biochemical people, and the matter should be settled soon. After all, there are still a group of people who are eager to try somewhere. Yi Wentian looked into the distance as if he had seen the source. The laboratory has been making noises since Lin Hao and Duan Luochen were found to have invaded. Soon, some ordinary soldiers arrived first. They had received the order to fire freely. Of course, the shooting of these ordinary bullets has no effect on Lin Hao and Duan Luochen. The only use is to hope that these bullets can delay the speed of Lin Hao and Duan Luochen. However, the fact is that these soldiers are completely useless. Duan Luochen was afraid that the shooting of these bullets would wake up the unconscious Jin Beibei. So he stepped in front of Lin Hao without thinking, and did his best to block the dense bullets for Lin Hao. The ordinary soldiers saw this scene, but they were not afraid. They were not ordinary survivors. They had seen some things, and the order given to them was to fight and retreat. Pay attention to safety. So they did not put on a posture of fighting to the death. When they saw Duan Luochen and Lin Hao getting closer and closer to them, they began to retreat. At this time, Xiang appeared. He came in front of the soldiers, signaled them to stop shooting, and then looked at Lin Hao and Duan Luochen arrogantly. Duan Luochen, you should look at me with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I really didn't expect that after throwing you into the corpse well. You turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and became a superpower, Xiang said, rolling up his sleeves. To be honest, Duan Luochen and Lin Hao didn't regard Xiang as an opponent at all. Only he regarded himself as a scallion, and actually stood there and wanted to talk to the two. Xiang didn't expect Duan Luochen and Lin Hao to not even look at him, but to come forward with alloy knives and chop him, as if he were an ordinary enemy. What is this? This is a complete disregard. A despairing contempt, Xiang thought with some sadness. When did he get treated like this? So Xiang was very angry. And when he was angry, he naturally had to use his ultimate move. He saw that he had a round thing in his hand that looked like a remote control, and Xiang was playing with it, pressing something on it. Lin Hao was sharp-eyed. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the code displayed on the screen, because the thing in his hand reminded Lin Hao of the 10-yuan game console he bought from a vendor when he was in elementary school. The kind of game console that could play any small game, with the most primitive display screen. Couldn't even display the brightness if you didn't turn on the light at night. It was just like playing with a brick. However, such a thing was placed in the elephant's hand, and was pressed madly by the elephant. Duan Luochen might not be able to watch it anymore, so he moved faster. He wanted to quickly fan the guy in front of him, who he had always looked down on to death, with one wing. But at this moment, countless mechanical sounds rang out. Chapter 361. Duan Luochen stopped his steps to clear the way, and Lin Hao also looked ahead cautiously. At this moment, Lin Hao saw a scene that made his pupils shrink. A group of biochemical people. Those biochemical people with knives in their left hands and guns in their right hands gradually formed a circle from the front and back and rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao roughly calculated that there were at least 200 people. What does 200 biochemical people mean? There are 200 level 3 mutant zombies around. No matter how strong Lin Hao's personal ability is, he can't be the opponent of these 200 biochemical people. The current situation has become very serious for Lin Hao. Duan Luochen, take Beibei away from here. Lin Hao did not think for long, and hurriedly said to Duan Luochen, what nonsense are you talking about? What will you do if I take her away? Duan Luochen asked. Then can you take 2 people? Lin Hao looked him straight in the eye. Duan Luochen didn't think about it, and wanted to fly with Lin Hao in his arms. Unfortunately, he flew less than 3 meters high and landed slowly, because there was a Jin Beibei behind Lin Hao, and his strength attribute was not high. The ordinary soldiers underground were spewing flames, which made Lin Hao and Duan Luochen feel helpless. Although this thing did not cause any harm to the two, it was under intentional defense. Under intentional defense, No matter whether the opponent used a rifle or a Gatling gun, it would not cause any harm to the two at this stage. But it would be different if there was no defense. It still doesn't work. You should take Jean Bebe away from here first. Believe me, I will definitely find a way to escape. Lin Hao looked at the biochemical people who were getting closer and closer, and said anxiously. Lin Hao felt that the biohumans were too fast, so he was very anxious. Xiang felt that these biohumans were too slow, because he clearly saw that Duan Luochen wanted to take the two people to fly into the sky to escape. You know, except for the helicopter. They have no equipment that can fight in the air. Get the helicopter ready. Get the helicopter ready, Xiang said hurriedly on the pager. At the same time, he began to input instructions on the remote control in his hand to make the biohumans faster. Lin Hao said loudly to Duan Luochen, "Don't waste time. There are more and more biohumans around us. If we are really surrounded, we can't get away." Lin Hao didn't think that when those biochemical people approached the three people, they would let Duan Luochen flap his wings and take off. What if Jean Bebe wakes up and doesn't recognize us? I can't fight her. Duan Luochen still felt a little weak when he thought of Jean Bebe's fighting ability. Bring her to Jean Z. Nothing will happen. Believe me. Lin Hao put Jean Bebe on Duan Luochen's chest, and Duan Luochen could only helplessly hold Jean Bebe, then flap his wings and gradually take off. Go! Lin Hao waved the knife in his hand vigorously. Seeing Duan Luochen disappearing gradually, Lin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But while Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, Xiang was worried. Jean Bebe was Yi Wentian's most precious experimental subject and his hard work. If the experimental subject really slipped away, Xiang couldn't imagine what Yi Wentian would do. Helicopters. All helicopters take off. Chase the experimental subject with all your strength. Chase the experimental subject with all your strength. Xiang shouted loudly into the pager. At this time, the biochemical people finally came to Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned the alloy knife in his hand and was ready. Ever since Zhou Yu came out of the cell, he felt something strange. As soon as he came out of the cell, the piercing alarm sounded. Zhou Yu wanted to find a place to hide, but after hiding for a long time, he didn't see anyone coming to catch him. So Zhou Yu used his sensitive brain to think about it, and felt that the alarm might not be aimed at him. Zhou Yu tried to walk out, and he did not hide his figure when he met those hurried passers-by. He was just an ordinary person, although his clothes were a little dirty because they had not been changed for a long time. These dirty clothes were actually normal in the Doomsday. So, Zhou Yu was surprised to find that he could actually walk out in a swagger. Zhou Yu wanted to go downstairs. After all, he had stayed in a stuffy house for so long, and it was understandable to see the outside world. And his goal was to go outside the base. But after walking for a while, he found that people around him were running up. They were holding weapons and ready to fight, looking very solemn. Even though Zhou Yu was a mutant, he was still a human being, and he was curious. He was very curious about who could make the base mobilize so many troops, because he also saw the figure of the cyborg. Zhou Yu knew these cyborgs very well. Not only that, some of them were made by him. As a producer, Zhou Yu naturally knew more about how powerful these cyborgs were than others. When so many cyborgs started to walk upstairs, Zhou Yu finally mixed in behind them and quietly walked upstairs. Zhou Yu felt that he had seen the most exciting scene in the world. On the wide corridor on the 44th floor, there were already hundreds of cyborgs. Because it was a corridor, these cyborgs could only form a long human-shaped team. The human-shaped team was on both sides of the corridor, and then surrounded a person in the middle. It should be a person, right? Zhou Yu was a little uncertain, so he moved closer. Zhou Yu is a level 6 mutant. He can recognize anyone who is lower than him, whether it is a superpower, a mutant, or even a mutant zombie. He saw that the zombie surrounded in the middle was a level 5 zombie. The corridor helped the zombie. He was not surrounded by the biochemicals. If he was really surrounded by the biochemicals, he would not have a chance to be chopped into pieces by these biochemicals. Zhou Yu estimated the width of the corridor. The mutant zombie had to face 8 biochemicals at a time, and those biochemicals were not only in front of him. He also had to guard against the danger behind him. In Zhou Yu's opinion, no matter how powerful the mutant zombie was, it was impossible for him to escape from the hands of these cyborgs. Even he himself could not escape from so many cyborgs. There was only one reason: these cyborgs were too powerful. But the scene in front of him made Zhou Yu a little overwhelmed. He watched the mutant zombie surrounded in the middle holding an alloy knife and waving the knife at a very fast speed. Every time he swung the knife, it seemed like a performance, beautiful and magnificent. However, in this beautiful sword technique, every sword can really cause damage to those cyborgs. The sword seems to be danced into a propeller by the zombie, and every cyborg who approaches the propeller will be shattered. In front of Zhou Yu, Lin Hao used the Jin family's sword to destroy nearly 20 cyborgs in just a few tens of seconds. This scene not only stunned Zhou Yu, but also the elephant controlling the cyborgs. He never thought that a level 5 mutant zombie would be so terrifying. Chapter 362. At this moment, Lin Hao has completely opened up all his skills. Because the opponent is a cyborg, Lin Hao's mental power is of no use to them at all. So he can only forcibly open the speed bonus and strength bonus, and then use the Jin family's tyrant sword to dance madly. The combat effectiveness of these cyborgs is not weak, and the cooperation is smooth, but they have a huge problem. That is, they are not afraid of death. Sometimes not fearing death is an advantage, which represents courage and faith. But sometimes not fearing death is a foolishness. Such is the current cyborg. They had no way to limit Lin Hao's attack at this moment. But their computer program told them that they had to attack. So they had to attack. As a result, more and more biohumans were damaged. The only benefit of doing so was that it could consume all of Lin Hao's energy. Lin Hao would definitely not be able to hold on because of physical exhaustion and then fall down. However, each biohuman was an extremely precious resource, and he couldn't bear to see the biohumans being damaged like this. So he prepared to change the attack program. After a busy period, the biohumans finally left Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao stopped swinging meaninglessly. He wanted to save his energy. Only in this way could he deal with their next attack. But when Lin Hao saw the next attack of these biohumans, he felt helpless. The biohumans gradually left 3 meters in front of Lin Hao, and then they raised their right hands. The left hand held a knife, and the right hand held a gun. Their right hand was a Gatling gun. The black gun barrel was aimed at Lin Hao like 1,000-year-old ice, making Lin Hao feel a burst of chill. This was not the first time that Lin Hao had seen a Gatling gun, nor was it the first time that he had dealt with one. He still remembered the full feeling behind his butt. Lin Hao was a little worried. He was wondering if his nearly 30 points of physical strength could defend against the countless Gatling guns. Zhou Yu also looked at Lin Hao curiously. He wanted to know what Lin Hao would do this time. Lin Hao quietly retreated to the edge of the corridor and looked at the height of the 40-story building. He was thinking about how to make his death more beautiful if he jumped from here. However, before he could figure it out, suddenly, a mechanical rotation sound came, which was the sound of the Gatling gun. The next second, the large bullets specially designed for Gatling guns were shooting at Lin Hao like a heavy rain. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yu almost cried out in surprise, and even Xiang widened his eyes, as if he found this scene incredible. At the moment when the bullets were about to pour out, Lin Hao hurriedly lowered his waist and grabbed another alloy knife. This alloy knife was dropped from the biochemical man. Fortunately, this knife had a handle. Lin Hao held an alloy knife in each hand, one forehand and one for backhand. And then, the 2 knives turned beautifully at the same time. If Jean Bebe was here, she would definitely jump and scream in surprise, because Lin Hao actually used 2 completely different knife techniques with his left and right hands. But those knife techniques were both Jin family's hegemonic knives. Lin Hao used the same trick again. And once again, swords and sabers swirled around his body. But just now there was only 1 sword. But now there were 2. When the 2 swords swung out the Jin family's sword at a very fast speed, a very tight protective shield gradually formed around Lin Hao. Da-da-da-da. The sound of bullets rang out mercilessly, and Lin Hao didn't care and just swung the sword. But guns have always been one of the most powerful modern weapons made by humans. Even if Lin Hao's sword swung faster, it was impossible to resist all the bullets. But it was enough to resist most of the bullets. The bullets collided with Lin Hao's knife, and sparks flew everywhere. Some bullets were lucky enough to pass through this layer of defense, and then drilled into Lin Hao's body, and came out from the other end of his body. This was the power of the Gatling gun. Sometimes, the bullets that drilled out could bring out some blood and flesh. So after a while, Lin Hao's body was not only riddled with holes, but also unrecognizable. Lin Hao ignored it completely. The bullets continued to pour out, and Lin Hao's knife did not stop. With repeated use, Lin Hao's backhand knife skills became better and better, more and more rounded, and faster and faster. The backhand knife skills and forehand knife skills complement each other, and the two completely different Jin family swords gradually exerted their true power. Who said that ancient martial arts are useless? Faster. I want to be faster. In Lin Hao's heart, there was always a voice urging him to be faster. Faster. And then Lin Hao was faster. Even faster to an incredible degree. Zhou Yu had been watching silently from a distance. He stood with Xiang. Normally, Xiang would have noticed that there was someone he didn't know standing next to him. But at this moment Xiang was also frightened by Lin Hao's amazing move. Zhou Yu's mind began to get wild. He thought of himself, a level 6 mutant, being beaten to a pulp by Xiang's level 3 mutant team. He imagined that it was himself standing there at the moment. How would things develop? Then, Zhou Yu thought of something. What if he could also perform such amazing knife skills with a knife? Your physical strength can still hold out for another minute. Lin Hao vented his physical strength to his heart's content. And then, Gooden's ruthless voice pierced his ears and went straight into his mind. The bullets were still firing non-stop, and each of those mutants was aiming at every part of their bodies. And it was impossible for Lin Hao to block every part, even though Lin Hao's knife speed was fast enough at the moment. But it was useless. The parts that should not be defended were still undefended. One more minute. Lin Hao accidentally looked at the edge of the corridor. He was thinking whether jumping down would be more likely to survive than being hit by stray bullets. So, in just a split second, dozens of bullets had already shot into Lin Hao's body. If Lin Hao hadn't been focusing on defending his brain, he might have been lying on the ground now. Let me die. At least I have accomplished my goal. Lin Hao seemed to relax a lot when he thought that Jin Bebe was safe and sound. Although he was still unwilling. After all, he hadn't become the zombie king yet. But he died young in such a place. This feeling was really unpleasant. Lin Hao felt tired. It stands to reason that Lin Hao's physical strength should be very strong. This intensity of swinging the knife does consume a lot of energy. But he would not last only so long. The main reason is the wounds on his body. The blood is lingering, which consumes his strength invisibly. Lin Hao felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, and the speed of the knife was getting slower and slower. Am I really going to die here? Lin Hao laughed at himself. Just when he was about to give up resistance and let everything return to dust. Suddenly, all the mechanical rotation sound stopped. Chapter 363. Lin Hao saw that the biochemical people around him had gradually stopped their attacks. So he looked around curiously. This movement seemed to make him feel as if his body was about to fall apart. Looking at the bullet holes on his body, Lin Hao felt sad. Inexplicably sad. Luckily, he was a zombie. As long as these wounds were not in the vital parts and did not kill him instantly, even if he lost his arms and legs, he would be able to recover if given time. But just when Lin Hao was about to give up resistance, the biochemical people actually stopped attacking. Did they have a more cruel way to deal with him? Lin Hao, with evil thoughts in his mind, stretched his head to look behind these biohumans. The elephant was behind these biohumans, and he was stiffly controlling the remote control to make these biohumans stop attacking, and then slowly retreated. They were really retreating. Lin Hao watched the biohumans walk down the stairs. At this time, when the biohumans used for cover walked away, Lin Hao saw the reason for it. At this moment, the elephant had a bitter look on his face, and his eyes were erratic, as if he had encountered something dangerous. From Lin Hao's perspective, there was indeed a person behind the elephant. The person just held the elephant's neck, which made the elephant look desperate. Lin Hao was very curious. Who was that person? And there was another important question. Was that person in the same group with him? Soon, Lin Hao knew the answer. The person pinched the elephant's neck and asked, I asked you to set the command of these biochemical people to sleep and shut down completely. What? Did you forget what the command is called? Do you want me to tell you? Xiang seemed to accept his fate and said, Okay. Okay. I do it. I do it myself. I know you're a god. Don't do this. Xiang couldn't believe what would happen when the machine that controlled the cyborg fell into the hands of a 6th-level mutant, who was proficient in cyborg programming and had a grudge against the base. Zhou Yu looked at the weak Lin Hao and asked, Why? Can you still walk? Lin Hao was a little surprised. When did this person come here? Lin Hao didn't even notice it. But this person looks familiar. As if I have seen him before. But I just can't remember him. If I can't remember him, I won't think about him. This is Lin Hao's personality. Now that he has a chance to escape, he will seize it. Thank you. Lin Hao thanked him and came to Zhou. It was obvious that he wanted to rely on Zhou. Gooden had already said that the other party was a level 6 mutant with strong strength. Lin Hao suddenly felt a little unbelievable. When did the level 6 and level 7 zombies slowly appear in front of Lin Hao? Moreover, the frequency of those zombies appearing became more and more sparse and common, and gradually lost their mystery to Lin Hao. For example, the level 6 mutant in front of him. Lin Hao was very surprised that he could meet him casually, and the other party also saved him. Although this mutant looked familiar. Are you a zombie? Zhou asked Lin Hao curiously while holding the elephant. Is it so obvious? Lin Hao seemed a little weak. After all, he had lost so much blood, and he insisted on using the knife skills that consumed a lot of energy. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably collapse on the ground and couldn't get up at this time. I want to ask what those sword techniques you just used are like. Zhou smiled shyly. Not only Zhou was waiting for Lin Hao's answer seriously, but even Xiang began to concentrate. He also wanted to know how such powerful sword techniques were practiced. The sword techniques are very ordinary. Just ordinary sword techniques, with a somewhat vulgar name, called Jin Jiabadeo. The sword techniques created by the Jin family in City A. What's wrong with that? Lin Hao said very casually. Xiang said, how is it possible that there are such powerful martial arts in this world now? Aren't martial arts just for show? Before the apocalypse. I thought so too. Lin Hao smiled. Zhou took Lin Hao directly to the elevator, and Lin Hao was a little afraid to go forward. The elevator may not be safe. The elevator can reach the first floor the fastest and help us leave here. Moreover, with me here, the elevator cannot be unsafe. Zhou seemed to be very confident. Lin Hao was even more curious. This Zhou seemed to know everything about the base's equipment just like Duan Luochen. But he was not a member of the base. Who was he? However, since the other party came to save him without caring about his own safety, Lin Hao was too lazy to ask so many questions. No matter who he was, as long as he could save him from this place, he was a good person. As the elevator slowly descended, they soon arrived at the first floor. When the three walked out of the experimental building, they saw the battle in front of them. And Lin Hao and Zhou, couldn't help but smile. There were countless ordinary soldiers gathered in front of the door. They were holding guns and waiting for the three people. Not only soldiers, but also some biochemical people were here. But there were no mutants. It was obvious that the mutants were controlled by humans and prohibited from participating in the war. In any case, there was one less enemy in front of him, which was a good thing for Lin Hao. Xiang, do you think I should kill you now? Or should I kill you after threatening them not to attack me? Zhou did not hide his intention to kill Xiang. At this moment, Xiang was sweating profusely, and dared not do or say anything. Are you sure you don't want to do something now? Zhou began to increase the force on Xiang's neck. So Xiang screamed in pain. I let them retreat. You let go. I let them retreat. Xiang said loudly. And then Zhou really let go. Xiang stood there in disbelief. And at the same time, his mind began to surge. Zhou slowly said behind him, don't let me find a reason to kill you. I really don't want to kill you for the time being. But if you force me, then I can't do anything. A simple sentence made Xiang calm down again. All of you disperse. Do what you need to do. Xiang pretended to be calm and said to the ordinary people in front of him. Those ordinary people were not stupid, and naturally saw that Xiang was coerced, because they were not stupid. When Xiang asked them to disperse, they really dispersed. They were all people who had seen how powerful Lin Hao and Zhou were. Seeing these two people there, these ordinary people would definitely not be their opponents. Not only would they not cause any harm to them, but they would also increase innocent casualties. The soldiers did not want to die. So when Xiang asked them to leave, they ran away without stopping. Xiang stared at this scene blankly, not knowing what to say. Very good. It seems that you still have a good reputation in the hearts of these people. Zhou smiled. Xiang just wanted to cry. His only thought now was to hope that the soldiers who escaped could spread the news so that he still had hope of being rescued. Chapter 364. I know what you are thinking now. I may not say that I know the whole base better than you, but I still know where to escape without being discovered. Zhou patted Xiang's shoulder and said easily. It was not until this moment that Lin Hao began to pay attention to this guy who was wearing ordinary trendy clothes. Was about the same height as himself, but one level higher than himself. Who are you? Why did you save me? Lin Hao asked two seemingly simple questions. But there was no answer in a short time. Because the person being asked can't answer you at all. He will look back hatefully. Then smile mysteriously. And leave in a pretentious manner. So sometimes such people are very annoying. Because their pretentiousness gives people a strong sense of pretentiousness. But Zhou Yu doesn't seem to be that kind of person. He turned his head. But didn't smile. But said lightly, I used to be a scientist in this base. My name is Zhou Yu. As for the reason why I saved you, there is an old saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I am just saving my friend. Although Zhou Yu's words were not convincing. He said them seriously and convincingly. Lin Hao could not trust him completely. But now it seemed that relying on him was the only option. Zhou Yu led Lin Hao and the elephant through the streets and alleys toward an unknown place. When the few people came to the wall, Zhou Yu found that countless soldiers and biochemical people had begun to rush here. Zhou Yu looked back and seemed a little surprised. He did not expect that person to be there. So Zhou Yu said to Lin Hao, open the manhole cover. You can go straight outside from here. Go! You don't want to go? Lin Hao asked curiously. Wait for me outside after you go out. I leave later. Zhou Yu said. It's okay. I leave later too. Lin Hao seemed to have expected something. Such as watching a play. Then, Lin Hao saw a person who was very familiar to him. Yi Wentian. To be honest, Lin Hao and Yi Wentian didn't meet many times. Only on the day in City A. They looked at each other from a distance. And then Lin Hao asked Bai Bofin to blow up their plane with a missile. Although they had only met once. They were very familiar with, and cared about each other. The reason why Lin Hao always remembered Yi Wentian was simple. Because Yi Wentian had caught Jean Bebe. And more than once. Yi Wentian was also very familiar to Lin Hao. Because Lin Hao had saved Jean Bebe. And more than once. Jean Bebe was a magical woman. Lin Hao thought about her day and night. And Yi Wentian could not forget her. So the two men would definitely fight because of Jean Bebe. But fighting is obviously not Yi Wentian's strong point. Fortunately, he has a brain. So he researched these two magical things, biochemical people and mutants. When Lin Hao was at a low level, he was beaten by mutants. And when he was at a high level, he was beaten by biochemical people. It is hard for Lin Hao to forget Yi Wentian. But obviously, this 6th level mutant in front of him seems to have a great hatred for Yi Wentian. Otherwise his eyes when looking at Yi Wentian would not be so wrong. In addition to hatred and gloom, Lin Hao didn't know how to describe this guy's eyes. Yi Wentian came. Leisurely. But he hid behind many biochemical people. Yi Wentian saw Zhou Yu. And naturally saw Lin Hao. When the two appeared in front of him together, Yi Wentian knew that this matter might not be settled peacefully. Zhou Yu. Let's put aside the grudge between us. If you let the elephant go, I can still make you the chief scientist of our laboratory building and the captain of the mutant team of Group B. What do you think? Yi Wentian asked anxiously. Zhou Yu was laughing. And his laughter was a little creepy. And he laughed for no apparent reason. But Lin Hao could see a sense of sadness and sentimentality in his laughter. Yi Wentian. You are really good. Very good. You have a smart brain. Not only can you research powerful scientific research products, but you can also become a powerful manager. If that hadn't happened, I wish it hadn't happened. I might have really believed you. In fact, that day I was thinking about whether to give you the formula I found. Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhou Yu shook his head, as if he had entered a state of madness. Ah! The elephant suddenly howled. Because Zhou Yu's hand climbed up the elephant's shoulder at some point. And the elephant's arm suddenly drooped down. Zhou Yu. Don't do this. It's my fault. I admit it. Can you let the elephant go first? Yi Wentian suddenly became anxious. You two have a really good relationship. If I hadn't seen you playing with women, I would have thought you were gay with this guy. Zhou Yu said, grabbing his arm again and squeezing it hard. Lin Hao looked at the elephant's arm being squeezed by Zhou Yu. But Xiang could only scream. He didn't even have the desire to resist because he knew that all resistance was in vain. What do you want to do to let him go? Yi Wentian gritted his teeth and said, It's simple. Go to hell. Zhou Yu immediately looked at Yi Wentian excitedly, and then proposed the most difficult proposition in the world. This is impossible. Yi Wentian turned his head away, and finally stopped looking at Xiang. Xiang cried desperately. He wanted to struggle. But his whole body was controlled by Zhou Yu. And he really couldn't struggle. At this moment, Lin Hao looked at Xiang and suddenly felt that Xiang was a little pitiful. But when he thought of those people who were harmed by him, those people were not pitiful? So Lin Hao could only watch this scene indifferently. He didn't say anything. Nor did he do anything. He just stood here very calmly and watched. Zhou, you killed him and thought you could run away safely? Yu Tian asked angrily again. Of course you can. Didn't you see where I am? This sewer leads to the outside. I have been there myself. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Zhou didn't seem to want to finish talking to Yu Tian. Every time, he was weak and let Yu Tian's momentum hit the empty space. Obviously, Yu Tian was very angry about Zhou's behavior. But he didn't dare to do anything because the elephant was still alive. Suddenly, Yu Tian seemed to remember something and hurriedly said to Lin Hao, Lin Hao, help me rescue the elephant. And I will withdraw all the helicopters that are going to capture Jin Beibei. At this moment, Yu Tian seemed to be hungry and wanted to try any method. However, no matter what method he tried, Lin Hao could not and would not help him try it. It was very simple because he believed in Duan Luochen. Lin Hao believed in Duan Luochen. And Duan Luochen did not disappoint Lin Hao's trust. Looking at the dozens of helicopters behind him, and the soldiers holding temperature-sensing missiles in the helicopters, Duan Luochen felt very annoyed. It seems that we need to find a place for you to rest temporarily, Duan Luochen said to Jin Beibei in his arms. Chapter 365. Choose a tall building. This time, Duan Luochen chose those tall buildings that cannot be climbed to the top. After making sure that there are no survivors or other creatures on the tall building, he began to descend and then placed Jin Beibei on the top of the building. Looking at Jin Beibei's peaceful appearance, Duan Luochen sighed and could only sigh again for his hard-working life, and then flew towards the helicopters in the sky. When the helicopters saw Duan Luochen actually flying towards them, they were frightened and hurriedly launched an attack. After all, although the speed of the helicopter is not slow, its flexibility is definitely far inferior to that of a person who can fly. So they didn't foolishly compete with Duan Luochen in flexibility. Duan Luochen turned a corner casually and avoided all their attacks, then rushed forward. His two wings were like two extremely sharp and strong machetes, and cut down the props of the helicopter propeller. When the helicopter has no propeller, how can he fly? Looking at the gradually descending helicopter, before Duan Luochen could feel proud for a while, suddenly, a sense of crisis came over him. Duan Luochen flapped his wings and fled without thinking. But the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Looking back, he saw several missiles flying towards him. And no matter how Duan Luochen dodged, those missiles were like automatic trackers, rushing straight at Duan Luochen. No matter how fast Duan Luochen was, he couldn't be faster than a missile. Seeing that the missile was about to catch up with him, Duan Luochen made a sharp turn. Sure enough, those missiles also made a sharp turn with him. And at the same time, their direction changed with Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen's target changed to the helicopters in front. When the helicopters saw Duan Luochen rushing towards them, their bullets and missiles flew towards Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen didn't even look at the bullets, but just blocked the vital parts with his wings. Every time a missile flew over, Duan Luochen would always make a sharp turn to avoid it. From time to time, the missiles began to kill each other. The rumbling sound was endless, and the residual power of the explosion pushed Duan Luochen's speed even faster. Duan Luochen flapped his wings frantically and flew towards the helicopters. He couldn't bring the helicopters back to the base because there were two ordinary people in the base. If the helicopters found out there were two ordinary people, it would be very dangerous. So Duan Luochen could only think of a way to resolve the battle here. The temperature-sensing missiles that hadn't collided with him were still following Duan Luochen, biting him tightly, and the distance was getting closer and closer, and they were about to collide. However, Duan Luochen struggled desperately, and threw the missiles behind him again. The helicopter's startup speed was not that fast. When the missile was launched just now, they were all in the air, and could not move. So when Duan Luochen flew to the helicopter slowly turned around and prepared to escape. How could Duan Luochen let them escape? Feeling the missiles getting closer and closer behind him, Duan Luochen was suspended in front of the helicopter, looking through the glass at the terrified faces of the people operating the helicopter. Some people were still asking Captain Duan to show mercy. But when did these people show mercy to him? When he launched the missile just now. He didn't see which helicopter didn't launch it. Duan Luochen turned around. The missile was still 10 meters away from him. Because the missile was too fast. It would need at least 10 meters to make a sudden turn. 10 meters was enough. Duan Luochen stopped flapping his wings, and suddenly fell down. Because the missiles were not quick to react. They could only pass Duan Luochen's position, and continue to rush forward. Then search. Then scan. Then lock. And then turn and track. This is the ability of the temperature-sensing missiles. However, this time, these missiles did not see the helicopters in front of them. And they crashed into them without thinking. Boom! Countless explosions were heard. And the helicopter didn't even have a complete wreckage. It just turned into pieces in the air, and gradually fell. Of course, the helicopters that exploded were only a few of the dozens, while the missiles that exploded were the majority. Although the missiles were the majority, there were still some missiles that did not catch up with Duan Luochen's time difference because of the long launch time. They still chased Duan Luochen stubbornly and firmly. Duan Luochen flapped his wings, not caring about the guys flying over, and rushed towards other helicopters again. The helicopters finally dared not to release missiles at will. They just used their own machine guns to shoot at Duan Luochen helplessly. But it was useless. Duan Luochen closed his wings and completely blocked the bullets. So, Duan Luochen imitated the scene just now and stopped in front of a helicopter again. The pilot tried very hard to react quickly. But in the end, he was still slow. They only turned the helicopter half a circle. And the missiles hit the helicopter because of the buffer. Dozens of helicopters came. And Duan Luochen only destroyed a few of them, but made the other helicopters completely silent. They no longer attacked Duan Luochen, but slowly retreated. Duan Luochen seized this opportunity to desperately destroy the helicopters. Some people parachuted, but Duan Luochen did not chase them. The zombies in S-City had all surrounded the gate of the base. They could not return to the base, and could only survive outside alone. The possibility of an ordinary person surviving independently outside was too small. Duan Luochen would bless them, and live well in the city. The longer you live, the more you will collapse. The helicopter pilots finally realized that they could not be the opponent of this flying superpower. And they began to retreat, and return to the base. These pilots also have a captain. According to the analysis of the battle situation, the captain knew that they could not deal with Duan Luochen. If they continued like this, they would only lose manpower in vain. In this case, it is better to evacuate. After all, their own lives are the most important. So, the helicopters began to evacuate. They stopped any attack on Duan Luochen. Duan Luochen did not chase them. After all, it seemed useless to catch up with them. Killing them all would have no meaning except to create one killing after another, and consume his own physical strength. Duan Luochen hurriedly flew to the rooftop. He had to bring Jean Bebe to Jean Z quickly. Otherwise, if Jean Bebe woke up in the middle of the journey, it would definitely be a sad story. But when Duan Luochen really returned to the rooftop, he felt that he had encountered that sad story. At this moment, Jean Bebe was no longer on the rooftop. Jean Bebe could not fly, and there was no staircase leading downstairs. She could only stay on the rooftop. But the rooftop was in full view. Where could she be? Duan Luochen thought of a possibility. And only this one possibility. Jean Bebe. Behind him. Chapter 366. Duan Luochen seemed to sense the endless danger. He flapped his wings and flew forward. During the flight, he turned around and saw Jean Bebe slashing at him. He dodged it narrowly. Are all flying guys so agile? Jean Bebe said helplessly. Duan Luochen didn't know what to say. He almost died in Jean Bebe's hands just now. I worked so hard to save you. Why did you want to kill me? Duan Luochen asked angrily. You worked so hard to save me. So why did you shoot down our plane? Jean Bebe asked according to her memory. What do you mean by our plane? Are you serious or not? Do you really not remember anything? Duan Luochen asked helplessly. Jean Bebe was a little confused by his question, because Lin Hao had asked the same question just now. Jean Bebe said angrily, Okay, I don't know what method you used to knock me out, but you knocked me out. If that's the case, you are definitely not my partner. Would you knock your partner out? From this, I can infer that what you just said, and what the zombie just said, are all false. Right? Duan Luochen covered his forehead, looking a little anxious. So you want to kill me? Duan Luochen was still struggling with this matter. After all, this matter involved his life safety, and he couldn't do anything to Jean Bebe. Not to mention the relationship between them. Jean Bebe was a 6th level superpower, and he was not someone a 4th level superpower, could easily provoke. No. 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 I don't want to kill you. I just want to take off your wings and ask you some questions. So don't be afraid. Jean Bebe said gently. Duan Luochen felt a chill in his heart at Jean Bebe's gentle words. This woman is really vicious. I think you are really sick. I don't think you can get down from this tall building without me. If you have the guts, just jump down. Duan Luochen said angrily. Do you really think I can't do anything? Jean Bebe sneered at Duan Luochen. Then walked to the edge and looked down. Not even looking at the scenery below that had turned into ants. Just hanging herself down by the edge. Then punched open the window on the top floor. And then easily got in through the open window. As if this action had been imprinted in Jean Bebe's mind. And it was so easy to do. Duan Luochen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this woman to be not only smart, but also so courageous. If he was trapped in such a place, he would never think of a way to escape. Even if some method seemed dangerous, they were actually very easy for them. Duan Luochen was in the air, watching Jean Bebe walk down the stairs step by step. And then the two met on the first floor. To be on the safe side, Duan Luochen was still flying about 5 meters above Jean Bebe, and looked at Jean Bebe with contempt. Jean Bebe was not attracted by Duan Luochen's contemptuous eyes at all, but walked towards the base on her own. Do you have to go back to the base? Duan Luochen knew that this woman would be up to no good after waking up. And it turned out to be true. At the same time, Duan Luochen was also estimating how confident he was that he could knock Jean Bebe unconscious with a knife from behind. But after a long time of trying, he always felt that something was missing. In the end, Duan Luochen gave up this presumptuous plan. After all, Jean Bebe was a level 6 speed type ability user, and her pure speed was naturally much faster than Duan Luochen. If he really went down rashly, there was a great possibility that he would be caught by Jean Bebe, and then his wings would be torn off, and he would be ravaged by Jean Bebe as much as possible. Believe me, that base is really not your territory. Your territory is in City B, not City S. Duan Luochen had been trying to persuade Jean Bebe to go with him, and his voice was full of tears and heartbreak. Jean Bebe was a little shaken by what she heard. And then a question began to spin in her mind. Is she really not from the survivor base in S City? However, no one would answer her question. Jean Bebe is a level 6 speed type ability user, so she can fly fast. Duan Luochen can fly even faster. Although his speed is not as fast as Jean Bebe, he is tall enough and can see farther. Just when Jean Bebe was thinking about how to get back to the base, 2 people in the base were also thinking about leaving the base. Zhou Yu said to Yi Wentian very domineeringly, "You don't have to tell me anything. This person must die here today." So, Zhou Yu punched the elephant decisively. You must know that Zhou Yu is a level 6 mutant. Even if he doesn't know any martial arts and has not received special training, the mutant crystal core has transformed his body to a terrifying degree. The power of his punch is definitely irresistible to the elephant. Yi Wentian could only watch from afar, watching the elephant in Zhou Yu's hand. Watching Zhou Yu punch the elephant, he began to get angry, began to roar. He pressed the remote control in his hand. And suddenly, all the mutants raised their Gatling guns and aimed at Zhou Yu and Lin Hao. Zhou Yu and Lin Hao jumped down the manhole cover without thinking. And then Lin Hao followed Zhou Yu and started running outside. Since you are destined to kill him, why waste so much time? Lin Hao asked curiously. Disgusting. Because I want to disgust Yi Wentian. I have been testing that guy. Do you know why I killed Xiang in front of him? Zhou Yu ignored the footsteps behind him and the approaching biochemical people, and continued to talk to Lin Hao very easily. Why? Lin Hao naturally asked since he didn't know. Because I guessed that Yi Wentian and Xiang have an unusual relationship. They are very likely lovers. Zhou Yu's tone didn't sound like speculation, but rather certainty. But didn't you say you saw Yi Wentian playing with women? Lin Hao asked curiously. I have seen it. But how can you be sure that Yi Wentian is not a bisexual? You are not from the base, so of course you don't know. Usually, Yi Wentian and Xiang are very close. They live next door to each other. In this base with such strict upper and lower classes, there is no class difference between the two of them. Moreover, Xiang saved Yi Wentian, and Yi Wentian indulged Xiang in various ways. No matter what Xiang did wrong, he would not be punished. Once, I saw the two of them coming out of the toilet together. In short, their relationship must be unusual. Zhou Yu seemed to be recalling what happened that day, with a lewd smile on his face. In this regard, Lin Hao could only remain silent. It was not appropriate for him to express his opinion on such a question. Although he was a zombie, he was a zombie with normal sexual orientation. Chapter 367. When Lin Hao and Zhou Yu opened an underground manhole cover, several zombies instantly fell from above. These zombies were just some ordinary zombies. They gathered around the manhole cover and moved in a certain direction. However, these zombies were brainless. They only knew to move forward, not caring about the big pit under their feet. Looking at the zombies that fell from time to time, and looking at the cyborgs and soldiers who were desperately chasing behind him, Lin Hao used coercion to control these zombies without thinking, and let these zombies rush towards the cyborgs and soldiers. But these falling zombies made Zhou Yu and Lin Hao feel awkward. These zombies were going to fall down, but they were going to rush up. Fortunately, both of them were high-level people. They relied on their strong strength and speed to rush up through the descending zombies. Finally, they suddenly appeared on the ground and among the zombies. Lin Hao did not cover the manhole cover, but let the zombies fall down. Soon, screams came from under the manhole cover. Those screams came from ordinary soldiers. Because the cyborgs were too rigid, it was impossible for them to be too fast in such a place. Therefore, some soldiers rushed up. The zombies had no interest in the cyborgs, but they were very interested in the humans. The soldiers had guns and equipment, and it was impossible for them to outrun the zombies like wild dogs. The actions of the cyborgs were all dependent on the program. The program did not let them deal with these ordinary zombies, but only let them chase Lin Hao and his group. Therefore, the cyborgs did not react to these ordinary zombies that came to attack them. No matter what happened under the manhole cover, Zhou Yu and Lin Hao had already come out, and the things below had nothing to do with them. Zhou Yu sighed. Do you know? Before the doomsday, I was a researcher, staying in that kind of 3.1 line place every day, living a boring life, until the end of the world. In order to explore the secrets of the crystal core, I never left the research institute. I almost forgot what the outside world was like. Then you can enjoy life in the future. Since the end of the world, the air in the outside world has become better and better. Some places are so beautiful that it is unbelievable. Lin Hao smiled and used pressure to control the ordinary zombies who wanted to attack Zhou Yu. There is no need to control them so hard. I am a level 6 psychic. It is very easy to deal with these ordinary zombies. Zhou Yu laughed. That won't work. If you fight, you will definitely make a lot of moves. I can't help you now. If the noise here attracts those high-level zombies, I will definitely run away and leave you behind. I will feel guilty about that. Lin Hao pretended to be distressed and said, You are very interesting. Zhou Yu laughed. Lin Hao also smiled. The location where the two appeared was not good. It was very close to the main battle circle. The so-called main battle circle was the battle between Wang Hao and his high-level mutant zombies and biochemical people. There were still a lot of biochemical people. It seemed that Wang Hao could not easily deal with it with just a few mutant zombies. But as a level 7 mutant zombie, Wang Hao's physical attributes seemed to have reached the limit of this planet. He can jump more than 10 meters in one step, can knock a cyborg apart with one punch, and then let the cyborg hit many other cyborgs in the process of being knocked away, and can also punch directly through the cyborg's head, causing the cyborg to freeze. In short, when the cyborg meets Wang Hao, even if more than a dozen of them join together, they are no match for Wang Hao alone. This shocking scene was clearly seen by Lin Hao and Zhou Yu from a distance in the outer circle. This was also the first time that Lin Hao saw the power of a level 7 mutant zombie, and at the same time, he was more eager to demand his own strength. This is the power of a level 7 zombie. Don't look at it. It won't be long before you become such a zombie. As for now, I think we should leave. Otherwise, it will be dangerous if they find us, Zhou Yu said with a smile. Lin Hao smiled. He should leave. The first reason he came here was to save Jean Z. In the end, Jean Z was rescued, but Jean Bebe was killed. Fortunately, Jean Bebe was also rescued in the end. Lin Hao seemed to have no reason to stay here. Then let's go, Lin Hao said, just as the two were about to leave. Suddenly, there was another commotion. Lin Hao looked back curiously, and this glance made him stop helplessly. Lin Hao said to Zhou Yu, No, you go first. I may not be able to leave. When Jean Bebe came to the gate of the base, he was stunned by the scene at the gate of the base. He never thought that there were so many zombies gathered at the gate of the base at this moment. And according to the knowledge in his mind, Gene Baby obviously found that there were many advanced mutant zombies among them. The crystal cores in the brains of these mutant zombies can provide them with very powerful energy. Similarly, these mutant zombies can also bring them very severe blows. Because the power of these mutant zombies is also very huge. Seeing countless biochemical people being sent to the battlefield, Gene Baby knew that the base must have run out of tricks. Otherwise it would be impossible to send all the biochemical people. As a soldier of the base, he should naturally contribute his strength to the safety of the base. So, Gene Baby held the owlet knife and passed by with a gust of wind. The Gene family's tyrant knife in his hand has been fully exerted. Tianlin thought he was a smart zombie. When he found out that it was very dangerous for these cyborgs to surround him, Tianlin left the battlefield and seduced the cyborgs at the edge of the battlefield, seducing only one or two at a time, and then slowly using his advantages to eliminate the other party. Tianlin has eliminated many cyborgs with this method. He felt that after this battle, he must go back and implicitly mention his great achievements to the boss, so that the boss would give him more men, so that he could also bully men and women. Tianlin never knew that sometimes danger was so close to him. The inflated Tianlin seduced 5 biochemicals this time. The 5 biochemicals immediately stepped forward and gave Tianlin a set of combined punches without saying anything. The 5 people used Gatling guns to shoot at Tianlin crazily. In this shooting, Tianlin almost didn't dodge, and he fled in fear, further away from the center of the battle circle. Then, he saw a group of ordinary zombies in front of him seem to be surrounding something. What could a group of ordinary zombies surround? It can't be a human. There's no way those humans would be so stupid as to come here and seek death. This was the first time Tianlin saw Gene Baby, and the owlet knife in Gene Baby's hand. The owlet knife circled around the zombies, and then all the zombies around were headless by the owlet knife. Gene Baby stepped forward and greeted Tianlin very normally. She could feel that Tianlin was a very powerful mutant zombie, but she was not afraid. This was very similar to Lin Hao. That is, she was also fearless. Tianlin just watched the shining knife flash by. And then, there was no more. Chapter 368. In fact, even Gene Baby, the instigator of this scene, didn't know what was going on. He just saw a very powerful mutant zombie, and then swung his knife and chopped it naturally. In Gene Baby's view, this was just an ordinary attack by himself. Although he used all his strength, it was still just an ordinary attack. He expected that the guy might defend and attack, but he didn't expect that this mutant zombie that looked very powerful actually did nothing, just stared at her blankly. Gene Baby felt very strange. Why did the zombie look at her like that? But anyway, the zombie had been killed by her with one knife. Why should she think so much about a dead zombie? Tianlin was a zombie who knew how to be clever. Like generals. Like soldiers. Many level 5 and 4 zombies followed Tianlin and played tricks. When they saw Tianlin rushing towards the woman, they also rushed up. They naturally felt the power of this woman. But in their opinion, their boss Tianlin was also very powerful. With a combination of several of them, it was more than enough to deal with a human. However, sometimes things are always so unexpected. They just rushed up excitedly and prepared to show off next to the boss. But their boss was killed instantly by this human. At this moment, Gene Baby's powerful aura has begun to sweep around. Those ordinary zombies may not feel anything, and their IQ is not there. But these mutant zombies can feel it clearly. The boss is dead, and they dare not confront Gene Baby head-on. They stood there awkwardly for a while, and decisively began to run towards the main battle circle. They wanted to report this matter to their boss's boss. Wang Hao was furious at the moment. Although these biohumans could not hurt him at all, they seemed endless. He could not kill them all. Wang Hao knew that the instigator of all this was in the base. As long as he killed the person who controlled the biohumans, everything would be over. But he could not do that. These biohumans would not let Wang Hao move forward even if they died. Other biohumans had already caused a devastating blow to the zombies around them. After being surrounded by more than a dozen biohumans, those level 4 and 5 zombies could only die helplessly in the encirclement. Biohumans also had another function, which was to collect crystal cores. When those mutant zombies died in front of them, they would break their heads without hesitation, and then dig out their crystal cores from their heads and put them into their bodies. Wang Hao didn't know how many of his men died at the hands of these biochemicals, but he was sure that almost half of the second-level zombies had died. But Wang Hao was unwilling to accept this. He knew what the base's backup was. These biochemicals were already their entire strength. As long as the experimental subject they were studying did not appear, he still had a chance. Killing one more biochemical would weaken the strength of the base. Wang Hao thought so. So when a younger brother came to Lin Hao and told Lin Hao that a very powerful human had killed Tian Lin, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked in the direction of Jin Bebe. Not far away. Yuan watched this scene silently, with a bigger smile on his face. The mutant zombie beside Yuan asked, "Boss, look at that woman. She's so powerful. Is she an experimental subject of the base?" Yuan nodded. "She's a superpower. And a very powerful one. But she smells like a crystal core. Obviously, she should be an experimental subject of the base. Look, Wang Hao will meet her soon. Listen to my command. When Wang Hao fights with that woman, everyone rush up and attack Wang Hao. I want his crystal core. And his men, too." At the gate of the base, Ho Qingwei, who was worried, began to think about his way out. It was impossible to hide the news that Jin Bebe was rescued from him. Without Jin Bebe as an experimental subject, everything would be hard to say. He knew how powerful Wang Hao and Yuan were. If they joined forces, it would be a very terrifying thing. Although according to their assumptions, it was impossible for the two parties to join forces. Nothing was impossible, especially since Wang Hao and Yuan's IQ was no different from that of ordinary people. If they were determined to attack their survivor base, then they had no choice but to join forces. According to Ho Qingwei and Yi Wentian's plan, the experimental subject was used as bait to fight with Wang Hao. Only when Yuan saw a chance to eliminate Wang Hao would they not join forces. Because the crystal cores of both sides were too precious, and both sides wanted to get each other's. Since there was a chance, Yuan would definitely not give up this opportunity. But all this must be based on the bait of the experimental subject. Now that the bait has been rescued, all the assumptions have become empty talk. Just when Ho Qingwei was thinking about how to cover the rear, suddenly, a soldier above said uncertainly, "Captain, I seem to see a woman rushing towards our base from behind the zombies. And she is fighting the entire zombie tide alone." The soldier seemed very uncertain, looking again and again. Even though seeing is believing, the tone of his voice was still uncertain. Ho Qingwei hurriedly walked up to the platform, took the soldier's telescope, and saw a picture that surprised him. After being rescued, their experimental subject actually returned and fought with the zombies. Ordinary soldiers naturally didn't know about the experimental subject, but he knew that the plan that had been cut short was automatically continued because of the subject's consciousness, which gave Ho Qingwei hope again. Ho Qingwei knew that the zombie hiding behind him could no longer hide, and he would definitely take action. At that time, it would be a battle between the experimental subject, Wang Hao, and Yuan Sanfeng. The more fiercely they fought, the greater the possibility of the plan's success. "Where is Yi Wentian? Call Yi Wentian over quickly," Ho Qingwei said hurriedly. At this moment, Yi Wentian was remembering Xiang's corpse. He looked at the dead Xiang and was a little sad. The two were not as bad as Zhou Yu said. The reason for their good relationship was that they were colleagues before the end of the world. Xiang was also in the research institute. It was really a good thing to meet a friend with similar tastes in such a boring place as the research institute. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, Yi Wentian developed the mutant plan. And then Xiang was the first to stand up and support his plan, and began to experiment on himself first. The experiment was successful without exception, and the friendship between the two became deeper. The two did not say that they were so close that they slept with each other, but they were definitely sympathetic to each other. He really cared about the life and death of Xiang. It was a kind of brotherly feeling. Very pure. Chapter 369. Don't worry, good brother. I will avenge you. Yi Wentian thought of Zhou Yu's disdainful eyes and Lin Hao's indifferent eyes. These two people were the murderers who killed Xiang. They all deserved to die. However, Yi Wentian forgot that Zhou Yu's wife and daughter also died in his hands. And Jin Bebe was captured again and again by Yi Wentian. No matter who is right or wrong, the hatred between the two sides is definitely irreconcilable. Just wait for a certain day, a certain place, a certain outbreak point, and everything will unfold and end. Xiang and Yi Wentian had such a good relationship. Yi Wentian would never leave Xiang's body here coldly, so he ordered people to bury Xiang's body. All the mutants in the base's E group were killed, and groups D and C were gone. Yi Wentian was waiting for the crystal core. He knew that this time, Those biochemical people would definitely be able to harvest more crystal cores in this battle. What he needed was to collect these crystal cores and create new mutants. At this time, a soldier ran over in a hurry and said to Yi Wentian anxiously, "Dr. Yi, Chief Ho asked you to go over quickly." Yi Wentian put aside his grief for the time being and said to the soldier, "Okay, I'd be there right away." His tone was as cold as ever. Or calm. Although the death of the elephant had a bit of a blow to Yi Wentian, it did not make him emotional. He knew that it would be useless to continue to be emotional. What he needed to do was to be calmer, research more powerful weapons, and then eliminate those damn zombies and enemies. Riding in the car, Yi Wentian quickly arrived at the door and curiously said to Ho Qingwei, "What's wrong?" "Old Ho." "Ha ha ha. Come up and see who that is," Ho Qingwei said to Yi Wentian in surprise. Yi Wentian slowly climbed up the platform, then looked through the telescope in Ho Qingwei's hand in the direction he pointed, and he saw Jean Bebe slowly moving towards the base with a knife. Ho Qingwei finally couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that the hidden and filled memories helped us." The woman was deceived by the filled memories. She thought she was from our base. Seeing that our base was attacked by the zombie tide, she would naturally help us. "So what should we do now?" Ho Qingwei asked in surprise. "What? Withdraw the cyborg to the gate of the base and let Wang Hao fight her," Yi Wentian said decisively. "Why? If the cyborg and the experimental subject join forces, even if 2 level 7 zombies join forces, they may not be opponents. But if we just leave the experimental subject alone, what if it fails?" Ho Qingwei said worriedly. "Don't worry. It won't happen." Yi Wentian's mind was calculating frantically. First of all, it was impossible for Wang Hao and Yuan, 2 level 7 zombies, to unite together. Also, Lin Hao, who had just escaped, must be around. If he saw Jean Bebe in danger, he would definitely go to rescue her. According to Lin Hao's current level, if he really went to rescue Jean Bebe, the probability of being killed by a level 7 zombie was very high. Yi Wentian couldn't wait to watch the annoying zombie, who always came to disturb him, die in front of him. And he was sure that Lin Hao would not sit idly by because of the danger. After Lin Hao died, he would send the biochemical man to unite with the experimental subject to deal with the 2 level 7 zombies. This was Yi Wentian's idea. Although Ho Qingwei was curious, seeing that Yi Wentian had no desire to answer, he did not ask again, but calmly said, "This time, we may be able to have our own level 7 crystal core." "With a level 7 crystal core, how do you plan to use it?" "Never think about things so early. Wait until the crystal core is really in our hands. Then think about these things." Yi Wentian has never had the habit of thinking things so well. Without hope, there is naturally no disappointment. Surprises everywhere are his favorite attitude towards life. Wang Hao just wanted to break away from the cyborgs, but he found that these cyborgs actually began to retreat on their own. Wang Hao was a little confused. Obviously, the woman should be the experimental subject that Liu Qingqing told him about. And the strength of the experimental subject was very strong. Whether Wang Hao believed it or not, he had to be on guard. If the experimental subject really united with the cyborgs, he felt that he might not be the opponent of these cyborgs. Under normal circumstances, the cyborgs must unite with the experimental subjects. So when Wang Hao saw these cyborgs retreating, he naturally felt very strange. But retreating was a good thing for Wang Hao. If he gathered his men to eliminate the experimental subjects at this time, would there be no one in the base who could threaten him? Wang Hao's idea was very good, and he usually liked to implement it according to his ideas. After all, his men were all people with low IQs, and they certainly couldn't give him any advice. So he forgot his original intention of coming to the base. When Wang Hao first came to the base, he actually wanted to ambush Yuan with the east wind. But he hadn't seen Yuan's shadow until now, and he hadn't seen any of Yuan's men. But he seemed to have forgotten this matter, and he completely immersed himself in this battle game with unlimited pleasure. So, Wang Hao, with his bare hands and his mutant zombies, started walking towards Jean Bebe. As Jean Bebe was killing, she suddenly found that the ordinary zombies began to retreat. While she was wondering, she saw a 1.6 meter tall strongman walking towards her. Jean Bebe naturally didn't know Wang Hao, but she felt the danger from Wang Hao. She could feel that the zombie in front of her was very powerful. But what if he was powerful? The Jean family's tyrant sword was stronger when it met a strong opponent. So Jean Bebe never gave up fighting because the opponent was strong. No matter how strong he was, the breeze was blowing over the hills. This was the Jin family's tyrant sword. So, Jin Beibei began to accumulate strength. Jin Beibei was a little confused. According to his memory of the Jin family's tyrant sword moves, each strike was more powerful than the last. But each strike should be carried out in the process of attacking the opponent. But for some reason, it was as if there was a voice in his subconscious telling him that the first few moves of the Jin family's tyrant sword could be cut into the air, so that the 8th strike would be more powerful than the 8th strike during the battle. No matter how Jin Beibei searched in her mind, she could not find out who taught her this method. Her father was always very rigid and could not teach her such an imaginative move. But no matter who taught him, for Jin Beibei, as long as it was powerful and could defeat the enemy, why bother so much? Chapter 370. Jin Beibei silently calculated Wang Hao's pace and began to swing the Jin family's overlord sword at his own pace. The first move, the second move, the third move. Although Wang Hao didn't know how powerful the Jin family's overlord sword was, when Jin Beibei swung the 7th move, the sudden rise of momentum and the blade light that seemed like the shadow of the aurora immediately stopped Wang Hao, who was full of momentum. Wang Hao might have been disdainful in his heart, because he had already discovered Jin Beibei's weakness when he saw her. And this weakness was obvious. That is, Jin Beibei was one level lower than him. In Wang Hao's world, strength is a hierarchy. If you are at a low level, you are definitely not a match for a high level. So even though he was afraid of the blade, Wang Hao still ignored it and rushed forward, ready to block Jin Beibei's knife. Wang Hao's luck was very good, because when Jin Beibei's knife was about to hit him, he actually avoided it. The reason why Wang Hao avoided it was not because he listened to his heart and was afraid of the knife, but because he felt another very powerful momentum rushing towards him from somewhere. As beings of the same level as Yuan, these two enemies are naturally more familiar with each other's aura than ever. When Wang Hao felt Yuan's aura, he suddenly remembered the real reason why he came here. The real reason he came here was not to fight the base to death, but to ambush Yuan. As a result, before the ambush, he had already led his men to fight with the base. What's more despairing is that Wang Hao's men have lost nearly half of them, especially the second-level mutant zombies. But after fighting for such a long time, Wang Hao found it strange that he didn't even see the shadow of Yuan, until the moment when Jin Beibei's knife was about to hit him. Wang Hao finally felt it. After feeling Yuan's breath, Wang Hao's mind moved subconsciously, as if he thought of something, and hurriedly retreated. It was because of this retreat that he narrowly avoided Jin Beibei's knife. Jin Beibei looked at Wang Hao in front of him with some surprise. He didn't expect that this level 7 mutant zombie had such a strong premonition. Since the opponent dodged, Jin Beibei naturally didn't mind picking up the knife and hitting the opponent a few more times. So, Jin Beibei rushed forward and slashed at Wang Hao again with the knife in his hand. Because Wang Hao felt Yuan's arrival, he naturally didn't dare to fight with Jin Beibei. Otherwise, when Yuan arrived, it would be his bad luck. However, Yuan still arrived. When Wang Hao rushed towards Jin Beibei, Yuan, who was watching from the side, couldn't hold back. But in the end, he controlled himself and waited for the best time. At this moment, Jin Beibei used the 8th blade of the Jin family Tyrant Blade. Even though Yuan was far away from the battle group, he could still feel the power of this blade. Even if he took it head-on, he might not be able to take it intact. But what did Yuan see? He saw Wang Hao actually trying to take Jin Beibei's blade head-on. As both were level 7 zombies, Yuan could feel it. And Wang Hao must have felt it too. So when Yuan saw Wang Hao's stupid behavior, his dissatisfaction burst out completely. With Wang Hao's IQ, it was a waste for him to occupy half of the resources of S City. After realizing this, Yuan finally couldn't help but use all his strength, and rushed towards Jin Beibei and Wang Hao with endless anger and arrogance. At this moment, he had to get Wang Hao's crystal core, which was the goal he set for himself. For this goal, Yuan had been thinking about it for a long time. Seeing that the goal was within his reach, it was no surprise that Yuan was a little proud. He seemed to have forgotten that Wang Hao was able to occupy half of the resources in S City, because Wang Hao's strength was enough to compete with Yuan. And Wang Hao's strength was even stronger than Yuan. No matter how you look at it, this battle will inevitably start, because there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Jin Beibei is still chasing Wang Hao, and Jin Beibei's strength is not low. He chases Wang Hao, and Wang Hao cannot ignore it. Otherwise, he will face Jin Beibei's very deadly swordsmanship. After defending one move after another, Yuan finally appeared. Yuan took over the battle in front of him without saying a word. After the biochemical man retreated, the mutant zombies stopped and stood beside Wang Hao waiting for orders, because they did not receive the next order. Only a large number of ordinary zombies continued to attack the base without knowing anything. After all, the base had their favorite food. As a result, there was a two-level division in front of the base. Some zombies attacked desperately at the gate of the base. But because of the powerful biochemical people, their attack on the base could not cause any damage. Another part surrounded Wang Hao, stupidly not knowing what to do. Until Yuan appeared. There was still a small red flower on Yuan's head that looked very fragile. The small red flower stood quietly on Yuan's head, swaying gently with Yuan's body. But no matter how huge and strong Yuan's movements were, the small red flower still swayed firmly, without any signs of damage. Yuan seemed to be a little different from ordinary mutant zombies. He actually had a weapon in his hand. It was a dagger made of alloy, which was obviously a product of the base. Holding the dagger, Yuan rushed towards Wang Hao at an extremely fast speed with a bloodthirsty smile. Yuan was a speed-type mutant zombie. When a speed-type mutant zombie has a weapon, the attack power will have a qualitative increase, such as Yuan and Li Yang. Yuan did not even look at Jin Beibei. His only target was Wang Hao. Yuan's men also consciously fought with Wang Hao's men, so as not to let Wang Hao's men be embarrassed. But the men were no longer embarrassed. But Wang Hao was completely embarrassed. The current scene is exactly the same as the one he imagined. But unfortunately, the protagonist of the scene is wrong. His role has become Yuan, and Yuan's role has become himself. Wang Hao is a little helpless. Why is it that every time his ideas are implemented, they are always wrong? Wang Hao has always thought that this should be the problem of his subordinates, because these subordinates are too stupid and don't know how to follow his orders. But they have never looked for the answer from himself. But even if he wants to find it, now is obviously not the time. Yuan came to his side without knowing when. And the dagger in his hand was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, so strange and unpredictable. If it was just Yuan, Wang Hao would not be able to beat him. But at least, he should be on par with him. However, the alloy knife in Jin Beibei's hand was not jealous. Finally, after Wang Hao was repelled again, Wang Hao called a timeout. Chapter 371. Enough. Do you really want my crystal core so much? Wang Hao hurriedly took the opportunity to leave and angrily denounced Yuan. Don't you think you are talking nonsense? If I were in your state, would you not attack me? Yuan's phoenix eyes narrowed into a slit, and he spoke slowly. Wang Hao had no way to answer such a question. With his status, he had never lied and was unwilling to lie, even if the person he lied to was someone of the same status as him. I will do it too, Wang Hao finally said very honestly. Wang Hao's honesty caught Yuan off guard. He thought Wang Hao would play along or lie to him. In short, he would do whatever he could to win his trust. But he didn't expect Wang Hao to actually tell the truth. And he said it very calmly, as if anyone in his position would do the same thing as him. Do you always speak so straightforwardly? Yuan was a little curious. And even the little red flower on his head seemed to be curious, swaying slightly and leaning towards Wang Hao, as if he wanted to find an answer. Just do it. What do you mean just do it? I am a level 7 zombie. Why should I tell lies? I never lie to people. And there is only one answer to the situation you asked. So there is no point in telling lies, Wang Hao said. The confrontation between the two also indirectly attracted the attention of his subordinates. The mutant zombies of both sides also began to withdraw from the battle group and came to confront behind Wang Hao and Yuan. However, what was particularly embarrassing was that Jin Beibei was actually sandwiched between the two parties, and the situation began to become unclear. Yuan, the battle between us has lasted for such a long time. I think it's not a good thing to continue like this. How about we cooperate? Wang Hao said tentatively. Yu Wentian looked at the two parties confronting each other at the gate of the base, and couldn't help laughing. They really fell into Yu Wentian's trap. They started to confront each other, and it seemed that they were going to form an alliance. Yu Wentian was not afraid of their alliance at all, because the two parties could not form an alliance sincerely. Now they only had one intention to form an alliance. That is, to kill Jin Beibei first. Although Jin Beibei is one level lower than the two, she has the strength to replace any of them. If two zombies fight, Jin Beibei joining either side will be a disaster for the other side. So, when Wang Hao said to pause, Yuan stopped attacking without thinking and came behind Jean Bebe. Lin Hao. She is like this. Why don't you come out? Yu Tian looked at some places in the zombie tide. As if Lin Hao was there. He didn't know where Lin Hao was. But Lin Hao would definitely appear. This was the only thing Yu Tian could be sure of. The experimental subject is like this. Are you sure you don't want to release the cyborg? Ho Qingwei finally lost his composure at this moment. Ho Qingwei knew how troublesome and difficult it was to make the experimental subject. And how rare the crystal core was. If Jean Bebe died, the production of their next experimental subject would be a long way off. Don't worry. The experimental subject will not die. No one knows his strength better than me. Yu Tian said confidently. Yu Tian licked his dry lips with his tongue. Looked at Jean Bebe, who looked a little depressed in the tide of corpses, and smiled disdainfully. Yuan and Wang Hao were actually both afraid of Jean Bebe. And Wang Hao's idea really pleased Yuan. But Yuan hesitated to agree because he was worried about another variable. That is, the biochemical people in the base. If they were to deal with the experimental subjects, the base would send out all the biochemical people. And no one would stop the biochemical people. And their men would be slaughtered by these biochemical people. Yuan thought of this aspect of the problem. But Wang Hao, who was careless, obviously did not think of this aspect of the problem. And continued to ask, are you willing to cooperate or not? If you cooperate, we will deal with this woman first. And if you don't cooperate, I will run away. Yuan looked at his old rival helplessly. His crystal core must not stay in his head. This man is too stupid. Such a high-level crystal core is useless. How can you let me trust you? How do I know that you will not turn the tables in the process of cooperating with you? Yuan asked without any sincerity. This question was just used by Yuan to delay time. Yuan was very smart, and naturally saw the purpose of the base. The reason for implementing this purpose was to determine that these two zombies could not cooperate. In this case, Yuan would of course give him a surprise. You think that I can't cooperate with Wang Hao, who has no brains. So I will cooperate with him. Wang Hao was obviously stunned by Yuan's question. Yes. How could the other party trust him? He just said that he would definitely attack the other party in that situation. Wang Hao was obviously not good at speaking, and hesitantly said, you have to believe me. Anyway, I will definitely not have any idea of harming you. Even if I do. Kill the human experimental subject first, and then we will talk about this matter. I said that my words are as good as my words. I will never lie to you. Yuan suddenly felt that this guy was actually a little cute. But no matter how cute he looked on the surface, Yuan could not forget that this guy was a level 7 zombie. A guy who could kill him with one punch. Although Yuan has decided to cooperate with this guy, it is impossible to trust him 100%. Your words are too unconvincing. I'm sorry. I can't cooperate with you. But I don't mind cooperating with this lady. Yuan deliberately said to Wang Hao. Jean Bebe's brows suddenly frowned, because she suddenly felt an ominous breath. Wang Hao looked at Jean Bebe and said angrily, then what do you want to do to trust me? If you want me to trust you, you fight with this experimental body first. I won't let my men interfere. Of course. I won't interfere either. Only if you trust me first. Can I really trust you? Yuan analyzed calmly. Okay. I do as you say. Wang Hao restrained his men, then rushed forward and fought with Jean Bebe without hesitation. No matter how ominous the surrounding atmosphere was to her, Jean Bebe also became angry. The other party did not take her seriously at all. They were playing tricks on her. Jean Bebe, who had figured it out, was very angry. She was a level 6 mutant, but she was ignored by a group of level 7 mutant zombies without any ability. This was naturally a heavy blow to Jean Bebe's proud heart. Yuan didn't pay any attention to the fight between Wang Hao and Jean Bebe. He was always paying attention to one thing, which was the neatly arranged biochemical people at the entrance of the base. Those biochemical people were what he really paid attention to. No one knew Yuan's life experience, and no one even knew that Yuan actually became a zombie on his own initiative. Chapter 372. In the National Research Institute of City S, there is a young man named Zheng Yuan. He was only 25 years old, but he was admitted to the institute as an exception. From then on, he was given the title of scientist. At first, Zheng Yuan liked this title very much. No young person doesn't like those famous titles. But the title of scientist is one of the most famous ones. Which child has not been asked by the teacher in elementary school? What do you want to do when you grow up? What did the kids know at that time? They didn't even succeed in developing their own hobbies. So how could they know what they would do when they grew up? All they knew was the word scientist they heard from their teachers and TV. The teacher said that scientists are amazing and can contribute to the country. Zheng Yuan, who was sitting below, listened to the teacher's speech with some envy, dreaming about the day when he would become a scientist. It can be said that Zheng Yuan's dream of becoming a scientist was deeply rooted in his mind when he was a child. And he wanted to become a scientist like crazy. The purpose of wanting to become a scientist is very simple. Because his father is also a scientist in the institute. His father made friends with a female scientist in the institute. And the two got married and had him. When Zheng Yuan was a child, his neighbors called him a second-generation scientist. When he grew up, he would definitely be as good as his parents and become a great scientist. Therefore, the brainwashing of those neighbors is also indispensable for Zheng Yuan's desire to become a scientist. In short, Zheng Yuan, who was ignorant when he was a child, really thought that his dream was just to become a scientist. So, he worked hard and ran on this road with perseverance until he was admitted to a prestigious university. With excellent grades, he became a graduate student in his junior year. After graduation, he became a top student with a master's and doctoral degree. As a biological expert in the school, he was naturally retained in school. In the same year of staying in school, a paper on the development of human genes successfully attracted the attention of the National Institute. Since then, Zheng Yuan successfully entered the institute. Zheng Yuan successfully became a scientist, working in the same position as his parents. Everyone familiar with his father praised Zheng Yuan for being a good kid and being able to take over the Zheng family's business. Amidst the vague praise, Zheng Yuan thought he had fulfilled the true meaning of his life. He realized his dream and successfully became a scientist. But what's next? Faced with those complex genome sequences, Zheng Yuan discovered a very terrifying fact. He seemed to be gradually losing interest in them. When Zheng Yuan found this out, as a young man of the new era, he quickly faced up to his own thoughts. Especially when he thought those things were becoming more and more boring. Zheng Yuan finally couldn't help but confront his parents. I suddenly don't want to be a scientist anymore. Zheng Yuan's simple words completely detonated this simple family. Zheng Yuan's parents seemed very happy to outsiders. But in fact, only they themselves knew whether they were happy or not. Zheng Yuan's father was a conservative and bad-tempered person. He would usually curse and fight when he encountered something unpleasant. Zheng Yuan's mother became the first person to suffer domestic violence from Zheng Yuan's father. Since childhood, in order not to disappoint his father, and not to give his father a reason to scold him and his mother, Zheng Yuan has tried to do everything better. Even if he has a bad temper like his father, there is no reason to blame him. After all, he is not only bad-tempered, but also a father. Little bastard. Do you think I won't dare to hit you when you grow up? Are you itching again? Father Zheng hadn't lost his temper for many years. Every time he went out, he heard neighbors and colleagues say, "Wow, the son of the old Zheng family is very promising and amazing." Father Zheng couldn't help laughing when he thought of his son. When he returned home and saw his hard-working son, his temper naturally became much less bad. Thanks to his son, Zheng Yuan's mother finally lived a normal life after experiencing several years of mild domestic violence. But Father Zheng still cursed people. When he encountered something that didn't go his way, he would curse loudly. That was not a simple verbal insult. That was cold violence. Because Zheng's father is a scientist and a learned man, he can use what he has learned to deny your life within the scope of his knowledge and make you useless. If you are a person who goes with the flow, after such cold violence again and again, it is obvious that his life is over. So Zheng Yuan is a lucky person. He was not scared by his father's cold violence, but became more and more courageous. A normal father should ask why first, instead of scolding me and denying me right away. Zheng Yuan is an adult now. He is no longer the elementary school student he was back then. Nor is he the kid who followed his father's scolding. He responded calmly and coldly. Why? Why should I ask why? What other profession can be more glorious than being a scientist? What other profession is more enviable and more applauded than this? It would be fine if you didn't have the talent. But you are so talented and became a research member of the institute at a young age. But you just quit. What do you think the institute is? If you leave this time, you won't be able to come in next time even if you want to. Zheng's father said righteously. But what if I don't want to do it? After countless denials, Zheng Yuan finally raised his head and looked at the father who denied him. You don't want to do it? Why don't you want to do it? I don't care whether you want to do it or not. You have to do it for me. Without this job, you will accomplish nothing. Zhang's father decisively judged Zheng Yuan. It's like this again. You have been talking about this since you were a child. But you have been slapped in the face all the time. Isn't your face as hard as a city wall? When Zheng Yuan said this, he was stunned. When did he dare to talk to his father like this? Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang's father looked at him with a furious expression. Before Zhang's father could speak, his mother, who had been silent beside him, stopped in front of him and scolded him. How do you talk to your father? Then the mother turned her head and said in a humble voice, I think we should listen to the child's ideas. What are you listening to? What do you know as a woman? Go back to sleep and don't let me do it, Zhang's father roared. At the same time, Zhang's father also looked at Zheng Yuan angrily. Don't think about changing your job. And don't think about quitting. If you really do this, then get out of this house. I'm afraid of embarrassing myself. After saying that, Zhang's father went back upstairs. Even though he was in a bad temper, he knew that he couldn't be a match for his 25-year-old son. Chapter 373. Zheng Yuan watched his father return upstairs without saying a word. He did not compromise. Sometimes parents will make a mistake. Whenever they quarrel with their children, they think that the child's silence means compromise. In fact, it is not. When the child does not speak, he may have already thought about and determined the path he will take in the future. They will never compromise. Zheng Yuan does not want to be a scientist at all. What does he want to do? He likes to travel. And he likes to travel alone. So the next day, he resigned. After submitting his resignation letter, Zheng Yuan disappeared from the institute. Zhang's father and mother had been silently waiting for news about Zheng Yuan in the institute. But they got the news that he had resigned. Their son really resigned. Old Zheng, did you know that your son resigned? A colleague asked. And every time this topic was mentioned, Zhang's father felt like he was stabbed in the back. And then another person came and asked again. An infinite cycle. Zheng Yuan is not a loner. But it is strange that he did not make any friends in college. Why did he go to find his friends? Simply because Zheng Yuan disappeared. And Zhang's father even called the police. When the police learned the whole story, they asked Zhang's father to give up calling the police. First of all, Zheng Yuan is a 25-year-old adult. In addition, Zheng Yuan has submitted a resignation report to the institute, which means that the other party has his own plans. In addition, Zheng Yuan has a conflict with his father. Obviously, this is an adult running away from home. And the police will not care about adults with independent ability running away from home. So, Zhang's father came to the university, hoping to find Zheng Yuan's friends to ask for clues. Maybe those friends know something. But what makes Zhang's father feel desperate is that Zheng Yuan has no friends at all. According to Zheng Yuan's teacher, the reason why Zheng Yuan has no friends is very simple. That is, because he is too obsessed with research. He will not participate in ordinary gatherings with friends. How can a person who does not participate in such collective activities have friends? Zhang's father began to worry. He was worried that his son would do something stupid. After all, he was his son. No matter how he scolded or beat him, when his son disappeared, he would be afraid and worried. For the first time, Zhang's father showed his weak side to his wife. Call your son and ask him to come back. I agree with whatever he wants to do. Just don't disappear. But it was useless because his mother couldn't contact Zheng Yuan. No matter how they called Zheng Yuan, they got the cold voice of the customer service. The number you dialed cannot be connected. Please call again later. In fact, Zheng Yuan was fine. The reason why his phone could not be connected was very simple. At this moment, Zheng Yuan was looking at the night view in the distance on the mountain, and was having a great time. This is Zheng Yuan. He has been suppressed for too long. He has been studying since he was a child. Before he had a quarrel with his father yesterday. He was still flipping through an American biology magazine to study. That magazine was very strange. It actually said that humans are very likely to become the zombies in the movie. All they need to do is to replace all the cells in their body with the gene cells of zombies. In the eyes of an expert like Zheng Yuan, this kind of report is simply sensationalism. Because the whole article only mentions that humans can become zombies by changing their genes. But it does not say how to change genes. How to change genes. And what the genes of zombies are like. This is a paper without a theme. A novel without a theme. If it were not for the many professional terms in it, Zheng Yuan might not even have the desire to flip through it. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sun had not yet appeared. Zheng Yuan came here early just to see the beautiful sunrise. Looking at the time, it seemed to be about the right time. Zheng Yuan then looked up at the sky. At this time, there were no stars, only a full moon hanging high in the sky. The moon was emitting bright moonlight, gradually spreading on the surface of the earth. Zheng Yuan looked at the moonlight quietly, as if he was attracted by it, and his eyes did not even move. At this moment, Zheng Yuan rubbed his eyes uncertainly, as if he saw something extraordinary. What is that in the center of the moonlight? Zheng Yuan muttered to himself. As Zheng Yuan muttered to himself, he finally succeeded in seeing the thing clearly. The center of the moon is yellow, but the thing is green. The thing flew hurriedly from the center of the moon, as if trying to escape from the yellow light. But it couldn't escape the range of the moonlight anyway. The thing seemed to be forced to fly towards this side. This side is the earth. And the reason Zheng Yuan could see it clearly is because that thing was flying towards him. Zheng Yuan discovered this only after he was about to see the outline of this thing clearly. He seemed to be in the center of this green light spot. Fuck. Is it coming towards me? Zheng Yuan couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, the mountain was very wide, and he began to flee to other places in a hurry. When Zheng Yuan thought he had come to a safe place, he finally stopped. He turned around and saw the most shocking scene he thought he had seen in his life. He was so shocked that he stood there stupidly and forgot to take pictures with his mobile phone. He finally saw what the green thing was. It was a spaceship. A huge-looking spaceship. Unfortunately, it seemed that the spaceship had friction with the air when it flew over the atmosphere, and only a little bit was left. But that little bit still shocked Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan stood there motionless, watching the spaceship coming towards him. With a loud bang, the spaceship crashed into the mountain. When the mountain collided with the spaceship, the thick smoke and explosion sound directly produced residual power. And Zheng Yuan, who was closest to the spaceship, naturally became the first target of attack. Fortunately, the residual force was not strong, and the impact only knocked Zheng Yuan to the ground. This fall naturally did not cause any harm, but the stones that came with the residual force were very powerful. Zheng Yuan accidentally hit one of them, and the stone hit his forehead, causing it to bleed. After lying on the ground for a long time to recover, Zheng Yuan finally got up from the ground. His body was only hit by the stone, leaving a cut on his forehead, but the rest of his body was fine. But at this moment, Zheng Yuan did not focus on the state of his body, but on the huge spaceship not far away, with only the head left. Why could Zheng Yuan judge that only the head of the spaceship was left? Because the spaceship was too big. Even though Zheng Yuan ran nearly a kilometer away from where he just stood, he could still clearly see the head of the spaceship stuck upside down on the ground. Chapter 374. Crackling. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, Yuan finally came back to his senses. And then he found that he had just been immersed in his own memories. And he was in battle. You know, this habit is a very scary habit. If one day he was distracted in battle and lost the chance of a fatal blow, it would not be a big deal. But if he lost his life, that would be a loss. After coming back to his senses, Yuan did not recall his past, but focused on the battle in front of him. Obviously, Wang Hao was at a disadvantage in this battle. Wang Hao was already injured, and he was already injured during the first fight. Obviously, Wang Hao did not take the psychic in front of him, who was one level lower than him, seriously at the beginning. So he was almost killed by Jin Beibei. After being careless once, Wang Hao hurriedly gathered his spirit. He wanted to face Jin Beibei with his full side and try to leave a good impression on Yuan in this battle, so that Yuan could cooperate with him to deal with those biochemical people. That's right. The two's initial target was Jin Beibei, but they would not say their initial purpose. Both of them acted as if Jin Beibei was just an accessory that could be easily dealt with. But in fact, Jin Beibei was a very difficult opponent. Just like Wang Hao now, who finally understood why Jin Beibei, the experimental subject, was always valued by others. Now, this was the reason. The Jin family tyrant knife in Jin Beibei's hand was a knife skill engraved in her bones. And although Wang Hao was one level higher than Jin Beibei, it was useless, because Wang Hao was an ordinary person before. And after becoming a zombie, he also lost his memory as an ordinary person. Although he was physically strong, he knew nothing about fists and feet. In the case of little difference in various attributes, it was understandable that Jin Beibei had the upper hand. Although Wang Hao and Jin Beibei were fighting, they did not put all their attention on the battle. It was obvious that they were both on guard against Yuan. If Yuan attacked either of them while they were fighting, it would be a very scary thing. Yuan looked at the situation on the field and smiled. This smile was naturally directed at Wang Hao, smiling that he was not too stupid after all and trusted himself completely. Otherwise, he himself was not sure whether he would attack Wang Hao when Wang Hao was not on guard. After all, it was a level 7 crystal core. After swallowing it, at least his strength could be greatly improved. At this moment, maybe Wang Hao was not paying attention. Jin Beibei's alloy knife suddenly exerted force, and Jin's tyrant knife was used again. The first knife hit Wang Hao's neck, causing Wang Hao to bleed. Wang Hao was frightened and hurriedly retreated. Jin Beibei took advantage of the victory and hit Wang Hao's head with the second knife. Unfortunately, this time, Wang Hao, who was already prepared, blocked it. Jin Beibei was not discouraged and made the third knife. Gradually, Jin's tyrant knife once again ushered in the eighth knife on Wang Hao's body. When Wang Hao felt the power of the eighth knife, his face changed greatly. He had never tried to see how powerful this knife was. But according to the power of the previous knives, Wang Hao could easily infer that if this knife really hit him, he would definitely be in danger. Wang Hao wanted to dodge, but Wang Hao was a power-type zombie. He could not compete with Jin Beibei in speed. Jin Beibei was determined to win this knife. So when this knife was swung out, Jin Beibei knew that she could not stop this knife. The opportunity in front of her could not allow her to stop. But this knife is an opportunity for Jin Beibei. And it is also an opportunity for another person. Yuan looked at this scene coldly. He knew that this was his chance to take action. Whether it was for Wang Hao or for Jin Beibei, the experimental subject, as long as he took action, he would definitely gain something. Yuan was a zombie who knew how to seize opportunities. Since he saw the opportunity, he would not let it go easily. Yuan moved, and his momentum was as fast as the wind, because Yuan was also a speed zombie, and his speed was not slower than Jin Beibei. When Yuan moved, Wang Hao and Jin Beibei both felt it. But Wang Hao could not react. He had to defend himself. Otherwise Jin Beibei would hit him with the knife, and he would be in trouble next. Jin Beibei was even less likely to stop the knife to defend, because this was obviously a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What would Yuan choose? Would he choose his archenemy Wang Hao? Or Jin Beibei, the experimental subject who was threatening them? In a flash, Yuan had already stabbed out his dagger, and when the dagger was pulled out, it was stained with red blood. Jin Beibei finally forced herself to stop the knife, because Yuan's attack was aimed at her. If Jin Beibei had not stopped her attack at that moment, Yuan's knife might not be aimed at Jin Beibei's shoulder, but directly at Jin Beibei's neck. Jin Beibei is not a zombie, nor a cyborg. She is a superpower. She has the same weaknesses as humans, such as the neck, head, and chest. No matter which weakness, if it is stabbed by Yuan's dagger, Jin Beibei will lose her life. So in the end, Jin Beibei stopped her attack. After being stabbed by Yuan, Jin Beibei hurriedly retreated, but with Yuan behind her and Wang Hao laughing wildly in front of her. Where could she retreat to? Jin Beibei began to feel that something was wrong. She had been fighting with this group of zombies until now, but the base did not send anyone to help her. Jin Beibei was sure that if there were even 10 mutants around him, the current situation would not be so passive. But the fact was that those mutants were killing ordinary zombies at the gate of the base. But no one came to rescue Jin Beibei. Why? Why don't they come to save me? Jin Beibei was deeply surrounded by the zombies, looking at the seemingly endless zombies around her. Even her strong fighting spirit was finally polished away at this moment. She felt as if she was abandoned by her own beliefs. She was so dedicated to her base. But when she saw that she was surrounded by the zombies, the base did not even send a biochemical person to help. Jin Beibei held her bleeding arm and stared at the zombies around her. Wang Hao and Yuan, have you agreed to form an alliance with me? Wang Hao asked in surprise. I agree to it for now. Let's kill the human test subject first. Yuan hated Jin Beibei's gaze. He felt uncomfortable with the strong attack power even though he was trapped in a cage. Wang Hao and Yuan appeared at the same time. Although Wang Hao was closest to Jin Beibei, Yuan was much faster than Wang Hao. Jin Beibei's attention was always on Yuan. When the alloy knife in Jin Beibei's hand blocked Yuan's dagger, Wang Hao's attack came. Wang Hao was a powerful zombie. He didn't need any weapons. He only needed his hands to kill Jean Bebe with one punch. After all, the human body's defense was too low. Jean Bebe looked at the fist with some despair. He felt sad. Was he really going to die here? Chapter 375. Jean Bebe was a little confused. In fact, she had been confused from the beginning. She didn't understand why she was so confused about the world. Some things that were clear at a glance were always uncertain to her. For example, Jean Bebe had many opportunities to kill Lin Hao and Duan Luochen. But unfortunately, she didn't do it when those opportunities came. Why? She couldn't explain it clearly. She only knew that there was a voice in her heart telling her that she shouldn't do it. Fortunately, when facing these zombies, she didn't feel that way. To Jean Bebe, these zombies were just zombies. If they attacked her survivor base, they should be killed. But when she was really risking her life for the base, she found that she seemed to be abandoned by the base. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Jean Bebe found that she didn't seem to have a strong sense of belonging to this base. This was a mysterious feeling. When Jean Bebe saw Wang Hao's fist coming towards her, and she had no way to dodge, those thoughts couldn't help but come to her mind, making Jean Bebe doubt her life. But no matter how confused Jean Bebe was, maybe everything was like this. Jean Bebe looked at the fist that was getting bigger and bigger. He didn't even need to try. Just by looking at the speed, he could see the explosive power contained in it. If he didn't resist this explosive power and let it hit him, he would be close to death. Just when Jean Bebe accepted his fate, a back figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That back figure would stand in front of him in time every time he encountered danger and block any danger for him. Jean Bebe looked at the back with some longing. Feeling a little sorry. That back seemed to be just his own imagination. It is said that when a person knows that he is about to die, the cerebral cortex will be particularly active. At this moment, 1 second can be like a year. This is why those who are about to die can recall so many things. Jean Bebe also thought that he might have fallen into some kind of fantasy. Otherwise, who is the back that does not exist in his memory? But that back seemed to overlap with the back in front of him. So familiar, so safe, and so trustworthy. No. Jean Bebe suddenly shook his head, and then looked ahead carefully. It was a back figure. A real back figure. Not something he imagined. There was really a back figure that blocked Wang Hao's attack for him. And this back figure was so familiar, as if it had appeared thousands of times. Who is he? Jean Bebe looked at the back figure and gradually turned his head, and then revealed a familiar face. It was him. How could it be him? Jean Bebe felt very strange. Jean Bebe remembered that he seemed to have slept for a long time. And then he seemed to be awakened by a slap in the face. And the person who slapped him was the zombie in front of him. Jean Bebe had always thought that the other party was just a zombie. But what Jean Bebe did not expect was that the first person who appeared in front of him and saved him was actually this zombie. The zombie was spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. And it was very violent. It was obvious that it was not easy to take Wang Hao's punch. Jean Bebe looked at the back of the zombie and was a little shocked. Although he could not see the front, there were all kinds of wounds behind him. And he must have had no less wounds in front of him. Jean Bebe did not know what kind of situation could cause this zombie to suffer so many injuries. But he had been so seriously injured. And he still resolutely stood in front of him. Why? A feeling of sadness suddenly came up from Jean Bebe's heart. For some reason, seeing this scene, Jean Bebe wanted to cry. Jean Bebe was very curious about why she had such emotions. But sometimes she couldn't stop them. Although she didn't shed tears, Jean Bebe's eyes were red. But Jean Bebe didn't know what point of sadness she got. Why did you save me? Jean Bebe asked with red eyes. However, before he could wait for the man in front of him to answer, he saw the man in front of him rushing towards him. Jean Bebe stabbed with a knife cautiously. Seeing the knife go through the belly of the zombie, Jean Bebe felt a little unbelievable. She seemed to be unable to believe that she would attack the zombie. But she did it. If he doesn't attack me, how can I attack him? Jean Bebe comforted herself in her heart. However, the zombie did not retreat. He held the knife in Jean Bebe's hand and still put his hands on Jean Bebe's shoulders. Jean Bebe wanted to resist and kick the zombie away. But she couldn't do it. She didn't know why she couldn't do it, especially after seeing the zombie eyes and expression. Jean Bebe became more confused. The zombie put his hands on Jean Bebe's shoulders, and then pulled her into his arms. Jean Bebe did not resist. And she did not want to resist. The zombie took Jean Bebe around for half a circle. And then Jean Bebe knew why the zombie would desperately approach her and pull her into his arms. Behind him, the little red flower on Yuan's head trembled in the breeze. The little red flower was always the most eye-catching point on Yuan. Everyone noticed Yuan not because of him, but because of the little red flower on his head. Following the line of sight of the little red flower, he slowly looked down and saw a surprised face. Yuan looked at the level 5 zombie holding the human experiment in front of him in surprise, which was a little unbelievable. Level 5 zombie? Holding a human. The point is that it dared to show up under the pressure of 2 level 7 zombies. Whose zombie is this? Looking at the dagger stabbed in the zombie, Yuan subconsciously took it back and did not attack rashly. After Wang Hao punched Lin Hao in the chest, he also hurriedly stopped the attack. Seeing Lin Hao spitting out blood, Wang Hao felt a little uneasy. He was afraid that this zombie was Yuan's subordinate. After Yuan stabbed Lin Hao with a knife, he felt a little weak in his heart. He was afraid that this was Wang Hao's men. So, the two sides retreated again, one after the other, and looked towards the middle, at the zombie and the woman. Lin Hao showed his signature smile, looked at the woman in his arms, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Looking at Lin Hao's bloody face, it was a bit hideous and terrifying. But such a hideous and terrifying face made Jean Bebe look a little crazy. At the same time, the bosses of the two sides looked at each other across the two people. "Your men?" Wang Hao asked. Yuan did not answer casually, but just shook his head. "Since they are neither your men nor mine, where did this level 5 zombie come from? Pressure doesn't seem to work. This level 5 zombie is quite powerful. Kill it, no matter where it comes from," Wang Hao said domineeringly. Chapter 376. Kill. Kill, Wang Hao said domineeringly. Yuan did not comment. In short, he would not speak casually, would not express his opinions casually, and would not agree with Wang Hao's proposal casually. Wang Hao rushed towards Lin Hao again with his iron fist. But Lin Hao only had eyes for the woman in his arms. "Why? Why do I feel so familiar with you?" Jean Bebe asked puzzledly. "You finally feel familiar with me? Just now in the laboratory. You said you didn't know me?" Lin Hao smiled a little aggrieved. Jean Bebe couldn't help but stretch out her hand and touch Lin Hao's face. What a familiar touch. But why is there no such thing as him in her memory? No. Really? Jean Bebe began to feel her head hurt again. And Lin Hao anxiously comforted her. "Bebe, what's wrong with you?" Wang Hao's fist was about to hit Lin Hao. And Yuan also swung his dagger and quietly came behind Lin Hao. At this moment, a thin figure rushed towards Wang Hao fiercely. That frail figure was really frail, at least compared to Wang Hao's strong figure. This figure had no advantage at all. His only advantage might be that he was slightly taller than Wang Hao by a dozen centimeters. However, with such a frail figure, he could rush towards Wang Hao without hesitation. And using his own strength and speed, he actually knocked Wang Hao out. Yuan has always been a very cautious guy. When he found that the battle circle had changed again, he decisively withdrew from the battle circle and watched again from the surroundings. The person who appeared was the mutant Zhou Yu. When Zhou Yu, the mutant, appeared on the battlefield, the atmosphere around him finally became a little strange. Yuan couldn't help but look towards the base. He thought that the base had not released the cyborgs yet, and thought that they had given up on this experimental subject. However, the mutants that were the product of the base appeared, which forced Yuan to be alert again. He looked in the direction of the base, fearing that those cyborgs, who were having a great time fighting ordinary zombies, would suddenly run towards him with accelerators. Facts have proved that Yuan thought too much. But no matter whether he thought too much or not, he would not attack recklessly. "I have heard about how powerful the 7th level zombies are, but I just don't believe it. I want to know why you are so powerful. Come and fight me, shorty." Zhou Yu clenched his fists and said to Wang Hao with a fierce look on his face. Wang Hao, who was hit, had just been helped up by his men, and he had already met Zhou Yu's eyes, which were full of anger, and he couldn't help but feel a little weak. He did not rush forward, even if he was called a shorty. If Wang Hao saw Zhou Yu 10 minutes ago, he would not even look at him. How could a level 6 mutant, whose strength was not even as good as that of a level 6 mutant zombie, compete with a level 7 mutant zombie like him? But after he experienced Jean Bebe's unparalleled martial arts, he no longer thought so. As the saying goes, Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. What if the mutant in front of him is also a guy who knows martial arts like Jean Bebe? Wang Hao's worries are the same as Yuan's. Because the sudden appearance of Zhou Yu really makes people start to doubt something. Yuan knew Wang Hao was a brainless guy. But there were too many smart guys among humans. What if this was a human plot? What if humans were planning something? This was all possible. Just look at that arrogant level 6 mutant. A level 6 mutant had the courage to challenge a level 7 mutant zombie. This made Yuan have to think more. At the same time, when Yu Wentian in the base saw the scene, he couldn't help but almost smash the telescope in his hand. He had been on guard for a long time and planned for a long time. But there was still a variable in the plan. That variable was Zhou Yu now. Yu Wentian was wrong from the beginning. He didn't know how Zhou Yu escaped from prison. He only knew that Lin Hao and Duan Luochen broke into the base together, saved Jean Bebe, and then destroyed the mutant's crystal core management room. Yu Wentian began to be disappointed. He was worried whether his plan would work. But when he saw that Jean Bebe actually came back again with the memory they filled, Yu Wentian finally saw hope. Yu Wentian felt that this time it was okay. As long as Lin Hao came out to save Jean Bebe, he would definitely be killed by those level 7 advanced zombies. As the situation developed, the plan was being implemented step by step according to Yu Wentian's idea. Zhou Yu was not included in his idea at all. In Yu Wentian's view, since Zhou Yu had finally escaped, how could he come back to wade into this muddy water? But what Yu Wentian didn't expect was that Zhou Yu just came to wade into this muddy water. He made the water more and more muddy, so that Yu Wentian could no longer see the situation under the water. How could he know what to do next if he couldn't see the situation? Until the next moment, he finally knew why he hadn't seen Duan Luochen until now. The helicopter flew back. But Yu Wentian didn't know the situation of the helicopter. Only now did someone come to report that the helicopter could not cause any damage to Duan Luochen. After destroying 5 aircraft, the captain of the helicopter unit ordered a retreat. Yu Wentian had been thinking that even if Duan Luochen could fly, he couldn't destroy 5 helicopters in the air. How great would Duan Luochen's combat power be? Until he saw Duan Luochen flying freely like an eagle in the air. Yu Wentian finally understood. Something in the air reflected the sunlight from time to time, and the sunlight swayed strangely in front of Yu Wentian's eyes. So Yu Wentian raised his head. Then, he saw a figure flying towards the sun. The figure had white wings, and the wings were shining brightly in the sun. Every flap of the wings was like spreading a beautiful painting. The winged head rushed down, retracted the wings, and flew towards the ground at a very fast speed. Just as it was about to hit the ground, suddenly, the wide wings suddenly opened, and with the help of the buffer force, Duan Luochen, with the wings slowly descended. The scene was so gorgeous that he couldn't help himself. Yu Wentian finally understood why the helicopter was no match for Duan Luochen. First of all, it was definitely not as fast as Duan Luochen. Then, it was flexible. Duan Luochen just opened his wings when he was only 20 meters away from the ground. If he was a second slower, he might have fallen directly to the ground. And from such a high place, the result of hitting the ground with his head directly can be imagined. But Duan Luochen did it. He performed a perfect low-altitude parachute jump. Although his low-altitude parachute jump was lower than that of athletes, Duan Luochen looked at the 2 people who were still hugging each other beside him. Hey, how can you not abuse the dog in broad daylight? You are a person who destroys the atmosphere. You know? Lin Hao helplessly straightened Jean Bebe, and then complained to Duan Luochen. Chapter 377. Jean Bebe looked at the zombie, who had helped her up a little bit stupidly. Just now he looked so weak, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. But now, he suddenly acted as if nothing happened. So was he in any serious trouble? Or was this zombie just trying to gain her sympathy? Jean Bebe's gratitude to Lin Hao suddenly dropped to the bottom. But she was still grateful in the end. After all, Lin Hao saved her. Lin Hao speechlessly took out the knife stuck in his stomach, held it in his hand, and then looked at Jean Bebe. Next, I will protect you. Jean Bebe controlled her emotions and said coldly, So your weakness just now was all fake? What the hell? I've gained at least 50 kilograms. I'm covered in biochemical bullets now. They were all shot to save you. I was stabbed by you just now, punched by that dwarf, and stabbed by that pervert. But I'm a zombie, and I can't feel the pain. What can I do? Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. Jean Bebe was silent, as if what Lin Hao said was true. What do you mean you should save me? I'm staying well in the base. Why did you take me out? Jean Bebe's eyes were no longer aggressive towards Lin Hao. She seemed to have found out why and asked deliberately. Lin Hao wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhou Yu. His memory should be hidden. It's useless to tell her about the past now. There are only two things he needs to know. 1. We won't harm her. And 2. She must cooperate with us. Zhou Yu said. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe and said, Did you hear me? If you want to survive, cooperate with us. Why didn't your base send someone to rescue you? Look at those biochemical people, playing with those little rabbits at the door, but not fighting the big bad wolf outside. In this situation, can't you see who you should be with? Jean Bebe hesitated and became more confused. So she can't trust the base now? Yuan looked at Wang Hao, who rushed up stupidly, and then looked at the group of people who were already chatting, and suddenly realized something. Were they ignored? As a brainless zombie, Wang Hao's impulse seems to have become synonymous with him. Even if Lin Hao and the others didn't ignore him, he would rush forward like a madman. Not to mention being deliberately ignored at this moment. You bugs, brothers, follow me and kill them. Wang Hao waved his fist and rushed towards Lin Hao with his zombies. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly changed from before. He silently looked at the guys rushing towards him, and the aloe knife in his hand subconsciously turned a degree. Hey, this is my knife. Jean Bebe subconsciously pulled Lin Hao's sleeve. Lin Hao pointed at her injured shoulder and said, No, this is my knife. Before Jean Bebe could say anything, Wang Hao had already rushed up. Lin Hao didn't even think about it. He went up with the knife raised, turned on the speed bonus and the strength bonus, and fought with Wang Hao. Luckily, Wang Hao was just a strength-type zombie, and he couldn't attack Lin Hao, who turned on the speed bonus. Unfortunately, Wang Hao's attack power was too strong, so Lin Hao didn't dare to get close to him. In this way, the two began to confront each other, with one attacking and the other defending. But it was obvious that this confrontation was unfair to Lin Hao's side, because Wang Hao and Yuan had too many men. Yuan also rushed up with his men at some point. At this moment, all the zombies finally stopped fighting with red eyes, but aimed their targets outward, toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. He just glanced at Duan Luochen. Before the zombies surrounded him, Lin Hao had already told Duan Luochen something. So when Wang Hao just came into contact with Lin Hao, Duan Luochen had already flapped his wings and started to fly. And at the same time, he also grabbed Jean Bebe's hands. Since Jean Bebe knew that these people came here to take risks just to save her, she had never had the intention to kill them. There were still doubts. After all, she had lost her previous memories. But saving people from 2 level 7 zombies was not as simple as just saying I am kind. So I saved you. It might be sacrificing one's own life. Therefore, Jean Bebe was moved by these people. And at the same time, his heart began to waver. He felt that what these people said might be true, and she might not really be from this base. Otherwise, why didn't the base send someone to rescue him when it was right in front of him? To be honest, Jean Bebe was disappointed with the base. But when Yi Wentian and Ho Qingwei in the base saw the scene, they were happy instead, because Duan Luochen rescued the experimental subject, which meant that at least the experimental subject would not be destroyed. At that time, as long as the experimental subject was captured, everything would be back on track again. What also made Yi Wentian excited was that his mortal enemy Lin Hao was still in the middle of the field, and was being targeted by 2 level 7 zombies, Wang Hao and Yuan. Lin Hao didn't believe that he, a level 5 zombie, could turn over flowers in front of these 2 level 7 zombies. As for Zhou Yu, Yi Wentian was indeed a little disappointed. He was extremely eager for the ingredients of the improved mutant crystal core potion in Zhou Yu's mind. But unfortunately, it seemed that he couldn't get it. After Yi Wentian and others had settled these things, he began to study Zhou Yu's potion. Since someone could improve it, Yi Wentian believed that he could improve it too. They were all from the laboratory. So who was better? Yi Wentian has such confidence. So when he sees that Zhou Yu might die, Yi Wentian will only feel regret. Zhou Yu's death proves that he has to use his brain to think about what Zhou Yu has researched. However, will Zhou Yu definitely die here? Theoretically, a level 6 mutant zombie is stronger than a level 6 superpower, and a level 6 superpower is stronger than a level 6 mutant. In other words, mutants are at the bottom of this class and are the weakest. However, some things cannot be generalized. For example, Zhou Yu at this moment Zhou Yu looked at the ordinary zombies around him. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent of those level 7 zombies. And even Zhou Yu felt that he might not even be better than Lin Hao. Lin Hao was now facing a level 7 zombie. So was there any way for him to help them? So, Zhou Yu fixed his eyes on the low-level zombies around him. Zhou Yu was a level 6 zombie. So his physique was naturally very strong. Those mutant zombies were not his opponents at all. And he easily knocked them away. Seeing that there were no mutant zombies around, Zhou Yu shouted loudly, "Brother Zombie, I help you." Chapter 378. When Zhou Yu was about to run towards Lin Hao to help him, he found that Lin Hao was also running towards him. To be honest, Zhou Yu felt something was wrong, because Lin Hao's eyes were murderous. And he also raised the knife in his hand. Zhou Yu didn't know what Lin Hao wanted to do. He was unsure of anything, and could only stand there and look at Lin Hao. He saw Lin raise the knife and stabbed him. Zhou Yu was a little unbelievable. The two of them helped each other and called each other brothers before. How could they become like this the next moment? Why did this zombie attack him? Is it confused? Or did he already have this idea in mind? Zhou Yu wanted to dodge the knife, but found that he couldn't dodge it at all, because Lin Hao's speed was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Hao's knife was already in front of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu could only watch the knife getting closer and closer to him. At the same time, he began to estimate in his heart that his defense should not be bad. Even if he was stabbed by the opponent, at least he would not suffer serious injuries. At the same time, Zhou Yu was also thinking about how he would take revenge on Lin Hao if he could survive. After all, he was a mature man, and he had faced this kind of betrayal more than once or twice, especially when the two were not familiar with each other. The knife then came towards Zhou Yu's head. Zhou Yu was too lazy to dodge, and he decided to use his strong defense to resist. But when the knife got closer and closer to him, he realized something was wrong. The knife did not seem to be aimed at his vitals. Zhou Yu stared at the knife with a little nervousness, watching the knife pass over his cheek, pass his sight, and stab behind him. Yuan retreated in panic, and looked at Lin Hao with resentment. He didn't expect that this zombie was so sensitive. He just wanted to try to attack his opponent, but he was discovered by him. Yuan looked at Lin Hao with resentment, but Lin Hao didn't even pay attention to him. So he looked at Wang Hao again, as if complaining why Wang Hao didn't restrain the zombie. Wang Hao said that he was helpless. He didn't have Lin Hao's speed. How could he restrain Lin Hao? After stabbing, Lin Hao also rushed over, and then slapped Zhou Yu's shoulder. The two changed directions. Lin Hao said loudly, "You help me. Run quickly." Zhou Yu was stunned, and after being slapped by Lin Hao, he finally saw why Lin Hao stabbed him in the side just now. Because behind him, he had been targeted by a level 7 zombie. And Yuan had approached Zhou Yu, waiting for a fatal blow. But Lin Hao rushed out from the side and rescued Zhou Yu. Oh my god! Run slower. Zhou Yu, a level 6 mutant, was almost knocked to the ground by a level 5 mutant zombie. If you run slower, you die. You're really stupid. The two level 7 zombies have joined together, and you actually want to fight them? Are you crazy? Lin Hao teased. This is the strength of Lin Hao. No matter when, no matter good or bad times, he will always adjust his mood. But Zhou Yu obviously didn't have this mood. The reason why Lin Hao adjusted his mood was that he was fast enough. He knew that the possibility of his escape was very high. But Zhou Yu couldn't. Zhou Yu was just a simple level 6 mutant, and he didn't even have any attributes. However, mutants have average attributes, so Zhou Yu doesn't even know what his strengths are. For example, now he clearly feels that his speed can't keep up with Lin Hao. If Lin Hao knew what Zhou Yu was thinking, he would definitely say to him with a smile, "There are a lot of zombies of the same level who can't keep up with my speed. Even most of the zombies that are one level higher than him can't run faster than him. Let alone you, a mutant." But Zhou Yu didn't know this. He only knew that if he didn't leave here quickly, he might die here with Lin Hao. Although Wang Hao couldn't keep up with Lin Hao, Yuan could. Although Yuan could keep up, he was a very cautious zombie. He would not attack without absolute certainty. This resulted in the zombies blocking Lin Hao and Zhou Yu being ordinary zombies. The highest level was only a level 5 mutant zombie. Lin Hao could cut the zombies of the same level with just one blow. In this zombie tide, there were really no level 6 zombies. The reason was very simple. They were all killed by Lin Hao. The last one was cut by Jean Bebe. Therefore, There was a gap in the class of these zombies. After the battle, Wang Hao and Yuan might select other level 6 zombies in the city to supplement their team. But now is not the time to select. Seeing Lin Hao running away, Wang Hao did not give up chasing him, and even did not let his men give up chasing him. Every zombie desperately chased Lin Hao. Lin Hao still had 3 minutes of speed bonus. So when Duan Luochen flew back, Lin Hao pushed Zhou Yu out without saying a word. There was no way. Zhou Yu's speed was too slow, which seriously affected Lin Hao's own speed. In Lin Hao's opinion, his speed was faster than Duan Luochen's. If it weren't for Zhou Yu, Lin Hao would have run away long ago. On the high platform at the entrance of the base, Yu Wentian watched this scene silently, without saying a word, and there was no expression on his face. It was unknown whether he was angry or really indifferent. Others could not tell from his expression, but Ho Qingwei could feel it from Yi Wentian's aura. At this moment, Ho Qingwei only had one feeling. Cold. Very cold. The low pressure had made him so cold that he could not be colder. Ho Qingwei looked around. But unfortunately, there was no one. If there was someone, he would definitely tear off the clothes on that person and put them on himself. I miscalculated. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Wentian said slowly. I figured it out. Ho Qingwei said silently. There were too many things I didn't expect. First, I didn't expect Zhou Yu to take action. Then, I didn't expect Duan Luochen to be so powerful. Finally, I should have expected something but didn't. That was Lin Hao. That Lin Hao. Every time my plan was against him, it seemed to have never succeeded. I should have thought of it earlier. I should have thought that it was an extremely smart zombie. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. Yi Wentian sighed heavily, as if he was born without Lin. In fact, we still have remedial measures. But unfortunately I just wasted them. Yi Wentian's words were very plain. So plain that people could not hear his joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. But Ho Qingwei could hear it. That was a strong sense of dissatisfaction. If I had listened to you just now, and let the biochemical man out when Jean Bebe was surrounded, things might not have turned out like this. Yi Wentian clenched his fists fiercely, showing his loss of composure for the first time. He gritted his teeth and said with gritted teeth. Chapter 379. Obviously, everything Yi Wentian had imagined was gone. He thought he could make the enemy fight in a group. But in fact, he finally neglected those points. Those points that he didn't care about or even took to heart. After all, people are not machines. It is impossible for every calculation to be perfect and accurate. Looking at Lin Hao, who was getting faster and faster, he knew that they were going to escape from the 8th floor. The experimental subject escaped. Zhou Yu didn't stay. And more importantly, the most hateful Lin Hao didn't die. Yi Wentian finally vented his anger a little. He was afraid that if he couldn't vent the anger in his heart, he would easily hurt himself. If Yuan and Wang Hao could catch up with the strength of the two zombies, it would be too easy to deal with a level 5 zombie and a few miscellaneous troops. But when Lin Hao really disappeared from them and ran away, Wang Hao and Yuan stopped at the same time. Suddenly, I found that the other party was just a level 5 zombie. Why should we pay so much attention to him? Wang Hao said. Yuan looked at Wang Hao with some sidelong glances. He didn't expect this guy to ask such a sophisticated question. Yes, since Lin Hao is just a simple level 5 zombie, why did they bother with a level 5 zombie? Shall we attack the survivors' base now? Wang Hao asked cautiously. The zombie corps of both sides stopped, waiting for the orders of the 2 level 7 zombies. When Yi Wentian saw the 2 level 7 zombies stop, Yi Wentian issued a cruel order. Gather all the mutants and let them follow the biochemicals to prepare for battle. Those zombies are going to attack our base. Ho Qingwei said, Are you sure you want to release all the mutants in our hands? They will be dissatisfied. There is no way. I am afraid that the number of biochemicals is not enough. Once the 2 level 7 zombies unite, the situation will be very dangerous. Yi Wentian said. It doesn't matter. As long as those biochemicals can hold on until the reinforcements from the capital arrive, we still have hope, Ho Qingwei said confidently. So what exactly are the reinforcements from the capital? Yi Wentian has always been skeptical about this matter, because Ho Qingwei has always said that the capital base will send real reinforcements. And when those reinforcements arrive, their base will usher in a big reversal. But Ho Qingwei has always been unwilling to reveal what the reinforcements from the capital are. Do you know why it's so difficult for you to capture a few superpowers? Ho Qingwei asked. It's not difficult. But you didn't let me capture Lu Chenxing. Yuan said, as if venting his anger. Don't make a fuss. You also know what happened after the apocalypse. No matter which city found superpowers, they must be sent to the base in the capital for training. This order will not be lifted until 3 months after the apocalypse. Ho Qingwei said. Yes. This order caused me to lose at least 5 superpowers. Fortunately, I met Jean Bebe after that. Yuan said in a gloomy tone. Okay. Stop complaining. I tell you the truth. We once handed over more than 50 superpowers in S City. Now, finally a few of them are going to be sent back to help us by the base. Ho Qingwei said with some surprise. Congratulations. I only met 5 in a small city like our S City. S City is indeed a big city. You can find more than 50 if you look around. Yuan didn't seem to notice the zombies getting closer and closer to the base, and continued to chat with Ho Qingwei. Can you listen to me? Ho Qingwei was a little unhappy. Then can you tell me the key point? Yuan asked speechlessly. The key point? The C group of superpowers. 5 of them are pure level 5 superpowers. Although their individual strength is not as strong as the experimental subjects you created. I don't need to say anything about their cooperation after training. You also know that you have been to the capital base. And they also brought 500 biochemical people. Ho Qingwei was like dropping a bombshell. He wanted to shock Yuan, but found that Yuan looked indifferent and said, I knew that the capital base was a group of stingy guys. Last time I went to the base, I found that the highest level of mutants was already level 6. They gave me 5 level 5s and 500 biochemicals. Those biochemicals are all my patents. Ho Qingwei didn't know what to say, so he could only say speechlessly, Okay. Okay. You are the best. You are the best. Then do we mutants still need to go out and die? Ho Qingwei asked. No. Let them recover. Send all the biochemicals out to delay these bastards, and wait for rescue. Yuan said. The most important resource in the Doomsday is always human beings. And the survivors in the survivor base in S City are as many as hundreds of thousands. The capital base cannot let this base fall at will. No one knows how many of these hundreds of thousands of people can accept the zombie virus and become a potential superpower. The capital base once conducted a particularly cruel experiment, letting a mutant go out to find those survivor teams, and then let them be infected with the zombie virus without their knowledge. After that, the mutant will always observe around, take away superpowers if they find them, and let them fend for themselves if they don't find any superpowers. Finally, after nearly 10,000 people were harmed, an astonishing data was discovered. Among 10,000 people, only 5 superpowers appeared. This is a very rare data. However, among 10,000 people, no one is willing to take the initiative to accept the zombie virus. So superpowers are even rarer. If humans are a rare resource in the Doomsday, then superpowers are a rare resource among rare resources. The fact that the capital base can send 5 well-trained C-group superpower teams to help them can already show the importance of the capital base to the S City base. You should know that there is no comparison between the mutant team and the superpower team. The mutant team is everywhere in the survivor base of City S. But there is no superpower team at all, because the superpowers have been plundered by the capital base. Yuan looked at the battle in front of him with some disinterest. He knew that even if there were 2 level 7 zombies in this group of zombies in a short time, they would not be able to break through the base. But they had to attack, because Wan Hao's consumption was too great. If he didn't have any replenishment, he would be very dangerous in front of Yuan. But in this battle, he was destined to have nothing to replenish, regardless of the battle between the base and the zombies. Let's say that Lin Hao encountered trouble after escaping from the survivor base. This trouble may not only be Lin Hao's trouble. Duan Luochen said to Lin Hao with a bitter face, Brother Lin, save me. I still want to go back alive to see Ming Ming. Chapter 380. Lin Hao looked at this scene with a bit of a smile, while Zhou Yu beside him smiled with interest. So even if we saved you, we can't bring you trust? Lin Hao said to Jean Bebe helplessly. At this moment, Jean Bebe pinched Duan Luochen's neck with one hand, and said with ease, as if pinching a chicken, So, you haven't told me who you are until now. I've already told you that you have been brainwashed by those people in the base. You are not one of them at all. You are one of us, and you are still my girlfriend. Otherwise, how would I know your cup size? In order to make this statement more credible, Lin Hao directly exposed Jean Bebe's most private secret. In fact, this secret is not private. Anyone who studies women can see it at a glance. such as Duan Luochen. He only needs to take a quick glance, and then say with certainty, only C+. D is still to be developed. Lin Hao. You have to add a. Jean Beibei's fiery eyes immediately looked at Duan Luochen. And Duan Luochen almost despaired. Beibei. Show mercy. Come with me. I will take you to see someone. And you will understand everything when you see him. You can disbelieve our words. But can you disbelieve his words? Lin Hao said hurriedly. Take me to see someone? Who? Jean Beibei asked vigilantly. I know that you have even forgotten the purpose of our coming to S City. But as long as you meet that person, you will understand everything. Because the purpose of our coming to S City is because of that person. Let go first. That guy is about to be strangled to death by you. Lin Hao looked at Duan Luochen, who was about to roll his eyes, and reminded him, hurriedly. Jean Beibei relaxed a little, but still did not let go. And still insisted, tell me who the person you are meeting is. Otherwise I can't go with you. Jeanzi. Your brother. I don't believe you have no impression of him. Lin Hao said loudly. Jean Beibei was obviously a little surprised and said, Jeanzi? Isn't he studying in City A? How come he is here? Still in school? It's almost been a year since the doomsday. This disaster has swept the world, and every inch of land in every country. How could he still be in school? Do you know what day it is today? Then what day is Jeanzi in school? Lin Hao finally found the loophole in Jean Beibei's memory. Fortunately, Jean Beibei's memory was not fully filled. Otherwise, when Jean Beibei's memory formed a complete plot chain, Lin Hao might not be able to find the loophole anyway. This sentence really made Jean Beibei stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he seemed to be unable to remember when Jeanzi went to school. But he clearly remembered that Jeanzi was in school. Beibei, what is going on with this situation? Curious Lin Hao asked the omnipotent Gooden again. His memory was tampered with. Gooden said bluntly. Nonsense. I also saw it. I asked if there is any solution. Since Jean Beibei was standing in front of him. Lin Hao's suppressed emotions were finally released. As long as Jean Beibei was fine. No matter what was wrong with Jean Beibei's body, Lin Hao was sure to cure him. According to my inspection, her memory did not change. But there was another layer of memory above her memory that hid his original memory. It is actually easy to restore him to normal. Just clear the filler memory in her mind. Gooden said. Then can you handle it? This is what Lin Hao really wanted to ask. I dare not promise you. I can only say try. I think his memory filling is a bit strange. I need to test it. But let me make it clear first. Because of the doomsday, the Earth's technology is becoming more and more powerful. I believe you have seen a lot. There are already many things I can't handle. If I can't handle the things in Jean Beibei's mind, don't blame me. Gooden gave Lin Hao a shot of prevention. Don't worry. How could I blame you? Lin Hao said calmly. Gooden started the scan. According to Gooden, it might not be possible to scan what is in Jean Beibei's body in a short time. And it would take a long time. Jean Beibei was still entangled in the matter of the gold. Seeing how hard she was thinking, Lin Hao could only say, okay. Don't think about it anymore. With your strength. Even if a few of us attack you, we can't hurt you. You just need to go with us and see if the gold is real. Lin Hao threw the alloy knife in his hand to Jean Beibei. Jean Beibei took it subconsciously and looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. He didn't believe that Lin Hao actually threw the weapon to her like that. Could it be that what they said was true? Jean Beibei's mind suddenly fell into chaos, and her hand subconsciously loosened, immediately giving Duan Luochen a chance to escape. Duan Luochen flapped his wings, and the whole person was already in the air. Duan Luochen covered his neck and said angrily, You woman! You are so stupid. Except me. No one else is allowed to scold him. Lin Hao shouted at Duan Luochen. I scold him. He's a stupid woman. You're a stupid zombie. You two are a stupid couple. Duan Luochen couldn't control his scolding. Come down and try. Lin Hao pointed at Duan Luochen and said loudly. Come up if you have the guts. Can you fly? Do you have wings? You don't. You scum. Duan Luochen vented his dissatisfaction crazily. After all, anyone who was pinched by the neck for a long time would be dissatisfied. Lin Hao naturally knew that this guy was just venting. And he didn't scold too much. So Lin Hao just let him go. Finally, Jean Beibei was finally willing to go with Lin Hao after Lin Hao's persuasion. I hope you don't lie to me. I hate it most when people lie to me about my relatives. Jean Beibei looked at Lin Hao seriously. Lin Hao glared back without fear and said, I never lied to people. No way. You said you are my boyfriend? Suddenly, Jean Bebe seemed to remember what Lin Hao said, and couldn't help asking curiously, Yeah. What's wrong? We have a good relationship. Lin Hao nodded firmly. Are you kidding me? I would make friends with a zombie. Am I crazy? Jean Bebe said as she stepped forward and followed Duan Luochen. Of course, Duan Luochen would not be with Jean Bebe. So Duan Luochen was in the air. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said, Couldn't. Can Bebe's brain be cured? Don't worry. I'm testing it. This test may take a long time, because the memory filled in Jean Bebe's brain seems to be a physical object. Couldn't said seriously. What do you mean by physical object? Lin Hao asked. I don't know. Let's wait until I check everything. Couldn't said. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe and sighed. I hope you be fine. Chapter 381. The battle at the entrance of the base finally reached a fever pitch, because both Wang Hao and Yuan wanted to really take down the base. As long as they took down the base, they would have no natural enemies in the entire S city. It is said that humans had no natural enemies before, but since the zombies appeared, humans have. So who are the natural enemies of zombies? In fact, zombies also have natural enemies. And the natural enemies of zombies are humans. Zombies and humans are natural enemies of each other, because both sides have the desire to destroy each other, and they have the ability to do so. Since Yuan became a zombie, he has watched the attacks of humans become more and more advanced. First, the crystal core of the mutant zombie was discovered. By studying the crystal core, the mutant was obtained. By studying the mutant and the crystal core, the product of biochemical man was studied. Through the superpowers, humans are studying whether they can develop a more powerful product through the combination of crystal cores and superpowers. As a result, humans succeeded, such as Jean Bebe's experimental subject. Yuan really can't believe what humans will become in a few years. You know, it's not even a year since the end of the world. So Yuan, like Wang Hao, also wanted to destroy the survivor base. After all, the survivor base in S City was one of the best in the country. If this base was destroyed, it would have a certain impact on human reproduction and technology. The world is actually unfair to zombies now. If zombies want to survive forever and not be suppressed by humans, they can only find ways to suppress humans. But the biochemical man in front of him was really annoying. Yuan was a speed-type zombie. When a dozen biochemical men surrounded him unreasonably, he really had no way to exert his strength and could only escape far away. Because Wang Hao is a powerful attacking zombie. Even if he is surrounded by 10 or 20 cyborgs, he has the ability to destroy them. But after destroying 10 or 20, another 10 or 20 will come. There are thousands of cyborgs in the entire base. Even if Wang Hao is a level 7 mutant zombie, his physical strength is limited. The greatest law of mankind, the law of conservation of energy, seems to be unbreakable by anyone. Even zombies who seem to know no fatigue. Their physical strength is limited after all, and they need to replenish and rest. But the biohumans kept coming. The number of high-level or low-level mutant zombies under the command of both sides was getting smaller and smaller. And their level was barely enough to deal with these biohumans, who gathered together. As the two sides continued to consume their troops, Yuan and Wang Hao finally realized that they might have fallen into the trap of humans. Yu Weitian had left. He needed to go to his laboratory to calm down. Ho Qingwei was still on the high platform, looking at the sky. It seemed that it was almost time. Now they just had to wait for the rescue from the capital base to arrive. But looking at the current battle situation, it seems that it doesn't matter whether those people come or not. Get ready. Give those biohumans a long-range fire attack, Ho Qingwei hurriedly said to his men. Because Ho Qingwei found that there were too many mutant zombies and ordinary zombies in those bases. When those zombies rushed towards the biohumans, they still affected the biohumans' fighting state. In this case, Ho Qingwei didn't mind having fewer of these things. So, after a round of bombing, the ordinary zombies and low-level mutant zombies around were all dead. After all, bombs are still powerful technological weapons. Even the two level 7 zombies didn't dare to hold the bombs in their hands and let them explode. As the number of ordinary zombies and low-level mutant zombies around them decreased significantly, those biochemical people finally opened up their most powerful combat power. Alloy knives were seen everywhere with terrible blades. Gatling gun bullets were always swallowing and spitting out. And the front of the entire base became a war of blood and fire, because the battle was relatively loud and lasted for a long time. It finally attracted most of the ordinary people in the base, who watched by the wall of the base. The soldiers did not stop them from watching, but strictly prohibited them from lying on the wall to watch. The reason was simple. That is, there were too many of them, and if they really lay on the wall, it would easily cause damage to the wall. The survivors understood this point, and they did not embarrass the soldiers. But they did not dare to embarrass them. This is not a peaceful era. The era when they could express their opinions freely has gradually left them. What they are experiencing now will be a more terrifying era than World War I and World War II. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 5 billion humans have died in the 6 months since the beginning of the doomsday. What a terrifying data. If these corpses are arranged in a circle, they can circle the earth for who knows how many times. In short, for their own safety and everyone's safety, the survivors were all at the gate of the base or by the wall, watching the battle silently. And those who couldn't see it listened silently. After all, this battle was about their life and death. So Ho Ching-wei naturally had no intention of avoiding them. If you want to watch, just watch. And by the way, see how powerful our base is, and whether we can protect your safety. This is Ho Ching-wei's idea. Among the survivors, a woman was walking hesitantly. The survivors were watching the battle outside the base, while the woman was watching the survivors. This woman was Huan. Duan Luochen brought her in, and let her find her father by herself. Huan remembered that he came to the base in the morning, and he was at the top of the laboratory building at that time. When Lin Hao came down from the laboratory building, he had not entered the base yet. The entire laboratory building was quiet, and there was no movement. Everyone in the laboratory building was in a hurry, and no one knew what they were doing. Anyway, no one noticed the woman who suddenly appeared. Since no one noticed her, she relaxed her pace and mood, and actually went down to the first floor directly from the elevator. Seeing the state of the experimental building, Huan guessed that her father might not be there. So Huan began to look for other places. Huan first found a survivor who looked very easy to talk to. The survivor seemed to have nothing to do. It was obvious that he had just entered the base a few days ago and had not been assigned a job. After the survivor's narration, Huan learned about the approximate distribution of the buildings in the survivor base. Among them, the place she focused on was the small power plant in the base and the gathering place of electricians, because her father was an electrician. According to Huan's own thinking, if she was an electrician, a technician, the base should protect her and give her enough freedom and security. After all, the base lacks these talents, who can maintain the development of the base. Chapter 382. After getting the approximate location, Huan took the initiative to walk towards the power plant. To be honest, the power plant in the base is not big, and the number of people is not particularly large. Because of this, Huan is particularly uncertain. What if he doesn't see his father? Huan began his journey to find his father. First, he asked the staff of the power plant. In the doomsday, I have seen many intrigues and bloodshed caused by a piece of bread. But the base is different from the outside. Other things here cannot be guaranteed. But there is one thing they can absolutely guarantee. That is, not letting people starve to death. Therefore, the pressure of survival in the base is naturally different from the pressure of life and death outside. When the staff heard that Huan was looking for his father, they were moved. I don't know what they thought of. And then smiled and said, I don't know the person you are talking about, but I can take you to find our factory director. He is on the list of all our people. Ask him, and you may find something. Thank you so much, big brother. Huan kept thanking this man in his 20s and blushed. It's just a small favor, the man said slowly with a red face, and then took the lead. The power plant of the base looked more like a small workshop. But it was small but complete. The various positions were set up very reasonably and adequately. For example, the factory director was divided into the factory director and the deputy factory director. The factory director of the power plant must be the management of the base. After all, the power plant is a very important building, and the management power here must be in the hands of the base itself. These guys took Huan to find a deputy factory director. This deputy director did not work in the director's office like the previous director did. After all, there was no need for a director's office here. There were only the director and the workers. There was no secretary in the office because there was no need. The deputy director was a nearly 50-year-old worker with many white hairs on his head, because he was rigorous in his work and steady in his attitude towards others. The management made him the deputy director. In fact, not many people cared about this position. The deputy director here not only had to work with the workers, but also had to eat and live the same as the workers. He was not superior to the workers. His only right might be to be able to slightly command others in terms of work. Director, there's a girl looking for someone. The young man took Juan to the paunchy deputy director and left. Juan asked as if she had seen a savior, "Uncle, I want to ask if there is an electrician named Qin Ming here, who is about your age, a little fat, and has a particularly large black mole near the corner of his eye." The deputy director was observing the daily output of the wind turbine at the moment. He turned his head casually, glanced at Juan, and his eyes almost sank into his eyes. Juan is a girl who is just 20 years old. Although she is dirty, everyone is dirty in the doomsday. So the deputy director did not care about Juan's clothes. What attracted the deputy director was Juan's big black eyes and delicate face, like a porcelain doll. Especially Juan's figure. In the doomsday, she did not look malnourished at all. Except that her butt was a little small, and the rest of her body was concave and convex, which made people's blood boil. The deputy factory director had always been a very timid worker. He had a wife who turned into a zombie on the day of the apocalypse. He watched his wife bite his son to death with her own eyes. But he could only watch helplessly, without even the courage to resist. If it wasn't for the neighbor who happened to run by and pulled him into the car at that time, he might not be alive now. Since the apocalypse until now, most men have basically never tasted fishy things. For example, the deputy factory director in front of him. Although he is over 50 years old, he has a young, vulgar and shameless heart. When he saw Juan for the first time, he seemed to see his own desire. And that desire was waving its claws and teeth on the spot, teasing him, making him a little unable to control himself. But no matter how, he couldn't help himself. The deputy director finally controlled himself. Even if he had an idea, now was not the time to implement it. He looked at the sky. It was just noon. I heard that there was still fighting at the gate of the base. Many soldiers came and went, and those senior officials were always around. The deputy director pretended to be serious and thought for a long time. Then said kindly, "I seem to have some impression of the person you mentioned. After all, there are very few people with a big black mole next to the corner of the eye. That person seems to believe Qin." Hearing the deputy director's words, Juan immediately jumped up, holding the deputy director's arm, and said, "Really? Uncle, you really have seen my father? Then do you know where he is? Can you tell me?" The deputy director tried his best to hold back his expression and said, "I'm sorry, girl. I'm not very familiar with that person. And I don't remember his name. But it doesn't matter. I have a list. That list records all the electricians. As long as your father is really here, I will definitely find him. But I still have to work now. And the list is not with me. So I may not be able to help you for the time being." Juan said with a disappointed look, "It's okay. I can wait for you." The deputy director looked at the sky and said, "Oh, I'm afraid you have to wait for a long time. I can't leave the data I observe for a moment. I don't even eat lunch at noon. I have to observe until dark. How about this? You come to find me when it's getting dark. By then, everyone will be off work, and it will be easier to find me. What do you think?" The deputy director's words were well reasoned, and the word father kept echoing in Juan's mind. She had no reason not to trust a kind old man. So, Juan believed it. But the deputy director said he would come to see him at night. It was still daylight, and Juan, who had nothing to do, could only wander around the base. Because of the battle with zombies, the combatants were replaced one after another, and there were naturally mutants among them. Juan saw with her own eyes a man with a bite mark on his shoulder standing there idly, waiting for the wound to heal. That was a bite from a zombie. And this man was not hurt at all? The words that Duan Luochen and Lin Hao said to her echoed in her ears again. It seemed that this base was really conducting human experiments. At the same time, Juan began to pray in her mind, hoping that her father would be okay. Time passed slowly as they were strolling around. Although Juan was hungry, she didn't know where to get food, so she could only starve. She didn't know that just across the wall, Duan Luochen and Lin Hao were fighting hard for a woman with a group of advanced mutant zombies, the cyborgs in the base, and Yi Wentian, whose IQ was close to the highest among humans. And they won. Chapter 383. Juan was just wandering around the base out of boredom. Gradually, The sky became darker and darker. At this moment, a huge plane appeared in the sky. Yes, it was a plane, not a fighter jet. The plane flew over the base with a beast-like roar and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huan looked at the plane, which seemed to be about the same size as a passenger plane. What made Huan a little confused was why there would be such a passenger plane in the Doomsday. Huan certainly didn't know that the plane was actually a modified passenger plane. And what the plane brought was the relief supplies for S-City. 500 cyborgs. And 5 superpowers. When the plane flew over the base at a low altitude, the survivors lay on the ground in surprise, fearing that the plane would lose control and crash into them. But it didn't happen. It seemed that the person operating the plane was an expert. In the midst of high-rise buildings all over S-City, it actually flew at a low altitude without damage and then took off again. When the plane flew away, countless colorful parachutes appeared in front of people. The parachutes fell a little fast, perhaps because the people using the parachutes were heavier. Not long after, the parachutes had landed inside the base. In order to prevent her identity from being discovered, Huan hid behind the other survivors. But she did not leave. She was very curious about what was falling. But when Huan saw the biomen standing still, Huan immediately lost interest. It was another weapon modified by the base. Huan had naturally seen biomen before. After all, 1,000 biomen were thrown into the battlefield. She had been wandering in the base for so long. How could she not have seen them? When these lifeless biohumans appeared in Huan's sight, Huan almost vomited out of disgust. She would never have thought that such things existed in the world. They were clearly human bodies, but they did not look like humans. Their arms were modified into knives and guns, and their skin was shining with a metallic luster. These people's eyes were dull and lifeless, and they conveyed a dead mood to the outside world. When Huan looked at them for the first time, he thought he saw zombies. In fact, what is the difference between cyborgs and zombies? Both have no autonomous emotions, but one follows their own desires, and the other follows the desires of the controller. In this way, zombies are actually much happier than cyborgs. At least they have the possibility of evolution. When they evolve to a higher level, their intelligence may return to the level of humans. When Yuan saw the plane in the sky outside the base, he found something wrong. He felt that they couldn't go on like this. Otherwise something very dangerous might happen next. There is no doubt that Yuan's premonition was correct. He successfully felt that attacking the base was impossible, and he was ready to retreat. Yuan did not let his men follow him to retreat immediately. But when Yuan really left the battle circle, his men slowly left. However, Wang Hao, who was in the battle, knew nothing about this matter. He was just fighting until he found that there were more and more biochemical people around him. And then he realized that something was wrong. Wang Hao looked up and saw a confused look around him. Those eyes stared at him, which made him think of the nightmare in the past. In that nightmare, countless lifeless people looked at him like this, waking him up from the dream. Unfortunately, Wang Hao forgot when he had that dream. Now he only had one feeling, that the biohumans around him seemed endless. Those biohumans surrounded him in 3 layers, and there was no zombie around him. Wang Hao also began to be confused. This was not right. The number of biohumans seemed to increase again. And where were his men? Where was Yuan? Wang Hao's men were all dead. Really dead. Except for a number of ordinary zombies. There was no mutant zombie alive. As for Yuan, he had already disappeared from the battlefield with his own living forces. Damn! You bastard! Wang Hao couldn't help but curse loudly. He knew that he shouldn't cooperate with that cunning guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. There's no choice but to leave. Wang Hao looked at the biochemical people around him, who were waving knives at him. For the first time, he felt that the eyes of these guys were so terrifying and uncomfortable. He was obviously dismissive of these guys a few minutes ago. Just as Lin Hao said, it would not be so easy to deal with a zombie of Wang Hao's strength even if he was surrounded by biochemical people. He might not be able to deal with so many mutants. But as long as he wanted to run, these mutants would not be able to stop him. So, Wang Hao ran away, running without grace. He didn't think about what happened to his men, because when he escaped from the encirclement and looked around, he found that none of his men were left, and there were only those motionless bodies lying on the ground. Wang Hao suddenly felt a little sad. Yesterday, he was still ambitious to kill Yuan. But today, no matter what the situation was, he was crushed by Yuan's IQ. As a result, all of Wang Hao's men were gone. But most of Yuan's men were still left. Thinking of this, Wang Hao suddenly felt cold in his heart. What if Yuan came with his team to attack Wang Hao at this time? Wang Hao thought of what Yuan did on the battlefield. This possibility was too great, which made Wang Hao panic. Looking at the biochemical people still chasing him behind him, Wang Hao stomped on the ground fiercely. Suddenly, with Wang Hao as the center, a vibration came from the ground. If someone nearby felt this vibration, they would definitely shout earthquake without surprise. This is Wang Hao's skill. Shock wave. Looking back at the previous battles, neither Yuan nor Wang Hao used any skills. If Yuan just wanted to hide his strength, then Wang Hao definitely didn't think so. Watching the shock wave vibrate around him, it can be found that this shock wave is a skill that ignores enemies and friends. The reason why Wang Hao didn't use it was just because he was afraid of causing trouble to friendly forces. Obviously, this shock wave actually did no harm. Those biochemical people were shaken and fell to the ground. And then Wang Hao took the opportunity to escape. When these biochemical people got up from the ground with difficulty, they could no longer find Wang Hao's location. Finally, these biohumans could only start to return. This battle ended with the victory of the survivors' base. Ho Qingwei patted the shoulder of a young man beside him and said, "I remember that it was me who discovered you." The young man smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Ho, for your kindness back then. I, Sun Jian, still remember it." The biohumans outside the base stepped on the corpses of zombies, the corpses of mutants, and even the shells of biohumans, and slowly returned to the base. Chapter 384. In the end, the base won, but Wang Hao and Yuan escaped. Although it was a bit regrettable, Yuan Tian did not think that the resources they consumed were wasted, because those biochemical people brought a large number of crystal cores, including 2 level 6 crystal cores. Jean Bebe killed a level 6 mutant zombie Tian Lin, but she did not want his crystal core. So the biochemical people around took the opportunity to put the crystal core on themselves. In addition to the 2 level 6 crystal cores, more than a dozen level 5 crystal cores were found, and more than 30 level 4 crystal cores were found. There are nearly 1,000 level 3 and level 2 crystal cores in total. Seeing so many crystal cores, what else can Yuan Tian say? One crystal core is a mutant. Who knows how many more mutants will appear in their base now? Wang Hao and Yuan fled to an unknown place. Wang Hao no longer has any subordinates. He is left alone. What he needs to do is to hide himself first. Although Wang Hao is a little green, he is not stupid. He knows that if he appears in front of others casually now, he will be courting death. Even though he is a level 7 zombie, he cannot prevent his own death. Wang Hao didn't know that the hiding place he was looking for was so close to Lin Hao's. In the sky, Duan Luochen was flying slowly, and then looked at Lin Hao with contempt. He didn't dare to look at Jean Bebe. He was afraid that Jean Bebe would hold a grudge against him. And then, he would be caught by Jean Bebe and strangled by the neck. That would be terrible. But now Jean Bebe's mind was obviously not on the 2 jealous men. She was thinking about the eternal proposition, who am I? This kind of question may be asked to ordinary people, and the other party will just call you a psychopath. But when you really ask this question to those who have lost their memories, such as Jean Bebe and Qin Liang, these people will really be entangled with this question. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Hao looked at Jean Bebe, who looked a little impatient, and said slowly, "We are almost there. Don't worry." Jean Bebe looked back at him, and said nothing. Even Jean Bebe herself didn't know why. Every time Lin Hao began to comfort her, she would inexplicably fall into a state of calm. None of them were ordinary people. Duan Luochen and Jean Bebe were superpowers. One could fly, and the other had reached the rare 6th level. Lin Hao was a mutant zombie, and his physical strength was beyond words. Even Zhou Yu was a 6th level mutant. The 4 of them were traveling very fast. It didn't take long for Lin Hao to lead them to the small base at the beginning. Lin Hao looked up carefully, and saw a little head sticking out of the window on the top floor. It was obviously Jean Zi's head. Lin Hao blinked at the little head, but didn't tell Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe didn't know that Jean Z had seen her. At this moment, Jean Z was jumping around in the room excitedly, holding Leilei's hand and shouting, "Sister Leilei! I saw my sister! Brother Lin Hao really rescued my sister." Leilei's mouth twitched a little. Looking at Jean Z's dirty little hand, he reluctantly pulled his hand out of his hand, and then said with a fake smile, "Really? That's really a cause for celebration." But there was no celebratory meaning in his words. Jinzi didn't have to wait for long before the door was opened. Lin Hao came in from outside. He looked at Lei at first glance, said nothing, then looked at Jinzi, and led Jin Bebe behind him out. Jin Bebe's hidden memory was after the apocalypse, so he had no idea where Jinzi went after the apocalypse, because the things about Jinzi in the hidden memory had not been dealt with yet. However, Jin Bebe will definitely not forget her brother who grew up with her. When Jin Bebe saw Jinzi, although she still had doubts about what Lin Hao and the others said, her doubts had gradually faded, and she seemed to have begun to believe them. After all, Jin Bebe was still a normal person with a mature and healthy mind, and knew how to distinguish right from wrong, even if what Lin Hao said was a little fantasy. If things like the doomsday and zombies could appear, what else was impossible? Is it really Jinzi? Jin Bebe said with some emotion. Sister. Jinzi jumped into Jin Bebe's arms with a big step and hugged Jin Bebe's neck tightly. I thought you died after being captured by those bad guys. Jinzi, who had never cried before, finally couldn't help crying the moment she saw Jin Bebe. This sentence gave Jin Bebe a clue that she had been captured. But Jin Bebe didn't ask Jinzi anything at this moment. Seeing that Jinzi was crying sadly, she patted his shoulder to comfort him. Well, the mission of reuniting you two is finally completed. You two can sleep together today. Bebe, you can ask your brother anything. He will never lie to you, Lin Hao said with a smile. Before Jin Bebe could speak, Jinzi had already raised his head and said to Lin Hao, Thank you, brother-in-law. This startled Jin Bebe, but she did not refute immediately. She was a smart woman, although she was a little impatient and immature sometimes. This did not cover up her intelligence. Jin Bebe looked at Jinzi carefully and found that he said it so naturally, as if he had called him this name countless times. In fact, it was only once. But in Jinzi's heart, Lin Hao had long been a well-deserved brother-in-law. Jin Bebe was looking at Duan Luochen and Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu seemed a little abnormal, but Zhou Yu seemed to have always been abnormal. Duan Luochen did not have any doubts about this name, and seemed to have recognized it. However, looking at Duan Luochen's anxious look, he should be concerned about other things. As for the slightly plump woman in the middle, she seemed a little embarrassed. She glanced at a few people and then looked away, as if she wanted to wait for someone she knew. But she seemed to know that the person she was waiting for would never show up, and she was a little disappointed. In short, no matter how you look at it, Jinzi's name is very normal. So Jin Bebe also had a bold hypothesis in her mind. Could it be that she is really a boyfriend and girlfriend with this so-called zombie? What a terrible thing. She is actually a boyfriend and girlfriend with a zombie. Jin Bebe hurriedly pulled Jinzi back to the room. She was going to ask her brother about the recent events. She felt that her brother would not lie to her. Thank you for this battle. It would not be so easy without your help. If you don't mind, come with us. Although the room is full of girls, it's still okay for us men to sleep in the living room, Lin Hao said to Zhou Yu with a smile. Chapter 385. That's right. I'm already satisfied with having a safe place to sleep. Obviously, Lin Hao could see that Zhou Yu was a contented person. Lin Hao liked to be friends with such people. He had no ambitions. Everything was so peaceful and calm. It was good like this. How is Meng Meng? Duan Luochen asked Lei anxiously. Lei was stunned for a while before saying, Oh, she's fine. She should still be unconscious inside. If you want to go and see her. Duan Luochen quickly ran into the room to see Tang Mingming, leaving only 3 people in the living room. What do you want to ask? Lin Hao looked at Lei. Among the 3 girls, Lin Hao was most annoyed with Lingling and Lei, 2 women who were still pursuing material things in the doomsday, and they pursued them so confidently. What was even more ridiculous was that there was actually a stupid woman around them who was helping them maintain their material life. Seeing Lei standing in the living room, Lin Hao knew that this guy must have something to ask him. I haven't seen Lingling and Huan since I got up this morning. Where did they go? Lei couldn't help asking. I always thought that the 3 of you had a good relationship. They seem to have told you that one wanted to go to the survivor base, and the other wanted to go to his father. They asked you if you wanted to go, but you said you didn't want to. Lin Hao said. No. I just wanted to confirm whether they were safe. Lei was worried. If Huan and Lingling were in danger, she would be alone. She didn't think these tough-looking people would tolerate a person who couldn't do anything to join them. Lei is a self-aware person, so she is more worried about Huan's comfort. As for Lingling, Lei is not really worried. Today, even here, you can hear the sound of artillery fire from time to time in the distance. Obviously, the sound of the battle can be heard so far, which proves that the battle must be very fierce. What should I do if something happens to them? This is what Lei must ask Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled, without showing any special expression, but said lightly, "Don't worry. They should be fine. Huan will be back tomorrow, and you can still rely on her. There is no need to worry so much. Go in and see Tang Mingning." Following Lin Hao's perfunctory response, Lei finally returned to his room. And then, Zhou Yu and Lin Hao were the only ones left in the room. "I want to ask you something." Lin Hao looked at Zhou Yu. "Why did I save you?" Zhou Yu said. "No. I want to ask you what your relationship with the survivor base is." Lin Hao said. He must know this question. Otherwise, he would not be at ease with this mutant of such a high level. "You are quite smart. You are not an ordinary mutant zombie." Zhou Yu looked at Lin Hao with interest. He had been studying zombies for a long time, but he had never seen such a human-like zombie. Even if the zombies' IQs were restored, they could speak, and had human habits. But because they had no memory, their performance would be very immature. How could they be like Lin Hao, who looked like he had lived among humans for decades? "I'm sorry. This is my secret. I can't tell you. Now, you can answer my question." Lin Hao's words immediately separated him from Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu could see why Lin Hao asked this question. So he answered naturally, "I have nothing to do with the base. But I have something to do with Yi Wentian." Zhou Yu's first sentence startled Lin Hao. But when Zhou Yu said the second sentence, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh that this curve was a bit sharp. "To be honest with you, there's nothing I can't say about this anyway. Before this, I was a member of the Research Institute. And after the apocalypse, I naturally became a member of the laboratory building. Whether you believe it or not, I was against human experiments in the entire laboratory building. But because I was too good, Yi Wentian forced me to do the experiment. So he killed my daughter and my wife. In the end, although I did the experiment, it was not successful. And Yi Wentian wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I improved the mutant potion invented by Yi Wentian and successfully exerted the full power of a 6th level crystal core, making me a 6th level mutant myself." Zhou Yu was very calm when he said this, as if he did it deliberately. In those plain words, sadness was like water that could not be hidden, slowly flowing out of the wooden box. Lin Hao knew that this guy should not be lying. Then the next thing is very simple. Although I have the title of the highest level mutant, my combat power is too poor. I was easily subdued by those 3rd level mutants. After that, they have been using crystal core genes to control me. I don't know what happened today. The gene control system had a problem. My power was released all at once. And then I escaped and met you. Adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I saved you. It's a very simple thing." Zhou Yu's words became more intense, as if he wanted to exaggerate in order to enhance the relationship between him and Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained calm, but he could hear all kinds of subconscious thoughts in Zhou Yu's words. Although he could not completely trust Zhou Yu, at least he did not hear that Zhou Yu was lying to him in these 2 sentences. To be honest, up to now, Lin Hao has not seen a person who can lie to him, because his spiritual attribute is too high. He can easily see through a person's lies. And there is also a guy named Gooden in his mind. Since Zhou Yu didn't lie to him, Lin Hao didn't mind trusting him a little. "What about you? What are you doing at the base?" Zhou Yu looked at him and asked with a smile. "Duan Luochen knows, right?" Lin Hao pointed to the room. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Of course I know. He was also a mutant team in the base before. Although I don't know what happened to him. He obviously broke up with the base like me." Lin Hao smiled and said, "This guy is definitely a good person. Once he came to us to take back our base, we naturally didn't want to. So we fought with him, and then accidentally injured Tang Mingming. After that, this guy kidnapped the kid just now, my brother-in-law. So I brought Bebe to a city to save Jinzi. You almost know what happened next. Jean Bebe was caught by Yi Wentian. That bastard. And Bebe became like this." Lin Hao sighed, then collapsed on the sofa and didn't move. Zhou Yu also collapsed on the sofa. The two seemed to be thinking about the same thing, but different. Chapter 386. Lin Hao thought that he had worked so hard for so many days, saving Jean Z and Jean Bebe. And finally there was a family that owed him a favor in this life. He finally had a chance to rest. Even if he couldn't sleep, he could close his eyes. Right? But before Lin Hao could lie on the sofa for a while, Duan Luochen suddenly opened the door of the room. The noise was so loud that Jean Bebe was scared and opened the door to ask what happened. Duan Luochen was a little anxious, and his face seemed to be sweating, and he began to speak incoherently. Finally, Lei Lei stood up and said calmly, Tang Mingming started to have a high fever, and the wound began to rot. It seems that she is about to die. Lin Hao rushed into the room and looked at Tang Mingming, who was wrapped like a mummy, and asked in confusion, how is it possible? Isn't Tang Mingming a mutant? According to the healing ability of you mutants, how could such a thing happen? But such a question seemed a bit professional, and no one answered. The healing ability was blocked by bacteria. This is a certain kind of bacteria parasitizing Tang Mingming. If it was just ordinary bacteria, I could handle it. But this bacteria has already run into Tang Mingming's brain. I am afraid I can't do anything except testing. I once told you that the human brain is still the most mysterious place today. I don't have the ability to repair the brain. And now I have to analyze what kind of substance is the memory filling in Jean Bebe's brain. This is Gooden's answer to Lin Hao. Every time when Lin Hao was the most ignorant and helpless, Gooden would always jump out and give him a satisfactory answer. So even you can't directly use repair to save him? Lin Hao asked. Yes. I can only save her injuries and then eliminate the bacteria that invaded her brain. But her brain is already damaged, and I can't repair her damaged brain, Gooden said. Lin Hao sighed and said, it seems that sometimes you are not omnipotent. Knowing that Tang Mingming would not die from this, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked Gooden to apply the repair function to Tang Mingming. What should I do now? Duan Luochen glanced at Lin Hao and then at Lei Lei. Lei Lei may have let go of something and seemed to want to actively integrate into this group. It may be a cold caused by trauma. I need anti-inflammatory drugs and cold medicine, and a bottle of saline for her for. Obviously Lei Lei knew nothing, but she was trying her best. Lei Lei was right about one thing. Tang Mingming did catch a cold because of tetanus. But she not only caught a cold, but her brain was also damaged. Lei Lei's method could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Gooden had already put the repair function on Tang Mingming, so there was no need to do what Lei Lei said. But Lin Hao couldn't say it. At this moment, Zhou Yu walked into the room. Zhou Yu stepped forward and just touched Tang Mingming's forehead, and made a conclusion. This is not an ordinary cold. His brain is damaged. I'm afraid it's a new type of bacteria that appeared in the Doomsday. Because ordinary bacteria can't hurt the mutant's physique at all. He can't get relief with ordinary cold medicine and salt water, Zhou Yu said, stroking his chin. Before Duan Luochen could thank Lei Lei for his help, Zhou Yu made him feel depressed again. What do you have in mind? Zhou Yu, you are the best scientist in the lab building. You must have a way. Right? You must have a way. Duan Luochen looked at Zhou Yu crazily. Zhou Yu is the most talented scientist in the lab building, and Duan Luochen is a D-group mutant. Both of them are very famous people in that class, so it seems not unusual for them to know each other. There is a way. I have a set of special sterilization drugs in my room, but unfortunately it is in the base. I need someone to sneak into the base to take out the equipment. In this way, Tang Mingming may still be saved. Zhou Yu said it seriously. Lin Hao was anxious when he heard it. He really wanted to wave his hands and say that Tang Mingming is fine now. Don't worry about it. There is no need for any sterilization drugs, and it is very dangerous to go to the base now. But Lin Hao couldn't say it. First of all, Lin Hao didn't know anything about this. If he really told this matter, when others asked him how he knew it, how would Lin Hao answer? Should he tell Gooden's secret? This is definitely impossible. I know where you live. We live in the same community. Tell me the location of the medicine. Duan Luochen's eyes flickered with sparks, as if to burn everything. Lin Hao could only sigh and listen to Zhou Yu continue. It's in the drawer next to my bed. It's very easy to find. During that period, due to the corpse tide, this kind of bacteria began to appear. I was the first to discover it, so I am very familiar with the symptoms of this bacterial infection. I was afraid that something might happen to my daughter and wife, so I took a bottle back. Maybe it was luck that they were fine. The bottle of medicine has not been opened yet. Okay, I'll be back soon, Duan Luochen said. Don't you want me to go with you? At least we have someone to take care of us. Lin Hao said hurriedly. No. Don't worry. I'm just going to find something. I won't attract other people in the base. Duan Luochen's voice came from the sky far away. And he had already flown into the night. Lin Hao looked at the night outside and said worriedly, It's so dark now. He should be fine if he just flies in the sky. Are you worried? Zhou Yu asked with a smile. It's okay. Not too worried. Lin Hao said casually. If you are worried, let's go and take a look. Zhou Yu said. How can we get there when he is so fast? Lin Hao said. It's very simple. We just need to walk over. Look at the sky outside. It's already dark. Even if there is a power plant in the base, there is no electricity except for the experimental building. It can be said that Duan Luochen's operation should be very safe this time. Since we are worried, we can just follow him. We can just support him outside. If Duan Luochen is really in danger, we can rush over to help him as soon as possible. Right? Zhou Yu said. Yes. We have a secret passage that goes directly to the base from that manhole. Lin Hao said. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Hao with contempt and said, Do you think Yi Weitian is stupid? It would be fine if he didn't know about this place before. But now that he knows about it, how could he allow such a place to exist? Lin Hao touched his head, feeling helpless. If the matter of Gooden could be shared, it would really save a lot of trouble. Are you going out? Jean Bebe asked from the side. Yes. You stay here to protect our base. Don't follow us. Lin Hao said. You are so narcissistic. When did I say I would go with you? Jean Bebe closed the door of the room with a click. Lin Hao looked at Lei Lei, who also consciously closed the door. Lin Hao touched his head, shook his head speechlessly, followed Zhou Yu, and walked downstairs. Chapter 387. Huan looked at the familiar scene and said strangely, No! It should be here. Am I lost? Huan kicked the iron rod next to him angrily. And the iron rod was kicked far away by Huan. The survivor base naturally needs a lot of buildings. But for various reasons, these buildings can never be built. It may be human factors or some technical problems. In short, these buildings are built one by one in the base, like unfinished buildings. It can be predicted that the possibility of successful construction in the future is not high. The current situation is too turbulent, and it is impossible to give people a sense of security. Without a sense of security, how can we build things? The iron rod kicked away by Huan hit something and made a melodious echo. Huan was a little anxious. He was going to the power plant to find the deputy director. But he found a very embarrassing thing. He was lost. Many of the buildings in the base were rebuilt. In addition, Huan had never been to such a place before the end of the world. It was certain that he was unfamiliar with this place. And it seemed natural to get lost. As he was walking, he accidentally found an iron rod on the ground. This time, Huan did not kick the iron rod away, but took it in his hand and looked at it curiously. This was the kind of iron rod commonly used in construction sites. It didn't seem strange. But when Huan held it with both hands, a familiar feeling came to him. Huan suddenly remembered that he didn't bring his javelin. If he encountered danger, it would be inappropriate to do it with bare hands. So Huan took the iron rod and strolled around again. The facilities in the base were too old. The street lamps around were just for show. They were all dark. If it weren't for the light from the laboratory building in the distance, Huan would have thought he was still out there. But Huan was obviously a little greedy. In such a world, it seemed like a luxury to have a safe base. How could it be exactly the same as before the doomsday? With lights all around and street lamps on. Huan, who was already used to living outside, actually just complained in his heart. Then held his small iron rod and started looking for a route again. The lighted laboratory building not far away seemed like a beacon in the sea, which made Huan feel relieved. At least there was a goal, and she would not be lost. As she walked, Huan accidentally walked around the laboratory building and finally found the power plant by luck. There was indeed a figure squatting at the place where Huan and the old man had agreed to meet in the daytime. Judging from the figure, it seemed to be the deputy director. Hello, director. I'm late. I'm sorry. Huan apologized. The man stood up, and it turned out to be the deputy director. He looked down at Huan and said angrily, Do you know how long I have been waiting here? Do you know how cold I am? I don't care. You can find your father. But you must compensate me. Huan was confused. Compensation? How can I compensate you in the apocalypse? Huan thought the other party wanted food. So Juan said, Director, don't worry. As long as you find my father, I promise to get you a piece of bread with butter. As soon as Juan said this, the factory director felt his mouth water, thinking of the butter bread. The factory director could not hold back. But in the end, the factory director regained consciousness. Butter bread? Where can I get butter bread now? Are you sure the butter won't stink? In short, the factory director would not believe her. And the factory director didn't want food. I don't need food. I have enough food and clothing in the base. As long as I can live well, it's a good thing. What I need you to compensate me for is another thing. Just tell me whether you want news about your father or not. The deputy director looked at Juan and threatened. What could Juan say? She could only nod helplessly like a lost lamb. Yes. Of course. Then come with me. After the deputy director finished speaking, he turned around and left first, looking at the deputy director's back. Juan followed him without thinking. She didn't see the deputy director's obscene and evil smile, but she probably wouldn't care if she saw it. The deputy director seduced Juan, just like seducing a hungry puppy with a sausage. Juan followed the deputy director obediently. The deputy director was also satisfied and hummed a song while walking. Director, where are we going? Juan asked in confusion. This was obviously not a place to live, but to the factory. However, there was no one in the factory at this time. How could we find someone there? My name is in the factory. What is your father's name? The deputy director asked, pretending to forget. His name is Qin Ming. He should be between 175 centimeters tall. He is a little fat and looks very kind. However, he has a big mole on his eye, so he is very easy to recognize. Juan excitedly described her father's image again, as if she could see her father in the next second. The deputy director nodded, and then took Juan into a small room. When Juan saw the facilities in this small room at first, she refused. She didn't want to go in at all, because she suddenly remembered that it was the end of the world, and people in the end of the world might not be good. But Juan, who had a low EQ, couldn't tell who was good and who was bad. She was confused by the news about her father, and couldn't tell right from wrong. When she saw the deputy director waving at the door of the small dark room, asking her to go in, she really went in. In the pitch-black environment, she couldn't see the deputy director's cunning smile, and the deputy director naturally couldn't see the iron rod in her hand. Juan followed the deputy director into the room indifferently. Even though she had already noticed the deputy director's intention, she still had a fantasy in her heart. What if what the deputy director said was true? Entering the room and closing the door, the whole room was so dark that even fingers couldn't be seen. Juan asked in confusion, how can I read the list without a light? As soon as she finished speaking, a dim light began to light up. Although the brightness was not high, it illuminated the whole room. The deputy director's face that was gradually becoming wretched, and the shape of the iron rod in Juan's hand. What are you doing with the iron rod? The deputy director asked casually. Nothing. I just picked it up, Juan said casually. Do you think that you can use an iron rod? The deputy director looked at Juan and began to laugh. His smile was a little strange, like a nighthawk, very unpleasant to the ear. So do you know where my father is? Juan's expression did not change at all. He just asked silently again. Chapter 388. Your father? I'm really sorry. There are only more than 40 people in the power plant. None of them is called Qin Ming, and none of them has a big mole on their face. There is no list. Little beauty. Now, don't you know why I called you here? The deputy director left the light switch and slowly walked towards Juan. Juan suddenly found that his breathing began to quicken. Not because of fear, but anger. You still have one chance. Do you really not know Qin Ming? Juan's voice was still calm. It was hard to imagine that this girl, who usually had low emotional intelligence and liked to make a lot of noise, could be so calm at this moment. The deputy factory director looked at the iron rod raised and smiled disdainfully. So you think an iron rod can scare me away? I don't know how many days you haven't eaten. Even if you have enough food every day, you will not be my opponent if I give you an iron rod. The deputy factory director pounced on Juan like a tiger. The deputy factory director looked to be in his 50s. But at this moment, his agile figure did not look like a late middle-aged man who was about to enter his 70s. The current deputy factory director fully demonstrated that human desires can break through the limits of the body. The deputy factory director didn't take a girl like Juan seriously, even though she had an iron rod in her hand. But he didn't know that Juan didn't take him seriously. Looking at the middle-aged man rushing over, Juan showed no fear and kicked the man violently. The deputy factory director was kicked off the ground by Juan. Just like a huge but not very heavy teddy bear. The deputy factory director was kicked away just like that. Everything was so simple, so natural, and so expected. The deputy factory director was obviously dazed when he was kicked away. When he fell heavily to the ground, the pain finally woke him up from his daze. After all, he was 50 years old, so it was naturally not light to fall like this. Suddenly, a groan sounded, and the deputy factory director touched his waist with some difficulty and shouted, "My waist. It's broken. It must be broken." What a familiar sentence. Maybe many people can hear the familiarity. This is obviously a scam. Obviously, the deputy factory director may find that he has run into a tough guy. In order to prevent danger, he can only shout like this, hoping to arouse Juan's thoughts of respecting the elderly and loving the young. He thought too much. A girl who has lived in the apocalypse for nearly half a year, and often goes out to find various supplies and kill countless zombies. Do you expect her to respect the elderly and love the young? Maybe she does, but she will never show her love to such a person casually. So you made up the story about my father, and he is not in your power plant at all, right? The deputy director only had one feeling. Cold. Very cold. Very cold. As cold as ice for thousands of years. This is Juan at this moment. Suddenly, the deputy director did not want to talk, or dared not to talk, because he was afraid that if he told the truth, he might lose his life. Yes, I do have a list, and I don't know anyone in the power plant. I am the deputy director. How could I know them? Maybe your father is really in there. The deputy director stopped his poor acting skills and started a new round of life-saving performance. Really? Juan looked at the deputy director with hope. The deputy director nodded hurriedly and said, "Really? Really? Your father was an electrician before, right? There is a big mole on his face. I actually have an impression of him. Come with me. I will take you to find him." Juan's heart finally rekindled hope. She felt that this time it should be true. No one would still want to lie to others between life and death. Juan was still innocent. If they could survive by lying to others, no one would give up lying. The power plant was a very important resource in the base, and every important resource facility had an indispensable device, which was the alarm device. Although the power plant had no electricity, its alarm device was always powered on. In case of any emergency, it only needed to press it, and the whole building would be filled with a harsh alarm sound. Juan was fully confident that the deputy director would not lie to him this time. So she followed behind him, fearing that he would run away. When the two were about to reach the door, she did not see the deputy director's eyes turn. And then, like a spring, the deputy director's hand suddenly pressed the red button on the door, and then quickly retracted it. At this time, the horns of the entire power plant sounded, and the harsh sound seemed to resound throughout the world. While Juan was still in a daze, the deputy director in front of her seemed to have learned the 100-meter race, and jumped out of Juan's sight without thinking, and ran more than 10 meters in just 1 second. You can imagine how great the threat of death is, and how important the desire to survive is. The ladder of human progress is not only books, but also desire. Juan looked at the deputy director, who was running away, and suddenly sighed. She knew that this deputy director was obviously lying to her, and her father might really have disappeared, because there were only about 40 people in the entire power plant. There was no reason for the deputy director not to know them, and the deputy director had told the truth before Juan attacked him just now. Juan had also been in the base for such a long time, and she knew one thing clearly. That is, the survivors who had just come in were not assigned jobs, and the survivors who were assigned jobs were those who had been in the base for a long time. Her father was an electrician in the TV building before the apocalypse, and he happened to be working at his job on the day the apocalypse broke out. The survivor base in City S had already been established on the first day. If her father was really alive, it would be impossible for people around him not to have any impression of him. Juan couldn't really hang out during the day. He asked everyone who might know her father, but none of them said they knew Qing Ming, and none of them said they knew anyone with a mole on his face. Yes, Juan should have thought of it earlier. She shouldn't have expected this. Now she wouldn't be disappointed, and she wouldn't meet such a disgusting person as the deputy director. How can there be such a disgusting person in the world? Forget about such a person who dies, Huan said silently in her heart, and then sentenced the deputy director, who had already run more than 20 meters ahead, to death. Sun Jian just came to S City today. He used to be from S City. Since he was found to have supernatural powers, he was sent to the capital by people from S City, where he received formal training. Formal training is very interesting. It is to guide them how to use their own superpowers, and then guide their superpowers in a more powerful way, and then attack others. Sun Jian is very grateful to S City. Without them sending him to the capital, he may never become such a powerful person. So this time Sun Jian returned to S City to repay S City. Tonight, the war is about to end. He was patrolling the base alone and saw this scene. Chapter 389. Sun Jian was originally patrolling in the base, because he lived in this base for a while before leaving S City. And then, he was sent to the capital. In fact, the time he spent in the capital was not long. There, except for practicing his supernatural powers more proficiently and improving his level a lot, there was nothing else. Although Sun Jian did not live in the survivor base in S City for a long time, he was a native of S City, so he naturally felt more at home here than in the capital. In fact, he was one of the worst in the capital base. Otherwise, he would not have been sent out so early. Sun Jian was also very open-minded. What's wrong with being the worst? The worst is beyond the reach of ordinary people. So Sun Jian didn't think anything of it. The atmosphere after the war was not very good. In order to prevent the base from getting into trouble after the war, Sun Jian patrolled around the base. Originally, Sun Jian didn't want to come to the power plant. After all, the power plant was pitch black and there was no one there. There was no point in coming here. But in the end, he still passed by the power plant. He felt that people should be serious. Since they were patrolling, they should patrol everything they should patrol. Otherwise, what was the point of patrolling? So, Sun Jian's sense of responsibility made him come to the power plant. As a result, as soon as he approached the gate, he heard an alarm. Sun Jian had a flashlight in his hand. Even without a flashlight, he could roughly see the scene in front of him according to the light emitted by the laboratory building. Sun Jian saw clearly that he saw a man running out of the power plant, and he was very fast. What surprised Sun Jian was that the man was obviously a little old, but he was still very fast. Sun Jian couldn't imagine what caused him to flee the area so quickly, but he knew it immediately. With the help of the light, Sun Jian saw a shiny object in the air, which was flying rapidly through the air, forming a very beautiful parabola, and then aimed at the running man. When Sun Jian wanted to remind him, it was too late. He could only watch the unknown object penetrate the man's back and then be stuck in the ground alive. The deputy director was obviously not dead when he was stabbed to the ground. He began to wonder again. Why was that woman so powerful? How did she do it from such a distance? No matter how hard the old man thought about this question, he might not be able to figure it out. As the blood flowed more and more and the body became colder and colder, the deputy director knew that he would not live for much longer. It's a pity that I have never tried such a beauty. I have finally come to the end of my life, but I have never done anything wrong. I wanted to support a female college student before, but I had no money. I wanted to find a prostitute, but I was afraid of the dirt. I also lived under the threat of my own yellow-faced wife. It can be said that I lived a miserable life. I finally got freedom and wanted to commit a crime, but I was stabbed to death by the person I was committing the crime with an iron rod. The deputy director thought about this life. The deputy factory director died, without any surprise. When Sun Jian arrived, he was just dying. Sun Jian looked up and saw a slender voice running away quickly. Sun Jian chased after it without thinking. At this time, the factory alarm was still ringing, making it difficult for people to fall asleep. Soon, the sound began to attract various people in the base to come out of their beds and watch. After all, in a base, the majority are always survivors. Those survivors will of course sleep when nothing happens. When the alarm sounded, these survivors could not help but open their eyes. There will still be people who will scold why they are not sleeping at night. But when they stand up and come back to their senses, they will shut up because they have remembered where they are. Xiang died, and Ho Qingwei handed the task of Xiang to Sun Jian. This is a very normal thing. Sun Jian is trustworthy enough, and he is not a little stronger than Xiang. Ho Qingwei is very relieved to hand these things over to Sun Jian. Today's war just ended, and it is normal for some cats and dogs to break into the base. Ho Qingwei naturally heard the alarm, But he didn't care. Because of Sun Jian's existence, he didn't want to care. Ho Qingwei and Yi Wentian started to discuss the future plans of the base. The plan is very simple. First, we will use the obtained crystal cores. We need mutants. We can no longer use soldiers. Those soldiers have begun to complain. It will be very troublesome to use them to incite mutiny. We can only choose from the survivors. Yi Wentian said calmly. I may have to go back to the capital tomorrow. Ho Qingwei said. Oh, you can go back. I will implement my plan. It should be okay. Yi Wentian suddenly asked with some uneasiness. The appointment has come down. Because of my mistake? The experimental body was lost. So I must go back for trial. And Lu Qingqing will be in charge of other affairs of the base. Ho Qingwei said silently. Why Lu Qingqing? Yi Wentian was very puzzled. Because Lu Qingqing is quite capable. Apart from me, he has made the greatest contribution to the management of the base. Ho Qingwei said. Without us, he is nothing. Yi Wentian cursed quietly. Anyway, he will start managing the base. And I have to leave. Ho Qingwei said gloomily. But you can trust Sun Jian completely. Make good use of this young man. He has a bright future. I will leave tomorrow. And then Lu Qingqing will swear his sovereignty. That guy must have been unhappy, since we controlled him from the beginning. Anyway, be careful, and don't let him catch you. Ho Qingwei said. Don't worry. I understand. What's going on outside? Yi Wentian asked. I don't know. Maybe it's another alarm somewhere. Don't worry. Sun Jian has already started patrolling outside. And this time we can just see how strong he is. Ho Qingwei smiled. Yi Wentian didn't say anything, indicating his acquiescence. I may have to take that level 6 crystal core back to the capital. Ho Qingwei said somewhat unnaturally. No. My experiment requires a large number of crystal cores. Once I crack Zhou Yu's potion ingredients, that level 6 crystal core can create a level 6 mutant, which is very helpful to our base. I can't give you the crystal core, Yi Wentian said firmly. Why bother? You know, there is a group of perverts in the capital laboratory. They have been experimenting with something for a long time. However, the 6th level crystal core is very rare in the capital base. So they asked me to requisition yours, and use the crystal core to experiment what they think is more important. Ho Qingwei said. More important? Those people are all crazy. They can only waste crystal cores. Even if they let the crystal cores go to waste, they won't let me do it myself. Are those people in the capital all fools? Yi Wentian finally couldn't help but burst out again. Chapter 390. After his own failure and the invasion of various negative emotions, Yi Wentian finally couldn't help but explode when he heard that his spoils were to be handed over to the capital. But no matter how Yi Wentian reasoned, it was useless if he said that his experiment was more important. Ho Qingwei said helplessly, Don't say so much. The 6th level crystal core has been installed. And the capital base said that even if they don't need it, they will not give you the 6th level crystal core for safekeeping because you have a record of loss. When Ho Qingwei said this, Yi Wentian finally lost his temper. At the same time, a bigger flame burst out. Yi Wentian clenched his fists and uttered 2 words through gritted teeth. Lin Hao. Lin Hao outside the base couldn't help but sneeze. Zhou Yu next to him laughed and said, What's wrong? Can a zombie catch a cold? No. It should be that person who cursed me behind my back. How can I catch a cold when I am in such a good health? Duan Luochen has been in there for so long. So he won't be in trouble. I seem to have heard the alarm. Lin Hao said uncertainly. Yes. You are not the only one who heard it. I also heard the alarm. I think we need to go in and take a look. Zhou Yu said. Okay. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Hao and Zhou Yu came to the manhole cover where they broke out at the beginning. And then came to this manhole cover. Lin Hao did not cover the manhole cover at the beginning. And it is still not covered now. There are all kinds of echoes inside. All of which are the roars of zombies. Judging from the situation, there should be a lot of zombies gathered inside. When Lin Hao entered, he was still frightened by the situation inside. The zombies were crowded together, like a can of sardines, and they couldn't squeeze out at all. When Zhou Yu came down, he saw this situation and smiled and said, It seems that these zombies should be deliberately attracted by the people in the base. They attracted these zombies down and blocked the sewer road. So we can't get in. No. The base should know my strength. And they know that these zombies can't stop us. Lin Hao began to feel strange. Zhou Yu said indifferently, You don't know Yi Wentian. He thinks we shouldn't return to the base after escaping. so he doesn't pay much attention to this entrance and exit. It's already considered important to do this. But how can we get through this level? Even this level is difficult for Zhou Yu. These zombies will not attack Lin Hao. Lin Hao can squeeze through. But Zhou Yu is different. He is a mutant. And in the end, he is still a human being. These zombies cannot not attack him. Lin Hao looked back at Zhou Yu and smiled mysteriously. Lin Hao's pressure radiated from his mind. And the zombies immediately received it. Lin Hao only gave them one order, which was to lie on the ground. Soon, these zombies began to lie on the ground densely and in layers. Lin Hao stepped on these zombies without feeling anything, and then walked forward. This passage looks long, but it is actually very narrow. Even if all the zombies are put in, there are not many zombies. Lin Hao could easily suppress these zombies with one level of suppression. Zhou Yu was obviously not used to this situation. He stepped on these zombies tremblingly and hurriedly followed Lin Hao. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the sewer in the base. The sewer in the base seemed to be covered. If Lin Hao's memory and eyesight were not good enough, he could see the manhole cover at a glance. It would take Zhou Yu a long time to feel it. Lin Hao pushed the manhole cover, which was quite tight. However, even if it was tight, it was impossible to stop Lin Hao, who had a strength bonus. Lin Hao didn't even need the strength bonus, and he easily pushed the manhole cover open, and then walked into the base with Zhou Yu. After entering the base, the shrill alarm of the power plant reached their ears. Lin Hao rubbed his sensitive ears helplessly. Hearing the sound suddenly was indeed very uncomfortable. "Where is your room? Let's go find Duan Luochen," Lin Hao said to Zhou Yu. Suddenly, they heard a harsh sound. Not only Lin Hao was not used to it, but Zhou Yu was also not used to it. He rubbed his ears like Lin Hao, and the two of them walked on the road openly. "Come with me. It's not far from here. We'll be there soon." Fortunately, humans are always very adaptable animals. After a while, the same alarm sound was not so harsh in the ears. Many soldiers around were running around. But Zhou Yu and Lin Hao were not panicking. They looked at the soldiers running around very calmly. These soldiers also ran past them very quickly, and there was no intersection between the two sides. On the other side, Huan was running around like a cheetah. But no matter how she ran, there was always a figure behind her that she couldn't get rid of. Huan began to get anxious, and secretly cursed herself for being careless. If she hadn't attacked that person, if she had been calmer, things might not have gotten so out of control. There were indeed many masters in the base, and Huan should have listened to Duan Luochen. If she couldn't find anyone, she should have just returned to the top floor of the laboratory building and waited for him. But she was unwilling to give up, and had to go find him. No matter how much Huan regretted, there was no regret medicine in the world. The figure behind him was moving very fast. Huan could feel that no matter how fast he accelerated, he could not be the opponent of the person behind him. So Huan began to look for a place to hide. There was a gymnasium in front of him, and the door was open. There was a soft light at the door. The light was not dazzling, and it made people feel very warm at a glance. For some reason, Huan was attracted by this ordinary light. So he rushed into the gymnasium with lights without thinking. It's called a gymnasium, but it's actually a basketball court. The venue is quite large, but I smelled a smell as soon as I entered. It's because the gymnasium has good ventilation facilities. Otherwise the smell might not be so strong. After all, there are too many people living in the gymnasium. When there are too many people, some things are unavoidable. Fortunately, Huan is not a hypocritical girl. She has encountered all kinds of situations outside, and some smells are insignificant to her. Feeling that the pursuers behind her didn't catch up, Huan ran into the gymnasium without thinking, walked around the venue, and then found a place in the corner to sit down and began to breathe. Huan was tired, and very tired. "Who is it? Disturbing my sleep?" Suddenly, a voice that Huan felt a little familiar came.